Hi, and welcome back to Punks on Film, which it's been a long time. And this is part of the 36-hour Stream-A-Thon. And if you're wondering, well, why are we doing a second part? Well, that is because YouTube says we hide you if you do longer than a 12-hour live stream. Matthew, thank you for joining me. Everyone else, we will send out links after. Did you want to have anyone else on? Did you want to invite anyone else?
I mean, if somebody else wanted to come on, that'd be cool. Ed was the only one I was thinking about, but I know he's going to be busy here in a minute.
Yep. And again, the guys that will be waiting on after at 1 a.m. we're going to be talking wrestling. Hopefully those guys are going to be here, and that's Mr. Wonderful. That is Ted Darkclaw and Aaron from Helladog Toys. And hopefully, if all goes well, Legend Series, because I know he wanted to be part of it. We were talking old wrestling stuff.
Yeah.
We got a whole bunch of stuff. But you know what? Before we get started, can we get some super chats? I mean, it's for the kids, guys, right? It's for the kids.
Want to thank you guys. So far, it's been about $938.30 collected from super chats. That's not including the members or the donations towards at the PayPal. So thank you very much. We're hitting some numbers already, so keep it rolling, guys. We appreciate it.
Yeah, we have definitely gone over the 1,000 mark, and we will definitely be giving this guy away on the Black Friday stream is what my plan is. And I don't know, maybe my goals were a little bit lofty because I thought more people were donating. You're saying that we're just under 1,000. I thought we were actually more than that. But I guess you get a bunch of 50s, and then it seems like it's more, but maybe I don't know.
That's an estimate. I don't have the exact numbers, but that's what it looked like when I was skimming through everything.
And the PayPal right now is just over $700. And Christoph Scuba is starting it off with the $2 super chat. But you know what? Because we just started, I got to do it, right?
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
And I see another one.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
True Star Screamer, not Trust a Star Screamer. $10 super chat. You can always trust a screamer to back up a good thing. Thank you very much.
Appreciate you.
Actually, I forgot to mention, Christoph Screamer, here's my $2. If you pull out a comb, a switchblade. You know, as many times as I've seen that movie and how we even did it here, I still cannot recite his line of when he's talking about how many weeks it's been and how many days and hours and everything. And still to this, even as a kid, I was like, why does he care? Why isn't he going to his parents?
Right, exactly.
He's in high school, all right? And he can't even ski the K-12. But anyway, to start it off here, we are going to be talking Raiders of the Lost Ark. Now, many of you are new here. Maybe some of you don't know, but I have never seen an Indiana Jones movie. It's not that I have anything against it. It just kind of came, and I never saw it. And I think it's like a lot of the stuff from, the 80s that you didn't see. You just never go back and revisit it. So that was, I told Matthew, if you want, we can do Raiders of the Lost Ark. I originally said in our chat, what did I say that it was?
Temple of Doom.
Temple of Doom, and you're like, not that one. I'm like, well, good, I'm glad I didn't watch that one by mistake. And actually, I just put on Raiders of the Lost Ark up here. So I'm not going to tell you, I'm not going to deny there's a lot that happens. There's a lot been going on in my life, so I tried doing my best watching it, but I'm sure once we get the slides. So, if there's any more super chats before we start, please, and obviously we'll be highlighting them as we go. So I still got a long ways to go.
Well, like on All Punks on Film, I like to get started also by saying, are you watching anything interesting right now?
Am I watching any? Well, we just finished watching Suits.
Yeah.
A couple weeks, maybe last week, 2 weeks ago. My daughter and I, we watched the whole series. Absolutely love the show. And you watch 9 seasons in like 3 months, and you're like, I'm missing something, right? Like, what do I go watch? And yeah, this one definitely gets a.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
And Tripwire 788 with the $100 super chat. You buy, dude. If you would have, do you realize if you would have donated this 10 minutes ago, you would have gotten a Starduster. Here's your damn super chat. I was blessed this year, so here's giving back. Keep up the great work on your channel, Lawrence. Thank you very much, Tripwire. That is so greatly appreciated. And I want people, anyone that's looking at him saying, oh my God, I can't donate 100. No one's asking you to donate $100.
Oh, yeah.
If you can, awesome. But if you can only donate 99 cents, again, 100 people watch me on YouTube every fucking Monday. And it goes to the kids, man. And it's a great cause. And a matter of fact, the director of it, Larry Bogus, I can't believe that's his actual name, was in at the beginning. Did you see that by any chance?
I didn't catch the beginning.
Quickly, $20.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
For the kiddos, I'm sorry, J Solo Arts. For the kiddos, anyone have any theories about G.I. Joe shipping delay? Could it be for the first time ever we can choose from 3 waves of Joes on store pegs? I don't think they'll do that.
No, I don't know. The way it looks like everything's coming in the fall. I don't think it's going to happen that way, but I don't know. We'll see what happens.
And you know what? When I see some Tripwire, I don't need anything, Lawrence. Spread the goodwill to others. And you know what? That's the true meaning of all of this. I'm not sitting up here for 36 hours because I'm like, I just want to sit up for 36 hours. As much as I enjoy doing Mondays and Thursdays, I don't enjoy sitting in a same seat for 36 hours.
Yeah.
I do move, guys.
I got to move all the time.
Yeah.
So you've been liking Suits and anything else?
We watched Suits. I started watching the 2nd season of Tulsa King. I think I'm 2 or 3 episodes into it.
Love that show.
I love the first season.
Yeah.
To see Sly in that, he plays it so well, and the fact the guy is 70 years older, like it just tells you how wonderful growth hormone. I mean, how it just tells you like you can stay in great shape these days. Like a 70-year-old is not what he was before.
That whole scene at the very end of the first episode is probably one of the funniest things that I've ever seen. When the girl does the math in her head and realizes how old he is.
Yep.
The second season's been great. I've been really liking that too.
Yep, I'm with you there. I like the Frasier reboot.
I didn't see the Frasier reboot.
Yeah, I mean, so he moved back to Boston.
Oh, okay.
It's on the 2nd season. He moved back to Boston to be by his son, who dropped out of Harvard and is a firefighter, and it drives him nuts. But I think it's really good. I mean, I think it's done really good. I believe the only person that's come back is Roz.
Okay.
I know Niall said he won't come back because he doesn't want to touch that. But his son is in it, and his son is just very neurotic. But Roz is the only one that's come back, and I think she's going to come back she's going to be a regular in the series soon.
Now, did you see the continuation of Night Court?
I watched like the first episode, but I don't have Peacock.
Okay.
So
we kind of liked it. It was interesting. They brought back the characters that are still alive.
Yeah.
Most of the actors passed away. But it was okay.
I thought the first couple episodes was good.
Yeah.
You can continue that type of stuff. And Lunchbox Killer quickly with the $1.99 super sticker. Thank you very much. You guys are already starting the stream off well.
Love it.
Trying to think. I've been, I started watching the Aaron Hernandez.
Yeah.
And I also started watching to Menendez.
Yeah.
Which I found both very interesting. If you haven't watched Aaron Hernandez, I haven't watched all of it. It doesn't paint him in a good light, and I don't even care because the guy was obviously he's a POS.
Yeah.
So was a Menendez. It doesn't paint them in a very nice light either. But I was watching that. I did finish. SEAL Team ended.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
I'm very disappointed. I mean, not disappointed. Very sad to see that because I really did like that. I thought they did a really good job, and I thought they wrapped it up really well, to be honest, too. So, if you like the military, I think SEAL Team just did it absolutely wonderful. You do lose characters throughout it because they're a SEAL team.
Right.
And a lot of what they did, a lot of in that show, I don't know if you ever watched it or not. They really do deal with what the military deals with in between deployments, after deployments, because I think that is just overlooked by so many people and what the military has to deal with. And it's sad.
Absolutely. Yeah, it really is.
Just whatever. So
Yeah.
what about you? What have you been watching?
I've been watching Tulsa King. That's on hiatus for a little while, but I've caught up on those episodes. They've been really good. I've been the Penguin is just the best thing that's on TV currently right now.
I don't have Max, so
Oh man, it's so good.
I think when it gets cold, I'll kind of swap over because I think that's Peacock that the Office reboot is coming.
I've heard lots of good things about The Old Man. I really want to watch that.
All right, so I watched the first season. I think I watched the first episode of the second season, and I think I might have even started watching the second. But it was one of those things where I just had too much on my mind, and that's one of those ones you have to stop, and you got to put down your phone and everything and watch it and see what's going on. So but I like the first season, and the second season of Lioness is coming out. I love Lioness. I thought
okay, nice.
That I think you'll really like, and you also get to see Grunt's thing that he uses.
Yeah. Oh, the flip. And then, of course, since mid-September, I've been watching all my horror movies that Pop and I were talking about last week, as I got 30 of them surrounding me right here. So.
And I'm not a horror guy, so I don't like. For me, Halloween isn't.
Yeah,
I'm not a big Halloween person.
Some of them are funny. Wolf Cop and Shaun of the Dead are comedies. So I like all of the creature features.
Well, I enjoy the. Not that I don't enjoy them. I just don't get scared really easy, and I just don't care for like slasher films. But I always like Halloween. Like I thought that when the Halloweens were done right, like Michael Myers was a scary person.
Right.
But Jason Voorhees, I know they always got compared. He was just a violent person.
Right.
That's how I always looked at it. Like I remember, like to me, and it's been a long time. The Omen is like the scariest movie I've ever seen.
Yeah.
I don't even remember why it was so scary. I just know the kid was super creepy.
Right.
So, anything else you've been watching?
Just that kind of stuff, and spooky features with the kiddos that are appropriate, like Addams Family and stuff like that, and the ones I like after she goes to bed.
And I know, like now that we finished Suits, my daughter's like, let's start watching Buffy again. Like
that's such a great show. I love that show.
Oh, I thought you said no. I was like, when did this?
No.
But like she had been on me because I wanted her to watch it, and I really realized how cheesy the first episode is. First season, even in the second season, until Angel becomes Angelus.
Right.
And I fell asleep during those episodes. And I was like, let's wait on it so I can catch up. Because I really wanted to watch those episodes again, and I never got around to it. And we started watching Suits and watched the whole series of Suits. And then finally I'm like, you know what? Let's just forget it because I already know what happens, right? I'm with you. I like
absolutely. Yeah, me too. 5 seasons. It's really good. They ended it really well. It's better than Buffy, but I still love Buffy though.
Yeah, and again, that's like saying one action figure is better than the other.
Right? Yeah,
it's bad.
Right.
and for me, like, there's something about I really like David Boreanaz.
Yeah. Well,
No,
obviously you like the SEAL team.
Exactly. But what's funny is I did not like Bones.
Bones was a different thing. I couldn't get into that one either.
And my ex used to watch Bones all the time. But I just like it wasn't bad when I would watch it with her, but it didn't really do anything for me.
Yeah.
But he plays such a different character. And I don't know. I know Spec one day when I was on, he said he didn't like him because he worked with him. He said he was kind of rude and stuff. And who knows? I mean, but like I said, I really like SEAL Team. But watching Buffy again, where we're in, I think the 3rd season because it's Angel's just come back, and you really do see a lot of like when you really watch it. God, you see so much strife between like. Here's Buffy, who's a kid who has all this power, but she's in love with someone that she shouldn't, and then she's trying to keep it a secret. And they're all just like, "You need to just tell us."
Right.
But yeah.
All right. Ready?
I guess so.
Okay. So, what's interesting about all the Indiana Jones movies, to me, one of the things is that they all start with the Paramount logo that fades into something in the scenery.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So they all start that way because they're all Paramount. That was a Paramount thing. Steven Spielberg film, they get the backside. So you're seeing just the setup, but you haven't even really seen the main character yet. It's just walking through the jungle.
And no one told me Doc Ock was in this either.
Yeah, right. Well, okay, so Deep Roy's in it also.
Who?
The little short guy, Oompa Loompa guy, Deep Roy.
You mean Wesley?
I don't know. Deep Roy, the little Indian guy who was was an Oompa Loompa in.
He is.
Yeah. And he's been in so many other things, but he's always, that little guy. But I think this was his first role. But yeah, you've got the guys getting ready to, you got Lawrence Kasdan, George Lucas, Philip Kaufman. So big names, if you're paying attention out there. And Frank Marshall, Kathleen Kennedy's husband, who got her all those jobs and everything. Going through the jungle. And then, you see the spears, he's taken out. You still haven't seen the main character. We're walking through the jungle. We haven't even really seen him. You see this, and the first thing is these guys talking about it. Your poison's 3 days old, so otherwise you'd all be dead by now. And then here we are, South America, 1936. So this is in the timeline, the second, because technically the second movie takes place the year before this. But I mean, this whole setup, I love this setup and how they bring it in there. The map, you're not even seeing anything yet.
So hold on, I want to first off, let's say
thank you.
Kenzo's Creations with the 199 super chat. This Larry guy is still talking. Jeez, you still got what 26 hours? Where's that I have? Okay, so this takes place before the Temple of Doom, correct?
No, the Temple of Doom takes place the year before this in the timeline, but this movie came out first and set the stage because this is called Raiders of the Lost Ark. Every movie after was Indiana Jones and whatever, as they went to the serialized format. This whole thing was based off of 1930s serials that would happen in movie theaters.
Okay, see, I thought you were saying that this was actually the second movie, but it takes place before the first.
No, it's the other way around. This is the first movie that takes place after the second movie.
Okay, so the Temple of Doom technically is a prequel.
Yes.
Now, was it meant to be, or was there a reason why they made it the first one?
I think it's an error. They just they were just throwing dates up there and this should take place around this time, and they just went on with it. I don't think there was much thought put into it when they did it, because it does. I mean, Indiana Jones seems a little bit different in that one,
Okay.
But yeah, so we've got the map, and you got the guy looking over the map, seeing what you got there, and then you got the trader getting ready to pull out his gun. And then all of a sudden, Indy whips him, literally gets his whip out, knocks it out of his hand, scares him off. And there we get Harrison Ford's reveal. I mean, from the silhouette to going through the jungle to this, it's kind of like, oh, wow, okay, now we're in it. And then we're just going through there, and then he picks up some sand and throws it in a bag. We're like, what the heck is that about? Then we got the spiders. What do you think about the spiders?
Oddly enough, they really didn't bother me, and I don't know
Yeah.
why. Because I hate spiders; like they creep the shit out of me.
Yeah.
But for some odd reason, they didn't creep me out, and maybe because it was just like because he was so not scared of them.
Right.
And I'll tell you right now, I would. Like, first off, no way in hell would you ever do this to me.
Right.
There's not enough money in the world because I think I would have a heart attack.
Right.
I mean, I just physically can't handle that. So for this, yeah. And he just
Yeah.
brushes them off with the whip.
Yep. Just knocks them all off. And, you know, tarantulas are, very kind of friendly spiders, so to speak, because they're almost harmless. But then you get through here and you stop them and you realize that the light will set off traps. So if you cross the light, you get set off with a trap. Oh, yep. There's his buddy that he was missing. It just pops out as a little jump scare there for you.
Okay. I'm gonna let you finish. And then we're
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No. I want you to finish because there's some things I do want to discuss.
Just tell me when. I'm just going to keep on going.
No. When we get to the end of this scene.
Okay. All right.
When you get to
okay. Here we have the reveal of the idol. And so it's just sitting there on a pedestal, gold pedestal. And then the guy's like, hey, let's go get it. Alpha Melina is like, oh, let's go get it. And he's like, stop, you stupid. And then he points out the trap. And what happens to the trap is he sticks the peg in there and all the darts come out, right? So don't step there. So he works his way up, finds the idol, estimates its weight as it's holding its own butt cheeks there, in case you didn't realize that. He's holding his own butt cheeks open. And then he weighs it out, takes the sand and swaps it, but it wasn't exactly correct. So shit starts falling down. Let's get that super chat real quick.
And we're going to quickly here.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
Eternian Royalty with the $9.99 super chat. Love what you are doing. Toys for all the tots. Yes, thank you very much, and definitely appreciate that super chat for this.
So he sets off the booby trap. The thing starts collapsing. He just starts running. Screw the darts. You can just run through it, apparently. So that's okay.
As long as you're moving fast enough, they'll be
That's
behind
right. You're fine. You get to the pit that they got over before, and he's already swung back across. And then he's like, "Throw me the idol, I throw you the whip." And he's like, "Okay." And then he tosses the whip, and he's like, "Ah, crap!" So he's got to jump. Almost falls down the pit, climbs back up, saves his hat, and the guy forgot about the light trap. So he gets skewered. Don't need to worry about Alpha Molina anymore. He's dead. And then the boulder drops. Here it comes.
Okay, so I have to ask the question. Why didn't he just step back and let it roll over him?
Because it would have sealed him in the tomb.
That's what I was, and I was actually wondering, because after I watched it, and I've watched that scene now 3 times. I was wondering, like, is that what it was? Like the ball would have sealed it? Because I don't think they really show that, but then that's kind of the idea that I was getting. That's what it was.
Yeah. So yeah, it'll either crush you if you're in front of it, but it'll seal you in otherwise. And so he's just running away from the boulder, comes out there, sees the guy that tried to pull the gun on him, all stuck with poison darts, falls over dead. And then we get introduced to Belloc.
Okay, so let's stop it here. First off, I thought this was Wesley. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
So, and it took me, I'm like, is he Wesley from Roadhouse? Because he looks like him. He
A little
kinda
bit.
sounds like him.
Yeah.
But it was after he took his hat off, I was able to figure out like, it's not Wesley. Okay, so There is a small movie called the Kentucky Fried Movie.
Oh yeah.
And there is a skit. Now, everyone's a little skit, except for Fistful of Yen, which is actually, it's a takeoff of Fist of Fury, but it's actually from Enter the Dragon.
Right.
I had never seen Enter the Dragon, but I had seen Fistful of Yen so many times. When I saw Enter the Dragon, I was like, I know this movie.
Right.
I have seen UHF so many times that I felt that I had seen this movie and that I knew that whole scene.
Yeah.
Just like when I watched Enter the Dragon, and this was so many years ago, 20, 25 years ago, whatever, probably 30 years ago, I didn't realize how much they actually followed what happened.
Yeah, exactly.
In
yeah.
Weird Al and UHF, from the whip,
Yep.
I knew the Boulder, but like all that stuff, he did all of that.
Yep.
All right. And I was waiting for, I was literally waiting for Harrison Ford to just throw it over and just take it. So I felt like I knew that whole scene, even though I'd never seen it.
It's like Mr. Wonderful and Spaceballs.
Yeah, exactly. There's so much, again, like, but those two just, it felt like they was the exact same.
Yep. And then, he hands over the idol, he holds it up, all the guys bow down, and Indy takes off. He says, screw this, I'm out of here because these guys are going to kill me anyway. So he goes running down, and there's Jacques in the plane as he's sitting there fishing. A guy named Jacques with a thick Southern American accent.
Okay, I love the fact that this guy's just fishing. He's just fishing, not paying attention.
What else is he going to do? How long is Indiana Jones going to be gone, right? He's probably gone for like a week or so. But here he comes running, getting chased down by the natives, does his swing into the water, and they're shooting their arrows at him, trying to catch him, and he gets on the plane. And as he gets to the plane, what does he see in the plane?
A snake.
A giant snake, and he's freaking out. And he's like, what are you freaking out? That's just my pet snake, Reggie. So we know Indiana Jones is afraid of snakes.
Okay, so J Soul Art says, Lawrence, that might be the saddest thing I've ever heard. UHF was all the Indiana Jones you needed to see. No, the saddest thing that you will ever hear is Travis, Mr. Wonderful, thought that Star Wars was a spoof off of Spaceballs. And that is no lie.
No lie.
And if you're here at 1 a.m. when he's supposed to be here, you can ask him. But I still can't believe that.
No, yeah.
I knew that this wasn't a spoof off of UHF. So
and so now we get one of our traveling montages. So we get these fading out and scenes where he's traveling around the globe. Back at the university, he's teaching Neolithic as he's trying to spell words, wearing Goofy with his glasses, but he's got all the girls in his class watching him with the eyeliner.
I like this one because it was like he noticed, and then when she did it again, he was like, "Oh,
yeah, that is what I saw."
Yeah, exactly.
And then he gets pulled out with Marcus Brody and some government feds that are asking him basically to find the Ark of the Covenant because Hitler's mounting up a search for it. And, they lost track of their big guy. He was taken or killed or whatever, Ravenwood. And so he talks about the staff. And so they get all excited because he knows exactly what's going on here. He knows about the Ark and goes through the lore of it and what it might be, what it isn't, who knows. So he decides to take the job with the government. And back at his house, he's running around packing up his suitcase, throwing in his pistol like he's getting ready for adventure. Because in those days, you just throw the gun in your suitcase and you're good.
Yeah, you could probably fly and get right past security, couldn't you?
Security? What security?
feel like it'd be easy, right?
Yeah, sure. Just walk in there and you got your seaplane here from Pan America.
Now,
And-
so what year is this again? 38?
36.
36. So, and I'm not well versed in this. How common were the planes and everything? Because I don't know when planes started getting common to flying, flying and stuff like that.
It was, I mean, it was probably the 30s and 40s that it really started to become a luxury travel, a luxury way to travel. So if you had enough money, you could do this. If you're flying overseas, yeah, you'd probably want to take like a seaplane or something like that, because you wouldn't know if the plane was actually going to make it or not. So at least it would float, right? So,
can you imagine landing in the middle of the ocean? Oh,
yes, and so you had to plot based on fuel and range limits of the aircraft. So you'd have to go down through the different islands, like they show here as he's traveling. But yeah, Howard Hughes was famous for making the Spruce Goose, which was the largest water aircraft, and it flew only one time because it probably was structurally not sound to fly after that one time because it was so massive. But he spent a ton of money on it. And you traveled in style, so you got all suited up and get going, and then you have this mysterious character watching him. He looks suspiciously like a Nazi. He might actually be one.
He might, but we don't know.
Might. Nah, yeah. Reading a Life magazine, but yeah, you see that he left from California and hit some islands as he's traveling his way around to Nepal.
So I do have to say, like, this whole part where they're kind of showing it traveling is so like 80s technology of it. Like, ooh, we're flying over. Like, all right, we get it. You are.
Well, this is the way the 1930s serials would do it. If they wanted to show travel somewhere, they couldn't show the actual travel, so they showed you maps or globes, or they they showed you the lines drawing. It was just it's nostalgic. It's kind of
I totally get it. Yeah. So, but no, it just gave me that cheesy vibe.
Well, I mean, just because it's a trope came from somewhere.
No, yeah. No, and again, I understand. I'm willing to accept it. It kind of made me laugh. I was like, that's pretty damn cheesy. But hey,
and then you
see cheesy world, right?
Hey, we collect action figures, right? I mean,
that's exactly it, man. We are. we're degenerates.
And then they get to the bar up in the Himalayas, this little shack that's in the Nepal, and you get to see a little bit of that up in the mountains. And you come into a drinking contest with this lady right here. She looks like she's gonna fade, but nope. The big one goes down, crash and burn.
So, okay, I'm not. We're gonna go on because I'll talk about it after.
Okay. And then that's the end of the night, folks. So everybody out, and then here's another silhouette shot. So they do such a great job with the cameras, the cinematography, the shadows, the lighting, the angles they set up. And so you see him walking in, and she's like, "What? Who is this?" Oh, she knows who it is. She knows exactly who it is, and she walks up to him, greets him with a great big smile on her face, and slaps the crap out of him.
So my question is, how young was she?
Well, that is the question, isn't it?
Because I guess in 36 times were way different. Well, it would have even been earlier than that.
Right. Yep.
So maybe it's different. So was he 10 years younger and she was like that? And again, even back in the 80s, it wasn't that unthought of to think of talking about something that long ago.
I would imagine that she was probably somewhere between 16 and 18.
It's kind of what I was thinking, but
yeah,
it is a question. It's like, especially in this day and age, where you're like, what is it?
Yeah. So she slaps him, and they talk about all that, making the world look like a treasure map. Yeah, it's awesome.
Yep. I have no issues at all.
But they start talking. He's asking about the medallion, and she's playing dumb. She'd have to go look for it. And he's like, no, this is really important. And she's like, okay, come back tomorrow. And he's like, okay, I'll come back tomorrow. And it's right there around her neck. She knows exactly what she's got. She's just got to figure out why he wants it and what it's good for, as she holds a pile of cash in her hand from what she made that night at the bar. And then we get our German friends show up.
Who is a creepy son of a bitch.
So creepy. They did such a great job with the SS agent here. This guy, this character actor, is phenomenal in this part. I love it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just his cadence with everything. I really enjoyed his creepy, and like he looks like he's just creepy looking.
Yeah,
but with the glasses, it added so much to it.
Oh yeah, I mean, obviously the outfit too, wearing all black and covered up like that, and
yeah,
you know, he pretends to be all nice and stoking the fire, but then he's like, "No, I'm going to use this hot poker on you if you don't get me what I want." And you know, she puts it down, and the big fire starts. The fire gets started as the fight breaks out, and she puts it down, and it's near the fire, and so he grabs it and burns the crap out of his hand as he screams. And you know, we'll see this face again later, right?
Yes, we will.
And then he goes running out there to stick his hand in the snow because it's so hot, and then he's gonna, you know, scar up on his hand and everything. But he's just trying to get out of there and survive, because basically all of his goons are dead, right? Shot, except for this guy who's getting ready to shoot Marion, and then he gets shot in the head, not by Marion, but by Jones. But then you know, she's got the medallion, and so they're getting out of there. And they're off to the next destination. So we've evaded the evil Germans one time and on the travel again. So we do the travel montage as they head to Iraq. And then Cairo.
I don't know why, but I feel like Iraq was like, hey, Iraq came around 89. We've been around for quite some time.
It's been around there.
You know, I feel like Iraq started when Saddam became in power. Like,
well, you know, that's when the U.S. acknowledged its existence. Yeah, that's the first time Americans heard about it.
If I am correct, I believe Detroit gave him the key to the city.
Well,
sometimes maybe we have to rethink what we do.
Yeah. And then we meet John Rice Davies. We get Sala and his family, and they're greeting them, and they're old buddies. So they've obviously got some stories to tell. And then this little monkey comes up, and they're like, "Oh, it's so cute." And they're like, "Oh, well then it's welcome here." And she's like, "No, that's not what I meant." But oh, okay. So you got this monkey running around now, and they're discussing what Beloche is doing as they go, oh, Belloc's here. Okay. So the guy that stole the last treasure that I was trying to find is here also messing with me. And you got the head staff, and he's like, okay, well, I've got a person who can probably read it. So let's go visit with him.
All right. So Marion here. She's fucking hot as shit. Right? She is smoking hot. But I have to ask, what year did this movie come out?
Was it 82?
Okay, so was this before or after Superman? This would be after Superman, correct?
Yeah, it's definitely after Superman.
Okay, so everyone else sees like she plays Lois Lane. From her look, from the way she acts, the way she talks, the way she moves, like I was like, I mean, this is Morgan Kidder.
Yeah. Well,
she probably would have been she would have been a hotter Lois Lane, to be 100% honest. But like,
well, because Margot, I think, may have been a little bit older, but she was a heavy smoker, so she had a little more aged look and a raspy voice.
Yeah.
So I get you. I love Karen Allen. I wish that she had more parts.
Yeah, but as I was watching it, I kept hearing and seeing Lois Lane throughout it.
Okay.
I didn't think that it was bad, but like,
yeah,
just even the way she talked and her cadence and I was like, holy crap, man. So, all right, go on.
Yeah. So they start walking through the bazaar, and the monkey's kind of going off and doing his own thing. And then you see this guy. The monkey runs up to this guy. Who's this guy? But he's obviously knows the monkey and is telling the monkey what to do. And then they go meet these guys in suits, and he and the monkey salute. They give the World War II German salute, and they let him pass because they weren't going to let this guy pass because he didn't fit the profile.
Now, could they do the salute in this day and age, even unless if you're talking about a timepiece?
Yeah, no.
I wouldn't consider this a timepiece. Like this is, like I don't think you couldn't do that, could you?
No, definitely not. But yeah, there's the monkey doing the salute. So even the monkey's following suit.
Cost a monkey to do the salute.
Hey, he taught that monkey to do a lot of stuff.
Yes.
And then you get the big guy and a bunch of guys getting ready to chase her down. And then there she is with her frying pan, just like her action figure from Hasbro that nobody bought.
So the moment I saw the frying pan, I went. My daughter and I, because my favorite Disney movie, my favorite Disney princess is Rapunzel.
Oh yeah,
and she fights with, and that's the first thing that I thought of.
Absolutely, that's where they got it from. But yeah, you got the guy, you got the knife, and she's like, "This isn't good." So she goes and runs, chases her down, walks in, whacks him with the frying pan, and drags the body in so people won't see it. Runs out. Finds a little basket, says, "I'm going to hide in this little wicker basket." And then the monkey's like, "She's right here. Hey, she's right here." And she's like, "Shut up, you stupid monkey."
Well, the fact that she kept looking up.
Yeah.
I would have been like,
yep.
I'll wait here an hour or so before everyone's gone.
All right. So I got to tell you a story about this whole scene right here. This was scripted as a very elaborate sword fight. So they were supposed to battle it out right here in the streets with swords. Harrison Ford was stuck in his trailer for 3 days with dysentery. And they said, we're out of time. We got to film this scene. And he says, "All right, this is what I'm going to do." And so he walks out there feeling like shit for 3 days from having dysentery, looks like this, comes out and says, fuck it. This guy's waving his sword around. I'm just going to fucking shoot him. As he's still pale from crapping his guts out, and shoots him and makes one of the best scenes ever in movies.
So you're saying that, and this is one of the most iconic scenes because it's and same with the "I love you, I know."
All right.
Yeah. He took two of the most he ad-libbed two of the most iconic scenes of all time.
Yeah.
That have been redone. How many times now?
Countless times. Yeah. So this was a forced scene, so to speak, because he's like, "I'm too sick. You got 5 minutes." And he goes out there. The guy does his thing. He pulls his gun, shoots him, and he says, "I'm going back to my trailer," because he was so sick.
Yeah, he doesn't look very well there.
No,
he's sweating through everything. It's probably real sweat too.
Exactly. Yeah. The other thing that was interesting, or whatever, that we can get to, is that he actually stapled that hat to his forehead in some of the scenes. So he took a staple gun and stapled it to his forehead so that it would stay on for some of the scenes that they needed him, like when he was in the back of cars or something like that.
I wish a certain YouTuber would do that.
And then we see these guys who look like those guys that were with the big German, and they're carrying this basket. You hear Karen Allen screaming, and he's like, "Where's Marion?" Oh crap! Everybody's got these freaking baskets.
Everyone has a 10 basket.
And he just starts pulling them down. Which one's she in? Which one's she in? Then you got the guy with the grease gun, and he shoots at him. And then you see them put this basket in a truck full of explosives. And
because why not?
Because why not? Because, I mean, the evil Germans always have explosives because they're going to go out to the desert and excavate, right? So they need it. And you got the beggars over here trying to get money from Jones, and he's like, "Get away from me! I've got a battle coming."
And speaking of money,
Money.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
B's Battleground, Bobby B, $50 super chat for the kids. So this is where I'm going to stop and say, if my nemesis, Bobby B, and if you don't know you, he and I hate each other, like just thoroughly hate each other. Being my nemesis, even though I had him on Thursday with a nemesis, if he can donate, you can donate at least 99 cents or $2.77. How about that? Not asking too much, less than a cup of coffee a day. It's for the kids. I feel like a total show asking, but I'm not asking for me, right? I'm asking for the kids. So you know what? Thank you very much, Bobby. I definitely do appreciate it. And if anyone is wondering, Bobby and I get along just fine.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right.
Appreciate it. So then he gets out and he's going to stop this truck.
How about we don't stop on guns on my channel because we know the cease and desist is coming right now, or they're going to cut me off.
And then the truck blows up because it's full of explosives. And if you shoot explosive, that's what happens. They blow up. And so Marion's dead because we saw the basket go in the back of the explosives truck, right? So he's sitting there mourning her, and the monkey's there with him as he's drinking his booze in the town there, and then gets picked up by some goons, right? The goons we saw earlier. They're like, "Come with us." And there's the monkey handler. He's like, "No, monkey, you stay. And he's like, "Okay." So they take him, and then we run into Belloc again, as we have this whole tavern full of his white shirts, as they say. And he's trying to explain to him the glory of working with the Germans from 1935.
Okay, that is Wesley. I mean, seriously, like he's got the hat, and
Yeah.
I mean, when he takes the hat off, I'm like, okay, that's when I knew it wasn't. But I kept looking at him, going, "Is that Wesley from fucking Roadhouse?" I think he's taller than him, but
Oh yeah, I think so.
But I just kept looking like, all right.
And then he tries to get frisky, and then he realizes the entire bar is armed full of his guys. So what do I do? Uncle Indy, come home. Uncle Indy, come home. He gets mauled by the kids, who pulls him out because nobody wants to shoot a kid. Monkey's watching on. Nope. Stay there, monkey. Better than the U.S. Special Forces, huh? Coming to get you. So the kids rescue him, and everybody's laughing at Indy for getting saved by a bunch of kids. Okay, I'm still alive. And then we see back at Sala, or at this house, and some poison gets dropped on the dates by the one-eyed man, and then there's Deep Roy. That's him right there.
I mean, I would not have known that. And the moment you said it and I started thinking, I'm like, oh my God, like he's obviously aged a lot in 40 years.
Right, yeah.
We all.
And then they're discussing things, and then they realize that they're onto something that the Germans didn't have. And then the monkey's going in there, and he gets one of those dates. The guy's reading it, and then he flips it over and reads the other side, and that's when they decide, or there's one side, then the other, because you have to subtract some to take back. And then they're like, wait a minute, that means they're digging in the wrong spot because they didn't have both sides of the amulet. So they have something they don't have, and they get super excited, and Indy throws up a date to eat it, and Sala's like, wait a second, the monkey's dead. Those dates, bad dates.
Yes. So in this day and age, they would have to put a disclaimer in it that no monkeys were actually hurt during this filming.
Yep. Oh, and horses. We'll get to that too. And then you see the Germans with Belloc, and they're out there on their dig site. And then They find the map room, and there's Sala and Indy out there getting ready to set up to go down to the map room, trying to be all sneaky about it. And this whole setup is just the set design is so cool in this, and the miniature of the whole thing.
Yeah, sure. Toy collectors saying that this whole set design is really cool.
I mean, it's not like I got an entire extreme set and action figures with backdrops to recreate this. I mean, really?
I do love that though.
I was also in film, but and then the Germans catch Sala here, and they drag him down, and Indy's solving where the thing is at the right time of day.
So plot hole here, and tell me if I'm wrong. They had figured out this is where they needed to go.
Mm-hmm.
And they know that they are the bad guys to all the bad guys, right?
Right.
They were the only two fuckers up there. Did I miss something? Like, did they not think they were going to get noticed?
Well, I mean, right. Well, they just look like part of the dig crew. So they could have been up there guarding it for somebody that told them to sit there and make sure nobody else got in there. But nobody cares because they got the information they needed from the map room, and they're starting to dig in the wrong spot. So it's a big dig site. There's a lot going on.
Yeah, I don't know. There was just something about it that I went, I don't know. Something just didn't seem right. But
I would call it a contrivance, not a hole. But
all right. Well, okay. Either way, I mean, it's been 40 years. I don't think people are like, you know what? I'm not watching this because of that.
I mean, there's people have done essays on what they think about this, both for it and against it. But I think it's a perfect movie. But that's me. You got the exact time of day to come in there. And there it goes. It shines it and makes a big special effect because that's what happens when you shine a little beam of light on one little thing. It just all of a sudden there's flash paper right there at the appropriate place that just goes whoosh. So you know that was it, right? So you got to show that off. And then he's like, where's my way out? What is this? A bunch of bed sheets. They pull them out and then they're walking down there. And then the Germans are asking for water and Sala's playing the dutiful servant. And we'll get them their water. And then Indy finds Marion. She's alive. He's so excited to see her. Pulls off the thing. She starts going, all right, let's go. Untie me. And he's like, actually, no, we can't do that yet. Because if we do that, we're going to set off the alarm. And she's like, what? What are you doing? I hate you. What are you doing? Don't leave me here.
Yeah. Yeah, that's like one of those like hard things where you're like, would you really do that? But you also see their point. Like, I can't just walk out of here with you.
Well, and we haven't achieved our goal yet. So if somebody comes back and finds that you're gone, they're going to know that something's up. They're going to be out searching for her. They're going to find them, and it's going to tear apart the whole thing. And then here he's out with some high-tech equipment that most of the locals probably wouldn't be using, and that would be Belloc and some of his guys, right? So who's this guy using this? And now we see exactly how they got their information. As he does his special salute, you see the thing on his hand.
Yep.
And we see his nice little National Socialist pin there. And then I just love the shots that they did. They're, digging out at sunset as he puts on his hat, and they get ready for digging at night. I love the cloud effects, the liquid, like lava lamp type of cloud effects. Those are awesome. As he's looking a little crazy, getting all excited as they find it. And they open it up. They toss the thing down there, and the floor's moving a whole lot. And he's like, snakes. Why did it have to be snakes? Asps. Very deadly. Oh, that helps. Thanks. Appreciate it. But then we get back to Marion tied up. And then she's getting some food, and Belloc is trying to be nice to her, shows her this wonderful dress, and she's like, it's beautiful. Why would I wear that? And she's like, okay, I better wear it. So he's peeping in while she's changing, putting on the dress.
I got excited during this part. The outfit that she was wearing when it was hot. Like, And then she gets the dress, but I'm just like, the other outfit was hot. Like,
Yeah.
I just wash that for you and put you back in it.
So he's trying to watch her, all pervy, like, oh, look, the dress looks great. Looks like a little wedding dress. It's very odd, but whatever. Then you see him digging at night, and there he is, that famous shot. So this was filmed. This was actually all practical. There was a plate of glass between him and the snake. But yeah, that snake was right there, right in front of his face.
Really, they put a plate of glass there.
Yep, there's a plate of glass in between the snake and Harrison Ford right there. That was it.
Well, I mean, I don't think that would bother me.
And then he's like, "Hey, you all right down there? There's snakes everywhere." And then here's my version.
You should put a plate of glass in front of it.
And here we go back to the drinking contest. His family vineyard, and she's playing the "I'm the drunk girl" game as he's winning her over. We see this big thing that they're going to start taking apart, and they're real happy. She falls down, acting all drunk, sees the knife, tries to pull the knife, and he's like, where are you going to go? We're in the middle of the desert. If you run off, you're going to be dead. We're the only shelter you have for like 30 miles. You're not going to make it. So none of this means anything. And as she's trying to get out there, guess who shows up?
The creepy guy.
And throws her back to Belloc, and then takes out his weapon of choice, his 3-piece rod, and everybody starts freaking out, but it's just a coat hanger. I thought that was brilliant. He pulls it out, and it looks like a nunchuck, a 3-piece rod that he's going to strangle somebody with or beat her with, but then he just folds it up into a coat hanger and puts his jacket on it.
So was she pregnant?
All right.
It was the 30s, right? When did Dirty Dancing happen? It's late, guys. Actually, it's only 11. Holy shit!
It's only 11, yeah. And here we get to see the first images of the Ark as they lift it up, and we get to see what it looks like according to Steven Spielberg and his people as they drag it out and pull it down and look at all its glory. Pack it up in a box, start hauling it up. Now the Germans are saying, what are those people doing over there digging? They just now realize that they've been digging.
So this is the part that I was thinking that like no one noticed. Like, why did they think no one was going to notice? Like, this was what I was actually thinking.
I mean, they were digging it all night. You would have thought in a desert where sound is traveling, especially at night when nothing else is moving, somebody would have heard the digging. But whatever.
We've done enough of these to know that we have to ignore stuff. All right.
Yeah.
Quickly, like we watch Suits. And it's about lawyers, and Olivia and I would sit there and go, I'm like, they have no sense of time because he was literally in jail for like 3 days, but they're trying to say he was there for like 3 months. No. Like there was no way that.
Right.
So
here we get the Germans. They're rushing up the hill, and there they are, waving, saying hello. And he's like, great. I'm surrounded by snakes above me and below me. And so they're trying to negotiate. He's saying, hey, thanks for the Ark. Now that we have it, we're just going to seal you in here. He's like, you guys suck. And they're like, yeah, but we're going to give you a present. We're going to throw her down here. Belloc wasn't real happy about that, but there she is dangling there, showing her undies for a minute. Hanging off of that Anubis that's, the Mythic Legion's Anubis, right? And then there she meets the snakes and freaks out. And then he's like, well, in the next life, I do, Indiana Jones. And they seal him in. And Sulla's like, great, what are they going to do to me? Why is it always the snakes? Yeah. And then they've been keeping the snakes at bay with this fire. So the fire's going out. So they got to, figure out what they're doing. He's all like, great. a good friend / rival, and the woman that I was actually interested in because she's the only one around for miles and miles and miles. And then Indiana Jones gets this bright idea that he's going to climb up this statue and knock it over. And again, here's my version of it.
Oh, that looks really good.
Yeah, that's my SHF Indy with an extreme sets and a statue my wife had sitting around the house. And then they knock through the wall and they're walking through the wall and there's all kinds of creepy stuff that these things would have been dust forever ago. But yeah, there's bodies in there. She's screaming, freaking out as all the skeletons are grabbing her. They make it through there. She finds Indy. They see the light. And then they push this giant, block of stone out of the way. And they just happen to find a German aircraft sitting right there for them. And they're like, okay, what do we do now? Well, we got to figure out how to get out of here. Let's steal this plane and get out of here. And the Germans are celebrating, and Belloc's like, we're not out of the woods yet, but there's the box, and it's stamped with German paraphernalia. Listen to music. He's celebrating. Belloc's like, oh, I'm not having any of this. Here's Indy climbing up on the plane. He's going to knock this pilot out and take off in the plane or whatever. And then Bob Roche, man, one of the big stuntmen in Hollywood at the time, the big brawlers, famous. He's done a lot of stunt work. Comes out there, puts up his dukes, says, come on and fight me. And he's like, crap. I got to fight this guy.
So as big as this guy is physically as a man, you can see how much physical fitness has changed.
Oh yeah.
You would have a professional wrestler who is a physically just looks wonderful, super, tall and everything. Like this guy, you could tell he could kick some ass. But in this day and age, he wouldn't be daunting because Indiana Jones would be, ripped like Chris Pratt is.
Yeah, right.
So,
but yeah,
I
the aesthetics
like
have changed a lot. And
I like this because like Indiana Jones isn't like, he doesn't just kick ass. He's not just kicking everyone's ass,
Right.
He's actually, he's the underdog in many ways. He's
right.
smarter than most of the people, but even then you see him get outsmarted numerous times.
Right.
So I like that where it's just not someone that just kicks it, he just kicks someone's ass.
Exactly. Yeah. And that's why, I think he's such a good character, but he's like, all right, well, let's do this. And he puts up his old English style boxing, just takes a hit from Indy and is like, ha ha ha, and knocks the crap out of him all the way down to the ground. Which he probably would, just that mass and everything would just knock him down. And now the pilot's trying to shoot him, but the big guy's getting in the way, just sticking his head right in front of the gun. And then Marion comes up with the chucks, takes the chucks off the wheel, comes up and knocks the pilot out. Look what I did.
All right. Okay. These things are meant to stop the plane from rolling, correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
So I know they don't need to be super heavy, but they have to have some weight behind them, correct?
Yeah.
She probably isn't coming up there holding two of them with one hand, right?
She probably could because, again, it's about the angles, right? You're wedging it in around the wheels.
Yeah.
And they just have to be dense enough that the wheels aren't going to crush them by rolling over them. They don't have to weigh a whole lot. But
we're talking about 1936.
They would be blocks of wood. So they'd be like pine or whatever they could get a hold of. So
yes, they were pine. All right, maybe. It just doesn't seem... I noticed that, but again, yeah. I guess there's more egregious things that we've seen over the years.
But yeah, she goes to the tail gun position and sees a truck and starts firing. The plane starts moving, and the wing clips the gas, and the gas starts pouring. And she's like, crap, I gotta fire. Starts blowing shit up with the tail gun. And that explosion alerts the Germans, and they're like, oh, wait, what's going on at the airfield? Jones. He's like, wait, this guy's all surprised. Wait, we were successful. What's going on? Then Indy runs towards the propellers, like, not that way. Can't get out that way. Wrong movie. And then you see the guy that was knocked out earlier slipping in the gasoline, saying, "I'm out of here. I'm getting out of here." And then the gas starts pouring towards the gas depot and the flames all together at the same time. And then there's the big guy. He's knocked down. He's going to get Indy for the last time. And here comes the plane. And Indy's like, "Oh, crap. I don't want to get covered in blood." And he's like, "Oh, crap. There's a fan." And Indy should be covered in blood as much as the plane.
So now what about, and I know they wouldn't do it now, but how do you think a HasLab of this plane would have done?
It would have bombed like the Engine of Vengeance.
You think so?
Well, okay, you have to take into account their figure line was not successful because people didn't like the quality of the figures. So if they did a HasLab based off, if they liked the figures, if the figures were better, this would not be the one that they should go with. They should go with a map room playset or the Valley playset or I don't know, something else. But this aircraft, I don't think would be top on the list. Also, because they would have to put the insignia on it, and I'm sure a toy company doesn't want to put the insignia on anything.
But what if they slipped in some Cobra symbols they could throw in? That screams Cobra. I mean, again, I love the gunner bubbles. That these planes had. I know they could be absolutely awful if someone got stuck in them and their landing gear. And again, this wasn't a real plane, was it?
Yes.
This was a real plane?
Yeah. So there's several different versions of the flying wing that had been out, especially in that time frame, as they're trying to increase airspeed and efficiency in the air. The flying wing was a very popular design for several years.
Radnam said a few Cobra patches in it would be a hit. Aren't you supposed to be streaming? Isn't that why my moderator isn't here? Because he's modding your stream? Like, what the fuck? But I didn't even think of the Cobra symbols. The not nice symbols.
Yeah. And so she gets stuck in there, and he's got to use his gun to blast her out, and then they go running off the side as everything's burning and getting ready to explode. And these guys are planning their next move on how to get out of there. The big explosion. And then they find Sala, and they're like, "Okay, we got to come up with a plan. What do we do?" They're loading the Ark onto the truck. They got to figure out how they're going to get out of this desert. So Indy steals a horse and takes off after him. Forget Sala and Marion. And then right here, the guy on the left there, the blonde guy, he's the stunt coordinator for the movie. He's also a very famous stuntman in Hollywood. Okay. And so they've got the crate. You've got them leading the way as they're trucking along.
Turk Murphy says that'd be a perfect plane for Monster Force. Dude, you are dead. You're dead right. I had someone make a comment on those said that this is too much. These look too much World War II-ish, and I was like, I think that's what they were going for.
Right? Yeah.
I don't think that was an accident.
Right. I mean, we're 5 years away from the National Socialist Party really taking over and doing some damage, and then 7 years away before the U.S. decides to do anything about it. And then you see the getting off the horse, transitioning to the thing. So these are all practical stunts. These stunts are old school Hollywood Western things. Jumping on the wagon train, jumping off the wagon train, that kind of stuff. Making the vehicles hit each other, running into stuff. You get running through there, and you get Damon Wayans. I always thought this was Damon Wayans.
Oh my god! Oh my god, dude! So this would be before In Living Color, right?
Yes, obviously. Yeah, way before that.
This is his first job.
I laugh every time I see it because after seeing in living color, I cannot not see his face there anymore.
No, I fully see what you're saying. I definitely do.
And then he gets thrown off, and then the two guys look at each other and they laugh, they chuckle, and then they go back to fighting until he punches him out of the truck. And then you get the guys on the motorcycle, knocks them off into the water. Then the other vehicle goes off a cliff. And you got your beautiful matte painting there to watch the little toy drop off and explode. And now you got the guys climbing out the side of the vehicle, getting up to the driver. They're going to shoot the driver. I love how they shot this in the framing of all of it. So you get the guy right in the rear view or the mirror there. And he sees him at the last second. It's like, oh crap. And so he gets shot in the arm, kicks the guy out. And then there's our stuntman coming up the top because he saw the other goons get taken out. Jumps in there and starts punching him right in his gunshot wound. Says, I see where you've been shot. I'm going to punch you right there.
No, so if you've ever from at least this picture here, if you've ever watched Justified, it looks like Raylan's dad, Arlo. I don't think it is because I don't think I don't. Because Arlo's I think he's a famous actor, a known actor.
Yeah. This guy was only a stuntman, really.
Okay.
Pretty well known, but yeah. And then he gets tossed out the front, breaks off the hood ornament, falling down the front of the vehicle, going to get run over right by the tires. He's trying to hold on as he's skating around there, and they're like, oh, look, just run him over. Come on, let's get him. And then he does the old trope that they did in the old Westerns and climbs down underneath the vehicle, slides out the back, throws his whip up, and gets dragged by the truck. And it's old classic Hollywood stuff here. And I believe the guy that he was fighting actually did these stunts in Harrison Ford's place because Harrison wasn't going to do it.
I didn't even think about this when I was watching it, but now the moment you say that, that's all I can think of is the old Westerns.
Yep.
When they did stuff like that. So you're absolutely right. Like I didn't even think about that.
Yeah. And so you get him and he climbs back up. And this is one of my little mini pet peeves. It's awesome. But as soon as he comes around the corner, the stuntman fronts up, bows up, and leans into it because he knows that he's going to get hit and he's going to take the hit with as close as he can to do as little damage so that he can have the effect of going backwards and everything. So he bows up and pushes himself into it and then gets kicked, thrown out the front and run the fuck over. And the special effects here aren't that great, but it's funny to see anyway.
There is something that in any movie, when someone gets knocked out of a car and gets run over, it just really creeps me out. Especially if they make it so you can hear the crunching of the bones.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And then here we are. He's like licking his wounds because he still got a bullet in his arm, or at least it grazed him. But he drives the truck around. He knows where he's going. Salah's got everything set up for him. Apparently he knew this. Drives into the little thing, and then they cover it up right away because he knows he's being chased by the Germans. But the market guys, they all covered up. The Germans drive around, and there it is in the background as they're looking around, as they're trying to sell him some melons. And he's like, just get out of here, smashing the melons for him. Because they're all pissed because like, how did we lose him in a circle? There's nothing here but a circle. So obviously he's probably still there, but yeah. And then you get the celebration at the docks as everybody's like, okay, we get a little bit of respite. Marion's there. Then we get to meet the pirate captain. And he's an old friend of Salah. So they're arranging passage to get them to where they need to go. And he's like, okay, this guy's creepy, but whatever. All right. They say their goodbyes. Marion kisses him, and he goes off singing an old British song in merriment. And then we get the ship travel at night. as they're off to sea, licking their wounds, trying to catch a little bit of rest. As Indy's looking at his wounds and Marion's looking at hers, but her mirror's dirty, so she just flips it over and whacks him right in the face and creates another bruise for him. As he screams throughout the ship and everybody hears it. What was that? I didn't hear you. Just scream your head off. And then he's like, forget it. And he's got showing all of his wounds, and she starts kissing his wounds, his elbow, and then he keeps pointing it where it doesn't hurt, and she keeps kissing those parts that don't hurt. And then he's like, well, what about my lips? I mean, that doesn't hurt there. And so she kisses him there, and then he goes to sleep.
Now, she is not a teenager in this one, right?
She's definitely not a teenager. But apparently she's wearing the Black Widow lipstick, right? Because he just goes to sleepy time right after she kisses him, right? But then we get this weird thing happening, and the rat starts freaking out on the ship and twitching and turning his head, and like, what the hell's going on with the rat? And then the German symbol gets burned away. So the Ark, the box of God, the voice message to God doesn't want that symbol on its box, so it burns it off. So there's magic going on here. Then something happens. Some noise is happening. So Indy's getting ready. And there's a German U-boat sitting right outside. And they're pulling up sides. You know, they board them. They find the pirates. They're loading everybody up, trying to get everybody on deck. They find the girl, drag her up top, take the crew hostage. I mean, they could have shot the crew right there. They're like, don't shoot us. She wants to slap the evil German, and the captain stops her and is like, she can fetch me quite a price. So, you know, saying that he's going to sell her, and you're not going to take all my cargo because I'm going to lose all my money on this haul. And they're like, we don't give a crap about you. There's Indy in a porthole there, checking everybody out, getting a cigarette butt in the face here in a second. Because why would you throw your cigarette butt down there? That doesn't make sense, because that could lead to something that might explode. I guess you don't really care because you're leaving in a minute anyway. But yeah, Belloc takes her and says, she's mine. They leave, and they're looking for him. And then I searched the whole ship, Captain. He's not on the board. And then he points and says, there he is, Captain, as he's climbing on top of a U-boat. Now, U-boats were not submarines, just so you know. They're not submarines. They do submerge, but they usually don't go completely underwater, or they don't go very deep underwater. So there's usually parts of it that still stick out and have a profile above water, so they can get air circulating through there.
Not in U-517.
Right. So like I said, that was also later in the war than this was, right? But they do submerge, but just not as deep as a submarine would. And like I said, usually they'll have part of the boat above water so they can keep air.
I really say that because I really like that movie.
Yeah.
And Bon Jovi loses his head.
Yeah. And now we get another travel montage as we see, there's some pictures I didn't put in there, but it shows the captain of the U-boat, and he looks exactly like Harrison Ford to me. As he's wearing the uniform and walking through there, and when I first saw it, and even on subsequent viewings, I'm still like, is that Indian disguise? No, it's the U-boat captain. Okay, but he looks just like him. But they're traveling to this secret island off the coast here, as they travel into their evil villain lair, Dr. Evil. And they have all their paraphernalia, and he gets off the boat and is trying to figure out what he's going to do next. And so he says, oh, great, soldiers. I can nab one of these guys and get his uniform. And he takes the guy that's hanging around, disappears, takes his uniform. He's like, this does not fit. And then a German soldier comes up and says, what are you doing here half naked with another man behind this thing? And then he beats that guy up and takes his hat, takes his uniform because it fits better. They're loading the crate up. There he is in uniform, walking by. He's got to go get a little body check to Belloc there, just a counting coup measure. And Belk's like, what? Whatever. Like he wouldn't notice that guy was intentionally running into him. And here we are in the desert marching. There's this guy. He does not do well in sunlight, obviously, wearing black all the time. Not the best attire to wear in the middle of a desert environment. Sweating balls here.
That
And-
complexion is not meant for sun.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. And here they are marching through where R2-D2 went by a few years prior, I'm sure.
Oh my gosh. I mean, I know it's easy to say, like, well, all those, anything like that would probably look like that. But I mean, it is done by George Lucas. You're probably right. It's probably the exact same.
I mean, if they still had good connections with Tunisia, this was 81, so they would be filming Empire soon. So, you know, maybe. But here we go. Talking to Indiana Jones. Oh, yeah, this is an interesting scene. I just got to point this out because he's in the middle of this scene and he's talking and a fly lands on his lip and the fly goes in his mouth and he keeps going with the scene.
Oh, wow.
So he swallows that fly and they used that footage. He didn't even flinch. He didn't even hesitate. He just ate that fly and kept on going with the scene.
I hope he got a bonus.
He got the protein from the fly. But here we are, and they're threatening, you know, hey, we've got the girl. What are we gonna do? And then he's like threatening to blow shit up, and he's like, get out of the way, guys. Let's let him blow it up. He won't do it. They're like, what the hell, dude? And he's like, you're right. I'm not gonna blow it up because it's a treasure.
The whole calling his bluff,
Yeah.
I thought was awesome.
Yeah.
Because he like totally calls his bluff. Like, go ahead, do it.
Yeah. No, it's because they know each other so well.
Yeah.
You know, because they've been competing against all that. The fly was the bonus. Yeah, that's right. And then we get nighttime on the island and we get everything set up. And, you know, the Germans are the fly crossover.
He's a professional. I
Truly.
ain't that professional.
And the German mentions, I don't know about your Jewish rituals. I don't care. That's disgusting. I don't want any part of it. But if you feel you must, they tie him up to a stake in the best vantage point to see the whole thing, right? They don't put the cameras there. They put them up there. And then he does his whole Moleram. Oh, wait, no, that's the wrong movie. He does his whole Jewish ritual to prepare the Ark of the Covenant to be open. And, you know, you get the creepy night sky as they're up there with it's a light that's going to be shining down so the cameras can film it all so that the Fuhrer can see what his prize is instead of opening it in front of him. He does the ceremony. They open it up and the Germans are laughing at him because the tablets are dust. You know, these are supposed to be the 10 Commandments and they turned to dust in this time frame. So he's pouring the dust in his hand and laughing. And then something weird's going on. And he's like, wait for it. Something's creepy happening. And then stuff starts coming out of the ark. We're like, what in the world is going on? And he's like, close your eyes. All this stuff's flying around. Everybody's like, what is going on? All the smoke
what
comes
made him
out.
say close our eyes? Was it something he knew or?
Well, yes, it goes back to the study of the lore and what the Ark did as armies carried it in front of them into battle. And so you can maybe surmise or not, but I'm sure there's more to it. But Indiana Jones knows the lore well enough to know that there's some mystical properties here and nobody has looked upon this. Nobody has looked in it and lived to tell about it. Nobody's pulled the commandments out of it. Even when they had it and they were carrying it around Jerusalem or whatever in front of the armies, they would waylay to the armies. How do they waylay to the armies? I don't know, but this thing's opening up. Stuff is happening. Maybe we don't look at this. Maybe this isn't for our eyes. So it was one of those educated guesses based on his knowledge of the lore.
So do you think if he would have gone to Amazon and got those glasses like for the solar eclipse, they would have been able to look?
You never know. You just needed the pinhole viewer, man. That's it, the pinhole viewer. And then they're all excited. Look at this. This is magic. What's going on here? And even he's getting into it. It's like, oh, this is kind of creepy, but this spirit, this banshee is looking kind of nice. What's going on here? It's a dead person. Oh crap. It's a creepy dead person. And then they start killing everybody. And he starts screaming. And this guy's going, oh, what's going on here? And like, don't open your eyes. Keep your eyes closed while all this crap's going on. They get Ghostbuster blasted here. Proton.
I was about to say that looks like Ghostbusters right there.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, there it is. 3 stars. Knew it was coming too. And it goes through everybody and through the cameras, and it's circling around there. Just waylaying everything. He's screaming. Everybody's screaming as they're burning and faces are melting. I'm melting. And then here's my version of the scene here as they're opening it up.
I'm shocked that Hasbro did this figure.
I am too. I think everybody, I had to get that one because I'm like, look, they got the melting face on this guy.
Yeah, like that shocks me. I mean, there's 100 things they could have done. And
they also
get in there, but man,
they also put his saluting hand with the piece on it, with the burn headpiece on it. Yeah, it's one of the swappable hands for him. But yeah, and then they're like, what's going on? All this stuff, torment, and the blast goes up all the way up to the heavens, opens it up, comes back down, and the cover lands perfectly back on top. Like nothing ever happened, but everybody's dead. Everybody's dead, Dave. Everybody's dead, Dave. And the ropes are burned off. So they're free. They can go back to their lives, and they've got the Ark. And they bring it back to Washington. And Indy's pissed because, we have top men working on it. Who's top men? Who knows more than me or Ravenwood? And Ravenwood's dead. Who knows more? I'm the one that got it for you. Top men are working on it. Don't worry about it. And he's like, you guys are a bunch of idiots. But he's got the girl. So he's going to go off with the girl. They've got their top secret army intel. Do not open, as it's filed away in Warehouse 13, which is a really good show if you guys haven't seen it, about all the stored artifacts. So there's a whole TV show based on this image right here about weird paraphernalia that the government's collected as they're cataloging it, trying to figure out what it does. But anyway,
really?
Yeah, whole show. It ran for 3 seasons or so. It was interesting. They had one of the main characters was Bigfoot, was a cryptid that was in there. But yeah, it has what's her name from Stargate SG-1, Amanda Tapping was in it.
I would not.
Well, Stargate SG-1's another good show, but and then that's the end of it right there. That's pretty much the end of the movie. The Ark of the Covenant is stored in government efficiency, never to be heard of or seen again.
Is it ever seen again?
Not that we know of.
Okay. I was wondering if in any other movies they see it or
No, but I mean, I just think between cinematography, framing, the action shots, just the way they did everything in this movie makes it perfect and worthy of study, because the way they did all the action scenes, they set everything up. They did a lot without having to say anything. And it's a template for how to make a good film.
Okay. So, full disclosure, I watched it and I was like, God, this thing has not aged well. The special effects look cheesy. I thought the storyline was cheesy. But I'm like, I need to watch it again because, again, I have a lot of stuff going on. And I watched it again. And my opinion of it did change. Like after watching it, and I guess because the first time I'm looking through it, I'm watching it as like, hey, everyone's seen this before. Everyone talks about it. So I'm noticing things I just think, oh my God. And it was hard to get over the whole UHF thing. 100% honest. Like, if you guys have never seen UHF, but you've seen this, you need to watch UHF just for this, because it is that first opening, is that opening scene.
Yep. No, they did a great job of remaking that scene for that movie.
Yeah, UHF. They just show more place of what happens with the ball.
Yeah. Yeah.
But after I watched it the second time, and then I started watching it this morning, I didn't finish it this morning. I actually put it on, but I actually started to be like, okay, you know what? I'm getting a different feel for it, because the first time I was watching it, and you just think, oh my God, like I still feel like when we watch Star Wars, the special effects were really good. And when you really look at them, they weren't. There was a minimum amount of what they needed to be for special effects.
Now, hold on a minute. Do you remember seeing the original? Because because the specialized editions changed all the special effects.
Yeah.
Because they were not as clean.
Oh, I know they weren't.
Okay.
But I also think you had to be looking for a lot of things. I mean, I'm not saying they were perfect, but I thought, like, in Star Wars, all the ships and everything, those sequences I thought were really good. But there were a lot of things like they didn't have to do. Yeah, when you see the Death Star blow up, you can see where there's some a faux pas, I guess you could say.
Mr. Magnus, untrue. It exists out there. There are despecialized editions that are for purchase in many different places. So if you look hard enough, you can find them. And
I was just saying, before anyone says anything, I did break my own rule of eating. I've been here for almost 12 hours.
Hey, I tried to give you an out when those guys were on talking about the stuff that you've already talked about. You could have gone to eat something then.
I did.
You had Ed here.
I ate Thai food twice. I bought Thai food yesterday, knowing that I have leftovers. It's
nice.
Really good.
Love Thai food.
I just want to eat
more.
Yeah. I wanted to eat more. Don't do that, because I don't need to have one of those. Oh my God, I got to go right now. Boom.
Right. Yeah. There's always that to worry about.
But I did enjoy it. The first time, I didn't enjoy it that much. The second time, when I kind of watched it again, I watched it from a different aspect. And I think we've talked about that before. There's a lot of movies that I did not like the first time that I saw through.
Yeah.
But the fact I kind of felt like I had to give it a second chance. Like, I had to rewatch this. Okay. So I did enjoy it, and I thought it was much better. And yeah, I never thought they weren't bad movies. Yeah. They're just movies that I never got around to watching. And I think we've all been like that. They're just movies that's like, you were a film student, so a little different. You watching them, looking at them completely differently.
Yeah. Well, and then I grew up with that stuff, with the serialized films and all that stuff anyway. So I saw them, when they came out, and loved them then. So
yep. So yeah, there's I enjoyed it, and I'll go back and probably watch the other ones. Well, at least the two of them.
Right? Yes. Yeah. Temple of Doom and Last Crusade, and then that's it. You're done.
Yeah, I feel like if someone was saying like they want to watch Star Wars, they've never watched them. I like the prequels. I do.
There's nothing wrong with that.
And if I would say you watch episode 1 through 6, just ignore. And I like some of the Disney stuff that's come on. We've talked about this. I find nothing entertaining about those last 3 movies. I think they're awful.
Yep.
I think they're wretched. I think they didn't know what they were doing.
Well, they clearly didn't have a plan, so there's no way that they could, and that's unfortunate because they didn't have a plan for Crystal Skull. Well, Crystal Skull may have had a little bit of a plan, but Dial of Destiny did not have a plan, and they just threw that one away. They forgot all of the lore, and trashed what was the good parts of it. So
No,
yeah.
the movies that came out after, was George Lucas involved in them?
Yes, he was through Last Crusade for sure. Then I think it was only Spielberg had something to do with Crystal Skull. Crystal Skull was really a Spielberg thing.
Okay.
Dial of Destiny, I don't know about anybody besides Kathleen Kennedy who was involved with that one. So
And see, that's where my whole thing comes. If George Lucas came out, and I really look at Star Wars, for me, Star Wars, like, it's his baby. You know, that's why I say, like, if Larry Hama said that guy does not exist in G.I. Joe, I'd be like, okay.
yeah,
Because as far as I'm concerned, he wrote. He is canon. What he says goes for G.I. Joe. Again, I have my own head canon, so I can add. You know, I can do what I want. But when it comes to actual canon, I look like if Larry Hama says that it didn't, you know, it didn't exist, that's what I'm going to believe. And he didn't like Shipwreck. All right. So quickly, what I am going to do, because I need to run to the restroom, I am going to play the last Moss Man. And while I'm gone, why don't you listen to what he says? Maybe you guys should donate because it is for the kids. It's not even midnight, guys. 45 of you watching. Listen to what Moss Man has to say.
Hey guys, just a heads up. Somebody made such a mess in Lawrence's bathroom, so don't go in there for a little bit. I'm gonna blame Dopey back here, stinking up the dang toilets. But anyway, welcome back to A Punk with Toys for Tots Stream-A-Thon, where for the next 36 hours, October 25th through October 27th, all the channel revenue is going to be donated to Toys for Tots. So he's going to go to this really cool toy store called Sarge Reds. He's going to buy a bunch of action figures, and he's going to donate them to kids in need. But anyway, there's still a whole bunch more awesome content coming up from a lot of your favorite creators. So make sure you stay tuned for the whole time and just watch the whole show. And make sure you send some super chats or something. But all right, I gotta go take care of this real quick. Bye.
nice. All right. Hope you guys enjoyed that. Larry Hama gave it up for what happened with the Snake Eyes movie. Well, you know, he wanted a cameo in a movie, so he said, whatever, guys. If you follow the timeline of events, he actually did not appreciate the casting of that movie. And then when they said, hey, you want to be on set? He's like, sure. And then he loved everything about the movie. Oh, well, he loved that he got to be in it. I mean, things happen. Yeah, as the casting of that movie came out, he actually put up the reasons that we all know why Snake Eyes was who he was. And it was to show that fish out of water story in Japan. And, you know, they did that whole play on that thing. But, yeah, I mean, the special effects for me really only lack in a couple of scenes. And that's just because I can see the perspective issues with it. I love the matte paintings. I've always loved matte paintings. I think it's better than CGI in every aspect. And some of the other special effects aren't bad. And they did a lot through editing and camera angles that I think really worked with the storytelling.
Do you think poop gets stuck in his moss? Yes. Have you ever had a dog?
Oh,
not like a pit bull like Roman, but a smaller dog that has fur. Yes. It is awful.
Yep.
It is awful. And you can't be mad at the dog because they can't wipe their own ass.
Well, and my dog, one of my dogs, I don't know how this happens, but sometimes it gets stuck and he runs around and he freaks out. He's like, oh,
So yeah, my old dog would do that, or he would try and like Sheldon, the one that I've had. Like he'd be outside and he would try and wipe it, and you're like, dude, stop! Like, what do you like? Let me grab some toilet paper and
Right.
or
Yeah.
if, like he ate something that had hair on it and now it's come
Yes.
out, and you're like,
And it's stuck on the hair,
Oh.
stick or whatever. Yeah.
yeah, the rug scrape. Yeah, you just have to literally like, if you see your dog ever start scooting, grab that thing and get it outside, especially if it's a little dog.
Yeah.
You know? Little dogs are the worst, just because the fact that like they don't hold their bowels nearly as long. Like
Right.
this guy here, he will go all night, no problem. Those little dogs, man. What are you doing? It's fucking 2:00 in the morning. Why are you bothering me?
Right.
They just let you out at midnight before I went to bed. But yeah. But no, it's yeah. I don't know how we got on that. How dog is shitting.
Doggies pooping.
But okay, so another thing I want to talk. I don't know. So Olivia and I have been watching Agatha all along. I believe you do not like this.
No, I couldn't.
I have thoroughly enjoyed it, and I don't really look at it so much as a Marvel, as when you look at it like this witch, right? I know it's in the Marvel universe.
Yeah.
Yet I don't know the lore. I don't know, so that doesn't even bother me. But I have really enjoyed it.
So you like watching shows about wine moms?
What?
You like to watch shows about wine aunts, I should say, the women who drink wine and don't have any children their entire lives.
Okay, all right. I have enjoyed it. I thought it, and I think she actually plays. I really like the way she plays, because you're getting this aspect of like, through part of it, she seems like she's this very like she's unsure of herself, but in actuality she's just coming off as very evil, at least the last episode. Like she's starting to be,
there's not a good person in the whole show. They're all evil, and even when you're supposed to think that they're good, they're not. Even the people that are the heroes are not. They're all evil. Everybody in the show's evil.
yeah. But I mean, her, like, she is like supposed to be. Again, to me, it's just coming off towards the end here. This last episode, I really disliked her attitude. Like, I don't know. And Olivia's enjoyed it, and again, I enjoy watching. You know what it's like.
Yeah.
When your kid wants to sit down and watch something with you, even though she's 15.
Yeah.
In February, holy shit. Where the hell does the time go?
Yeah, flies by.
But that's something we've been watching. I can't think of what else we've been watching. But
we've been going back and watching some stuff on Tubi, Doctor Who, The Prisoner, and we're gonna start Chuck again. Did you ever watch that show, Chuck?
No, I did not. With
Zachary Levi. It's funny as all get out. And the cameos are great.
I remember it coming out.
Yeah, so as soon as we finish The Prisoner, we're gonna go back and start watching that again. Prisoner is a 1960s show about a government agent who retires, and then when he retires, he gets kidnapped and taken to this island, and they're trying to figure out why he was retiring. They thought he was going to sell secrets or something like that, but they want to know why he was retiring, and he doesn't want to tell anybody why he was retiring. So the whole thing is he's trapped on this island of brainwashed people that are retired.
All right. Okay. So when I went to go watch Indiana Jones, I brought it up on Prime, and there was a show that popped up that my dad used to love, and my mom hated it.
No,
she said that it wasn't, she didn't find that this was funny, the aspect of everything. And I remember watching it, but I can't remember one episode.
Yeah.
So I watched the first episode of Hogan's Heroes.
Oh, that show's amazing.
And I fully understand why my dad laughed. I mean, I understand why my mom thought it was so,
Yep.
especially at that stage. World War II was not that far
Yep.
away.
Yeah.
But oh my God, I watched the first episode and I was like, this is so good. I had to watch Indiana Jones, but I would have watched a few more episodes. I'm just like, this is fucking.
Do you know what's really funny? In the 1990s, the most popular show in Germany was Hogan's Heroes.
Really?
And they had it redubbed. And so Colonel Klink, they picked the German voice that sounded like Mickey Mouse. And so a Mickey Mouse German voice as Colonel Klink. And they made fun of themselves. I mean, it was a very popular show in the 90s in Germany.
And again, like, I think as a kid, I understood why my mom didn't like it per se. And I knew that it was a war. I don't think that I ever. I mean, when I was young, I didn't realize just how bad Hitler and what he did was. It's like he was the bad guy in World War II, but Cobra is the bad guy, right? So I mean,
I will never forget. I was in 5th grade, I think, probably somewhere around there. And we had I guess we were reading Anne Frank's diary or something, but we had a special guest come and talk to us, and she was a Holocaust survivor and someone who was in an internment camp and stuff. And I'll never forget that.
I used to draw the symbol all the time. I didn't realize it was just an easy symbol to draw.
Right.
I knew it was for the Germans. I didn't think it never dawned on me that it was such a hateful symbol, because I was never like, I wasn't like painting it on walls. Like I would just draw it because it was something really easy to draw, and I never thought about it. And you look back at it, you're like, God, I would hate to like, if I, how people keep their notebooks. I couldn't imagine like keeping a notebook and like seeing it. Someone would be like, oh my God, like I can't believe, like it's not. It was just an easy symbol to draw.
Well, and so before World War II, that symbol is a symbol of peace and hope in Native American religions, in some Eastern religions, in several different religions around the world. And if you go to Japan right now, there are churches with that symbol. Well, it's actually reversed. It's mirrored from what they used. But you'll see churches with that symbol up on it, along with Christian symbols and other things. And that's what it's from.
Yeah, so there's it's what city is it here in Michigan? Hamtramck, which is inside of Detroit. So they said if you look at some of these older houses that were built in the 1910s, 1920s, or whatever, now it's been dubbed over, like paneled over, but like if you take that off, they're like, you will see that symbol. But you said reversed because it meant something completely different. And this is, and again, it's going to upset some people, and this is not to be political. When people, and I know Darren's in here, that flag, that Confederate flag, has now been taken over by a hateful group of people, and that's why it gets linked with stuff like that, and it's just like, it sucks like that, something that was supposed to mean peace that Hitler took. And he was such a good guy. And people just saw him so wrong. Like
he was a starving artist, and just
Darren says, I knew this was coming.
Yeah.
I have 36 hours. I got to find something to talk about.
Well, let's try to move on for this topic before we get demonetized and lose all of it.
Before I start making everyone mad. Where the hell is your cousin at, Darren? And Darren, there is a link if you want to jump back in.
He's doing his own stream.
Oh, is he?
I don't know when he was going on, but he was going on for an hour or so tonight.
Okay. Well, I mean, I saw him drop in earlier. And
okay.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I saw him, because I didn't drop a link anywhere other than because I didn't really expect everything to go for that long with Frostbite. And I think it went. I had a blast. When you were on it, because you were on it, obviously took longer, and that's perfectly fine. I had a blast. And I'm glad you were there.
That was fun.
Oh, dude, like they were. I will say this: towards the end, it really sucked because they were his and they were newer stuff, and most of them were like, "Yeah, okay." So Shark Guy says quickly,
Oh.
it's now illegal to make the in public here and use that symbol on flags, posters. You're facing serious legal consequences and fines. And I actually fully understand that.
Oh, yeah.
Like I said, it doesn't matter what it is. If somebody takes it and they turn it into something hateful, and not just like a couple people, but a whole large group of people, I fully understand.
Yep.
Henry Yu says, my grandfather was a World War II vet, never talked about it, never knew what he did till after he passed.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
that's the way that generation worked, right? They didn't talk about that stuff. They tried to move on and they internalized their trauma or whatever, but they just try to live their lives.
Yeah. And Shark Guys, just so you know, there is a link in our chat for
yeah, he posted the current link for this one.
So because you can jump on whenever, but we have the wrestling thing coming up at 1.
Okay.
Legend said he'll be on. Travis responded back, and the Hella Dope guys I have not heard from.
Did you ever see this TV series? Not the movie, the TV series.
I have not seen either.
Oh, okay. The Keanu Reeves movie is pretty good too. They were talking about making a sequel of it, but the TV show is awesome. It's one of the best interpretations of that character. I thought it was pretty cool.
Yes. Yeah. If you want to jump on till they come on, yeah, go ahead. That's why I dropped it in there. Because Tony, I messaged Tony, but he's working, so I mean, he kind of at the mercy of saving lives.
He was having some mic difficulties or something.
Yeah, he was earlier today when he first came on.
Yeah.
So far, how do you think the stream's gone? I mean, we're 12 hours into it.
It's pretty good. I like to see the interaction. The action has been fairly good the whole time that I've seen it. Even from the beginning, when you had Mark on and stuff.
And that was great. I mean, I really enjoyed that he kicked it off.
Yeah.
And that's why I left such a gap. I didn't know if I was going to have anyone on. What's crazy is that I never asked Sarge Reds to come on.
Yeah.
Because they're always at the shop. And unfortunately, we had everything tied up afterwards. And I was going to ask Dee if she wanted to come on, but like everything was still going. So I did. I feel like super. Like how the fuck did I not like schedule some sort of time, with them? And I'm so glad that they were both in, but Dee's really been in a lot. And I know they go to bed fairly early. At least John does.
Yeah.
So I feel bad. I'll have to definitely be like, I feel so bad. Like I didn't even have you guys come on, but it really sucks because they're in the shop. From a certain time. They're both mostly there the whole day, so. But it's been great having them on. It's weird having them send super chats, like. Oh
yeah.
You guys are just getting the money back, right?
Right. Yeah.
But John is. I mean, I've talked to. He gets really mad that people like. They walk by that and there's literally stuff that he can buy someone can buy for $20.
Yeah.
So it means a lot to him. Oh, but that's what I was saying. So. If you watch Sarge Reds, they do all kinds of clips all the time, and they have little Larry, and he's a little Marine, right? And I was actually going to say to him, like, you might want to change that name because he always makes jokes. Well, then Larry Bogus jumped in right at the beginning, and of course I've recognized that I don't know that name because
Yeah.
I see Larry. And he says, "Oh, I'm the coordinator for Toys for Tots." And I was like, "Wait a minute, are you really?" And he's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Oh my god!" Like I almost said to them, like, "You should change the name," because I mean they refer to me as Larry many times, you know. And I'm like, "Oh, I didn't realize you were like that was like you're like that was your real name." So it was great to have them jump in here.
Yeah.
I guess there's no going back on it now. I guess you got to really give them the money. But you know, thank you to every single person that's donated. Again, 99 cents, $1.99, $100. It goes a long way. And you know, like I said, if we can continue to do this all the way through tomorrow, and are we in? Yeah, we are in Saturday. So if we can continue this through the clubhouse, even though I may bow out. Please keep donating.
Yeah, I mean, we've got 24 hours left.
Yeah, because again, like I said, if it's something that I can do in 12 hours and generate, raise the same amount of money, there's no reason for me to be here for 36 hours. Because I'm not gonna lie, I'm looking at it going, oh my god, I have 24 hours to go.
Now, it's really good to stream overnight because then you get the people that are inebriated and their defenses are low, so they're more likely just to throw more money at stuff. Because you know how many people stay up all night buying toys, right? There we go, Viper Scout. Thank
Look
you,
at that. Viper Scout, let's just throw this up
Here
here.
comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
Viper Scott is asking, so when is the next Punks on film? About to go to bed. See you in the morning. Well, wait. Oh, I will still be here.
Man, I love Punks on Film. I'd love to do some more. I've talked to Ed about doing some things, and you know, we've got to do Tremors and stuff like that. So you know, we just got to find the right timing and way to do it, and have access to the channel to do it.
So I will say this. It is very daunting. I just cannot do it. Not with everything that else that I'm doing. My channel has, you know, the Punk channel has, there's just so much going on. And I know you have a lot going on. But I have to say this, with you doing the slides, it flew by better. You narrating everything is way better than me narrating it. I over talk. I know this, guys. That's why I go 3+ hours on Monday. You know, I mean, I have flaws, and it's not a flaws people like. I know that I overtalk. I really do. And again, I know you're busy. So if it's something that you want to continue to do, and we can come up with something, but I don't know when. You're doing something on Tuesdays. I'm still doing something on Thursdays.
Yeah.
You know, it's all these days are taken.
Yeah.
And again, it's because so many of these guys are our friends too.
Right.
But like I always say, if something works on a day, you know, you go on that day. But I also want to have a little bit of time for myself. So there's no way that I could do it every week. Could I do it once a month? Yeah, I think I could probably do that. I don't see why not. I just cannot sit down and do the slides.
Right.
I think you like the first time you did the slides. I think you were kind of under the impression, like I was when we first started doing, like, this should be pretty easy, and then you realize,
yeah,
you had to watch the movie, take the slides, and then I kind of had to watch the movie again because I really didn't get to watch the movie. And when you're taking slides and taking notes, that if it's a 2-hour movie, becomes a 5-hour movie.
Right.
Easily.
Well, no, I mean, the way I do my slides, man, that takes me forever. So I gotta watch the movie, go back through, take the slides, go back through, watch it again, and take the notes. Right. So it's watching it 3 times, but taking the slides, it takes you 4 times longer to get through the movie to get the slides that you want.
Yeah. And again, it's fun. It is fun, but I will say this: no matter how you look at this, 100, and I mean this 100%, when you're kind of stagnant, it does become daunting, because even though you love doing this, you also want to grow that audience, and you want people constantly coming in. and that was one of, I mean, that was one of the things. But Thursday with the Friends, it was starting. It started to take off, and I thought just having to do it every week, it tend to work way better. Although I really have to start scheduling December.
You've got November all planned out?
I got November all planned out with, let's see here. Let me find it. So for November, so this Saturday, so this Thursday, it's just gonna be me and whoever did something on here. They want to jump in, they want to talk about, see how they thought that it went. Again, I want this to be an annual thing. But I think things will change, and I like to learn by doing stuff.
Yeah.
So I just want to have everyone, and not everyone, because it's Halloween too, guys.
Right.
So I know some of us don't have kids, some of us have older kids, so it doesn't really matter. But if you guys can jump on, Matthew, if you can jump on later, and I probably don't really want to go super late. I mean, I think we can spend enough time in this thing. So I have that going on. On the 7th, I have Wilhelm.
Oh, nice.
Coming on. On the 14th, I have Joe G. The 21st, Sherlock. And then the 28th, which is Thanksgiving, I will have a pre-recorded one with True Mr. 6 Mod Extra.
Nice.
Even early, donated. Super happy for that. Hey, look, there's Black Knight.
Yep. Peeking in there.
We're waiting for you. 45 minutes. You can come in whenever you want.
my current estimates, again, not taking in all the PayPal stuff, is 1638 that we've gotten in so far. But that's with what you said, 700 from PayPal so far.
But also remember, there's going to be money taken out, so it's
yeah. There's a percentage taken by YouTube on this round. Hopefully next year that won't happen. We're gonna try and work that out. But
and remember, tell people you have to subscribe. I've noticed that there's a lot of channels that aren't, and I don't blame them because I don't think they realize. I noticed I don't think Toy Habits is subscribing anymore, and I don't think that they did it. I think that YouTube just went through. I noticed. And maybe it was just when I clicked the link and when I went by, I was looking at, I went in order of like the highest sub counts of people that are following me. Like Toy Habits wasn't there, and obviously they're high, so you see it. I can't think of his name. The guy that does all the GI Joe. I've had him on the channel.
It's not helping.
He gives all the bios for all the GI Joe figures.
JLS.
I know.
Jesse's awesome.
Yeah,
he was here a little while ago.
Exactly. So I think it's one of those things where YouTube just went ahead and they booted some people, as they do, which makes me wonder, like, how many people am I no longer? Well, that was just because it was in order.
So if you don't watch channels regularly, when they do their scrubs, it will scrub stuff that you don't watch. Sometimes it'll scrub stuff that you do watch.
JLS is here all the time. So
yeah,
but I still get, like, I'm not subscribed to It's Chad. I constantly Viper Island, constantly 3PO Waves. Like I'm not subscribed to those people.
I've gotten notifications on Retro Shark the last little bit too. As soon as
that too.
So he's been paying money to feed that algorithm for sure, because I don't search that channel or anything. So
same here.
Well, no one was, because he wasn't doing anything, and then it just kind of came back. But yeah, so like, YouTube does a weird job with that, right? Like I don't know. I don't know how they've fully figured that out. But again, I'm still subscribed to Geek Dead Life and Toy Anxiety, and they never really send me anything.
Yeah.
Or it never pops up, shall I say. And I don't watch them nearly as much. And I'm, in all honesty, I mean, Geek Dead Life, I mean, I've always thought Jay is really good, and I still do, but I feel like that show has really lost something since John left. They just had a really good chemistry.
You used to watch them all the time.
Yeah, like that was my go-to. Like that was like, and if I missed it, I watched it the next day. Same with Toy Anxiety. You know, I've always liked Toy Anxiety. I think Ryan Dole is really good, but like with Geek Dead Life, it's not just that I've got to know, you know, Ted and Aaron, and obviously, I mean, they're basically my first sponsor. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I have that, you know, some of those other affiliate links, but it's not the same. But I've got to know them, and I enjoy going there. So, and unless if they have someone on that I really don't care for, just like if I had you know, I'm not going to go in someone's chat ever when there's someone there, like they have someone on that I don't like. I'm never going to be that person to be like, oh, fuck this guy or whatever. And we know those people that do that shit, you know?
Yeah.
You know, I don't
think Tony fucking on a toy kind of mood, man. Fuck him.
Where's your boss at? Huh?
He's his mama.
I did see him say I did see him like it and everything on Facebook.
He's with his mama in Boston, Mass.
How long is he there for?
I think he comes back Monday. Yeah.
So is he going back to LA? Because I mean, he was in Dallas for like a month.
and didn't ever reach out or nothing. I was like, hey man, hit me up. Nope, nothing. Crickets.
Crickets.
He's a bit.
I saw that he posted your video.
The Rev Raider.
Yeah.
I need some critique on that, fellas. I don't
have
really
a chance to watch it. I saw
review that. Yeah, no worries about some stuff, but I got some good feedback from it. I say it's a little ghetto, but that's me. Hopefully Ace is cool with it.
GI Bro asking, damn, you guys are still going? Well,
right,
did you not really realize that I'm going 36 hours? Like, it wasn't a joke.
I'm on a 24-hour shift, so I'm going to jump on whenever I can. That's lucky for me.
I was going to say, we got 24 hours left on this stream, bud. So, you know.
Woo. Well,
right. Yeah.
I have 24 hours left.
Yes, you do.
Yeah. But the stream.
How are you feeling?
Because Ed's gonna. I feel fine. I'm like, my back is getting sore because I have a tendency to lean forward like this. That's why I've been trying to lean back more. I think, on all honesty, I think Sunday is. I'm gonna have that where I feel like I spent 2 hours in the gym training back. So that's why I've been trying to lean back. I have a laptop set up here so I can stand up when I need to. But I've gotten up enough that, you know, just to walk around and.
I did that.
What was that?
When you did that earlier, that camera was good. I like that camera.
Which one?
The one where you stood up.
Oh no, it sucks. I mean, it's good. It's good when it
on screen. It was real crispy. It was nice. Yeah.
Well, you missed when it faded. You missed when it faded out.
I was gonna say it's not nearly as clear. I mean, the angle's all right, but it doesn't look that good to me. Yeah, from my perspective, your internet looks like garbage, Tony.
I'm at the. I think I'm on my. Oh, you know what? Let me go on my Wi-Fi at the station. Oops. But that kind of sucks. That kind of sucks too, though. That kind of sucks. But
like
I can see how.
Tony looks like he's in that new Cobra bunker.
he's in the new battle shitter.
Uh-oh. They have little slots, so while you're shitting, you can still shoot out at Joe's.
The porta pill box.
I look a little better.
Stanley, this chair has made noise this whole time.
I haven't heard it once.
No, I heard it a bunch.
Well, that's because I started leaning back.
Yep.
Yeah, mine does it too. I try not to move too much, but sometimes it just you can't
Yeah.
help it.
Yeah.
I forgot about that Roman shirt. I have it, but black.
But the so standing up,
He hadn't even been here.
I know.
he's passed out.
He stopped by and said hello one time.
Yeah.
You know what's funny is he was in the background. I saw him roaming around there when my dogs came in to say hi to me.
Yeah. No, he wanted to go out a couple times, and Livy's here, thank God, because Andrew would have thrown a fit.
Nice.
But
This one's awesome. The SHF this figure's the perfect Indiana Jones figure. I don't think Mezco's going to do any better.
You call him Dr. Jones.
I've got him over here too somewhere.
So I was talking to Olivia, and she's like, and she goes, I think, because like, so if I'm watching football and I get excited, bad or good, he walks away and he'll go up the stairs and he'll look at me and I'll be like, come here, but I'm not mad. I'm not like
You're yelling at the TV, not him.
Yeah.
And I was talking to Olivia about it, and I think that's one of the reasons why he doesn't really like going to Andrew, because Andrew's always yelling. And he really doesn't like that, But she was like, yeah, she goes, when you start your streams, like your voice changes the way you talk. You become way more serious. And she goes, I think he knows when to come in, because she'll be like, he just gets up out of my bed and just comes busting in. Almost every time when I start it.
Does he still chill on that beanbag?
Yeah. He will. He wanted to go outside. I don't know what it is about the kids. I think the problem is, I tell the kids, I'm like, you have to go outside for like 2 minutes or whatever. Just stand outside with him, and then but when you just let him out, then he just wants to come back in. But walk outside until he kind of veers off into the yard, and then come back in, and he'll come back in. I think they take him down, he goes out, and he kind of comes right back in, and then he comes back up and then wants to go back out. Because it's not like I'm out there playing with him at night or anything. So I'm not really sure why.
It's because you're not out there. It's because you're not out there with him. He's going to feel more comfortable with you or whoever out there with him. And he wants to go out and actually be like, oh, I can go out here and I'm safe because dad or whoever's watching me. But if they're not, this sounded like a good idea, but fuck this, I want back in.
But that's what I keep telling him. Just walk outside with him for 30 seconds, let him wander off. He'll go to the bathroom, and then when he comes in, he won't want to go right back out. At least that's what I'm assuming, because that's what he does for me. So that's what I did when I went downstairs last time, and he came back in, was perfectly fine, and now he's passed out and probably be out for the rest of the night.
How you feel right now, Larry? It's like 12:24, huh?
I feel fine right now. You can see I was yawning a little bit. I feel fine. I've been up since 6:30. So, Master Toy Hunter, quickly. Good evening there, Lawrence, my good sir, and company.
Eldor.
And all the best for raising money for Toys for Tots. Thank you very much for the $10 super chat. Again, any money anyone can donate. It is great. I am here for it, obviously. So I feel good right now. Again, I'll have to get up and walk around. I think my biggest worry, and I don't know if I told you this. I don't know if I told Matthew. My biggest worry is when Matthew leaves and if Ed's not here, making it to 6 a.m. Because then I'm kind of in control of everything. It's already a pain in the ass because StreamYard is I would have to go up to the next tier to put another person on. So Ed, I just had to give my email to, but when he logs on, I have to give him my code. And that's what I was struggling with when I was on with Frostbite. Hey, Tony, legend, because I have another Tony here. How are you doing? You feeling better now?
Mi tocayo.
Yeah, I'm getting there. I don't know what happened. Wednesday night around
laryngitis.
Around 7 p.m. I just couldn't. I literally sounded like Estelle. Like I became her, and I was like, what the fuck? I couldn't get my voice any higher. Like when I tried, it would crack. I would literally sound like a kid going through puberty. And I just was, so my wife was like, get your ass to a doctor. I was like, all right. And I went, and they said, yeah, man, you got a little bit of laryngitis. So I had to gargle salt water for like 24 hours. I've been sucking down lozenges like they're candy.
How do you feel?
You have a sore throat too?
That's the thing. It wasn't sore.
Oh,
like it just went away. Because what happened?
That kind of cracked right there.
Yeah. What happened was I was I called a wrestling event, so I was doing commentary, and I was a one-man booth, so I was up and down the whole show screaming and everything like that, and I guess it just was too much, and I didn't realize that I shouldn't.
Your vocal cords weren't trained for it yet. They're not trained for
it. Yeah.
So we're not gonna get Macho Man tonight, is what you're saying.
Listen, I didn't say that.
No, do not injure yourself for sake.
Yeah, no. But yeah, there was just certain things that I can't do. Like it was funny because I tried to do like Skeletor, and I sounded more like Morty from Rick and Morty. and I went in the bedroom. My wife was getting dressed. She's getting ready for work, and I started talking to her like Morty, and she goes, "Don't ever do that again." I said, "You don't watch Rick and Morty?" She goes, "Don't do that." I was like, okay, "That's fine with me, man."
You gotta love that. So how's everything else going with you? How's your channel doing? You're streaming like crazy right now.
Yeah. You know what gaming. I'm doing everything now. Like now that I started the membership stuff, I feel like I'm gonna give people their money's worth. So I'm always putting shit up on the membership stuff. But then I started like getting back into building dioramas. So I just said, fuck. Instead of filming this shit and then editing it in post, it just we'll fucking do it live type shit. And I just
do it live.
Yeah, I just film it as I'm doing it, man.
See, that's where I feel like I feel bad about memberships. Like the 99 cent, that's really to support the $2.99. If you do the $2.99, we do have the private Discord and everything. But I feel like, and I've talked to some people, and they're like, you put everything out there, and I don't feel like I give enough on the membership side. But I also understand, a lot of it is just people want to support you, and again, for $2 or $3 a month or $1 a month. But I feel like I see a lot of other creators that they give so much, and I'm like, everything I give out. So I've had a lot of people that are like, hey, are you going to do a, what's the other one they all do?
Patreon.
I'm like, I don't even know what I would give somebody. Like it's everything that I do is out there. The review, I don't want my reviews behind a paywall. That defeats the whole purpose of doing the review,
Yeah. The only thing I keep behind a paywall is like behind the scenes shit. Like if I'm doing like a lighting setup, like that's just guys like that's a little secret that I'm letting you in while I'm doing the work. So that's just kind of like a little peek of what I'm doing while I'm in the moment.
Yeah.
And I give you obviously get to watch it first before everybody else sees it, like that kind of shit, And then I play video games because I get real baked and I just kind of want to check out. So I just say, it was one of those things where I'm like, well, instead of saying to yourself like, fuck, 3 hours are gone. If you stream it, at least it counts. So at least, and then to see people come in and hang out and actually enjoy them, I was like, okay, I'll do this more. This is fun.
And who was I? I forget who I was talking to, but I'm like, I don't have a studio. Like, I mean, this is my, technically my studio for live streams. But when I do like my reviews, I do it off my phone. Yeah. And I think it might be a little different if I had a studio. I had just an actual camera, and then I just went over to my computer and sat down and edited. But for as little as I edit, doing. Setting up the phone, going through it when it fails, and Woody 222 will tell you the iMovie will fail. And I think I finally figured out the reason why. But it's like it's all that extra time consuming and just setting up your phone. And where if I had like a studio, I think things would go actually smoother. And even if I did more editing, it probably wouldn't take as much time. But
it all depends. Like I have a bunch of cameras set up. and it's always like, all right, I have it set up here. Like for instance, the live stuff for when I do the prop stuff when I'm building dioramas. Like I have it set up to where I'll cut to one camera and then cut back to me. And then I have a wireless mic hooked up. So when I walk over there, I turn that one on. It's all process. It's one of those things. Once you get into the groove, you start to figure it out and you start to understand everything. It becomes like an easy workflow, I guess. But editing to me is the most monotonous part. So like when you film a bunch of shit and then put all that crap onto a timeline,
it's like fun, but gee. It's time consuming.
Yeah.
I just did that shit yesterday.
Yeah, and I have to, you know, I'm editing wrestling events that are 3 hours long.
Yeah,
you know, three camera angles. You know, so you're going cut through it. So editing live is so much. It cuts on so much time. Like, so that's why I was just like, you know what? Instead of taking two cameras and filming the process of cutting all this foam and all this bullshit, I'm just gonna put one camera on it, one camera here when I want to talk, go live. Everybody sees how the process is, and it's done. It's out there. Now you just watch the replay and you can see the whole process from start to finish instead of me just going, well, I did this and then having a time lapse shit to speed the video up because I don't want to lose your interest. You know, it's just one of those things you hang out and watch it if you want to.
So, okay. So I came into your live stream during work one day and I'm like, don't you people work? And you're like, and you said, you're like, what did you say? You said something like you're on. I'm
on Social Security disability.
And you said you're on disability, and I was like, and like the way you said it, I'm like, dude, I was totally like, I meant like the people that are watching. Here I am, I'm working, you know, like, and I'm like, oh man, I feel like a total fucking shit bag.
Didn't you have him on Thursday with the friend? Pay attention.
Yeah.
Well, no, I knew that, but I was just like. I was just coming in to make conversation, and there was people watching, and he was like, "I'm on social." I'm like, "Holy fuck!" Like I feel like a total shit.
Everybody should be retired, and he'll come in and say, "Don't you guys work?"
I have a good time with it. I'm shocked that many people come in during the day because I'm assuming everybody's working.
No, I got 24. I'm off weird days. You see me coming back.
Yeah, so you pop in there from time to time. It's nice. And everybody just to see the process and shit. It's fun.
I am noticing the different channels, different shows.
Yeah.
As I'll drop in and I'll even look and I'm watching as the their view counts, their like the amount of viewers are growing.
Yeah. And
I really think that our community is growing. In ways, and it really, we've talked about, I really feel like after Joe Fest, and I think after we did that panel and everyone kind of saw like, hey, look at this, like, you know, there's these four or five streamers up there. Everyone wanted to start doing live streams. And again, I'm not saying it's a negative thing. I don't want to, and everyone started doing it.
Yeah.
You know, you started seeing,
motherfucker.
yeah, well, you started seeing everything kind of get jumbled up, where people now started like, I don't want to say stepping on each other's toes, but it's like there's only so much time in the day.
Yeah,
you're not making money doing this per se, right? Even though I make money, I don't make money. Like it's not paying any bills with it, right?
Toys are getting paid for.
Yeah, and I tell everyone
sometimes.
Like, yeah. You always. I knew eventually someone in the toy community was going to jump on doing Mondays, and it's, you know, Jerkin Games.
Yeah,
and they are way more popular than me. I see that.
Games.
But I mean, as I've said, my job is never to make someone not watch someone else's. It's to make someone want to come in and watch my stuff, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
And I knew it was eventually going to happen, but like all these people that I got to meet, we saw them, like they started doing Tuesdays, and like again. Both my moderators do a show on Tuesday. We're not together, all right? You know, and then how many guys are doing it on Wednesday? You know?
There's a lot of people on Wednesday now, yeah.
And then, you know, Thursday, and a lot of the people that watch, you know, that watch me, they don't even think about doing Mondays and Thursdays. And I don't think it's because I don't want to get beat by them. It's just like they enjoy coming in and watching and being interactive with everything that's going on.
Yeah.
But I tell everyone, hey, you know what? If Monday at 9 p.m. works for you, then that's when you go live.
Yeah, exactly. When I went live Sunday, I didn't realize that Hella Dope does it. And I was just going live against them. And that's when Ted hit me up to do the show thing. He was like, listen, I know you run Sundays against us. So I have this whole plan. And I was just like, you run Sundays?
I didn't know that.
That's funny how it has a weird sound when he goes, I know you're on against us. I'm not against you.
Yeah, he's like running right against us. And I'm like, what?
Not against you. I'm for me.
Yeah, I'm like, buddy, I'm just going live. I was like, dude, I go live and I make silly voices. I was like, I act like a silly ass. I literally act like a silly ass for 2 hours, 2.5 hours. I was like, I'm not even paying attention. I'm sorry. And he's like, no, nothing. But then he wanted me to do that promo and stuff. It was funny. I just thought it was because I didn't realize. But then I said the same thing to him. I was like, well, there's only so many hours in a day. I look at all the schedule, and I was like, well, I don't want to step on this guy's toes, or I don't want to fuck this guy over. I don't want to be like,
it's gonna happen a little bit.
Yeah, so I figured pick Sunday because most people kind of don't do it, and I didn't realize that they were doing it, and I think somebody else does it, and I was like,
Geek Dead Life. Well, I remember when I first got to know them, and they were doing Sundays, and I said, "Are you sure you want to do Sundays and go up against Geek Dead Life? I mean, they're the juggernaut."
Yeah,
and they were like, "Well, we're not really about growing. It's really to talk about their business."
Yeah.
And they've kept the schedule 9 p.m. Geek Dead Life goes on at 9. He is the juggernaut until he decides not to be. I mean, he is really one of the big powerhouses in the toy community. But they have grown their community. They have grown their niche. And that's when you really start realizing how many people there are,
in this community shit. Yeah, it's true. Because, dude, I get consistent numbers every Sunday, same people, so loyal. And you're just like, there's enough to go around. Because somebody might find your stuff funnier. They might find you they like you. So they kind of gravitate to you or they hang out. It's one of those things where it's just like, I'm not going up against I'm not going up against anybody. I'm just going live on Sunday. You want to hang out? Let's hang out and have a good time. If not, if you think somebody else gives more information, because that's the kind of stuff you want to watch, then, I will never hold that against anybody. That's why I told them, I was like, I'm so sorry if you thought that it was like a direct, because that was not my intention, man. Never.
You shouldn't think that anyway.
Yeah, and you don't want it to come off as an affront to somebody else. And a lot of us, some channels are obviously bigger than others, but we have a shared audience. So you're kind of, it's not that you're trying to compete with anybody, but you're splitting the same people that you want to interact with in another chat, at another time too. So I know a lot of the people that watch me and Pop and Backyard Battlefield, they also watch all of you guys too. So, it's difficult if everybody's live at the same time, but you got to do it when you can do it.
Exactly. Yeah.
The other thing you do realize is that, I don't really watch Jerkin Games on Mondays because I usually am trying to take a nap before. And I hate naps, but I'm like, man, I need one.
I love them.
So that's why you'll probably see me pop in about a quarter to, right? And I just pop in, say hi. I think they know that I'm going live at 9, and I can see the people that are in the chat, and I know that a lot of those people that as soon as 9 o'clock, they're going to jump over. And a lot of people bounce back and forth. I know there's other people that they've really enjoyed their content, and they're going to wait till the end, and they're gonna jump in after. But you also start to see those names in there that never come over to your show. And that's when you realize how many other people there really are.
Don't let them fool you. As soon as I was asked to come on with Jerkin Gaines, my name got changed somehow to Benedict Tony.
Well, you're a traitor. But everyone else. Oh my god, dude! Honestly, so
night.
All right, Aaron, you use StreamYard, right?
Yeah.
So you can see everyone on the bottom, and they're grayed out before you bring them on.
Mm-hmm.
You came on, and I was like, he has fucking long hair.
No, that's his Zartan T-Rag.
I'm also 5'10".
I'm a little taller than you.
So how's it going?
And I had to
What's
jump
up, man?
in. We were discussing the Sunday night wars, and I'm like, look here, I gotta put my
There you
piece in.
go. We're talking about you. At least Legend was.
Yeah, I heard him. Don't worry. The promo is coming. No, it's all good, man. Like y'all were saying, honestly, it's there's only 7 days in a week. You're gonna stay.
What's up, Ken?
Someone's gonna go on the same day or same time slot. You're trying to do something.
Right.
That's what's great about replays, man. It all counts.
Hell yeah.
Oh, I'll watch it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch. I usually watch Legend stuff like mid Monday. Usually when I get off of work, I try to catch Punk when I'm home because I'm usually home Monday nights sometime. And I just got a schedule. Some things I catch live, other ones I catch later. And that's just
exactly how I do it. Like if I don't catch it live, like when I'm working during the day on stuff, if it's a diorama or the photography, whatever it is, I'll just pop it on and I'll just listen to it. And if I have a comment to say, it's right there in that replay squad. It's the beautiful thing about the comment section is you can always let them know I watched it later on. I didn't catch it live, but I'm catching it now, and here's my opinion on it.
And I said before, like obviously not when I started the show, but as the show evolved, I wanted it to be where if you don't watch it live, it's something that you can just turn on and listen to. And I think most of the people now have come to the point they want to come in, hear me completely obliterate the English language. All right. Rip on McFarlane, make jokes about, Motu and everyone dropping out. And then the G.I. Joe stuff is the one I think that most people, anything that's military, they want to hear. But for Tony, Tony in the middle, Legend series here. Yes. This is kind of, and correct me if I'm wrong, I feel like you're a very empathetic person and you worry like, oh my God, like you think I'm stepping on your toes. It's not what
all time.
Where people are like, dude, we're not like, it doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah. All the time. I feel like I'm like, oh fuck, I don't want to offend nobody. I don't want to piss nobody off.
Yeah.
Because I'm just happy. You know what it is? It's because of fucking wrestling. Okay? Because there's a bunch of fucking babies. You understand? Like you do something, like if you do somebody's move or you wear something as close as the same type of gear, they go, "What are you trying to do, man? You trying to steal my shit?" And it's immediate, it's immediate defense and fight. Oh God, I fucking hated it.
I've talked about that in skateboarding. When I started skating again, like I remember there's a lip slide. I used to do it all the time. It's like my go-to trick. I do it on everything, right? And we were skating this box, and my buddy Tony, he's like, hey, don't go lip slide because we just came over and started skating.
So many Tonys in the world.
I was like, I know, and I was like, why? And he goes, that guy's been trying it for like an hour. I'm like, who the fuck cares? Like back in the day, like we would all be trying one trick on one. There'd be 10 of us trying a trick on one thing. It wasn't like, and then when someone fucking landed it, that's when it became like, oh shit, like it can be done. And then the second person would like, but you're right. Like now it's like, that's my trick. I'm the only one that's done that on that hand roll. No one else should do it. Like, fuck you, dude.
Nah, dude, it's crazy. But the way they do wrestling now, everybody does the same fucking moves. But back in the day, if you took someone's finish or some shit like that, like you got beat up in the locker room. Like they didn't fuck around. Like they like, what the fuck you doing? Don't steal my shit. Like but that's like, so when I came into this, and like I said, Ted said, I was like, oh, please don't think I'm trying to fuck with anybody. I'm not trying to, walk in and say, look, I am just trying to go live because it's just Sunday. It's a good time. And, like I said, I'm just a silly guy who does voice, who does a lot of stupid voices, man.
Honestly, I'd say like it was, for us, it was Sundays were like the only day that we were both home.
Okay.
And you're like, well, most people are home on Sunday.
Yeah.
Usually that's like family day.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, well, shit, let's go on Sunday night. Why the hell not?
Yeah.
we didn't realize, like when we did it, we didn't realize. I mean, we knew. Well, Ted knew more about Geek that. Like I didn't know who the hell he was.
I have no idea.
I know who he is now, obviously, but like we weren't worried about nothing. Like I said, our first month, I think we were streaming to 5 people.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was cool because we started something that we committed to. We were like, we're gonna do this every Sunday night at 9:00 unless something's like a wedding anniversary, kid's birthday. Just don't feel like doing it today.
You got to coincide with your partner's schedule too. Yeah.
Well, so
what was it? Was the consistency piece.
Yeah.
So right, quickly, Pop Blender with the $20 super chat for the kiddos. Thank you very much. So,
man, Pop Blender.
I do want to say, because I'm going to run down and get some pop in a second. But what, like, if someone started doing a Monday show, and it was the exact same fucking format of mine, they went on solo. They talked about what they did over the weekend, and then they kind of, talked about like what they reviewed, and then they went into the topics, and they pretty much did the same thing, or like talking about the news like the exact same way. And we know there's people that do that. I'd be pissed. I'd be like, seriously, get your own fucking style. And you always take something from other people.
You got to up your game up more.
There was a guy, and I have no idea who he is. I don't even know if he still does. And this was, maybe 2 years ago. I sent it to Matthew. I'm like, who is this guy? And it was a video, and this guy, he sat in a chair, cadence and everything sounded exactly like Dan Larson.
Oh, jeez.
He did everything the exact same way as Dan Larson. And I'm just like, does he not realize it? But there was no way that he wasn't. Like if I tune in and if I hear someone's like going, listen, it would be like. But with that said, when I start up on Thursday with a friend, saying my special guest, I said this before, I stole that from the 9 Club, which is a skateboarding
Okay.
show. That's how he introduces. And I've said that. So if anyone said, "Hey, dude, Chris does that. Chris Roberts does that from the 9 Club," I'd be like, "That's exactly where I stole it from." And that's kind of the listen came from because I said listen all the time. I didn't realize that the guy. What?
Again?
I didn't realize that.
He says again all the time.
Craig from Toy Anxiety says listen all the time. Even though I used to watch it all the time, I didn't realize I was saying listen all the time.
Hey, Ted, I need you to write down a piece of paper. Thursdays, we're going to do hanging with a homie. We're going to start at 8:59.
I got Matthew. I'm going to run down, grab Pop, because I need.
Okay.
Dude, I had one time this guy came up to me it was like a backyard show, right? I was hanging out with this guy. He said, "You got to come watch this," right? We go down and watch this. This guy comes up to me. He dressed like Sting, had the face paint like Sting, did all the moves like Sting. He comes up to me and he goes, "What do you think I need to change to become a pro wrestler?" And I looked right in his face and I said, "Don't be Sting, you fucking idiot." I was like, "What are you doing?" And he's like, "What?" I go, I mean, like, you're the epitome of the word mark. You know what's gonna happen? They're not gonna respect you in the locker room because you're stealing fucking Sting stuff. Like, not even just some nobody. You're stealing Sting shit.
Yeah.
I was like, come on, bud.
Aaron, I wanted to ask you. You were talking about start not so slow and everything. What really kind of put you over? You think that kind of made the channel grow a little bit more? To kind of where it is now.
I mean, it took a lot. Our biggest piece was we wanted to do something that really no one else was doing. Like, you don't see, and I mean, we'll throw names, like Nerd Zoic. When's the last time you've seen Big Nerdy in somebody else's chat?
Right.
I'll wait, because usually the answer is no.
Right.
Like the person that owns Big Bad Toy Store, are they in your chat? So they talk like that's like these are people that are influencing their product. They're not mingling, and our initial thoughts were we weren't trying to jump in and be like, "Oh yeah, come buy stuff from us." We were just like, "Hey, you guys like toys, we like toys, we sell toys, but we're not going to say that out loud. We're going to let you do it for us." That's the idea,
right?
But I mean, from there, it really, I mean, we've said it a million times. It started with the 3POA. They really put us on a rocket that we weren't ready for.
Yeah.
That rocket went off real quick, and then getting in with Valorverse, that really kind of just went on its own road. And then, like I said, and then just meeting all these cool people. I mean, PowerCon was really like an awesome experience for us. Like, meeting so many cool people. We didn't even get to meet all the people we wanted to meet. And like really from that day forward, it just, we just rode the ride,
Hell yeah.
And we thank any chance we get to thank any and all that has helped support, where we are, where we have been, where we're going. They say, any business that makes to the 5-year mark, you're good. Well, we're starting year 3 right now. So
all right,
we got 2 more years to go, and hopefully we're not on a tombstone.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah, I feel that. I know exactly what you feel about the radar, because that happened with me with Ninja. Like I met him at a con, we spoke, and one night on his stream, he just put me over. I couldn't believe it. And next thing you know, everybody started coming in on the like when I was doing lives. I was like, oh, and he started showing. I was like, holy shit,
yeah,
and then
it's amazing when Ninja pops in, because like I said, I was in his members only earlier, and like if you ever had a chance to meet Ninja, a super chill dude,
totally chill. He's really nice,
like. And then of course, if you meet Ninja, you meet the ladies, and like they are. There's not enough good words to like give the 3 of them for just what they do.
But the funny thing is, I didn't meet them. I just met him because they were out filming the thing. So I just was one-on-one with him.
Yeah, so if you ever get a chance to meet the ladies, man,
we are at awesome. We're going to Legion's Con, so we're going to see him and them there. So we're definitely going to hang out with them. But yeah, man, he like I said, he said such kind words. He said such, those things he just said today in the members chat.
Yeah,
where I said like he had one of the chillest streams he does, and then he said to hear that from you, he was talking about me, is a great honor, because you have the chillest stream I've ever seen. And I was just like, come on, bud, what are you doing here? It's like when you're in a ring and you're trying to raise the guy's hand, he smacks the hand, he raises your hand, and you're like, it was like, oh, all right. I appreciate you, brother.
Jump in there and say thank you to K-Dog Broadcasting.
Hell yeah, dude.
Getting the $2 in there. Thank you for that. Want some, please? Think of the children. All right. Thanks for that,
Gun Bunny. You see that
so much.
Gun Bunny? Dude, like he says one nice thing and it jumps. Yeah. It's crazy, man. You get on people's good radar, man. Like, just be good. That's one thing I say to people all the time. Just be good people.
Yeah.
Because like the real gravitates, and the good people gravitate to you. So just
real recognize real.
Well, as my good friend Robert Meyer Burnett said, authenticity is the new currency. So people pay attention.
Yeah, facts, dude, for real.
Yeah,
because once they see that they can, like, once you can relate to somebody because you see that they're real, like you're like, all right, I can fuck with this person. I like this person, and I'm gonna watch their shit, even if it isn't live. I'm gonna catch the replay. I'm gonna watch that replay because I have loyalty to that person and their content. Yeah, exactly, man. So, I like it's the first time being here and being around all you guys, and I mean everybody in this community. It's just one of those things where I've never been embraced like this before. Because like I said, I come from the wrestling game where it's constant competition. Everybody's cutting each other's knees because they got to get to that spot. So to be here and everybody's like, no, the spot is this is everybody's. That's a humbling experience, and it's one of those things where even now I get taken back by it. I'm like, holy shit, these people are so nice. I'm like, Jesus Christ.
I remember you talking about you had that social anxiety. Remember?
I still have it, and then it's the worst.
Yeah, and then I remember you told me that that when you go on, Dominique told you, hey, just talk to them like you talk to me, and boom, here you are.
Exactly what it is. I couldn't do it without her. She's literally a main part of that whole live stream.
Because,
yes, she is.
So funny.
Because like I said to her one afternoon, because
me up, dude.
Yeah, I said to her, like, yo, she goes, you want me to leave? I said, you can't leave. And she goes, why? I was like, because I'm fucking shaking here right now. I was like, I'm nervous. Like, all right. So she stayed in, and
I get it.
Then she started, I tell her, she reminds me of the Muppets, the 2 Muppets that sit up on the balcony.
Yeah, Statler and Waldorf.
Yeah, she reminds me of. Like, I say something and she's got something to say. I'm like, go, shut up back there.
She'll be like,
the little thing she adds.
Yeah,
the little thing she adds, man, it's amazing. I went back and I don't watch many of our past episodes just because I don't like hearing myself talk. But I had to rewatch that episode. Just the little things that she chimes in on was just on point.
Yeah. And it was like funny because we were sitting there talking one afternoon. I said, "You know what I need?" And she goes, "What?" I was like, "I need an Ed McMahon." And she goes, "What do you mean?" I was like, "I need somebody to just laugh." I was like, "Somebody who just laughs." And then she's so Felix laughs at everything you say.
He does.
Felix
Like
my,
me. I laugh at everything.
yeah, he was my student in wrestling. So when I was training, he was my first student. So I just remember I developed like a older brother type relationship with him. So I joke with him the same way I joke with her. So she's like, "Bring him because he always laughs. He gets your humor."
If I hear Felix laughing, I'll start laughing.
It's infectious.
Yeah. It's just like one of those things. I was like, I think this works. I was like, let's just keep doing this. And then he told me, he's like, "This is the highlight of my week. Like I come here and I
cool.
just chill, man." I was like, "Fuck, man, thank you,
awesome.
brother. I appreciate it, man." It's
That's awesome.
Yeah, and it brought us closer together. It brought us closer together to a point where I was like, "Yo, man, let's open up a wrestling school." And now we're working towards that. So it's like this whole live thing started out as just like a silly thing. Now it's become so much more than that. It become like a family between the three of us and now all the extended family in the chat and all you guys. It's beyond my wildest expectation. And the fact that it hasn't even been a year yet. It'll be a year in December since I really put forward the effort on this thing. It's just mind blowing.
You're welcome for me setting it up for you guys. Way for you, because it took me a hell of a lot longer than a year to get to where I'm at and where you're at. So, does anyone get nervous before they go live?
All the time.
Tony, I think you do.
All the time.
Yeah, I still do.
I don't think Ted gives two shits. Ted's just like, let's just start it.
No.
Ted is.
I get nervous every time.
Really?
I'm always nervous until I start cussing.
His introvertness comes out like full force right before the go live button goes on.
While that hella dope intro is running with the song and everything, I'm frantically pushing buttons in the background. But yeah, right before it cuts to us, and I do that big like big intro, scared to death every time.
Well, I know that.
I run on autopilot. That intro's autopilot.
Yeah.
I stress out when I can't do a pre-show. If I don't get some time to do something before
I get that. I get that a lot.
Right
because what kind of mood? Either if it's Travis or if it's Baldy or hosting or whatever, I'm like, you guys, where's the link at? It's like 5 till. It's like, what the fuck are we doing?
Dude, right before I hit that intro roll, I always look at my wife and I deep ass breath because it's just like, here we go. It's about to in 30 seconds. This thing's gonna end and the camera's on you. So it's like get ready. It's every time, dude.
And Darren, what about you?
Yeah, I still kind of like what Ted said. Whichever one of two shows I'm on. Intro is going. I'm sitting there going, "Hey, here we go. This intro is not going to play forever. Time to ramp it up. Let's go."
And
I love the pre-show. I love kicking back and even if it's just talking shit or messing around with each other or talking about what we're going to talk about. I like the pre. I don't. It's just weird.
And Aaron, what about you? Do you get?
No, I mean, when I first started, because like I used to stream on Twitch. I still do it. I just don't do it as much.
Okay.
So like that, like when I started, it was like, oh man, like what do I talk about? What do I do? Like, what if no one shows up? I'm like, now I'm just talking to myself. But like now I've done it for so long. Now it's just let's go, let's do it.
See,
it doesn't bother me at all. Unless it's like if we're trying to do like a big show, like when we did the thing for Mython, that's a big deal. I was like, oh man, you gotta get yourself pumped for that one. But like, we're just doing it live, and we just got some people that we know, and it's just kind of hanging out. Nah, I mean, that's like my wife. She's sitting right here next to me. She's like I told her that awesome. I put my AirPods in. She's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "Oh no, I'm about to go in here." They, talking about some Sunday wars. Like, don't cause no trouble in there. I'm like, nah, we're good. I'm just gonna hop in, do my thing.
Does my phone go on really late all the time?
Yeah.
Every Friday.
Yeah.
See, like I don't get nervous, but there are times I just do not want to do a Monday show. I've had a long day. It's the last thing, but the moment that intro ends, it's completely different because I'm watching. There's already 25 people in here waiting. They're already chatting, and I'm like, all these people showed up. It's not to my strip. They showed up to my bar. I mean, it's my bar, and they're there just to shoot the shit, hang out with each other. And if I don't go live, like, there's no chat for them to hang out in. And yeah, there's other chats that you go to, but you get lost in it. And they're here to, hear me. I'm just background. I'm just a background.
Yeah.
But I don't get nervous. I haven't been nervous in quite some time. But there are days I just don't want to do it. And because I don't want to go over 3 hours.
Yeah.
And it does become that, like, fuck, I really don't want to do this. But, man, the moment it goes live, the moment that music ends and I am just ready to go.
Yeah.
And you see me at the end. Every time I see people start rolling at 11:30, you want, like, people are like tuning in and like, oh, they couldn't show up till now. And they're excited. You want to just keep going and going and going. So
I equate it to like wrestling though. Like what happens is right before I would walk out to the ring, you would have that deep, you would get real nervous. You take that deep breath, you walk out to the ring. By the time you get to the ring, it's all gone because the crowd is there. You're in character and you're like ready to fucking go. The light, like you just said, the lights go and you're like, all right, it's showtime essentially. So it's time to block that bullshit out. Because usually once I say, hey, welcome everybody to the pre-roll, as always, blah, 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 blah. By the time I get to Felix, that anxiety is kind of just already washed away like a wave. And you're just like, all right, we're off to the races.
Yeah, I bombs are heavy like mom's spaghetti. And
I think it's probably like that, like when you go skating, like when there's a big crowd of people, not even like other skateboarders, but you're basically in other people's way, but you're skating a bench. And at first you're nervous, but then you just realize, like, I'm doing tricks on this bench. My whole goal is not to fall and shoot my board and hit somebody else. That's a skater you don't care about, but someone like I remember a friend, or actually I did it. I was really young, and my board went and it kept rolling, and we're watching it, and I couldn't get to it, and it hits this little old nun.
Oh fuck!
And I
nun.
Yeah, and it wasn't hard, but it was just like it was rolling, like hit the back of her, and she didn't fall, but just kind of like stumbled. And, I'm so sorry. And she's like, "Oh no, don't worry about it," and you're just like, like it could have gone anywhere, but it just went right there.
At least she wasn't walking and it slid under her foot or something.
Yeah,
right.
I don't think she could lift her foot up that high.
That
was when I knew I was going to hell. So
I'm gonna bow out for a little bit and listen to you guys talk some wrestling.
All right, man.
I appreciate you, man. Take it easy, dude.
See you guys.
It's that time. I'm gonna bell too and let y'all do your thing. So I'll be listening.
All right, thank you for joining, and I'll see you sometime.
I'll be back.
All right,
6.
Tony, you gonna stick around?
Yeah, man. I'm until my partner wants to crash out or I tap out myself. The other unit's up, so another call goes out. It's their turn.
All right. So let me just set this up. The reason why I asked these other 3 guys, Travis, I can't even believe I'm having a Travis on my show.
The travesty.
At least he's not calling you.
Black Knight and Ted we're at PowerCon. I'm driving for one day. Never met anyone there. And I was going to go out to dinner before I drove back from that awful city. That awful city. And we decided that, hey, they decided they wanted to go to the bar because Ted and Aaron live in the area. So we walked down to the bar, and for the love of God, that is the longest walk I've ever had in my entire life. All right, Tony, you remember how far it was for us to walk from the lobby to? It was 3 times as long. It was so.
Oh my god!
It was so long. Now,
that
PowerCon
convention
is
is huge,
happening,
man.
and there's also another convention, which was it a furry convention? I think it was.
It's an anime community.
Matsuricon.
Okay.
Matsuricon. But yes, a furry convention.
Give me 1 second here.
Super chat.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
QLOQA.
Que lo que, eh?
I want to say you're Canadian with the A, but it's not in
No,
Canadian.
we
Strong work, fellas. Salute from the West Coast. Thank you very much. It is greatly appreciated, and the kids will definitely. So anyway, we take this long walk, and myself, Travis, Aaron, and Ted sit down at the bar. Everyone from PowerCon had left. There was nobody there. There were a lot of people from the anime. Right?
A lot.
And we probably talked for an hour and a half or so. I left because I was meeting everyone for dinner and they didn't want to go. And as we're just talking, doing some, I say we were doing some people watching. We were by far the most normal, other than the people working. So that tells you. And somehow we got into wrestling, and nothing new. But man, I almost wish I would have just stayed there the whole night. Not that I didn't have fun, but driving down that city, down that street in Columbus, and it wasn't far to the restaurant. I got stuck behind those bikers, the biker bar.
Mm-hmm.
It took me like 25 fucking minutes to go less than a mile. I was fuming.
But you missed out that you passed the greatest university of all time.
Yeah,
the Ohio State University.
Yeah, well, everyone was really sad about John Warden getting let go, and then I heard he went to the Ohio State, and I was like, just kidding.
It's all good.
But anyway, I just thought and we didn't talk about anything new. We just talked about old wrestling shit, and I had such a good time. Just again, you don't know any of these people. I mean, Ted and Aaron knew each other, but Travis, had you ever met them before?
What? Sorry.
Hi, Travis.
I was looking at this super chat that just popped up out of nowhere.
Yep, I saw that too. And I know she likes to hear the.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
Bethany.
No,
is it Yancy?
Awesome.
Yeah. AKA Mrs. Black Knight with the 1999 super chat. Fro a great cause. I think she meant for, but I gotta read it.
Bro.
I would have probably messed it up and you would have said it spelled it properly.
we were trying to find ways to stay awake. Like, man, well, I'm just gonna pop in here. So I gave her my other AirPods so she can hear what's going on. So we're just gonna have a fun day with it now.
With this?
Oh yeah.
What did you expect?
I don't know. I got a beer. I mean, hell.
That's right.
If I can call off work tomorrow, I would.
What time do you got to work?
Let's not talk about that.
Don't worry, I'll still be on here.
Well, I assume we all grew up in the same era of wrestling, correct?
Yes.
So everybody was that meaty curve, the whole 90s, Monday Night Wars, all that good stuff, right?
I'm the OG here, probably.
Well, how far back do you go, Tony?
Well, I'm 49, so
you go back 80s.
Yeah, it's all
yes, I go 80s, all the Rowdy Piper.
So WrestleMania 1.
Yes.
That whole when Vince was like, "Fuck everybody, I'm gonna take over." Yeah.
So again, you guys may know the story about the USS Flag of mine. I may have told it once or twice. What a lot of people don't know is I was also at WrestleMania 3.
Oh, God.
1,170 people.
Actually, hold on. I want to debunk that now. There was not 93,000 friends of yours in that building. It was confirmed in the most recent Vince McMahon documentary that number was fraudulent. Dave Meltzer.
All the numbers are fraudulent.
Well, if Dave Meltzer said it, it must be true. And I can confirm that 93,173 of those people were not my friends. All right. I don't care what they say. All right. I heard Jesse the Body Ventura say it, and
Jesse
it was
the-
in
was
the
that
Guinness
before,
Book of World Record for the longest time.
Was that before or after he was asking for a union to begin?
Don't worry about it.
As a former pro wrestler, I would have been totally fine with that. By the way,
I don't like facts.
The
getting in
union?
way of my story.
Yeah.
Right?
I wrestled quite a bit too myself, Legend Series. So I get what you're saying there for sure. It would have been a little bit a little bit nicer than the $20 gas coverage I got most nights.
Exactly, man. Hot dog and a handshake.
Couple free. Dude, I was gonna say a couple free hot dogs and a free $20 bill to get the gas home.
Yeah, exactly, bro.
That's a win. Where can I get that now?
Yeah, I mean,
just go to a wrestling show. But they still do it.
Yeah.
But
just
Tony,
just tell me you trained. They'll get you in the ring.
But Tony, when we were talking about like you see how wrestlers are and like you can't do the same move, and I was saying the same thing about skateboarding. I thought it was like a great topic, and it's like you look back at those guys, like Macho Man's finishing move was the elbow drop.
Yes.
But
still the best elbow drop in the business. Nobody does it better. Till this day, nobody does it better.
Probably.
I don't want to say anybody does it better. Shawn Michaels was right there.
I'll give you Shawn because
The
Shawn
flying
was
elbow drop, right? Yeah.
And I'll give you Andrew Tess Martin. He dropped a great elbow too.
I'm gonna throw a wild card just because I like the way she does it. Kairi Sane has a pretty nice elbow drop for a female wrestler.
It looks devastating the way she does it in terms of yes, but in terms of how like the Macho Man elbow drop to me is one of the most prettiest finishes, especially of that era because it just was so ahead of its time. He was coming off the top rope with an elbow,
so graceful.
Yeah, it was just but they said he was a perfectionist. So I can only imagine how many times he went to the top rope and dropped that elbow on that poor soul who took it to perfect it because it came.
Yeah, his body goes to the side.
He did it so clean. I imagine he was pretty good about how he laid it in there too.
No, but it was almost as if he knew it was going to be it was going to be posterized.
Yeah,
because every time he came off the top rope, it was just like it was up. Like he would literally pose in the air as he was landing that elbow every single time. Yeah, so it was like he was setting you up for that picture. It was perfect. That to me is a true performer. Like same thing with Hogan in the leg drop. Say what you want with the leg drop. That all presentation, dude. The this right then hitting the ropes and then the way
I remember, he did the leg drop in Rocky. In Rocky 3, it's all slow motion.
Under lips.
But what I was saying, like, Shawn Michaels did it, but it wasn't his finishing move.
No.
And if you're gonna tell me that a super kick, which let's be honest, is one of the lamest finishing moves.
That was Shawn's fire up spot. You have
that was great.
Sean would come off the ropes with the forearm, nip up. Hit you with a Manhattan drop, then the other the other one. I always forget the two. Right, then you turn around, he'd body slam you, then go to the top, hit you with the elbow, then tune the band. So it was all in succession. Shawn was that first guy that would hit you with all those moves, boom, 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 like the era that everybody hates now was all from Shawn Michaels.
Yeah, 100%.
He was the 100%. Catalyst to it all. So like. He was the one because he trained with Jose Lothario. He brought that lucha style in, and like the guys would say, if you listen to guys now, they said they used to hate wrestling Shawn because he would be so fast. Like you had to keep his pace because he was going 100 miles an hour. Like that's why like Diesel used to hate working him because he's like, Jesus Christ, by the end you're gassed because he's just going 100 miles an hour. Like just because Shawn he had that stamina, he had that tank, dude. But that's where everybody like instead of this is the one thing no one took from Shawn was the selling part. They took 100 miles an hour. They took the moves in succession, but they didn't take the part where he was the most graceful seller in the game, where you believed everything was happening to him was legit. Oh my God, did he actually get hurt just now? Like that, like no one took that part. They took the oh my God, look how fast he's going. And that's the problem.
Wait till he had that Coke.
Yeah.
It's a shuffle sidekick. If you've ever done karate, it's a shuffle. It's really, I mean, it shouldn't be a great finishing move.
Well, Shawn's original finishing move was terrible.
But yeah, he had the back body drop.
that back
back
suplex
body-
thing.
the super kick Punk. So the art form that is of wrestling. It's a story.
No,
the super kick is absolutely the most perfect finisher for a guy that is his size at the time.
Yeah.
That's
He
what I'm
needed
saying.
something that he didn't have to pick somebody up and slam them. So, but something that looked impactful and hitting somebody in the face. I mean, straight
You're
in the
catching
face
him right here,
properly.
yeah.
You're catching him with a knockout punch, man. It's perfect.
No, I understand that, but I'm saying it's all about how he sold it.
I mean, he did that to Rick. He did that to Ric Flair. He's like, "I'm sorry."
I love you.
Dude, I love that
Yeah,
part.
I love you. Yeah,
I didn't cry that day. I swear.
I didn't either.
I didn't.
What you said about Hulk Hogan, that leg drop is lame as a leg drop.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But as Hulk Hogan, and I was trying to explain to my son, he's never watched wrestling.
Mm.
And I was trying to explain to him, he's like, so I don't like, he would hawk up. I'm like, dude, you waited for it. You waited for that arm to drop once, to drop twice, and then to drop. You knew it was gonna happen.
Or somebody would interfere, and then the bad guy would hit him with their finish and go for the 3 count, and 1, 2, he'd throw them off with that Hulk kick out and turn around and go like this, and that was it. You knew it was over, but you still were all in. You were like, this is the great. But it's the same thing with Shawn. Shawn was the forearm, nip up, all that shit, right? Hulk's was kick out, do this, punch, you off the ropes, big boot, leg drop, finish. Shawn's was the same thing. Shawn's boom, 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 elbow, which is Hogan's big boot, right? And then you work up to the Shawn tuning up the band, which was Hulk Hogan's just this. Every fucking top baby face does it. Bret was the same. Bret did the same thing. Now, say what you will about the Hitman, Bret Hart. Okay.
Well, I got a lot to say.
Yeah, he may be the most bitter human being in the wrestling business.
What do you mean, may? Name me one that's more bitter.
I'm just saying, allegedly, might be the most bitter man in the wrestling business. We don't know for sure, right? But he made things look so easy, and his succession moves into the sharpshooter, to me, when I watched him do that shit, was what made me want to be a wrestler, because he made it look so fucking easy.
Oh, Bret.
Yeah, the Russian leg sweep to the elbow off the top, all that stuff. He hold the legs up, played to that crowd, and then kicked the guy in the stomach. Right, it was all that like just succession. Then he would set up for that sharpshooter. It was so easy that I was like, man, he makes that look so fucking easy.
See that's how I felt about Shawn. That's how I felt about Shawn, and that's why I wanted to be a wrestler, dude. It was the exact same thing, but for the way he did it.
Yeah, sure. The problem with Shawn is Shawn made crazy moves look easy. Yeah, like Shawn would go to the top rope, and like I said, this may be crazy, but for this group, I think we would all agree. Shawn had one of the best planchas off the top rope that I've ever seen. It's like when Shawn would go to the top, he would crotch and then dive like completely off that top rope to the outside. He didn't give a fuck how he landed. Like I said, painkillers and somas are a wonderful thing. But he would do that dive like I've never seen, with the exception of the luchadors, dive with that kind of grace and just not give a fuck about where I land. I've never seen that before. The only other guy that I've ever seen it was when the Hitman would do the suicide dive through the ropes, because he would just he'd go right at you.
Well, the Undertaker used to do it too when he would.
Undertaker only started doing it in 19. It was the first time I've ever seen, and I think everybody will agree, was at Ground Zero. Yep. When he was fighting Shawn. That was the first time I've ever seen the Taker do a plancha. I was like,
I don't remember when I saw him doing it, but it was much later in his career.
Yeah, it was against Shawn. Because I'll never forget, I think it was on like right on my birthday in 1997. It was at Ground Zero. He went 1-on-1. It was like a lot of people don't understand. Like everybody talks about like the later matches with Shawn and Taker from like the WrestleManias, but those 1997 and the 98 matches, which those are like some of Taker's prime and Shawn's prime work. I always refer to people. At Bad Blood in the Hell in a Cell, that is the greatest chair shot I have ever seen. When Undertaker wallops Shawn in the Hell in the Cell with that chair.
Yes. Oh yeah.
I thought he killed Shawn.
Dude, I remember watching that, and I go, dude, he's really hurt. Like, he's really hurt.
I think that was Undertaker's frustration on Shawn Michaels taking out in just one foul swing.
And I will say right now that Hell in a Cell between Shawn and Taker, that's the best one. I know Mick Foley's is
no, I would
That's
always give credit.
Mick and Rock nailing him with the chair. I'm like,
I'll always give credit to Foley and Taker because of what happened there.
Because I remember where I was. I know who I was with. I could drive right now to that apartment and go, that's where we were sitting.
Well, a lot of people don't give credit to Undertaker and Brock Lesnar. That was a great Hell in the Cell in 2003.
I would have to watch it because a lot of that stuff gets lost. I just thought.
I feel like once the Hell in the Cell became 20 feet tall, like legitimately, like when they did it for the Big Show, that's when it kind of like it wasn't that good anymore because they couldn't use the psychology of the cell. Everything had to take place in the ring.
Yeah.
Well, even like Triple H versus Mankind, when he flips him over and he goes through the ring, it's all set up.
You can tell,
The whole Shawn Michaels one, he falls off the cage, even though he's hanging. That was a more aggressive match because like they were actually wrestling.
It was the first of its kind.
It was the first of its kind. I think it was like you said it was 97, right? So I think it was like October of 97.
It was,
I want to say we got it for my birthday because my birthday is the 4th. And like I want to say it's like the beginning of the month. So like the next day I was literally watching, and actually, Justin, you might have that correct.
All right, so
you might actually have
that. With the $2 super chat, Ryback is the most bitter man in pro wrestling.
That's what I'm saying. That's why Bret Hart is allegedly, because you got guys like Ryback still around.
But I remember that. And that was a great match.
Yeah, I still don't think anyone's more bitter than Bret.
I don't think there's a reason he should be as bitter. No, he doesn't. He limited Bill Goldberg's future career with the injury he caused to Goldberg's foot that night. If Goldberg doesn't hit him upside the head with his foot, we could have saw way better matches with Undertaker and Brock Lesnar in the mid to late 2000s.
Can I talk about that guy?
Goldberg?
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. If you're talking about Bret Hart, you have to call him Bill Goldberg. Bill Goldberg.
Why? Is that what Bret Hart does?
That's all. That's all Bret Hart calls him is Bill Goldberg.
Okay. Bill Goldberg. First off, I think is a awful wrestler.
Yeah.
He doesn't know how to wrestle. It's not his fault that he was pushed to where he was, right? That's on them.
Well,
like,
what it is
it's like Danny Dimes.
Yeah.
You know this. Are you a Giants fan?
Yeah.
It's not his fault that they paid him all that money and he sucks.
He shouldn't have been drafted. Dude's piece of trash.
I didn't understand that draft pick from day one.
Legend. You and I need to talk more, Legend. You and I need to talk more, dude.
That's I agree, Aaron 100%. What it was is
WCW needed a star. You had in the whole NWO, and in its heyday, it was great, but it started to die. And it was dying hard.
Mm-hmm.
So you built this unstoppable monster named Bill Goldberg.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and that was great. It was great for its time.
Yeah, I think they probably saw it in a dark match.
I want to.
We got something here.
I want to say something that'll probably actually make Punk smile, okay? So when Goldberg was coming up, there was that streak, and they were talking about it. And once that streak really started getting over, and it was probably by the time he had already gotten through, like, the entire flock. Like, he went through the whole flock, took out Raven. So now, like, the streak's up there. It's like, oh, he's 75-0, blah, blah, blah. And then he'd be on Saturday Night Main Event, just destroying some no-name jobber from nowhere. And I'm just like, what the fuck is this? Of course.
It wasn't a no-name jobber. It was huge direction.
And so I look at OSU football a lot of the same, right? And I bitch about this to my wife and to Aaron. But everybody here is like, yeah, go Buckeyes, they're the greatest team ever. And I'm like, for the first 7 weeks, they just face the most jobberish teams. Of course they're gonna get destroyed, and everybody's in the bar going, yeah, that's my team, look what we did, 56-0. And I'm like, of course that's what they're gonna do. Why are we excited? Of course Bill Goldberg's gonna kill everybody.
Dude, if I could tell you how many times, even back then, I would turn around to my friends and my brother and go, how many times is Bill Goldberg gonna beat Jerry Flynn? Like, how many times? How many times do you beat him every Monday? It's like it's a lock. If you were betting, man, you're not betting Jerry Flynn.
It's different ways now he can hit the jackhammer. Like, can I do the jackhammer on one leg, but also do a spin with it with one eye closed? Like the other one's like I'm on the
put them under you. Boom.
Right. Like, yeah, no, that
I will say this. Like they knew the only thing they knew was when it was time to like beat Hogan. Like because it led to that. What they fucked up too, because it was at the wasn't it in like the Atlanta
Nitro,
the Giants
Atlanta
Stadium?
Georgia Dome or whatever,
the Georgia Dome, right? And that could have been like a pay-per-view extravaganza. Hogan
gave it away
versus
for
Goldberg.
free.
They gave it away on Nitro because they were so worried about the ratings.
Look,
it's crazy.
Aaron and I watched that like together, and we loved that day. That was in the middle of the summer. We were wandering around the streets, chilling, eating some Pringles, and then we got to have like the biggest fucking match.
It wasn't those nasty ass Pringles, was it?
No, not those Alestra ones. No. I think we had gotten past that point.
My cousin called me that night because I was on a Raw guy and he was a WCW guy. So he's like, Travis, he's like, you got to get on, man. Goldberg's going against Hogan tonight. And I'm like, nah, man, I'm going to keep watching Raw. I'll watch the recording tomorrow.
Well, so like, I hated Bill Goldberg and he was just wrong. But when you listen to him now, he is such an egotistical asshole. If I really wanted to hurt Bret Hart, he'd never walk again. Like, shut the fuck up, dude. Like,
but now you see why Bret calls him Bill Goldberg.
Bill Goldberg. Bill Goldberg.
Bill Goldberg. He's just, I cannot stand him.
He bought his own hype too much, man.
Yeah, dude, that's exactly.
I get that. I get that. Yeah.
He had the wrong people telling him that he was good. That was the problem.
Yeah. So he was good for what he was and what they needed at the time. But he was Ryback before the internet could talk shit about him. That's what he was.
That's a very good description of him, honestly.
Well, yeah, and then look what happened when the merger was complete. He came to WWEF at the time.
Yeah,
you're going against now, Stone Cold, Triple H, The Rock, like these guys that are like, dude, you're a WCW guy. We're gonna show you how we do it here.
Yeah. Well, you used to say Jericho, when he went from WCW to WWF, he got a lot of heat because he would dead sell, because that's what they did in WCW. They dead sell, and he didn't understand about the bump and feed, because that's what WWE was doing. It was doing that fast paced shit. So it was bump and feed. You bump, you get back up, you feed into the next fucking move. Jericho didn't understand that because he's coming from the old timers where they just bump and sell. Yeah. So that like there's a learning curve. So Goldberg is the same way. So he's being trained by those guys. He's learning to not bump and feed, to just kind of wipe the floor with guys.
Be invincible.
Yeah, he's just wiping the floor with guys.
Not to sell.
Kevin Nash and Scott Hall just drug him through the mud.
Like, the funny thing is everybody shits on Kevin Nash for saying like, yo, we got to take this streak off of him because Kevin Nash is the politic. And I understand that whole politic bullshit, but I agree with Nash. Where do you take the undefeated thing? Like, how many? What are you going to be? 500-0 for like 1,000-0, 10,000-0? That's not how wrestling works. You eventually have to lose. Like, what the fuck are you doing now? Yeah.
I do want to. Justin Booth said DDP should have been the guy who defeated Hulk Hogan in the WCW.
Absolutely not. Absolutely
no. DDP was never the guy.
Thank you.
He was never the guy.
I could not
cool dude, great for the business and what he did and certain things. But
you guys hate all the guys that
a
like
great mid card.
First off, I love Diamond Dallas Page. Diamond Dallas Page had feud of the year with Randy Savage. That's what solidified DDP to me as one of the main guys, because Randy put him over, and I felt like DDP, it just wasn't his time at that point. When DDP won the title, I think that was DDP's time in WCW to kind of capitalize on, because DDP to me was a workworse, because he was working every Monday Night Nitro. He was working every single Monday. So like he was good. But I mean, was he on the level of what the problem is? DDP is skinny and lanky. You didn't buy it. Like, he didn't buy it. He always had the rib tape or the shoulder taped. It was always hurt.
What did you do now to get hurt, bro?
Exactly.
So legend. Was his feud with Randy before or after he went against Raven?
It was before.
Raven.
Okay. Yeah, I think it was before. This is the problem with WCW, is they fucking like spurning off. Yeah. Like Raven comes in.
I know more wrestling than I thought I did.
Yeah,
I love the DDP Raven feud. That's when I really bought into DDP. But again, his ceiling was only like he would have been a great person to help elevate that guy to the main event, but he was never the guy that I would ever want to see in the main event.
He was
big boss man.
A
Man,
great
man,
U.S. champion. That's what he was. The greatest United States champion in WCW.
But he also came in the
than
game
a tag team champion.
But you know
But
what?
he came in the game at like what 32.
He was very old when he started working. Yeah, but here's the thing: he got smart to the right part of the business, which was behind the scenes.
Yes.
Becomes best friends with Eric Bischoff. Then next thing you know, he gets the title put on him. He knew where to work it and how to work it. And here's the thing:
well, he was buddies with Nash and Hall and
exactly.
all those
and
too.
he became like, I mean, listen, he's becoming champion when fucking David Arquette is the champion. And they're having triple cage on top of each other. You know, it's like you don't take it. Like listen, like I said, I was a big fan of Diamond Dallas Page, but he was like a champion in the part of WCW where it was laughable. Like at that point, you were just like, "This is garbage. I'm not watching this shit."
Well, he was a champion when Jeff Jarrett was a champion. That says enough.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
And
Jeff Jarrett,
another guy who was a great intercontinental tier champ, good at that, but beyond that, limited. Like I don't see him above that.
DDP was the people's champ before The Rock.
He was.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah. But he never needed to be champion because he was already the champion because he was banging Kimberly.
Oh, come on.
You know who I liked? Remember Steve Blackman?
Allegedly, so was Bischoff.
Steve Blackman. I remember Steve Blackman. He had the personality of a fucking gym sock.
Really?
Yeah, but
He was.
yeah, but have you listened
His
to him lately?
physique was dope, though. His
He's
physique was
awesome.
dope.
He was smart enough to take the hose from
The
The Godfather. I just watched that on the Taker podcast the other day.
That's a great podcast, by the way. I was very surprised.
That is actually a really good show.
You don't expect it from The Undertaker.
No, because he played his character forever.
Yeah,
he stayed in his character forever. But the stuff you hear and stuff, and the way they run that show is really interesting.
But here's the thing, too. Like, there's nobody else I'd rather hear from than him because he was. You know, he was there, like in that locker room and shit like that. I mean, especially because he was like the locker room leader for many years.
He was the judge.
Yeah.
I want to talk about K-Dog's comment. How DDP has saved the lives of multiple.
Scott Hall too.
Scott Hall
extended the lives that even of some that have passed already. But
fact.
Yeah.
I mean, like,
say what you will about Chris. Say what you will about Chris Jericho. He saved Chris Jericho and made Chris Jericho able to go to AEW, like to continue to be able to.
I love Jericho.
I mean, was that really worth it?
Yeah. I'm not saying it's worth it. I'm just saying he did extend Jericho's career. So
I love Jericho.
Being able to save lives with DDP yoga or whatever, like Jake, whatever, that's great. But that does not make you a great wrestler. That does not make you a that does not. I'm sorry, I don't see that guy drawing money on a long-term basis.
No, yeah, because he kind of did draw money because he did get over with the People's Champ gimmick. That was over in WCW.
But it wasn't over in the sense that like he was drawing the audiences and stuff when he was the world champ.
No, because
the US champ, right?
You know, the thing is, it's like the NWO is the main draw. So anybody you put against the NWO at that point, they're also a draw because they're fighting against the NWO. That's why, like he said, DDP should have beat Hogan. It was supposed to be Sting.
Yes,
they built that fucking angle. That was a fantastically built angle for a year. Sting doesn't talk. This whole beautiful crow angle that leads to this, what's supposed to be this masterpiece of a match in at Starrcade. That's their big event.
Is that the Bret Hart one?
Gets blundered, gets blundered because Bret comes in because of the screw job and they don't know how to fucking book matches at that point. They have no idea what they're doing.
Yeah, because Hogan refused, right?
Yeah.
Well, it wasn't that Hogan refused. Well, it started off that Hogan refused. And then when it came down to the match, the ending was unscripted. Like the whole like Bret Hart piece coming in, that wasn't supposed to happen at all.
Gotcha.
He just came in. Like Hogan went on to say that he had no problem dropping the title to Sting. The problem was, where do you go from here?
The problem is really though, is that's what Hogan says, but he also said yesterday he created water and air and vehicles and the wheel. The circle was his whole concept.
I thank Hogan every day.
Yeah. So I'll say this: if I told you I was at WrestleMania, if I watch promos leading up to WrestleMania 3, when Andre rips the chain, dude, I get
flexes every chance.
I freak out. I get so excited. Go listen to Jim Cornette and whoever he does. And Jim Cornette, he's another bitter guy. All right. But listen to them when they go like, Hogan said this. That guy, he lies about everything. And everyone knows it. But I guess no one can do anything because you are the biggest wrestler of all time. And I don't even think it's arguable. Like, there's Hogan, then there's Austin, and then there's everyone else. But everyone agrees?
Yeah. No, yeah. But the thing is, like, it's only because of Hogan's mark on the game.
Yeah.
Different eras.
Yeah, yeah. Because I know Hogan.
Problem was they gave him too much money and too much control over his character.
That was the problem. They started handing out creative control to everybody. That was the problem.
When you give too much creative control,
right?
Things
yeah.
In general, at this point, I mean, Vince was the master controlman of WWF, whatever.
Well, before Hogan left and went to WCW, he didn't have control over his character. That was Vince dictating what he wanted. There was no Hogan saying, I'm not doing this, I'm not doing that.
But Hogan
Vince said, you do what I tell you.
And then the Warriors tried to dictate everything.
But that's what led to Hogan asking for creative control in WCW because Vince had his thumb on him and he was like, we're not doing this. I'm not gonna basically come to WCW.
Well, that and I think he didn't trust it, right? I don't think he trusted WCW being able to be productive, and I mean, he wanted to make sure he had final say, which is why he had the whole Vince Russo thing.
Well, he also said that his character was stale. There was nowhere else for Hulkamania to go.
Oh yeah.
So obviously, if you want to say Hulkamania, I'm going to go prove you wrong. I'm going to go over here with where the money is, and I have full control of what I want to do.
So, and again, this is how you know Hogan lies. All right, you listen to what Hulk Hogan says about the Shawn Michaels match, and you listen to what Shawn Michaels has said, and you can say whatever you want about Shawn Michaels, but Shawn Michaels has come out. There's no reason for him to lie about the Hogan and how it's supposed to be a win. One wins one.
There's a rubber match situation.
Hogan eventually wins the third one, and Hogan wouldn't do it. Shawn Michaels has come clean about every fucking thing. He can't make himself look worse than what he was.
Right.
But Hogan, how many fucking lies can you tell?
Yeah, I understand. Hogan, it's always a work, brother. It's just the way it is, man. He's gonna work you at every time, any chance he gets, he's gonna work you. It's just the way he is.
I mean, he worked the FBI right in '93 or whatever. He worked the FBI in '93. He's like, yeah, I'll go on stage for you guys, as long as you waive me of all the wrongdoing I may or may not have done. Okay, yeah, go out there. He freaking heel turned on those guys.
Exactly. I'm filming this Thunder in Paradise show, brother. I can't go to jail, dude.
Right.
I do have to say, I love
me and brother Brudai.
Yeah.
Oh God, I love hearing Bischoff when I watch him or listen to him on his podcast, whatever, and someone will ask about Hogan and Vince, and he's like, they have the most fucked up love-hate relationship.
They do.
Years and years and years. That's why,
yeah.
Well, okay. I mean, if you look at it, Vince had that with Hogan. He had it with Austin at times.
Yeah.
And I mean, the only one he hasn't is Cena, but maybe that's just because Vince is senile and on his way out at this point. And Vince had that with his main draws.
No. Who's
busy
John
banging
Cena
everybody else?
Who is John Cena without Vince McMahon?
No. What I'm saying is that
Cena never had a falling out. He didn't have a hate.
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
But because he respected everything that was given to him from that business.
Yeah.
He became a global icon because he didn't give flack back. He was the corporate yes man. Yeah, you want me to go out and do this? You want to drop this title to this guy? I got you. I'm on board. Let's do it. I don't care.
You want me to give it to the Warrior? Let's go ahead. I guess it's the new John. He's the new
John Cena. The thing is, John Cena knew, at least within himself, that even if he lost, the character John Cena wouldn't die. It wouldn't go away. Losing wouldn't bury his character. Whereas back in the day,
already, right?
Hogan would the way Hogan was came up, he had probably assumed. I'm not Hogan, but I can only assume that this is how he thought was. If I give this belt to you, this means now I'm buried because now I lost to you and now people aren't going to believe that I can beat you for this belt again. Whereas John Cena just was because he had the right shtick, never give up, never quit. you know. So even if I lose, I'm gonna come back because I'm John Cena. Like, so he had that thing where even if he lost, you still were like, John will get him back. John will get him back, you know. So like,
yeah, but John also, I mean, I'm not saying John has as many skeletons as his closets as you know, Hulk there, but he's, you know, he burned enough people, you know, doing him wrong, you know. I mean, guys that would have never been at his level, you know, Kenny Dykstra and that Alex guy that was with the Miz, like he definitely did some guys wrong, but he didn't do it to the level Hogan did. It wasn't an insecurity. It wasn't like these guys were going to come take his spot. He just, I mean, Ken Kennedy, you know, he kind of riled against him. Not saying Ken Kennedy was the best, but you know, if you got in Cena's way, you got a target on your back and shifted out.
Yeah, but look how many people that he has done this to, who he's been trying to better. I'll give you for instance, Roman fucking Reigns. This man couldn't cut a promo if it was written for him 3 weeks ago. now you have.
Let me read the super chat really quick.
Go ahead.
It's $5 super chat. The best War Games match is from WCW Wrestle War 1992. Sting Squadron versus Dangerous Alliance was a banger. I can tell you, I did not watch WCW.
Here's the thing: you're talking. That was right when they're about to switch over to that bullshit campy WCW shit. That's like the end of NWA. That's that like real very tail end, like the end of NWA, and it's full on. You know, Hogan's coming in and Randy's coming in.
That's the beach scenes with Kevin Sullivan and grabbing, you know, sharks out of the water or whatever. Maybe I'm mixing up Brock Lesnar.
Hulk Hogan goes into the dungeon. Dude, brother, it's not hot. What's going on, dude? Like that. Those days, man. Yeah. And he's fighting the Yeti. Remember when fucking the guy just
man.
Yeah.
Yeti.
I still remember that. I think that was like 95.
It was
October,
the fucking worst.
Halloween Havoc, man, when they pushed the giant off the roof.
Oh my God. I forgot all about that.
Yeah.
Oh man.
It was the word. WCW to me, I couldn't believe when it started beating WWE because of how bad it was. Like,
I mean, but the NWO was so good. And you didn't have the internet the way you do today, so it was like perfect timing. It's you know what it was? It was no different than '84 when Vince created WrestleMania and Hulk Hogan, and it just all happened at the right time. And then in '96 with who they had and WCW going where it was, and just kind of where we were as a culture and society in the U.S. in that mid '90s, the rebellions and stuff. You know, having this group. It was perfect timing, man, and the right people.
But if you're gonna talk about that though, you gotta foremention that Raw was taped.
It was, yeah.
They were giving away the results every week.
Nitro was live, so everything was going real. So that's what really had made WCW really start that climb in that Monday Night War before the war even began. Yeah. It's like, hey, come watch my product where it's happening right now. Opposed to my competitor, who I can tell you right now, the New Age Outlaws
going to win the title.
Yeah, or Foley's going to win the title. You don't want to miss that. Oh wait,
you don't want to.
I remember those days. Went there. I remember those days in like late '95, early '96, where he would just go, Yokozuna loses to this guy. This guy puts over, and this guy did. I just read the Raw. You don't got to watch Raw now. Just stick right here with us in WCW. And I was just like,
I didn't even watch that stuff.
Yeah, I was like, did he just like? I would look around and go, did he just tell us that what just happened on Raw? Like, all right, you know, like,
I was such a WWE loyalist. I didn't even do it. I would record Nitro and watch it the next day, and I must not even have paid attention to the announcing in that level because I wasn't picking up on that. But you know, one thing that I thought was interesting, and it's kind of more recent with the Vince McMahon thing, and maybe it's just I'm stupid, but you know, as close as I've been to wrestling my entire life, for the first time during the Vince McMahon documentary, when Eric Bischoff talks about how Vince just kind of copied what he was doing as the major authority kind of owner, operator of the business, and then just did it better. I was like, you know, I didn't really think about that. I never really thought of Eric Bischoff as the owner operator. I knew he was managing the checkbook as I got older, but I didn't think about it back then. Whereas Vince, I kind of knew Vince owned it, so it was different. But it was definitely like, it just hit me when they said that. I was like, you know, he did do what Eric did and just turned it up a notch. Like,
but you know what? Vince wouldn't have done all that, I don't think, had it not been for the Montreal screw job. So once that happened and people started like booing him for what he did, because he was at commentary still, and people started booing him. He was like, what was he supposed to do? Like, to me, it was either go backstage because they don't want you there no more because what you did to Brett, or you embrace it and become a character on television, and he did. Now
he had to do that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but he had done it in he did it in
the USWA.
USWA. He had done it there and kind of teased it there earlier on, and you saw the feel of it, so you knew it was there. I mean, you know, obviously as I got older, I saw that and heard about it. I didn't know it in the time, but as you look back at history, he kind of teased it.
I'm sure all you guys watched the documentary. Right? Every guy on there says, "Hey, he cuts promos all the time." Like, so
it's always a promo.
It was always happening. He was probably like when they were writing and shit, he was probably yelling at wrestlers and shit. He's just cutting promos and shit. So they probably watch go do it on camera, Vince. Like that kind of shit. It was one of those that.
Well, he trusted himself. He trusted himself. He needed a mega heel, and he needed something to get the reins back on the control of the business. And he trusted himself better than anybody else. And he had the perfect anti-authority person in Austin at the time. Perfect situation.
Yeah. But so that Vince documentary, I didn't learn anything. I didn't learn anything that I didn't.
I knew all this shit already.
I know that's not true. I bet you there's two things you learned, Punk, that you didn't know, and I'll tell you them right now. One, that he wouldn't have gotten in trouble anyways because he said it as a maniacal individual that, even if I did it, it was outside of the statutory limits or whatever, because he OJ'd that shit. He totally OJ'd that in the comment. I didn't know he was that much of a monster.
I haven't watched it.
I did not know he was that much of a monster to claim that even if I did it, it was outside the statute of limitations. And then the other thing was towards the end of it in like episode 6 or whatever. Yeah, he says there's 3 versions of me. You know, most people have 2. There's 3 of me. There's you know, the one you let everybody see. There's one you don't let everybody see. And then there's the one like me where all I do is think about sex. And that's just who I've always. I didn't know that.
That was a bad thing for him to say. But
that was horrible.
I did think that it was funny about the whole cutting the promo when he's like, "No, I don't really do that." And they're like, "Well, we just talked to Bruce Pritchard, and Bruce said that he's been on the other side of it." And I heard Bruce Pritchard on his podcast say it numerous times. You know that he's gonna ream your ass out.
Yeah,
you just have
I equated to the. You guys see the meme they did about it with Dave Chappelle, where it's that joke where he goes, "You know what I mean?" Like everybody saw, like everybody watched the Vince McMahon documentary and was like, "Yeah, we already know that he was a fucking creep." Like he played it on television. Like this wasn't anything that like we didn't kind of like. Yeah, I could see him doing that.
Nothing shocked us. Nothing shocked us. Right? It was all kind of like. He was showing us what he was doing. It's what politicians do, right? They show us what they do in public, and then it's like you're not shocked about what he did. The same thing.
My ex watched it, and she was like, "I'm watching that Vince documentary. My whole childhood is shot." I'm like, I knew everything.
Yeah, we knew all that.
Maybe not as in detail,
man,
but we knew everything.
Even Linda knew everything.
I mean. We knew
that's why she really wasn't with him. She really wasn't with him.
Right.
Yeah. We knew the whole thing with Jimmy Superfly Snuka.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that only came out last like maybe 10 years, right? Like heavily came out in the last 10 years.
But it sounds like it's kind of like the Bill Cosby thing. I've known about that Bill Cosby thing for almost 20 years because of a
really.
So
I just didn't know about it.
There's a
That's
radio
what they used to
station.
do. They used to see it. In that day and age, they used to roofie all their shit.
There's a radio station here in Detroit, and they used to talk to a guy. He wrote a whole book on it. And I don't even listen to this radio station, but it was like the most popular one. So my boss would listen to it. And they talked about it so often that I had heard it. So when this came out, I was kind of like, I thought everyone already knew that. But it blew up and then it was like, shit, I already heard all. And I didn't hear like details, but there were all these women that had come out. Like, yeah. I thought like everyone knew it. It feels like that's kind of what the whole Jimmy Snuka thing was. Everyone knew it, just nobody really said anything. And
crazy.
Yeah.
It's like one person says it though, like one famous person. Like for instance, Hannibal Buress said something about Bill Cosby in his special or like on stage, and that's kind of what started it in the spotlight. Like, wait a minute, Hannibal Buress just said it, and then like, listen, you want to go as recent as Diddy. Like
Diddy.
People kind of knew about Diddy, but it wasn't until Cat Williams went on that Shannon Sharp thing and he just started dropping fire on everybody.
And then 50 Cent just go and smash the internet with everything he could to try to rip that guy apart.
So I know we're supposed to be talking wrestling. how did the whole Diddy thing come out? Because I really have no idea. Because I don't.
You know
I
what
gotta
happens?
bounce, you guys. Keep it going.
All right,
All right,
thank you,
man.
bud. What happens
All right.
is you
I'll
can't
see you guys later.
outrun. You can't outrun the truth.
Yeah, but
And
what
he was,
happened?
he
Like,
was
how did
trying
it
to
come
run
out?
and run and run. He was hiding all this shit, and it was only going to happen, but for so long before someone starts speaking
but
out.
At some point, somebody was going to say something.
Yeah, but you said
Yeah.
Cat Williams came out and said something. That's what I was.
He was having these crazy parties, and
Yeah.
and he was doing some nefarious shit to guys, right? And I'm talking about he was doing more to the guys. Kids.
Allegedly kids. Allegedly
yeah,
kids.
it's a bunch of shit that, and it
Oh.
was, yeah. So it's kind of like
Justin
what's that guy?
Bieber, Usher when they were
Epstein
underage.
level,
Yeah.
type
Alright.
shit. Yeah, and so now everybody's talking about him going to jail. Like he might be burying people because there's secrets because he had those crazy fucking parties that everybody went to. So who knows what's
Allegedly,
going on?
there's big ties to Jay-Z and Beyonce too.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
we'll see.
No, like you said, if you do stuff like that, eventually it's going to come out. And I mean, hate to change the subject,
Skeletons get open.
but
Yeah.
like when the artist Shark or Shark News said that shit about me, and I was like, I have nothing to fucking hide. Like
Yeah.
here, like same thing. Like I didn't have anything to hide, so you can't fucking come after me and say shit. Like if you're hiding shit like that, first off, how do you even find enough friends to do stuff with?
You'd be crazy. You'd be crazy.
Ain't no party like a plastic daddy party.
Yeah, like I
That's
can't even
that.
like it's like when you watch those true crime shows and you're like, wait a minute, you actually asked somebody if they would murder that person? Like, first off, how do you find the person that you think won't go and tell someone? Let alone some of these people find someone that's like, hey, I'll go do it for you. Like, wow, it's fucked up.
Because everybody's got something to hide, and when you confide into somebody about anything, eventually you've got something over their shoulder. So you invite these people to these wild ass things, or you do these wild ass shit, and you go, oh man, I'm gonna go report you for this shit. Oh well, remember you told me about this that you don't want nobody to know. You want to say something now? I think that's what it came down to. It came down to where now there's enough shit that if they really wanted to put it out there, they could do it.
That's basically what happened to Vince. Vince was doing that shit to all those women, and eventually he couldn't outrun it. He aged out. He got too old, and he got sloppy, and he couldn't hide it no more because.
Well, the problem was technology was in his hand now, and he doesn't grasp the level of what technology could do.
He aged out. It became like things were too much. He didn't understand things because he's a fucking moron. Because he's like a relic, and he's saying dumb shit, and it caught up with him. And listen,
I wanna speak on that dumb shit real quick because I know we were just talking about how Vince, nothing he does shocks us, right? So when we heard about the lawsuit and whatever, we were just like,
a woman's head, that kind of shocked me.
yeah, that kind of shocked it.
The amount of times he made his employees stick their heads up Rikishi's butt cheeks
All
did not shock me at all.
Well,
did not shock me at all.
Also, the random sized multicolored toys that he named after male wrestlers
didn't shock me at all.
But the fact that this dude became such a total fucking simp, and you can see it in his eyes in that documentary. Every now and then he says something about something. He's kind of got this like kind of shy boy smile, but those fucking text messages that he was sending are the most pathetic messages I have ever seen. I'm like, Vince, these messages right here kill your legacy, man. I know you as the guy as Austin, you're fired, and you're just like, oh, I miss you, baby. I
guess I didn't pay
see
attention
you
to those.
later.
I guess I didn't pay attention. I was focused on I just showed all these guys this video, and they're like, "Oh, I can pass you around," and like that's the part I got caught on, which was like, does he not realize what he was doing?
Yeah,
He texts like a moron, like he's a 5-year-old kid. Like I'm like, I can barely
Go talk to my
read
buddy
this.
Johnny. Go talk to Johnny Laurinaitis.
So, do you guys think everyone there knew what was going on?
I think a lot of people knew what was going on. I have this weird, crazy conspiracy theory. I listen, I know it's not true, but I always think that Triple H and Stephanie leaked all that shit because he was never gonna leave.
No.
It was never gonna happen. Like he was gonna have to die. Yeah. So I think it might not be Triple H and Stephanie. I always say it because I'm a wrestler.
I think it's him and Shane, dude.
It could be somebody else. I'm saying,
I'm very much like you. but I think Shane had something to do with it. They had a massive falling out, and I think Shane's loyal to his wife and his kids, and I think he did not like what his father was doing, and his dad told him to stab him, right? Like, like, hey, you know what? Something's coming down. I honestly think that's where it came. I don't think Stephanie wanted to be a part of it, though.
That was the only way you were going to get him out. Because
I thought he would die. I thought he would die writing.
Yeah, he wasn't going to leave. The only way he was going to leave is when he died. So you needed something crazy like that to push him the fuck out. So they needed that. As crazy as it sounds, someone leaked that shit because he was sinking the company. Like, a lot of people don't realize all that shit that was going on when WWE was at a couple of years ago, when it was at its absolute worst, where you were just like, what the fuck is going on? Like, you would watch shit like when they made that guy shave his beard, and he was his brother Elias or Ezekiel, whatever the fuck it was, and it was like,
I thought that was funny.
It was. Well, I'm not saying it's funny, but here's the problem with wrestling, man. Funny gimmicks, they're dead end. They're a dead end gimmick when you're a comedy gimmick, and that happens to everybody. So it's like one of those things where you just basically doomed Elias.
There's two ways. There's two ways to look at that. The numbers in the WWE were not bad. They were making money still. Maybe the arenas weren't filling out. They weren't pleasing you and me and the generation that grew up in the early 90s and the 2000s. We were disappointed, but it's just like toy collectors. Hasbro ain't making all the toys just for us. They're making a lot of plastic for a lot of people, and a lot of them are just the kids that the parents spend the money for. So Cena, I wanted Cena to lose to CM Punk 1 billion times. I wanted Edge to be the champion every year. I wanted Seth to come out and curb stomp Cena's head into the ground.
The funny thing is, the way Punk feels about DDP is the way I feel about Edge. I never saw it with him.
Edge grew on me.
Man,
I love Edge. I loved him when he did the Rated R Superstar.
I take
the first run with the Rated R Superstar. I'll give you, because that was like, okay, I like, because he finally
through like the Undertaker and stuff and whatnot. But then when he had to retire, it was like, hey, call it a day.
So then he came back at the Rumble, and I could not give a tiny rat's ass.
There was you must have popped a little for nostalgia, right? But then after
not at all. When I tell you, Nada, when he walked out, I heard that, "You think you know me?" And I said, "What the fuck is he doing back?" Like, literally, that was my reaction.
I'll tell you, I did. When that song hit, the
nostalgia,
that 2000 kid grew up. It was like, oh my god, I'm going at it. But like, I had to look at it. I had to look at it differently, though. I had to look at it in the sense that Edge's career was taken away from him.
Yeah,
he got hurt, seriously hurt, and was told he can never do it again. And he went through life like, I'm gonna do TV, I'm gonna be in movies, I'm gonna live life without wrestling. I'm gonna do some wrestling things in movies and TV, but I'm never gonna go in the ring again, and I'm okay with that. But then to get the okay that, hey, you can do this one more time, I'm like, you know what? I want, like, if you want to talk about the story, that was a story that I was glad to be able to at least see. It may have not ended the way he wanted it to end, but to see him get back in the ring one last time, well, not one last time, but you get where I'm going here. To come back to something that he loved, I was okay with that.
Like, you're happy to see anybody come back, because as somebody who has that kind of shit, that with injuries and shit, to see that, you always commend that. You're like, dude, hell yeah, And you just said Shawn Michaels, and I always say this about Shawn. I don't think it was Shawn's injury that kept him away. I think it was his drug addiction.
Oh,
fucked him up.
Absolutely. I mean, he had his issues physically, right? He had to take some time away. If Shawn had everything he was, his talent wise and stuff, and he's coming up in the world of 2014 to 2024 right now, with all of the testing and stuff that they do and everything, he goes out, gets fixed, back 6 months later, Randy Orton style, whatever, and he's appearing at Rumble, and he's making his runs. It was very much his marriage, the drugs, trying to get rehabilitated in that sense, not just learning, to deal with the back issues and stuff. Absolutely.
Okay,
we missed out on core years from him because of his drug issues.
For sure.
Quickly, let me do this here.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Appreciate you, Zane.
Zakanian with the Sign of Satan 666 super chat. Oh man, is Legend talking about wrestling? She's much love, Tony.
It happens a lot on the pre-roll. I go off on tangents. Sometimes
Thank
I
you
just
very much. Quickly, I want to say, anyone that's watching, 30 people, it's 2 a.m. I've been here now for 14 hours. All the super chats. If you become a channel member, if you want to send it directly, you can see it down here. My PayPal. All the proceeds go to Toys for Tots. I'll be buying the toys at Sarge Reds, and everything goes to Toys for Tots for the Marines. So please, don't hate the kids. There's no reason to hate the kids. If you hate the kids, you have to explain it to them.
Let me ask you this:
Buy them kids some plastic.
If you think, let's say Sean doesn't get hurt, right? And and after WrestleMania, he just kind of takes a break like Brett did, like they always do after WrestleMania, right? And you know he's going to come back. Where do you fit him at that point? So let's say he at WrestleMania 14, he goes out, right? He loses to Austin. We're still on the Attitude Era train. It's Austin's ship now. Sean is not disappearing from 1998 to 2002. It's not happening. Sean's coming back, let's say, Survivor Series of 98. Okay. Do you involve him back with Austin? Or do you revamp Sean and send him somewhere else now because everything is off to the races?
Nope. Well, let me go get my old PC with my EWR and TEW games that I used to play and how I lived that out in a text-based simulator. And I'll tell you exactly how that worked. No. Honestly, I think you bring him in. And I think we get some additional matches. We have some more runs with Sean and HBK. I think, we get some awesome matches we didn't get with The Rock and Shawn Michaels. Two very charismatic individuals, going. I'm curious what happens though, because there's so much that happened with the ministry and corporate and all that stuff. Like, where does Sean fall into that? It's been very interesting. Does Triple H ascend and carry the ball when some of these people are shifting? So many different things to consider. Like, do we get a better Sean and Triple H feud in those late 90s before the 2002 feud that they had? Something bigger and better. What happens to the DX? Does it do what it did? I have so many questions, man.
All right, quickly.
Here comes the money.
Oh, nice 3-star.
Money talk.
Here comes the money.
3-star draw with the 277 super chat. Elbow drop for the kids, but what elbow drop is it? Is it Macho Man's? Is it Shawn Michaels? But then you get a super kick. I'd say, is it? Well, I guess I was gonna say if it's Test, he's dead, but so is Macho Man. So,
ouch.
I totally forgot that Test had an.
He had a really nice elbow drop.
Test had an amazing body. It also kind of killed him, but that's a whole other story.
My fantasy booking, I always said this was, instead of The Rock joining the corporation, I think it would have been Sean, because I think that would have been a hell of a swerve, because he would have been coming out of DX. And all of a sudden now would have been right next to Vince as his corporate champion, because he was his boy throughout that whole run. And I think Sean would then continue to fight Austin. So he would have had like a rematch at either WrestleMania 15 or at the Rumble. Probably WrestleMania 15, it would build to 15. But I think if Sean comes back, that's what you do with him. You make him the corporate champion, because The Rock was going to ascend to babyface. He was a babyface at that point. Then they swerved everybody, make him join the corporation. So The Rock would have been another baby face. I think at that point you would have had.
We would have missed out on so much Austin and Rock, though, man, and that was so good for both of them.
Yeah,
that's what won us. I say us because I was WWE guy. That's what won WWE the Monday Night Wars at one point, right?
Yeah.
I think the best way to go would have been that swerve Sean to the corporation, but keep The Rock going there too. Let The Rock do his thing, but have Sean.
You can't put two megastars like that.
Yeah.
But I mean, they had Triple H and The Rock there at the same time. And I'm basically saying swap Triple H out of the corporation and keep Sean there. And Sean's feuding with Triple H side of things. And then The Rock's doing the Austin thing. And that keeps
not a bad idea neither.
But I mean, so many things.
Let me ask you guys this. Do you think that Triple H is the greatest mid-carder ever? He has ascended.
Triple H is beyond that. Triple H, to me, Triple H goes down as one of the greatest of all time.
But
it's hard to put that 4 people on the Mount Rushmore wrestling, because there's so many of those guys that I feel like are right there.
The Mount Rushmore is stupid, because the Mount Rushmore is literally 4 presidents, and how many presidents have there been altogether? Now
that he's gone, how you doing, guys? Don't ever call me the Genetti again, motherfucker.
Hey,
I'll pop up everywhere. Every stream
Bro,
you're on, I'm just
that's
gonna pop in and take you off.
that's twice in 1 week.
But you know, he just keeps reminding everybody that he's not Sean. He's definitely the Genetti because he's got to keep kicking me out of the, out of the streams.
No,
It's like that surprise Monday Night Raw show up.
Actually, Sean is the one that put Genetti through, so technically he's Sean.
Yeah, but he keeps making the pop-up surprise in and cashing in and getting the Intercontinental title from me once, on a Monday Night Raw. But a week later, I take it back, so don't worry.
So here's what I say about Triple H, and I actually really do like Triple H. I mean, the guy doesn't do drugs. He does steroids, even though he can say he doesn't. That's bullshit.
Okay. Okay. Want to be clear here.
I was going to wait and see where we were going.
I'm sorry. Don't give me that bullshit. John Cena, I've only done steroids once. Fucking once this week. Shut the fuck up. I wouldn't say that to his face because he's giant and kill me. But this is what I say about Triple H. He's a great wrestler. I do think that he can work a match. He's a great storyteller. But it doesn't matter however high he got. When he stepped in the ring with Shawn Michaels, he went down here. When he stepped in the ring with The Rock, down a notch. When he stepped in the ring with Austin, down. He just never matched up to them. I'd
have to disagree with that.
I mean,
I'm talking about the presence. I'm talking about the pure presence that he had.
But here's the thing: you're referring to him every time as the white hot heel. He's got to do that. Yeah. Like he's fighting them. He's basically their Darth Vader.
Go to SummerSlam '98. Was it SummerSlam '98? Is that the
ladder match with The Rock?
Triple H.
Ladder match, yeah.
When Triple H is the baby and The Rock's the heel, right?
So good.
Triple H didn't look like he was down there. He was the baby. Yeah, no. He was the baby on that. He got over when they were out there doing.
I've watched that guy. I've watched that guy work where you can tell in the middle of a match he just changes things. Like he feeds. Everybody can shit on Hogan as a person. He's a horrible human being, but as an entertainer, the ability to. I was listening to him tell a story to that idiot Logan Paul about WrestleMania 18, right there. They were. He said, in the middle of the match, you could feel that he had to make the switch, and they were able to do. I've seen Triple H do that. That's a skill that only few guys have, where they're in the ring and they can feel the fucking the pulse essentially of the crowd, and they're like, no, this ain't gonna work. I have to take this. Where I have to take the reins. I'll be the baby. You run the heel. Or
because they know how to work.
But at the end of the day, the aura that when those big guys, Undertaker, Rock, Shawn, I don't want to say Bret Hart because Bret Hart.
You got to give the Hitman his due, man. He was good, dude. I want to hear it.
I know he
was good, man.
Every time I see him talk, he tells me how good he was.
I just always love how he always goes. I wrestled many years. I never hurt anybody.
I never hurt anyone. I never injured anybody. A billion and a half matches, and the only person I hurt was Bill Goldberg with my head.
Well, ask him who the top 5 wrestlers are, and he puts himself in it. Like, dude,
me, my dad, Owen. Nobody else.
The bear that we used to have to wrestle. I love Triple H, but every time I see him, like when you put him in against one of those great guys, his aura just isn't there.
I disagree.
I can't agree with that because he wrestled those guys and became he had the ability to take John Cena and all those other guys and raise them up. Randy Orton, Batista.
He was the only one. He was the only one there too.
So
he was the only one there to elevate them.
If you see from your point of view, what you're saying, he was not like on the same level as Shawn, Austin, The Rock. When he became that level, after they were kind of gone, it was him taking the baton with Cena, Batista, Orton, and then taking those guys and sending those guys to the next level to then carry the baton when he eventually had to take the back seat. And he had, listen, WrestleMania 19 will go, to me at least, will go down in history as one of the greatest WrestleManias of all time. And his match with Booker T is one of the best matches on that card. A lot of people look over it because of the Shawn Jericho and the Angle Lesnar match, of course, but he had a fucking phenomenal world championship match with Booker T that people tend to overlook. Like he had he had great matches with guys. I mean, his style is not like Sean's. His style is more like the power guy, where he's just going to do a lot of slams and like, you know, like the spine busters and shit like that. So maybe that's what it was. But I saw it when he was wrestling Triple H, when he was wrestling Austin, when he started feuding with Austin for the title at WrestleMania, not WrestleMania, SummerSlam 99. It's that triple threat with Jesse Ventura as the ref.
Yep.
You saw it there. You were like, no, this guy is the next guy. Like I saw it there at 99.
The biggest thing for Triple H, and I think Punk, the reason you kind of see him as a notch down from Austin and The Rock at that time is because really, if you think at that time, it was Taker, Austin, Rock were the three big guys, and the fourth one was Triple H. And the reason Triple H gets a nod down is because of the curtain call, and somebody had to pay the pay the price for that.
I'm talking even like John Cena. There's an aura about him. Sean, like it doesn't matter what, like Triple H is one of the people running the WWF right now.
Yeah.
He's in the ring, right? At the moment Shawn Michaels, bald and all, shows up, he now has that aura. It is his ring. It's no longer Triple H's ring. He may own the fucking ring.
I don't know, man.
I think
you know what? I think that you know what? I think you're right in one perspective, but it's unique because Triple H has always been in that ring, so it doesn't feel as special. When The Rock shows up, it's special. When Sean's there, it's special.
I want to point out something. Where'd it go? It was Mendoza. When Triple H went out with that quad injury, healed up, and he came back.
2002.
That 2002. That was the beginning of the cerebral assassin.
He came all jacked,
jacked, like everything.
Poster, dude. With that poster on the wall, man, he was so, and we were so pumped up for him to return too.
Yeah.
Like
I was at the Garden the night he came back.
Oh man.
Okay.
Never seen wrestling in the Garden.
The
WrestleMania 20, man.
The crowd was deafening. There's only a few times the crowd gets so loud where you can't even hear a theme song. It happened multiple times with Steve Austin, where all you heard was the glass break, and then you didn't hear nothing else after that because you just heard all the crowd. When Triple H's music hit in the Garden that night, that was the first time Triple H, to me, had taken that, like you're saying, taken that fucking spotlight, because that whole crowd, you didn't hear Motorhead. You just heard that first, and then that was it. The crowd just went bananas, and when it's crazy how louder they can get when all they do is just walk out through the entrance. Because all he did was walk out, and you saw his silhouette standing there in that crazy lighting. He was holding the bottle, and the crowd just progressively got louder and louder and louder. It was one of the craziest moments I had ever been a part of in terms of in the crowd.
From 2002 to 2014, Triple H carried that place on his back. And
100%.
there were Cenas and there were Ortons and there were Batistas, but you guys are right. He helped build them up, but Triple H was the backbone, and that is why he is King of Kings. He was the backbone.
So my son's 21, and he's been watching wrestling since as long as I could get him to sit still. And now that he's older, when he has his free time and he's playing his video games in his room and stuff across the hall here, he will turn on the WWE Network stuff on Peacock. And he actually goes back to right before Sean and Austin, like right about that January Rumble time. He started watching it. I think he's up to 2003, 2004 right now. Tomorrow at our Halloween party, he's dressing up like Triple H because this is by far his favorite wrestler from that period of time.
Which era Triple H? What window?
My son's in the gym. What's that?
What son is this?
My 21-year-old son who goes to the gym 7 days a week and is like just a brick house. Like, he's dressed like he's
even gonna rock the trunks.
No, he's gonna wear the camo. He's got the DX cut off.
Okay, all right.
DX cut off, and he's got the camo pants. Like he's doing the takeover.
Takes a very secure man to wear trunks at a Halloween party.
He's got to get the.
I couldn't wear trunks when I wrestled, man. It was long. It was long tights, legend. Long tights. I had friffly, fuzzy little, bottoms to my tights, but I was not wearing short crotch. cutters.
He's got to get the cut off jean jacket with the jean shorts. Just be like,
and the giant nose. You gotta
Giant
get
nose.
that giant
Sledgehammer.
exaggerated Triple H nose.
Yeah.
He's been growing the hair out for the last like year and a half, so he's got the hair. It's almost there. It's a little too curly though.
I got Cobweb. They literally called Triple H the cornerstone of DX. He held everything. There is no DX without Shawn Michaels.
Well,
there is
I mean,
there was.
DX.
I mean, when you look at the big picture and you look at the time,
it doesn't matter.
Shawn wasn't there.
DX does not start without Shawn Michaels.
You're 100% right.
DX doesn't start without Shawn Michaels.
Shawn, yeah.
But it doesn't happen.
DX became much bigger.
You're
Triple
right,
H's
but
reign.
DX doesn't happen. Triple H was not the degenerate. He was Hunter Helmsley. Shawn was.
That should tell you something else. That should tell you something else.
You know what the funny thing is, though? I think everybody thought the same way, because I remember when I was watching and he was hanging out with Shawn, Triple H, I was like, why the fuck is Shawn hanging out with this pretty boy? I used to say it all the time. I'm like, why the fuck are these two together? I didn't understand they're actually best friends, and it's, basically Triple H keeping Shawn Michaels alive because he's a filled out mess on the road.
Town to town.
So he's got to like make sure he's alive and getting to every fucking town. But I think
Shawn was the degenerate. I mean, I'm not saying Triple H would not have ascended. I'm not saying he wouldn't have been part of it. There would be no D-Generation X without Shawn Michaels. He was.
Yeah.
He took Generation X. He put D in front of it, and that's what he was.
Well, technically it was because.
I'd argue that Degeneration X doesn't exist. I'd argue that Degeneration X doesn't exist if Kevin Nash, X-Pac, Scott Hall, Triple H, and Shawn Michaels didn't click all years before those two bounced. And then they saw what they were doing. Actually, DX doesn't happen if Hall and Nash don't start the NWO. That's a fact.
But I'm saying
they did that because of it.
But D-Generation X is a faction. It is derived from being Generation X, but we were all considered degenerates. But Triple H was never a degenerate till he was with Shawn Michaels in the ring.
But that was the point. The point was they were starting to get like Triple H, I think, even I think on a show said he was done doing that gimmick and shit like that, because now they were throwing it in his face, and that's when Shawn, they show the curtain call the night after Bad Blood, and Shawn goes, "Oh, you're mad because me and my friends made an ass out of you? You were an ass long before we made one out of you." And that's when you kind of realize that, they're just going to be two jerk offs. Like when you're watching, you're like, these are going to be the two jerk offs, like the NWO. Like I saw it happening, and they're like
the outsiders. Yeah,
you could kind of see it, but honestly, if Nash and Hall don't leave, I see that happening in WWE because it was happening. Yeah, it was happening. It was just a matter of time before it was going to translate on camera.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, getting that name.
Yeah.
Getting that name and everything, like without Shawn Michaels, like that click does not become what it was. And I know a lot of it happened because of the NWO.
Yeah.
Which I've never. I mean, the NWO literally went fucking BlackBerry. Like, how did you ruin something so great? Oh, you know what? You had to have Scott Norton on it. All right, why was Scott Norton?
Hey,
Stevie Ray was added. Buff Bag will fit. Stevie Ray's.
The NWO should have only been WWF wrestlers. End of story. It was an invasion.
I won't disagree with that. I won't disagree with that at all.
Who I listened to him the other day. I was listening, and he was like, "These guys shouldn't have." I'm like, "You shouldn't have been in it."
The only reason I disagree with that is because they needed, like I don't want to say jobbers, but they needed within in-house talent to build up within that thing so that you could fight people. So it can't just be Hogan, Nash, Hall, X-Pac, Ted DiBiase. Then all of a sudden they're going to bring in this WWE guy and then this WWE guy. They wanted to kind of start to grab some WCW talent to help bring them up.
That's what Buff Bagwell.
Yeah, that was what Buff Bagwell was. I liked the addition of Scott Flash Norton because he wasn't a bad worker. He was very good, and nobody gave a fuck about him when he was firing ice with the Ice Train.
I like
they broke up. Yeah, they broke up and they were fighting with each other. Nobody really gave a fuck, and then Scott Norton joined the NWO, and then you kind of gave a fuck about Scott Norton because now he was hanging out with those guys.
Scott Norton was also a huge star in Japan. Which was what they were trying to draw a worldwide audience. So Scott Norton to us at that time looked stupid, but you needed some muscle, right? You needed muscle, and you needed a guy that could lose, and he put up a good fight. But yeah, overall, did he devalue it a little bit? Sure, but the viewership from Japan, I assume that helped. I don't know. I don't know any numbers.
NWO should have stayed a faction like the Four Horsemen. Like, yes,
I agree.
They didn't have loads of people. You didn't have to have everyone on your roster to the point where you're like, oh, hey, look, Booker T's the only person WCW now.
It was them trying to build a company, which also at the same time never made sense to me, because what happens when, if you're taking over, what happens when 100% of you are NWO, which almost happened, and then what do? Okay, well, now you have the company. Now what do you do, guys? Like, what do you do now?
They almost had their own show.
Yeah.
I think everyone thought it was going to happen, too.
I just went to the timeline of the NWO and the order of people, and I'm looking at it to see kind of where it really went awry. And honestly, like, it was Kyle Petty, I think he's listed on here somewhere. 6, it was basically after 6, Xbox is when it started to kind of nerf out. You had Vincent, you didn't need him.
No.
Miss Elizabeth, she could work if you brought her in at the same time as Savage, but you didn't. Miss Elizabeth. The Nick Patrick stuff worked. Buff Bagwell worked. It's when they started introducing IRS and Bubba Rogers and Scott Norton. Randy Savage could have worked if there was the right, but you had a Dennis Rodman, Conan, Kurt Hennig, Rick Rude, Louis Spicolli, Dusty Rhodes. It was like then they just it just became too much.
Yeah.
And then Crush and
Rick Rude came in.
Rick Rude was on WCW and WWE in the same night.
But all those other
was NWO.
All those other wrestlers had become NWO before Rick Rude showed up.
Yeah.
I remember
the NWO got out of hand in mid '97.
Yeah.
It was like halfway through mid '97. You're like, Jesus Christ, they got everybody.
Literally,
ready.
if you weren't NWO, you weren't.
Oh yeah,
you weren't making towns.
But
you were working Thunder.
Kyle Petty worked perfect because like they had an NWO race car.
Yeah.
Like this is where you were showing like, hey, we're branching out. Like we're taking over. Like I thought that was. I mean, that's putting Rick Rude on it. Perfect.
I was out on the NWO when like Masahiro Chono started showing up in the NWO shirt. You're like, all right, enough. Like
The
I'm done with this.
last good addition to the NWO was Scott Steiner, and I thought that whole turn on Rick was done very well, and the birth of Big Papa Pump was done so
big
well.
booty daddy.
But there was people before him that weren't good. You're agreeing to that, right? Okay.
Yes. There's a lot.
I mean,
of
you got
trash
to get a couple duds before you get a prime apple.
Vincent was there because of DiBiase, right? Like they were still doing that $1 Million Man thing, so Vincent just kind of got
that got
grandfathered in
because Ted DiBiase was supposed to be the benefactor, and then all of a sudden Bischoff joins, and now Ted DiBiase it doesn't need to be there. Like that was
they
the
kept
problem.
making it look like Ted DiBiase was the big guy and he was running it, and they had to sit in the audience with the seats and stuff. And I mean, but it was when they brought in Wall Street and Bubba Rogers and Scott Norton. And I mean, I'm not opposed to Scott Norton if you didn't have all this other wasted weight there. It's just a lot of guys you didn't need. And then you get the Disciple and freaking, I mean, Lex Luger, Sting, like.
Once it becomes two factions and one's wearing red and black, the other one's wearing black and white.
All right. You
like
said
Sting,
it. Hold on.
They were really WCW.
NWO lost me. Okay, Ted will back this up. Okay, I will never. We can talk about how one things I don't open.
I know.
I will never open.
I know where he's going.
When you turn, you 80 Sting, Surfer Sting. That was what it was. Him and Warrior. I don't care. When Sting went black and white and turned into Crow Sting, didn't talk, had his back. That is the Sting I loved. That was the reason why I watched WCW. When Sting was on TV, I'm recording him because I want to watch it 800 times. When you made this motherfucker wear black and red and he starts talking, fuck you.
Yeah.
It's pretty off.
I was mad when he did that shit on Thunder when Hogan gets the belt back and he says to JJ Dillon like those 2 words. He's like, "You got no guts. You're a dead man." Like even that, I was like, "Why the fuck is he talking? You just now, that's it. It's done. Like the cat's out of the bag now. He can talk." Like the whole thing was like, I didn't like that. I didn't like that at all. I felt to me this thing should have won in Starrcade and the NWO should have dissolved. Like it should have just kind of ended and then keep Hall and Nash together, but Hogan goes away for a while. That's just me.
I would have been okay with the NWO being still together because with every defeat now it's like how do you rally back? How do you get your belt back? Because that's what it was all about. But no, I can't.
That was the biggest problem.
I would never live that down.
That was the biggest problem is they kept the belt on him all the time, and they were still recruiting new people. And it was kind of like, well, if you can't beat him, join him. Like I get that approach, but like there would have been a benefit that if they had him lose the title and then have a new guy join because he helps him get the title. Like I can kind of see that route, but and you could have added value to that turn because it added value to the But I still don't even know to this day why Macho Man sat in the ring on a chair and waited for Sting to come out, and then somehow Macho was in the NWO like a week later. I feel like I just never understood it.
I need to go on a Macho Man rant. So Aaron went on his Sting rant. So I already know Aaron knows where I'm going to go with this, right? Because I, as a lifelong fan of the Macho Man, this guy got done dirty twice because of Hogan. So he defeats Sting in Spring Stampede 98, I believe. Kevin Nash interfered and put him over, and Macho Man defeats Sting. And the next night on Nitro, fucking Hogan brings his ass out and challenges Macho Man to a match, and he immediately loses it. So he's champion not even 24 hours. And then I believe in 2000, something similar happened. I think this is when we were in the What Up Mach phase, where the Macho Man once again wins the title. I don't even remember who the fuck he won it from. I used to remember all the title lineage. And what happens the next fucking day? Hulk Hogan brings his fucking ass out on Nitro, and he's like, oh, you should give me a match. And I am begging and pleading. I'm saying, Macho Man, don't fucking do this. Remember what fucking happened last time, dude? So Macho Man's final 2 title reigns in WCW were 1 days, and he lost to Hogan both fucking times because that motherfucker just couldn't leave that fucking belt alone. He had only gone 4 months without it. He lost to Sting at Starrcade. There was the belt bullshit. Sting ends up with the belt. Sting loses it in April. 4 months. And then Savage gets it and then loses to Hogan the next night.
Sting and lose Hogan the next night.
Fucking
both times.
Give me 1 second here.
Oh man.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
Woody 222 with the 1999 super chat. Woody, good night. Enjoy your wrestling talk, everyone. I smoke too much. 38% flour tonight. Skeet skeet for the kids. Now, Ted, I want to say something. You are bitching, but I just want to tell you that Macho Man kept that belt 2 days longer than you ever had it.
You wonder why Macho Man hated Hogan.
I am the WWE 2K16 World Heavyweight Champion, okay? And nobody's defeated me for it. So I'm on like a John Cena reign here. I'm on a Roman Reigns title reign here. So nobody's ever beat me. So I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it.
Can you
Have you ever been challenged for that belt?
What's that?
Have you ever been challenged for that belt?
I don't know what you're talking about, Ed. Nobody challenges me because they are too scared and they respect me for what I am.
So I'm gonna send you a shipping label. I need you to send me that Money in the Bank briefcase. I'm gonna go ahead and cash in real quick.
Jeremy Kimberlin says Macho greater than Hogan in every way, and I am sorry. If you want to talk about pure wrestling, sure. I am sorry. Hulk Hogan. Wrestling is what wrestling is because of him. I mean, 80s and in the 90s, there have been great promos, but I don't believe anyone will ever be as hyped as when Hulk Hogan was in his prime. You knew what he was going to say. In the late 90s and 2000s, it was old. But him talking about what he's going to do to Andre, Boss Man, DB, you're hanging on every word. And he's just saying the same thing. But you get goosebumps. You start shaking, right? Like, I'm sorry. And Macho, if you're talking about wrestling, yes. And I'm not saying Macho Man couldn't work a mic because he could.
But it's the rule of two. It's the rule of two. Like Hogan, there was equal. It was Hogan and Macho. It was Austin and The Rock. It's Cena and Orton. It's Roman Reigns and Seth Rollins. There's a rule of two in the wrestling game.
Look,
so there's got to be one and then another. Whether
Hogan brings you to the dance, but Macho Man's the one you dance with.
Yeah.
Macho put out a great diss track against Hogan.
He did.
It is on vinyl. It's on vinyl, and it was released, re-released on World Record Day, I believe, last year, 2023. And I fucking missed it because I had to go to fucking work.
But your rule of two, you're absolutely right. It is sober Sean and drug Sean, right? Like, like, could you imagine anyone else having a career like Shawn Michaels, where they were just completely drugged out, everyone hated them, but they could work, and then completely changes? And I'm sorry,
I think that was one of the reasons.
The guy did not wake up one day and God just magically healed his back.
But that's
stop with that shit.
One of the reasons why I think guys hated him so much was because he was such a piece of shit and such a junk box, but made it look so easy that it's just like you fuck. Like if you would just clean up your act, this would be so much better for you.
My buddy Tony, we skate. I watch so many of these skateboarders, these younger ones. They have so much talent. I wish I had half as much talent as they did. That they do it when I was young, but they don't. They would rather party and I'm like, dude, you can party the rest of your fucking life. Your knees, you're only gonna survive so long doing this. You have so much, and I think because I love skateboarding so much, and that I know that even at my best, I wasn't even half as good as them. It drives me nuts, and I think that's probably how it is with Sean. Like, you're so fucking good. Like everyone that ever talks about working with Sean. Does anyone ever say a bad thing about working with him? No.
The only thing they ever say bad is how he was in the locker room. He was a real piece of work in the locker room.
Working with him, they said it's a night off.
Yeah. Because they take wrestle a broomstick and make it look good. I watched him wrestle Great Khali on a Monday Night Raw, and I couldn't believe that it was watchable. I was like, this guy literally turned chicken shit into chicken salad. I could not believe what he did with the Great Khali when he wrestled.
Imagine if he was healthy and Angle showed up in the early 2000s before, when Sean was at his prime. We saw the matches we got out of them with what we had out of them.
Yeah.
And if we had gotten that in 2000 or 99, whenever it was that Angle showed up, I mean,
I would have loved to see Angle versus Brett.
You know what?
Sean and Jericho in Sean's prime when Jericho was younger. I mean, they had good matches and stuff, and they did great things together later on. But if that 4-year window would have been huge.
So you know what I don't like is when people say Sean can wrestle broomstick. They always say that about Razor Ramon in the ladder match, and it's like Razor held his own.
Razor, I always say that Scott Hall's one of the most underrated workers in the game.
Yeah, like
Yeah, he's a big guy, 6'6", whatever, to be able to do what he did. He was good.
Shawn Michaels, but how many people really were? But when I watched those ladder matches, I'm like, no, like he didn't wrestle a ladder. He wrestled a really good wrestler.
Yeah, Ric Flair says that. Ric Flair says Shawn Michaels wrestled a ladder, and Razor Ramon just happened to be there that day.
I've never heard that, but that's awesome. And I'm not a Ric Flair guy.
Yeah.
But I mean, Razor could wrestle.
No, he was very good. Yeah,
he wasn't the greatest, but I also wouldn't call him bad.
His downfall again, drugs and alcohol.
Oh yeah,
it's the same problem. It's the problem. Like, listen, a lot of people will sit here and talk about how great Macho Man was and how great Hogan was, but a guy that people always overlook is Kurt Hennig.
Oh,
Kurt Hennig was very fucking. I mean, better. I think better than Savage at some point.
I don't think people overlook him at all.
They
Shawn
do.
Shawn Michaels and Hennig was that WrestleMania?
SummerSlam, WrestleMania 8
9.
or 9. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then WrestleMania SummerSlam that year too.
Yeah.
When I look at guys that should have won the WWF title that never did,
he's up there.
It's Kurt Hennig, Mr. Perfect, and the British Bulldog. I love Davey Boy. And
I think Davey Boy should have beat Shawn in '96.
I did. Yep.
Oh yeah.
I think he should just at Beware a Dog, and then Sean could have won it back at SummerSlam.
I think supposed to, but Davey Boy was his own worst enemy too.
There was a lot of them came up in that era where it was just drugs and alcohol. That's how you numb the pain to go to the next show.
Did you guys hear what his wife said about him after he's passed recently in the last few years?
Well, I mean,
like,
he was
about Davey Boy
sister-in-law and stuff. I mean, yeah.
What's that?
I believe he was banging his sister-in-law.
No.
Well, no, not what she said. But I believe he was.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, I heard about that. Like he was drugging her and banging her and
slipping her roofies in the booty hole. Yeah.
Allegedly. I hated, because I loved the Bulldog before I fell in love with Shawn Michaels, and I hated that Shawn Michaels beat the British Bulldog in the Royal Rumble. But when I look back at it now, I'm like, that was a beautiful thing, because it was one slip and Shawn Michaels, he went to the ground. There was no way to get and it just shows you how good he was. Also, someone sent me something and said, does anyone realize that Zach Gowen never would have lost a Royal Rumble?
Yeah, I saw that recently.
Neither did what's his face?
He has one leg.
Yeah, neither did Maven. Like the Undertaker, when he beat the shit out of Maven, he didn't throw him over the top rope. He threw him under.
Yeah, but Kurt Hennig's son is still, he's still in the Royal Rumble from 2016 or something.
2016, because he didn't get eliminated either.
Yeah, he never even got a chance. But
Yeah,
yes, the Zach Gowen one I did hear.
I've been watching a lot of Maven's.
He's got a good show too.
Channel.
Yeah.
This is what I like about it. He takes accountability for his mistakes. Like too many people in life, and not just wrestling, in life, they refuse to take accountability. And he talked. I was just listening to the one where he talked about him getting arrested, and he said it's the best thing that happened for me. It was a horrible thing, but he's like, it was fully my fault. And he talks about it rather than certain people that just will not ever take accountability for what they've done. Which
he was just a bouncer in New York City before he started his YouTube channel. Like he was literally like at rock bottom, he said. And then the things and here's the thing. What the things he says is pretty good. It's pretty interesting. Like he talks about how much he made in the business and how much they pay, and you learn about all that crazy, interesting stuff that nobody really talks about in the wrestling game.
I don't know how I feel about that.
I love. Are you talking about this right here?
Yeah.
I love Owen Hart.
Yeah.
He was not long for a heavyweight. And things could have changed. But
if Owen could have acted the way he did backstage, where they said he was like a real funny guy and like got over with personality, I think maybe. But Owen, for some reason, when he was in the ring, he just didn't have that kind of personality that you gravitate to. He just didn't have.
He was most over when they were picking on him about being the Nugget.
No,
yeah,
he was most over.
And when he had the Bret Hart feud too, that was great.
2-time Slammy Award winning, and one of them he stole.
Yeah,
remember that? Like,
yeah,
I love that gimmick.
It was for Yokozuna. It was for Yokozuna for best bow tie or some shit because he had some weird one.
He took the one and he went around 2 times, and because you actually believed.
Yeah.
That he believed it.
I like in '96 where he Bob Ortoned it up and he had the cast on his arm for like 7 months. he sold that broken arm. That was
King
funny.
Of Hearts.
Yeah.
I think Owen would have probably won a heavyweight. I just don't think he was long for it. But I also would have told you the same thing about Chris Jericho, and I would be completely wrong.
Jericho is so good.
I think Owen would have been a better chaser.
Yeah,
he would chase for it, but never actually get it.
And I think if he finally gets it, it's because of like the payoff to see after all these years. You give it to him a little bit, and then he has like a very short run. I don't think he would have a very long run because
that's what I'm saying. I don't think
just wouldn't have been a draw, man. And there's nothing against his ability. He just wasn't. He wouldn't have been that kind of draw.
I think he just floated around the drain for a while, and he'd never really get the.
But we probably would have said the same thing about Shawn Michaels, right? Like you probably would have said that he might win it, but like but he proved day in and day out, that he could do it. Like I think as much as I loved Chris Benoit, the fact that he could not work a mic, and dude, if anyone ever tried to tell me, if anyone tried to argue that, he was awful. Like Brock
but his wrestling
was so good.
He didn't need to talk. His wrestling was his talking.
Yeah. Here's the problem with that. Like the wrestling is the talking is good when you're the Intercontinental Champion because you're the workhorse. So it works for that. When you're the WWE champion, unfortunately, they send you places. Like
Right, for the marketing piece, absolutely.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'll tell you, like I was at the Garden for WrestleMania 20 when Benoit won that title. Man, like the room, I don't know if you were there, but like the room, just like everyone when he won it, and then like Eddie comes out, and like they embrace in the middle of the ring, like two WCW guys in a WWF ring holding their world champion.
Yeah.
Was like, holy shit, man. Like
here's the thing. Beautiful moment at WrestleMania 20. Beautiful moment. Fast forward to the summer, that same year, he's the champion. I go to a house show, half the building was sold. That's when I look around and you go, "Dang, he ain't gonna have the championship."
Yeah,
this much longer. He wasn't selling tickets.
He's not gonna sell seats. Yeah. And maybe it was for the feel good moment. Like, hey,
it's exactly what it was.
We see your hard work. We're gonna reward your hard work.
And if I'm not mistaken, Paul Heyman made that push for him.
He did.
Yeah.
And listen, Benoit, he killed it.
Yeah.
He literally killed it.
Yeah, unintended.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. Kevin Sullivan did.
What?
Kevin Sullivan did.
Oh my god, dude. Quickly, let me say right now, 28 people, please hit that like, hit that subscribe, and send some donations for the kids. Because there are kids that don't have Christmas, like Daniel.
Oh, Jesus, bud. Jesus, bud.
But that's for a whole nother reason, all right? Look, Travis had to.
Travis had to do that.
That's why I could say that shit at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Punk made Travis tap.
Yeah.
This coming from the guy with the plastic daddy moniker under there. I have to walk away right now.
Considering you're doing a stream for Toys for Tots, I think we should stay away from those.
Hey, let's move to a super chat really quick.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
Frostbite G.I. Joe repo for the $20 super chat. Won't someone think of the children? Well, it wasn't Chris Benoit. I'm sorry, dude.
Punk can go all night with this, man. He's just lining him up.
On Chris Benoit. Oh my god, dude. I will be refunding everybody by the end of the stream.
I need to go back one step because now Lawrence, you and Aaron have something in common with your WrestleMania drops. So Aaron nonchalantly dropped this WrestleMania 20 that he went to. He's like, yeah, it's at the Garden. And he goes, I don't know if you guys were there or not, but just like Lawrence, like I was at WrestleMania 3 with 98,000 of my friends. I don't know if any of you guys were there.
Well, you know what it is it's Punk drops the ship there from Joe's and his WrestleMania 3. Aaron over here drops his 17 elite world championship belts on the shelf behind him and then talks about, WrestleMania 20. So they're like one and the same at this point.
Don't know if you guys were there or not.
I mean, I know this
don't know if you got that belt or
he knows damn well I wasn't there.
I was also at WrestleMania 20.
Yeah, because you were at home crying, right, Dad?
Where our former president shaved Vince McMahon's head.
Oh, okay.
I can't tell you anything about that. Like, I went to WrestleMania 23. The only thing that I can tell you about it is I know that Trump and Vince had their little thing.
Bobby Lashley and
only because they talked about it. The only thing that I remember about that whole thing is how hot the flames were when the Undertaker came out, and we weren't that close.
Is that the one where he got burned? No. That's when he wrestled Batista, and everybody was like, "Oh my God, Batista can actually have a match."
It was an elimination chamber. He got burnt.
Yeah.
And WrestleMania 3, in all honesty, I know that was the Macho Man Steamboat. I know that King Kong Bundy beat up midgets. I'm just offending everyone now. But the only thing that I remember about that is Hulk Hogan versus Andre. Like that's the only thing that's where Brutus became the barber. There's so much stuff that WrestleMania, and I've watched it, but the only things I remember live was how many people there were, and when Hulk Hogan came out, you know, I mean, I was what 12 because my mom hadn't passed away yet. At 11 or 12, that place was just, again, I don't care how many people they say were there. That place was just amazing.
It was deafening, man. Yeah.
Yeah. And to sit there and say that they're trying to say there was 70,000. This is when they didn't cut off half of an arena. The Silver Dome held 80,000 and it was packed. And then you got to think about all the seats on there. There was more than 73,000. There's no way there wasn't because they didn't cut off half of it like they do now for the Titantron and everything.
Yeah. They had no entrance essentially.
They've been making it smaller now, but I almost bought tickets to WrestleMania 41. Is it 41 next year? Yeah, 41 next year. They just went on sale the other day for 5 seats and a little decent, just kind of. It was like $8,000, almost $2,500 just in fees for the 2 nights. I didn't do it. I'm going to SummerSlam, Rumble, and Elimination Chamber next year, though.
Jeez, I went to WrestleMania when it was in Dallas the first time.
Did you have Ireland by any chance? Because goddamn, you go on vacation with the family all the time.
Dude, I went to Maryland once.
Keep the lights on.
Yeah.
I'm trying to keep the lights on by.
I'm actually not hiring right now, but let me know, man.
I'm gonna bail out.
Codes, and all they're giving me is, you know,
Steve bouncing, Aaron.
Yeah, I gotta be at work at 7, so I'm gonna try and catch some Z's before my alarm clock goes off.
Well, honestly, thank you for joining. I mean,
oh yeah, man.
I knew 1 a.m. was going to be a hard push for some people, but again, I thought us talking we'd have a good time and
absolutely.
Aaron, do you work on Thursdays? Because I want to have you on Thursday with a friend, but I know you have some.
I work in the mornings. I have the evenings off.
Okay,
so.
All right. Well, I'm going to hit you up on figure out a Thursday with a friend because you're the only person on here that hasn't been on. I think, right? Tony, I had you on, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It was a blast.
I don't mean that. I don't mean that badly, but like, I know I was on your show, and I'm like, I know I had Tony on, right?
Yeah.
And you're just like, after a while, you've had so many people on, and you're like,
it all blends together, man. It's just one long episode.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
it can be killer.
Aaron, let's get in touch this week, man. Let's do that prep for the show, and let's start doing some pre-recorded stuff and talk about pro wrestling from back in the day. We can talk about our Mount Rushmores of the generations.
Nice.
Aaron, have you seen all the clips that Ted did? Did he show you them?
I didn't see all of them. No,
you saw the one. Oh, well,
yeah.
On your way out, let's play the other 2.
Let's play some Moss Man. Yeah, let's do it.
So you saw the first one. Do you want to watch the first one again? Do you want to waste?
Yeah, let's play them all.
All right,
let's play them all.
Well, everyone's here. 31 people. Here's a little bit of Moss Man.
Oh, hey guys, welcome to the 36th hour of Punk with Toys for Tots Stream-A-Thon. Yeah. So we all know Lawrence, sometimes he can be a little bit sassy. But for the next 36 hours, Lawrence, he's raising money for Toys for Tots. And so he's going to take all the money that this channel makes, so through your super chats and your super stickers or the memberships or all the monies, guys. And he's going to use that to go to Sarge Reds and buy toys and donate them directly to Toys for Tots. But don't worry, you don't have to just watch Lawrence for 36 hours. He's bringing actually a lot of friends to come help. A lot of great content creators like Allison Troy, Punks on Film, Osterdom's Toys Clubhouse, Hello Toys, and just a whole bunch more, guys. And you can support just by sending a super chat or becoming a channel member or even maybe just reaching out to Lawrence with a direct donation. There's also a note here from Lawrence. What does that say? It says, tell them I'm not just going to buy G.I. Joe figures and gridiron stuff with the money. So we got 36 hours, guys. So let's go ahead and grab our favorite can of spicy barbecue Pringle chips and just sit back and enjoy all the amazing content.
I'm not gonna lie.
I still love that one.
Putting Santa's head on me, that made me crack up. And that was the one that you were worried I was not going to like. And I have a feeling that's the reason why.
Yes, because I took your angry live stream. And,
which I believe is, I think that's the same picture that Laser Pants used on his little post for me, I think.
Maybe, because I just went in there and screenshotted it, but I imagine it was roughly around the same spot, yeah.
But you put the hat on me. I laughed. All right, so here's the second one.
Oh, hey guys, it's Mossman again.
And Dopey.
No, you're not part of this one.
Okay.
Anyway, welcome back to the Punk with Toys for Tots Stream-A-Thon. So this is going on from October 25th through October 27th, which is streaming non-stop. So we've made a whole bunch of money so far to donate for Toys for Tots, but we can still keep going. We still got some time left. So if you want to participate, you can send a super chat or a super sticker, or maybe even consider becoming a channel member. And all that money, Lawrence is going to take that and go to this really cool toy store, Sarge Reds. He's going to buy toys, and all that's going to get donated for Toys for Tots. But anyway, we still got a whole bunch of really awesome content coming from a lot of great content creators. So let's get back to the show.
Okay. The whole Dopey. He's like, okay. I probably laughed way too hard.
Yeah, Dopey made his debut. So
yeah, part of this. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, the third one.
Oh, hey guys, if you're just tuning in, man, you've missed a lot of great content, but there's still a whole bunch more going on because this stream's 36 hours long. This stream's going on from October 25th through October 27th, and all the revenue that this channel makes is going to go to Toys for Tots. So Lawrence, he's going to go to this really cool toy store called Sarge Reds. He's going to buy a bunch of toys for all the little kids in need. And you can help donate by sending super chats or super stickers, or maybe even consider becoming a channel member. So if you don't like Lawrence, then you can just send a bunch of mean super chats and be like, Lawrence, you suck. Your content isn't good. You're biased against Valaverse, and all you do is buy gridiron stuff, and then you say it's really great, but it's actually overpriced crap, or whatever mean things y'all want to say to him. Anyway, we still have a whole bunch more content coming, so send that mean super chat to Lawrence. Enjoy the show.
Okay, let's just be honest. I'm going to get blamed for the Valaverse thing, even though I didn't say it. All right.
I was just going with the consensus of the community.
There's someone thumbing out a text right now in the 3POA site saying, oh my God, did you hear what Lawrence said about Valaverse? It was Mossman. I did nothing to do with that.
I love the Tony Figs rules sign in the back, though.
Oh, I think you're going to like this next one.
It's the last one. It's the last
this
one.
is the last
Aaron,
one.
then Aaron can leave, I guess.
Hey guys, so just a heads up. Somebody made such a mess in Lawrence's bathroom, so don't go in there for a little bit. I'm gonna blame Dopey back here, stinking up the dang toilets. But anyway, welcome back to a Punk with Toys for Tots Stream-A-Thon, where for the next 36 hours, October 25th through October 27th, all the channel revenue is going to be donated to Toys for Tots. So he's going to go to this really cool toy store called Sarge Reds. He's going to buy a bunch of action figures, and he's going to donate them to kids in need. But anyway, there's still a whole bunch more awesome content coming up from a lot of your favorite creators. So make sure you stay tuned for the whole time and just watch the whole show. And make sure you send some super chats or something. But all right, I gotta go take care of this real quick. Bye.
Love it.
Look, you sit here and it's Frostbite already. Oh my fucking God, Lawrence is starting hate statements again. I don't know. Man. I don't know where Mossman comes up with it.
Me neither.
And if they ever did a show with Mossman in it, the moment I hear the voice, I'd be like, that ain't Mossman. And that's a voice? Like, what?
Well, I plugged this on our Instagram, but anybody who isn't familiar with Mossman, go to the Hella Dope Toys YouTube channel, and under the videos, there's 3 episodes, The Adventures of Skeletor. That is the Mossman origin. That's where he came from, and that's where you can kind of get his backstory and understand why he does what he does with Lawrence now. So,
do you know what else I have?
What?
And Ed said I have full reign for this. I completely forgot about it.
In the town where toys are king, there's a man named Ted Dark Claw, and he's got a thing. It's hella dope toys, the place to get toys. Ken from Street Fighter only found a place to stay. Watch them go in the store of your dreams, where Ken plots and schemes. Hella dope toys is the spot for a nostalgic play, where heroes gather, never stray. Ken's still there with his fire's grin, never leaving. He's settled in Ted and Ken in their toiling spree. At Hella Dope Toys, they're the ones to see.
You guys didn't know I had chops like that, did you?
All right.
One more left, guys.
Okay, so I got these super chats. Aaron, thank you for so much for joining. I got to read these super chats, and then Ted, you need to tell everyone how that came about.
Oh, so now I got to stick around for this one.
Right.
Okay. Go do the super chats. I don't know what you're referring to.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
Mython the Python with the 1999 super chat. What up, mother truckers? Look at these cool kids and the pup. Much love to you all, and thank you for helping the kids have an awesome Christmas. Thank you very much. And then we have Mr. Wonderful, who might also be on the screen. $10 super chat. Punk loves to call me Plastic Daddy. Wrestling stream for the win. You crap on too much stuff. I don't never said that.
You call me Plastic Daddy all the time. It's what you texted me the other day. I could show you guys. You actually wrote me a song, and the lyrics are insane.
All right,
so play it on our stream next week.
Tell everyone where the whole Ken thing came from.
So the Ken thing was we just had so many Street Fighter Kens sitting around.
Hold on. You got to go back a step. You got to go back a step. So the setup to the story was, what was it? Fei Long and Ryu. When we ordered those, we didn't order enough. So then when Chun-Li came out, we're like, oh my God, we ordered like 11 cases of Chun-Li, which also, I'm like, great, maybe we should have ordered more. So then Ken comes out, and like, oh, this is a no-brainer. We're going to order the same amount of Kens that we did Chun-Li. Oops. That didn't work out too well. So we were stuck with a bunch of Kens. Now, Ted, go.
Yeah, so I'm literally just buried in Kens, and there is one left. There is still one Ken left. But yeah, I don't know. We were talking about it on the show, and I was just joking around. I was just like, oh yeah, Ken just fucking lives with me now, and he's just always fucking making these demands. I don't even remember what episode that was. Ed would probably know, because that's what inspired that clip. But yeah, we were just making jokes about fucking Ken being my goddamn roommate, and Ed took that and ran with it. So yeah, it's not the most interesting story in the world, but
how you told it originally was absolutely hilarious, because you're like,
I don't even remember.
I'm living with Ken. And next thing I know, the next day, I believe it wasn't that same video. It was a different clip. That
there's 3 videos, I think, total.
That I assumed Ed had done. And then I asked Ed if I could use it, and he sends me that, and he's like, this is all yours. You have permission to use it. And I didn't realize it until I played it. I'm like, this is almost a minute long.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming
cut those vocals.
I'm assuming Mr. Wonderful did the music for it.
I did. That is a skill that I possess.
Yes, a skill.
Keyboard warrior right here.
Yeah, it's the skill that you possess by fucking robots that are going to end up killing us eventually.
I can't wait for the Toy Lee album to drop. You know,
that would be awesome. Maybe
throw that in the
we'll have
merch
like
store.
albums on that and selling them. That said, Punk, whenever I talk to my AI, I do say please and thank you. So that way, when shit hits the fan, they will remember I was nice to them.
Well, you should say, hey, please make me a commercial that I can play, that Punk can play on Monday night to promote my show that I've been asking you for months now.
You have. I just don't know what to do for it.
Ask Ed. He seems to have good ideas.
Yeah,
Well-
maybe I'll tell Ed to do it, and I'll put the music on there.
Lawrence, great news. We tricked Aaron and Tony into staying until 3 a.m. So mission accomplished right there. Fucking got them.
See, Tony loves this shit. And I don't know if it's because he smokes and he thinks everything is funny, but I think he actually loves this shit.
No, it's a great time, man. I had a blast. I appreciate the generosity and letting me come on here and talk wrestling with you guys, man. I was hoping that I wasn't kind of pushing myself in, so I appreciate
No, like I said, I originally asked Ken to come on, but Ken is too busy to care about the kids. So I was like, well, fuck you, Ken. I don't need a Canadian on anyway.
It's really because you and I were on here, Punk, and he knows we would have dragged this Canadian ass up and down WrestleMania 12 all day.
But we just had such a good time like it was just so organic when we had, when we went over there. Now we had a long time to think about what we were going to talk about because it's like a 2-mile fucking walk to the end of that hotel there, or that convention center. We just had such a good time, and I don't even know what we talked about wrestling. We talked about all kinds of shit, and we did a lot of people watching.
Lots.
Real
quick before we start, Matthew, it's an Entertainment Earth exclusive. I don't even fucking know when that thing is gonna land. I'll wait when I see Entertainment Earth charge me for however much I ordered, and then they say, here it is at your door.
Hopefully one case.
Yes.
I don't want to do this again.
Well, it says that pre-orders are sold out.
Yes. They all sold out.
No, that's perfect.
I was going
That's
to order
excellent.
one and realize they were sold out.
Well, luckily for you, sir, I might have ordered extra and just...
Oh, my God.
Because Ted's like, I need to live with a different color Ken.
Yeah, white geek Ken is the new hotness now.
I'm stuck with 30 Kens again. I'm gonna be
no, you're gonna be stuck with 50 Kens.
Ed's gonna be doing another Ken commercial, just in a different outfit.
It's Ken's twin brother that comes in.
Because they're gonna drop fucking Honda, and I'm gonna be sitting here with 50 Kens going, guys, don't you remember when you all really wanted white Gi Ken? And everyone's gonna be like, nah. When are you getting Honda? I'm like, I don't fucking know. I don't know. Well, I appreciate this. I wasn't thrilled about this time. And honestly, I'm impressed that Aaron and Travis both showed too. So great job, us.
You're toily forever.
I would love to do this again. This was a good time.
1 year from now.
Aaron and Travis, I know y'all have some wrestling podcast. And I know Tony's always talking about wrestling and just dicking around on live streams. So I don't know if there's ever an opportunity to do this again. I would be down. I would offer to host it, but when we talk about wrestling, everybody leaves. So I don't know what the fuck that is, but they just all go away. They'll watch it here, but not on our channel.
So, yeah.
Well, I think people are only watching it because it is a stream-a-thon. Because I have a feeling if I talked wrestling, it would just dive normally.
Because the whole time you talked about WrestleMania 3.
But I told you, like, the whole Punks on Film idea came because at the end of the show, I didn't have things formed. I didn't have things planned like I do now. We would just start talking about old movies, and everyone's like, "Oh my god, we need to do something!" And I do it, and no one fucking comes and watches. It's like there's 5 people watching, and I'm like, "Wait, there was just 30 people last week saying how much they love this, and then when you do it, they don't show up." Like people that say they want Ken, and then they don't buy it.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah,
that's true.
I've been impressed that there's been. I mean, it's fucking 3:00 in the morning here, and there's over 30 people still watching. And there have been people here like the whole day, which is
the whole day. Lawrence is sick of all of you. Just go away for a minute so he can walk away.
I got lots of things to play. I have two more hella dope commercials. I have my intros that I can just replay just for the hell of it.
All right, Aaron, run away now. Now's
Aaron,
your
get out of
window.
here.
Run away.
Thank you so much, and I'll hit
Thank
you
you,
up
man.
about coming on.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the same, fellas. It was an absolute honor to talk wrestling with all you guys, man. And if you ever want to do it again, I'm down. Just let me know. For real, I appreciate you, man. Take it easy, fellas.
See you guys.
I always want to find more stuff to do with people. I do, but there's only so much time in our life.
I have a hard stop at 3 as well, for I have to be at work in 6 hours, and I hope somebody's in the green room because I don't want to leave you alone.
Yeah, that's my thing. I gotta crash here soon, but I'll hang out for a little bit. We were 1 to 3, right, Punk?
Yeah, it was gonna be 1 to 3, and then if anyone else wanted to pop in, just kind of shoot the shit. I know I gotta go take a piss really quick. So Ted, can you stick around for like about a minute or two? I mean,
I'll plug some shit. I'll plug some shit.
Yeah,
do that.
let's plug some shit, Ted. Let's do that.
Let's plug some shit.
Do you have that audio? Can you play it?
No, I'm not in my studio.
Well, let's just say it out loud. It's like it's time to chill,
time
Ted.
to
Shit.
chill his shit.
That's how it goes.
Shit. All right, guys. So this Sunday. So first of all, if you're not subscribed to Hella Dope Toys on YouTube, go to Hella Dope Toys. If Matthew Matson's still in the chat, maybe he'll drop a link or something. This Sunday we are going to be joined by the Mega Powers, Yojo Jerk and Toy Games. So that's 9 p.m. Eastern. That's a show you're not gonna want to miss. Travis, are you actually doing a show on Tuesday? Because you keep dancing around on
we
when
did
the
a
Toy
Wednesday
League
night.
airs.
We did a Wednesday night this past week. Yes,
Did
we actually
you move
have
to Wednesday? What's going on? I'm so confused.
No, it's just kids' school cheer and work. It's been just like one hell of a smash, and I wasn't feeling great the other day, so I worked with Ed to post it to Wednesday, and wife had a honey to-do list that needed to get done. So yeah, it is Tuesday nights. Tuesday night takeover, Toilet Takeover. Still a Tuesday night show. We will have a show this Tuesday. We are going to have a special guest, Brick Something, filling in for Ed, as Ed is going to be out of town. Hopefully Brick will bring some AWOC conversation points to the news, and we'll be hyping up the Toyvember, which is the awesome event that we will have beginning in November. If you haven't already checked it out, go look up the Toilet Takeover Instagram and find us on Axion Fig's YouTube channel, and you can find out all about it and pre-register to earn points. I actually have on my screen all the prompts right above my head here. The first one is Day 1, The Arrival. That is the prompt. The Arrival introductions. You heard it here first. You'll hear it again on Tuesday, giving everybody a little head start. Sign up, get your points in, have a chance to win prizes. I'm donating a $25 Hella Dope Toy gift card. I'm also, I've got whatever that Cosmic Legion that showed up today in the mail from you guys is going in there, and I got like 4 other ones. Plus, I have someone else who just reached out and donated, not Dark Wolf, but the female figure from those guys over at Verzetta. Also donated one of the Frankenstein figures, I think. So we got a bunch of really cool figures that are donated as prizes for the winners of the Toyvember contest. So check it out, find out more details. Tons of shit to win.
Cool. With that, I'm gonna run. Lawrence, thank you so much for this opportunity, man. And I hope you keep kicking ass. I saw Matthew threw up a number there a little bit ago, and that was a pretty
I don't know
number
how
for one day.
Yeah, so that's all the super chats, and as we know, YouTube does take their cut, unfortunately. But I think what did Matthew put up?
1335, I think.
Something that he's aware of.
Yeah, and we have 713 PayPal.
And
so it's still doing
Punk,
well.
You told everybody you were gonna match it ×3, whatever you get, right? I'm kidding.
Yeah.
I'm kidding, Punk.
Hella
I'm
dope.
kidding.
And hella dope toys credit.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Oof. Okay. Well, I gotta go, guys. I'll see you all Sunday night. Travis, see ya. Lawrence, thank
Travis,
you.
yes,
Love
around.
you all. Goodbye.
All right, thank you, Ted, so much. All right, so this I don't have anyone behind.
No, you're good, dude. You're
All
good.
right. Let me ask you. Can
Yes,
you?
sir.
Because you're the one that started the toy leak, correct?
Yes, sir.
So,
I'm like the Hogan.
So yeah, I know you put yourself right in the middle of the picture. So I don't really know the full story. Can you
talk about it?
Yeah, tell everyone where it comes and who actually is part of the toy leak. Because there's a select few. I mean, I don't think people realize there's only a few.
Some people might not even know they're in it.
Well, there's only one person that I think that wouldn't know that he's in it.
I gotta find my picture. I don't even know where it is. That's how I keep track of it. We're like the NWO. We just keep growing, and I don't even know.
Did you add more people to it?
No, I have not updated it in quite some time. So just give me a second here. And then I will, let me find that real quick. I got it somewhere in here.
Because I'm just, again, I didn't, I had no one planned. Like, I tried doing these, I tried doing the shows here where I set it up where there's an hour in between.
Oh, yeah.
So if anything ran over, it was great. Frostbite and I did a thing, and we ran well over into the next show. But it's been great. I'm not even tired. I've been up since 6:30 in the morning.
Oh, yeah. I got up at about 6:40 or so, 6:30, something like that. Okay. Yes, I got everybody here. Yeah, there's 6 guys officially in it at this point. Yes. Yep. So the idea of the toilet was I was messing around with all the AI art stuff. And part of it was, the brotherhood here, right? So we had a lot of folks just kind of chatting. A lot of us were popping into Oz's streams and stuff like that. Oz runs the toy network stuff. And jokingly, I was like, I'm going to come up with this opposing faction, right? Like NWO style. And it actually, like being elitist, right? You have the idea of, for those that are following wrestling current state in the world, you have Being the Elite. It's a YouTube channel and show by the Young Bucks and Kenny Omega and a bunch of guys out there that were part of the Bullet Club and stuff. And they basically have a subset of that group, which is one of the bigger, players. And for those that aren't familiar, it's like they're associated with AEW and whatnot there. So they were calling themselves the Elite. I just liked the way it sounded. So I was like, I'm going to go with Toilet. So that's what I came up with there. Then I wanted to kind of make it like it's like an elitist, like NWO type approach. So then I just started messing around and having AI make me the images and stuff. So technically it's myself and Ed. And then we have the Hella Dope Boys. We have yourself and Roman. And then we have Frankie over there at Realm of Toys. So that's the official Toilet as it stands today. But there's
if anyone is wondering, that has been since PowerCon.
Yeah, I put that together right around that time frame.
Yeah, I think you did it literally like right after PowerCon, after we had all met. And now, did you realize Toilet sounded like toilet?
No, I didn't until I said it and stumbled on it a bunch of times. But then it worked out perfect because someone was like, "It sounds like you're saying toilet." And I was like, well, perfect. We can review toys that way. And we could do Toilet or Toilet. And that's kind of how we played it.
And I love it. And I love the fact that you guys started a show. And I'm not going to I smile a little bit because I'm like, I'm actually part of that. Like, I'm actually in. And I never asked to be. You know how people are when they're like, well, can I be? And you're like, you know how I feel about that type of shit. I don't like when people like constantly beg about shit, But I love the fact that like you just sent it to me and there it was. And Frank was the only one that I didn't know.
Okay.
And I think Frank's coming on in December. I got to go back and look because
you got him coming on.
He agreed to come on. I know like the first or second week he couldn't do it. So I got to go back and look and see, because I hate when I ask people and then I totally fucking forget to write it down. And then I'm like, oh shit. And I'm at the point where, you know, I've talked to so many people on Thursday with a friend that it's getting hard to remember this stuff. And I'm like, I know I had Legend series on, right? And that's why I even asked him. I'm like, I did have you on, right?
Right.
And I think he came on mine first, and then I think I went on his like right after.
Yeah, it was something like that. That's how I found
it right around the same time. But I recorded that like 2 weeks before.
Oh, okay.
I recorded it. It was supposed to go on like that Friday, and then he's such a nice guy, and he's just like, "Hey, dude, I'm sorry to bump you, but I have another one, and they were supposed to go on." And I'm like, "Dude, it's already done. Like, I don't like if I can play it in 2 fucking minutes, I don't give a shit." You know, dude, he's seriously like, he's a total empath, as you know, you can tell he cares. He doesn't want to upset anyone, and that's awesome, right?
Yeah.
Completely opposite of me.
No, he's a good dude. Like, and you know, I think I click with him because the wrestling, we both did it. We both like collecting toys and talking shop about wrestling and stuff. So, you know, he's a cool dude. I've watched his stream a few times, pop in once in a while, and to find out that he's in my neck of the woods too is cool too.
Yeah, I was talking about that earlier when I had Gridiron on and Tony was on, and I'm like, you know, him, you know, Mark from Gridiron and Tony and Johnny Reno, they all live by each other, so they all hang out.
Wait, hold on. Oh, they're down south though. They're
in Arizona.
in
Arizona. And I'm like, the only person I know that's by me is Ryan Sweeney, but he's about an hour away, and we've never met.
There's that one guy that used to live near you, you know, the basement freezer guy.
The basement freezer guy?
Yeah, like one of your neighbors who like chop people up and put them in the basement.
No, he just murdered his girlfriend.
Whatever it was.
But I knew him from the sports message board, and he was a huge. His face here. This tells you everything. His screen name was Hitman because he loved Bret the Hitman Hart.
Bret the Hitman Hart, and he was an OSU fan too. I bet.
No. He was. I don't even know if he liked college football. He wasn't even huge. He wasn't even a huge. We're gonna get dark now. We're gonna get dark about this guy. He wasn't even a huge sports fan. I know he liked the Lions. But he wasn't even a huge sports fan. I made him my moderator for the wrestling section, and he would do like tournaments, and there'd only be like maybe 10 people that would even vote. He's like, I do this stuff, you know, if it was just me, I just love.
Yeah.
And I never met him. I never met him in person, you know. And when we heard about this, and so if anyone's wondering what we're talking about, you probably are. So. I used to run a sports message board. I used to have a sports message board, and one of the forums was wrestling, and I made him one of the moderators because no one else cared about wrestling other than me, so I just made him the moderator of that forum, and it eventually, you know, I eventually shut it down because it just was too much to operate, and I really wasn't doing it anymore. But you're still friends with everyone on Facebook, and I'm in this group text message with 2 other guys that used to be in it. I played fantasy football with and stuff. And one day I get a text from them going, "Oh my God, look at this!" And he was arrested, because he murdered his girlfriend, and he mutilated her body, and she was in the basement, I think 5 to 6 months. And it's not funny, but so I went back.
It was cheaper than venison.
Yeah, and what he was doing is, I guess he peeled her like skin off her back.
Oh God.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't know how bad it. Obviously, it was bad, and she was just wrapped up in the basement,
Oh,
And,
it's
like,
just one of
after-
Vince McMahon's storylines, Kenzo. Don't worry.
Yeah,
It's just Vince McMahon's most recent storylines.
And so, like, he didn't live far. He didn't live far from me. He actually lived in the condos where one of my best friends, his mom actually still lives. So when obviously they saw that, like, when I remember messaging him, hey, does your mom still live there? I'm like, hey, look this up. Well, after we heard about this, I go back to his Facebook because I'm friends with him on Facebook. And I'm reading his posts, and he's talking about watching SmackDown, what happened on Raw. I'm like, dude, you have a dead woman in your basement, and you're just on Facebook for months talking about this stuff. So
super kicks.
Oddly enough, I still have him on Facebook.
He must have loved the Katie Vick. He must have loved the Katie Vick storyline at some point.
Yeah, I just can't get myself to delete a murderer. And one of the
you're just waiting for him to log in again and post, aren't you? You're just waiting to see his first post. That's why you won't remove him. It's because you're just waiting for him to be like, so I'm free, guys. What are we doing tonight? Anybody catch the latest WrestleMania?
So one of the last things that he messaged me, I don't know if this was after or before he did it, was Happy Benoit Day.
God damn, dude. Oh, God.
You can't make this shit up, right? And
oh, man.
Yeah, dude. So it's like, and we used to make, I mean, again,
sick humor. I got you.
Yeah. And there is a, so if you go on YouTube and you search up Chris Benoit, I want to say tribute, and there's no Chris Benoit. It is all characters, and it talks about how he did it. And in this whole thing, you find out he takes his steroids. They call them yummy yum yums. Then he loses it. You find out why it happened, why he did that to Nancy.
Well, there's a bunch of those. There's a bunch of those. Like, what happened when?
No. This is a caricature.
Oh,
she was like, he needed his I think chicken and tap water, and then he gives her the cross face, and Daniel doesn't tap out.
Oh no!
And then when he goes to hell, he meets Satan, and then Satan sends him back. Besties. But then Fei Long shows up. Was it Fei Long or maybe someone from Mortal? Dude, there's like 3 of them. They're so.
Is this something this guy did?
What? Oh, I
something this.
You
don't have to show it, but you'll.
No, I would never show it here. But when they found, and like, there's so many things on yummy yum yums. That's where yummy yum yums come from. Tap 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 out. That comes from this thing. If you ever hear me talk about, I watched Brett tap 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 out. That literally comes from what was said in this video.
Know that.
It's, oh my God! It's, once you watch it, it is so mortifying. It's so wrong. And I'm talking. This is over. We found this like over 10 years ago, and this guy did a series of them. They're so bad. They're so untasteful. And as talented as he was, I like that wrestlers are willing to say fuck that guy. You know, I don't care that he was a great guy. Those last actions in his life, what he did, you know, I'm sorry. Like,
yeah, it's unfathomable. It's just,
you know, when you hear Paulie go off on someone who is basically interrupting him at his show, you know, that he's at his talk, and he's like, fuck you. He's like, that guy did this. That's your boy right there. Like,
who is that?
Heyman.
Oh, Heyman.
Yeah, you hear Heyman. Yeah, he went off on someone because someone kept saying, that's my boy. Or, again, because a lot of people think like he was done dirty, and I hate that. Oh, the WWF did him dirty. Really? Like, how about we back
I
up?
think Vince knew. I think Vince knew the whole time. I think that, like, if you go back and watch, William Regal was like, I'm going to hold off on saying anything right now. Like, if you go watch the tribute to Benoit on Monday night when it first came out that, he died, like, I think more people knew what happened than they were willing to admit. And I think mid-show Vince knew, but he wasn't going to pull the plug until after. He was going to go with it and be like, oh, we just found out.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, yeah. Well, it's kind of like
I'm saying during the tribute.
Yeah, you're saying they found out during the tribute.
I think Vince probably had an inkling of knowledge prior to the Raw going live. And I think that he was jumping on any news is good news. Any attention is good attention. It'll get eyes on the show. And I don't think he thought it would necessarily have a negative impact on them. That's the truth, I think. And I think once he knew and it was confirmed, I think he was like, well, we're already an hour or two into the show. We'll just finish it out and come back out tomorrow.
So that I could see, just for like the same thing with the Owen Hart. And
I mean, yeah, show must go on, he said, right?
I hate the whole Owen Hart thing because Vince was damned if he did, damned if he didn't.
100%. 100%. It was a catch-22 for sure.
Yeah, and it had never happened before. If it happened now, completely different, because
we're in a different world. Everybody's got phones. It would have been all over. The people in there would have known immediately he was dead. It would have been,
And that was the one thing that I've heard them talk about. It might have been in the Vince McMahon documentary too, where they talked about it and they said, well, the crowd didn't see it happen because the lights were out.
Well, the crowd saw something, and there's a video out there, a fan video where you see a portion of it or something.
But they said the lights went out, and then he was just supposed to be there.
Okay.
He technically, I guess he was there when the lights came on.
Well, I mean, at that point, why'd you even have him come down to the rafters if you were just going to do it in the dark? Like, right? Why wouldn't you just have him walk down and stand up or come out from underneath the ring? That's just me. Like, the audience didn't know he passed because they didn't announce it to the audience. They announced it on the pay-per-view, but they did not announce it to the attendees there.
Yeah. And again, I mean, I fully I think he was I know he was in a bad position. And I don't want to make excuses because, what would you and I do? They have continued football games when someone has died. There was a Lions there that died on the field. They continued to play.
Really?
I didn't know that. This was a long time ago, not like recent. Okay. A long time ago.
Because that Bengals-Bills game, they stopped it when he died on the field there, and they didn't play.
Yeah. And I think a lot of that has to do with, the era that we're in.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I actually don't even think that's bad. Like, when that guy, when what happened to him happened, the fact that they decided, I don't have a problem with that.
I don't hold it against him. It didn't. I was a kid. I mean, at this point, as an adult, obviously, 2024, probably should have stopped it. But back then, the time in which it happened, I mean, I didn't have.
Yeah,
to
in hindsight, everything.
I don't know how you deal it. Yeah.
Yeah, in hindsight, everything changes, right? Because you're like, well, yeah, now that we know everything, now that we know the backlash.
But I mean, Mr. Magnus says this. How do you expect the other actors to the performance? So to be honest, as someone who has been at a wrestling show, I watched my brother blow his knee out. Obviously, significantly different situation, but I was concerned about his health because you blow your knee out, tear an ACL, tear PCLs. There's a potential that you lose all the structural support, and they got to urgently take you to the hospital. In the middle of the match, he has to get pulled out. So I dealt with that. I've seen it. Obviously, not to the degree of Owen, but things happen, and the show must go on. I mean, that goes on in many things, right? And I'm not saying that. I mean, we all got a job to do, right? Obviously, it's going to impact others, harder and further, than some. But in the industry of wrestling, especially even back then, those guys are, I mean, go watch the Vince thing. Tony Atlas said it. They grabbed me the crotch. Who are you going to go to? You're going to go to Vince? He needed him more than me. All that stuff allegedly. And I keep saying allegedly because I'm not being held accountable for the things that I heard allegedly. But the idea is that they were different machines back then. They didn't take days off. It's 360 a year. They're working 2 shows a day, hitting multiple towns across, the states. It's a different world. Like, yeah. No, and I get that it was a horrifying situation, and honestly, I'm surprised they alerted the people in attendance, right? Their own staff. I'm surprised they didn't just
Yeah. And remember, the people in attendance didn't know because you didn't have cell phones.
Yeah.
People at home knew because they announced it on the pay-per-view. Because I remember where I was.
Vince did tell some people. I think they told I think you knew he was passed, like when they were taking him out. Like I think like Brett was quoted when I watched something that said. I mean, Brett complains about everything, so we don't know.
The crowd didn't know because
But I think Mad Gus is over here talking more of the coworkers, the actors. He said up there at the beginning is how the actors keep
they
going.
got to. But again, different things. Okay, different things. And again, I'm not sure how but understand there are 18-year-olds that are going to war that have to deal with that. And again, war is different, but that's like telling a police officer, hey, you know what? Unfortunately, someone just shot your partner. Like, someone still has to work. And again,
one's entertainment, one's different, but I get what you're saying.
Exactly. But hindsight's 2020 because you didn't really know what happened. You didn't know, like, there's so many things. And again, it's so much easier to say, hey, you know what? And we know they should have stopped the show now.
Yeah. Yeah. At that time, though, you don't know what to do.
Happened before.
Yeah. I mean, I'd question there was in the more recent years, Rey Mysterio Jr. did a move to a gentleman in the ring, and he did a 619 to him, I think, down in Mexico, and he hit him across the face, somehow the rope or something hit him in the throat. The guy ended up dying. I don't know the whole,
really,
I don't know the whole thing, but it was within the last 15 years, last 10 years, 15 years. Rey Mysterio, accidentally injured someone, and the guy ended up dying. Like right there, I don't know if they stopped that show, and that's in the 2020, like 2010s to 2020. For sure, if you look it up, there was Rey Mysterio. It was outside of the WWE. Kills wrestler.
But Clint Jorgensen, and Bret Hart has actually even come out and talked about that. The WWF had nothing to do with that, right? It was proven that it was the company that did the harness. They were at fault. Again.
And sorry, I was gonna say, another thing is, honestly, if Brett was still there, the idea that Brett would have had to continue wrestling, I don't think they would have. I think they would have said, Brett, go be with your brother.
Yeah.
Like go see your brother. Like, Bulldog or somebody, if they were there still, hey, go be with your brother-in-law. Go see him. He needs you, or your family needs you. Step away. The other people, continue to, do what they need to do. But I would say it's hard. And then the other thing is, like, if you're in there, like, you're in such awe and shock that, like, just go through the motions in some cases helps people. Some people, when they go through those experiences, let's remove aspect of this wrestling situation, but there's been plenty of things that have happened in people's lives when they're just like, I'm gonna go through the motions. It's easier to do that than have to digest this tragic thing that just happened. And
it was tragic. I mean, again, quickly, Ryan Trickshot with the $10 super chat. $10 says that nobody leave. But yeah, let's see.
I mean, you might be right. You might be right. He might be like, you're fired, or I mean, I don't know that that's the case, but I will never know. And unfortunately,
and even Vince said, in hindsight, I should have stopped the show.
Yeah.
Right. But they didn't.
In hindsight, it's easy to say that, is what I think he keeps saying, because I don't think he admits wrong. Did he? I don't remember. I feel like Vince's play would be, in hindsight, it's easy to say I should have stopped the show. That is a Vince statement. If I
I don't think there was right or wrong. I really don't, because you look back and you're like, okay, now knowing everything we know, and know that this has happened once before. So if this ever happened again in AEW or the WWF, WWE, whatever you want to call it, right? The UFC, if something like this. Yeah, this is where like, hey, you know what? We have to we have to end, end the show or whatever. But they didn't know that. They didn't know that, that he had passed away right away.
Right.
And even though there was blood, I mean, blood doesn't mean that you died. But
I thought people have debunked that being. I'm pretty sure since the Vince thing, it was debunked that the blood on the mat was his. The blood on the mat, I believe, was from another one. Which over the years they changed it. They swapped that mat out a lot more. In earlier years back in that time, they wouldn't necessarily switch the mat out as frequently, for sure.
Yeah, that I am not sure about. But again, like it was an awful thing. And again, the things that have come out about Vince McMahon sure doesn't make it seem any better. Right? He's kind of proven to be a shitbag. But that's just, I mean, that's unfortunately who he is, right? It sucks because he created so much of our childhood.
Yeah, I mean, I
created so much of our childhood.
But here's the thing, and it goes back to so many things, and then this is where I get into an issue. I wouldn't want to support him any longer, right? Like let him move on with his life and do his own thing, and if he needs to be jail time or pay some fees or whatever, let the courts and let the legal system handle that. I'm not going to not watch wrestling and not watch the things that I enjoyed watching. I may watch things and see them a little bit more distastefully, the sexual, always surrounding himself with the sables and those things. I may see those a little differently in hindsight, but I mean, have we pulled all the Weinstein movies off the shelves and every Cosby thing and like all that? I mean, look, these people are actors. They're human. Right. They're human. And I'm not trying to bash any of those people. And I'm not saying they're human as a cop-out either. I'm saying they're human people. Like we talked about earlier, they probably have some skeletons in their closet. Most do. Right. And I mean, they're actors. You shouldn't what is it? The word I'm lost for it, but not honor them, but there's a word, like you shouldn't be a fan. You shouldn't, have such fandom and hold these people in high regard. They're just people like you and I.
Yes.
They're nobody. I mean, they have a few more bucks than we. They might have a talent in something that we don't have, or have, got to the place that they have based on some other things. So exactly. Frostbite says it. We have to separate the person from their art. And
sometimes you can't. I get it.
So, I mean, they chose not to separate the person from the art in a Chris Benoit situation. Very tragic, horrible situation for the family. And what he did was completely deplorable and whatnot. Am I that type of person that looks at it like, well, I don't see Chris Benoit, the comic book character on TV or the superhero on TV, as the same person who did the things he did that day. They're two different people. One is an actor and a character that I watched on television, no different than Wolverine or Superman or those people. Vince McMahon, the character, might have been much more lifelike than we may have originally thought. But I mean, there's plenty of other, politicians, actors, things like that do a lot of scummy things that are out there. And you didn't, those movies aren't off the shelves. Those albums aren't not sold for, profit to this day. So
yeah. And Mr. Mad Gus, I don't know how Brett was able to ever walk into that company again.
He did it with a limp because he injured himself.
Especially after the screw job. But okay, so here's the whole thing. They were not at fault with what happened with Owen. It was the company, right? And it was proven in a whole trial and everything. WWF was let off. This whole screw job thing.
So there's two pieces. You gotta separate things, right? So hold on. Just because they found that the harness company was liable to it and they didn't find that Vince was liable. I mean, they also, Snuka didn't kill his girlfriend. Vince didn't, encourage muscle-bound monsters to create themselves on injected medication. But and that was found to not have ever done it. Okay, we all know that there was probably some, as a wrestler, I when I was on the wrestling, I was always told, Travis, you're only 5'8". You're only 170, 180 pounds. If you want to make it, you're gonna have to get bigger. And I was like, oh, cool, I can do that. I'll sit around and do nothing. And now I'm bigger. I guess they meant something else. But Vince McMahon never told me that, but there was plenty of what's Bruce Pritchard say? Something in innuendo. There's something that he says there on his show. But it's said. And then removing that side of it, the screw job thing, honestly. And this is not me. This is me trying to remove any bias from being a Bret Hart versus Shawn Michaels fan. Bret was doing the wrong things.
Yes.
Bret's ego got the best of him. He knew when his contract ended. He knew that he was the champion at that time and he was not going to sign with WWE. He also, was given Vince McMahon said, hey, here's the contract. I don't have the money to pay you, Bret. I can't pay you the amount of money that I promised you in this big contract right now. Why don't I show you where the loopholes are in this contract? All my lawyers show you how you can get out of this contract. Go to WCW and see if they can give you more money because they're going to give you more money. And they agreed on that. Bret was fine with it. He went and got his big fat paycheck. He's disappointed that his career didn't amount to what he had hoped it would in the other, world and down south. But at the end of the day, he made a lot of money. And I mean, it's fictitious wrestling. It's
here's my
dude,
thing. This
lay down, do the job, do the right thing.
This is my thing. He didn't want to lose. I'm in my home country.
He didn't want to lose to Bret. Or didn't want to lose to Shawn.
But he's like, I'm in my home country. I don't want to lose. Well, wait a minute. Do you know how many U.S. wrestlers are here? They lose all the time. It doesn't matter if it's your fucking country. Like you said, it's a script.
You do what's right for the business and your peers. I mean, if you have any respect, and I'm not talking, he might not like Shawn. Shawn did the job to Steve Austin a year and a half, whatever later, right? Or whatever it was when that all went down, right? He had to lose. He was actually stated as saying he didn't want to lose to Shawn because he hated Shawn at that point and they had such animosity. He did not want to lose to Shawn, and he did not want to lose in his hometown. He was willing to do some other kind of finishes, vanquish the title, things like that. But here's the thing. He didn't only work with Shawn, and Vince up to that point hadn't done wrong by him. So he is really only beefing with Shawn Michaels at that point. And if that's the case, there's 40, 50, 60 other guys, plus all the people that work in the office that he's doing a disservice for by saying, well, I'm not going to lose the title because it's as part of his job is to pass that trophy, pass it down to the next guy. So the next guy has an opportunity to build it up. Eventually that was Steve Austin. So if you guys if anybody supports Bret Hart in his actions and feels that he got screwed, realistically, you're okay with him screwing Steve Austin and every person, The Rock and every other person after that to basically take any value away from that fictitious title that it had in 96 or 97, whatever it was. Sorry, rant over.
No, it's just an act. It's no different than Tom Cruise in Top Gun.
Yeah.
So hey Adam, how are you doing?
How's it going, Sharky?
I'm good, boys. How are you?
Good.
Are we changing to Sharky so people stop thinking that you're that other asshole?
I just took a leaf out of Ed's book because Ed will often call me that. So it's just less wordage, I guess.
Awesome.
But sure, let's go with that. That works as well.
Hey, Punk, you got other people jumping in here. And
Get out of here.
This is not to disservice those guys. I appreciate those guys joining. I'm sure I'll be in a stream with those guys at other times. Sharky, Ronnie. I'm going to take off. I was hanging in there so Punk wasn't talking to himself. We get enough of that on Monday nights. I figured I'd help him out a little bit here. So, Punk, thank you for having me. Those in the chat, thank you for listening. And
see you, Travis.
Absolutely. And then, guys, just keep doing the good fight, helping these kids make their Christmas special. You guys are doing awesome. The donations are coming in. Punk, I love that you did this, dude. I love that you put this all together. I know you've been working on it for a while. Thank you for all the effort you're putting in, dude. Go pop a couple Adderalls, some cocaine and crack like Vince and Shawn and all those guys from the 90s and 80s did. You can finish this through because I know that the whole straight edge thing isn't even a thing, right?
At this point, I wish it wasn't.
Thank you, guys.
I think I'm starting to hit that crash point, but we'll see.
Take it easy, gentlemen.
Thanks a lot, Travis. How you doing, guys?
We're good. But I have a question.
Yeah.
No caffeine, no energy drinks, nothing?
I've had caffeine.
You have had caffeine. Okay.
Oh, yeah. I'm not stupid.
Well, Lawrence, I haven't been watching every single minute for the last God knows how many hours you've been streaming.
Why not?
Oh, sorry. I feel like Excuse me. Where'd that come from?
Yeah, no, I'm actually doing better than I thought I'd be. I thought I'd be just totally crashing, but I mean, I've been up since 6:30.
What time is it there now? 4 a.m. Yeah,
3:45.
And how many coffees have you had?
No coffees, but I think 3 glasses of pop.
Oh,
actually,
so
not that much.
Like Coke or Pepsi or something like that?
It's a Sam Cola. It's a Walmart.
Wow, it's a Walmart number, is it? Okay.
I think it's Pepsi. Actually, I had a Coke. Well, you know, I think about it, I did have a Coke because I went to McDonald's this morning. My whole goal was I had to take Olivia to school at 6:30. I was going to come home and crash. Of course, she has a half day. So by the time I got home, I was going to take a shower after I picked her up. But then I was only have like an hour and a half. I don't want to run out of time. So I took a shower when I got home, and I thought I was just going to crash and sleep for like an hour and a half. I just couldn't, because you're wound up. Like, you're ready to fucking go, right?
Yeah.
And it's just like, fuck it, dude. And I laid down for a little bit, and I sat up, and I'm like, oh. And that's when you saw me. I kind of like thumb out, like, on Facebook and shit like that. So I've been up since 6:30. I should have had her stay the night at her mom's last night and just get dropped off after school today, or even me pick her up where I wouldn't have to wake up. Once I woke up, I was. But when you think about it, I wake up at that time anyway, and I'm on Oz's stream till sometimes 4 or 5. So I'm there now.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
But I probably will crash when I get off with you guys and when Ed jumps on. So
how are you going to stay the course then? Because you can't sleep.
Oh, I'll be able to crash for about 2 hours, I think.
Oh, Ed's going to take the wheel, is he?
Yeah, for Clubhouse Coffee.
Okay.
So him and Oz are going to jump on, and I'll probably end up crashing for a little bit. Again, it feels really good. Like, hey, I'm not really tired right now, but I also know I also got to still make it at least till midnight. So if it's 6, I jump off and crash for a little bit, and Ed and Oz hold it down. Awesome. But I got to be back by 11 to do be on with Alice. So Allison.
Alice.
I guess
I'm with Alice. Alice. Who the fuck is Alice?
Oh my god, dude. Yeah, it's but it's been great. I mean, there's still 30 people watching.
Who's here? Who's here? Tell us who's here. Is there any familiar names?
It's all the same people.
Oh, okay.
Right at the beginning, there were some people that I think that popped in that I didn't really know too well, but I haven't seen any names coming in of people that are really new, which is kind of disappointing. I mean, I don't. It's not like I'm looking for subscribers or anything, but it would have been nice to get some people that pop in here or more people. But again, we still have all day tomorrow.
That's true.
Like Toy Binging here, he's just jumping in. If I can. I just got off work at the happiest place on earth. Not I'm tired as fuck, but I just wanted to say, what's up? You work at Disney World?
I was about to say you worked at Disneyland? Or Disney World, maybe?
Well, I don't know why you'd be getting off at I would say Disneyland, if that's what he really means, because that would be just after midnight. So almost 1 o'clock.
The happiest place on earth could also be a strip club.
It could be, but what's happy about a strip club, man? You give them money and you don't get to do anything.
Well, I guess it depends on
where I got my nickname.
Toy Bridging says Disneyland, it's past midnight.
There you go. That's the West Coast for you.
So it's been going really good. But I am surprised. I thought there'd be more like people joining the memberships because everything goes to, and that's probably the cheapest way. But it's hard to say. It started off $600 in the past 2 days before we even started to PayPal. Right. But I mean, Matthew counted it last, and we were at like 1,300. I don't know how he counted. I don't know how he does it. But I mean, that's again, we're still going to have the YouTube's going to take out their cut and everything. So we have till Monday to see exactly how much we made. Yeah, I want to hear more of that. But
Aaron's clearly just going to be communicating in sound effects tonight because he hasn't said a word yet.
It's loosey goosey time.
Aaron, would you like to tell Lawrence and just calm down on the point for a second? Would you like to tell Lawrence and the others what we've got planned tonight?
Yeah, absolutely. It's 4 a.m. over there, Lawrence. So we thought we'd get a bit red light district, mate.
A bit saucy, Aaron.
A bit saucy. Yeah, we're bringing the smut. No, in all seriousness, Lawrence, do you watch our live streams, mate?
Unfortunately, I don't really get to watch too many.
How dare you? How dare you? But I respect your honesty, Lawrence.
Yeah.
Are you going to ask? What am I supposed to do? Lie about it? And then you'd be like, remember when we, like... Although it might work now, because I'm like...
Well, we had a live stream a couple of weeks ago, Lawrence, where we discussed, we made the only list you'll ever need. We basically printed off all of the G.I. Joe character names from A through to Z. And Adam and I, between us, decided whether we could use some of those names as a name for a pet dog.
Lawrence would have actually enjoyed that episode, Aaron. If he watched
absolutely it was. I'll give you a couple of examples. Adam decided that Annihilator was a good name for a Chihuahua. There were some good ones there. Dusty. Lawrence? Did you know my dog is named Dusty?
I did not.
Yeah. There was a couple there. He went with Max, but not Spearhead. It was actually quite funny. Chibang. He thought you could call the dog Chibang. I don't know why.
It's true.
It's true. Yeah. Chibang.
He went in Australia because we expand on things. We'd be calling him Banger. It'd be like, Banger, come over here, mate. Let's go.
Yeah, absolutely. There was one that we decided was an absolute no-no. Can you remember that one, Adam?
Not off the top of my head, mate.
Oh, it'll come to me. Maybe as we go through the list tonight, we'll come to it and we'll go, that's what we can't call a dog. It was something really morbid. It was really dark. It was disgusting. But tonight, Lawrence, we thought we'd play a similar game. We would run through the names of G.I. Joes. And because we wanted to get a little bit red light district, a little bit 4 a.m., a little bit saucy, we wanted to bring the smut. We wanted to know whether these G.I. Joe names could be interpreted as double entendres.
Like Shooter?
But he's on it. He's on it. I thought his brain was cooked at 4 a.m., but he's all over it. This is going to be fun. And I mean, Adam likes to do it a little bit deadpan. He just looks straight down the barrel. I say the name, and Adam looks straight down the camera. He either goes yes or no. But feel free to expound upon some of these names because things could get pretty funny. So I have the list here. It was a spreadsheet. I have removed duplicates.
How many names are there? Just wondering, how many? These are the O-ring figures?
Yeah.
From
I don't know, but you like to talk for 3 or 4 hours, Lawrence.
No, I'm literally wondering. No, I'm literally wondering like how many names are there? Because are they only O-ring figures?
Yeah.
How
I
many
removed
different
duplicates.
characters? I was just wondering how many different characters they were, but if you don't have a,
There's about 300, I think, or so around
Okay.
that mark. Yeah.
No, that's all that I was
think,
wondering.
Yeah.
I'm not, dude. I'm here till fucking midnight. Like it's not like you're gonna rush me. Like I'm not gonna rush you. Like,
No worries. Let's do this.
Lead the charge, Aaron. Lead the charge.
All right. So from the top, we'll start with A. It's easy. Can ace be interpreted as a double entendre?
Yes.
Really? Oh,
Get
you
the
have
ace
to
in the
explain.
hole.
Ooh.
Oh, jeez. Wait, I was thinking like you could be
For
an
what
ace
hole?
between. You could be an ace between the sheets. Oh God, you could be an ace between the sheets, but that would apply to anything. So, I wasn't sure.
Yeah, ace in the hole definitely works.
Okay. All right. Okay. Good work. So I'll tick that one off. So remember, we're making a list. We really love list shows here.
We love a list.
Yeah, we love them.
Hey, boys, you got a list over here.
Oh my God. You put a list out. It could be like I hate vegetables. It could be like the top 10 vegetables. You're like, I gotta watch this. It's a list.
Okay, so ace is a double entendre. What about Aero Viper?
What?
Aero Viper.
Arrow Viper?
I'm getting blank looks, so that's obviously a no.
Well, I'm trying to figure out what word I don't even know what figure that is. So I can't even think of the name.
What about Air Devil?
What was that?
Air Devil.
Daredevil.
No, Air Devil with an A. We're still in the A's line.
Where the hell's Daredevil?
I don't know. Okay, all right, that's a no as well.
No, I know hell.
Okay,
No.
Airborne. Is Airborne a double entendre?
No.
No. All right. All right, now are you ready, boys? This is the moment I've been waiting for.
Always ready, Aaron.
Yeah. Is this a double entendre?
Right. Yes, definitely.
I do believe, Aaron, that when I proposed this one back to you, that I said the word queef comes to mind.
Queef. Oh, it's funny you should say that. I have a sound effect for that.
You had the ace in the hole and it was airtight.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You got a sound effect. That come out the front end.
Yeah. Okay. All right, answer.
It's lowbrow hour here, folks. It's a lowbrow hour.
It's 4 a.m. Like, seriously. Airwave.
No.
No. Alley Viper.
No.
Oh yeah.
Why do you say yes?
Because in the back alleys of Springfield, Lawrence, what's going down in those back alleys? The alley Viper.
I mean, well, he says that Sharky, he can. I don't think that. Alley Viper. I don't.
I feel like I've got the casting vote here. And because this is Lawrence's stream, I'm going to agree with him. That's a no. Alpine.
No, I don't.
No. Altitude.
No, that's
okay. What about ambush?
Oh, well, of course. That's actually a couple of them, man.
So, yeah. I suppose if you want to sneak up on someone, Annihilator.
Good name for a chihuahua, mate.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
I was ambushing her and I annihilated that airtight ace in the hole. We haven't even got off the A's yet.
Annihilator is in. I'm pretty sure you
Yes,
can
I know
go
the
to-
annihilator is in. That's
oh yeah, damn right it's in.
all right. Annihilator.
What about armadillo?
No. Like, I don't want to touch anything that's an armadillo. If she's referring to it as an armadillo, we're breaking up. All right.
Okay, Astro Viper. Bit
No.
boring here. No. AVAC.
No, I'm.
Avalanche.
Oh yeah.
Oh wow. Lawrence is going there.
It's just like, oh yeah, just when everything just lets go, you know, it'll just. Okay, all right. What about Backblast?
Oh yeah.
That can happen.
I don't think it's a good one, but I think it's definitely
No,
there.
you don't want to be in that situation. I'm not speaking from experience, but I've heard stories.
Yeah. All right, now Adam, I have a question for you, mate.
Far away, mate.
In your spare time, when you're not playing with G.I. Joes, have you ever experimented with a backstop?
No, I can't say I have.
Okay. Is that on the list? Are we happy that that's on the list? Yes?
Sure.
All right,
Throw it on there.
okay, what about Banzai?
Banzai?
Yeah.
That an actual figure?
Yeah, absolutely. It's from the
Banzai? Oh,
Ninja
yeah.
Force.
If
Yeah.
you're going in, Banzai.
Banzai!
Yeah.
It usually comes with like, I went Banzai and there was an avalanche.
I might give that a burl a bit later. What about barbecue?
Not really.
Yeah, it was probably a good thing he wasn't called Spit Roast, eh? Yeah.
Look, I was about to say, you just took the words right out of my mouth.
We ain't doing barbecue. All right. What about Baroness?
Well, I think that one kind of already speaks for
Yeah, look,
itself.
black leather, sounds like, it fits. Sort of.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure a Baroness somewhere is advertising her services.
Exactly.
Barricade.
Oh yeah.
Have you often experienced a barricade?
When you go in and there's a barricade down there, maybe that's yeah. She started with the white She started with the white barricade. Eventually, it was red.
Oh wow. Lawrence, you might want to check your viewer count at the moment. You'll probably drop it off like twice.
No, actually, the comments are coming thick and fast. They are coming thick and fast. They are coming thick and fast. Right.
Kids want it. Kids want it.
Yeah.
What is that? Like, what do you have?
It's just my phone and a Bluetooth speaker.
Oh my god! Because it sounds like it's something playing like on StreamYard.
Really?
Yeah.
How good am I? That's what. Yeah.
I don't know realize how loud it is.
3-star will tell us if it's too loud because he didn't like how loud they were on our stream last week.
Yeah. Daz wasn't a fan of the air horns.
So we'll just trust with 3.
I just don't want to wake my daughter up, and I'm already kind of loud. So.
Oh really?
Okay.
Oh okay. All right.
No, don't worry. I don't just. She has anything to do tomorrow, but wash my dog.
Okay. All right. Bat. Is Bat a?
No, I don't want anything to do with a bat.
Oh yes, it is, Lawrence.
Yes, it is. In Australia, it is.
It is in Australia.
Where is it in Australia?
Oh,
yeah.
Adam, why don't you explain?
One of these ones, mate.
Yeah. So
Whoa.
in Australia, if a bloke was to have a bat,
Yep.
Yeah, he's
just like in cricket.
Okay, all right. Let's hope the next one isn't. Sorry, the next one is bazooka.
Bazinga!
I'm sorry, but yes, I guess it could be.
Yeah. Lawrence, have you ever enjoyed a spot of beach head?
You know what? That should be the first one that had come to mind when we come up with this idea, Aaron, but it didn't even cross my mind. So that says a lot.
Holy mackerel. All right. Big Bear.
What was that?
Big Bear.
Big Bear?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a Big Bear?
That's a thing in certain communities.
I don't want anything to do with a Big Bear. Right? Nope.
I'm sure there's a few. I'm sure there's a few Pornhub videos called.
I also don't want Big Ben either. All right.
Okay, Big Ben.
I know
Straight
what's
off.
coming next.
There's Lawrence. I've got some sad news for you, mate. There's another G.I. Joe who is also big.
I don't want a big boa either.
Like the ladies like big boa.
Now, does she want the big boa?
Big boa is definitely a euphemism.
Oh yeah, I mean,
Not that I would know.
it is a big snake. Oh no, I'm 5'4".
There's lots of snakes on this list. Don't worry about that. Big boa is in. What about Bio Viper?
What?
Bio Viper.
No, I don't know. No. If it's bio, you don't want anything to do with it.
Yes, absolutely. All right. Nice. Black Star.
Yes. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Holy mackerel. All right. Yeah. Black Star is in. Okay. All right. What about
who is Black Star?
I don't know.
Like that's like half these I want to know who they are.
I've heard of Red Star, but not Black Star.
Oh well, is Red Star? I mean, if you want to do Red Star now, we can.
No, I just want to know who these people are. Like,
Okay.
no.
All right. What about this one, Blaster?
Yes, for sure.
Okay. And while we're at it, Blast Off.
Not so much, but
Not so much, but yeah. Blizzard.
Well, there's some women that are pretty cold.
Yeah. I'm putting a line through that one. Blocker. Blocker is. as
Oh
well.
yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Everyone's got one of those mates.
Yes. The cockblocker.
What about Blowtorch?
No,
It's got blow in it.
Yeah, but
I don't think
that works.
I don't think I've ever heard like, hey, check out this blowtorch.
Yeah.
Oh, haven't you seen those special torches you can buy on the internet?
Or what?
They're flashlights, like a flashlight.
Yeah, I don't want to know what your history looks like.
Okay. All right. So no blowtorch. What about Breaker?
Who?
Breaker.
Breaker?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Breaker in, mate.
Oh, no.
I didn't even think of that.
Code name Cherry Popper.
Oh gosh. All right, that's a tick. Budo.
No.
No. Bulletproof.
No.
Bullhorn.
No.
Bushido.
No, because
If you don't say yes to this one, there's something wrong. Buzzer.
What?
I don't like.
Is buzzer a yes?
I would say no.
Yeah, you need to give some context there on this one, Aaron.
Oh, buzzers are often kept in sock drawers.
That's what I thought you were. That's why
I've never heard that referred to like that.
Really?
No, not here.
All right. You're no fun at all, Lawrence.
Is there a vibrator? Is there a vibrator on there?
Yeah. What about Captain Gridiron?
Sure.
I can actually see that one.
All right. There's a couple of good ones coming up. Is Carcass
What?
a double entendre? Carcass.
Who?
Carcass.
Carcass?
Carcass, yeah.
Caucus?
Yeah, carcass.
Oh, yeah. My caucus needs some loving right now.
Okay, that's a yes. Cesspool.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
Why is that? Why is that?
I think so.
Charbroil.
No.
Okay. What about Chuckles?
Chuckles? Oh, no, I don't think so.
Okay, no worries. Claymore. That's a no. Okay, all right, no worries. Clean sweep.
Oh, yeah. Sweet.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. All right. Yeah, no worries. Cloudburst.
No, I don't even. What the hell? Are these US GI Joes or at least something?
No, that was. He came with some sort of glider or something. Yeah. What about Clutch?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay, all right. Cobra Commander.
AKA Coco. She's a real Cobra Commander.
Is she a Cobra officer, though?
That I don't think so.
Or a Cobra soldier?
No.
What about a Cold Front?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
All right. It's what about Colonel Courage?
Oh, yes.
We were talking about everyone having a mate who's a blocker. Everyone's got a mate who's a Colonel Courage, sure.
Yes.
Copperhead.
Yeah, I can see that one.
Yep.
All right, okay. You guys need to talk amongst each other. I have to run to the bathroom real quick.
Oh, did we make you pee?
No, dude. All the Arnold Palmer has made me want to pee.
All right.
Give me 1 second.
We got the keys. We got the keys to the.
Pausing
Pause
on
yourself
Copperhead.
at Copperhead.
Pausing on Copperhead.
All right.
We can't obviously bring the comments up, but we can have a look.
Oh yeah, we can.
There's probably some good suggestions here, Aaron. Just bear with me while I strain my eyes. Look at this. Maybe I'll bring my computer closer.
Toy Bigging says Snow Job is one. That's like
we haven't got.
That's like
we haven't got
that's like a
S
beach.
yet.
That's like Beach Head. That's
Snow Job.
no,
is
we haven't
what
got
you
an
get
S.
in-
Yeah, very good Toy Bigging.
Oh wow, there's some stuff.
There's
in
some
here.
funny stuff there.
Yeah, there is.
Black Star caught Stanley Eberhard's imagination. Mr. Madkus. Did you see that one?
Which
Mr.
one?
Madkus
Mr.
says
Madkus?
he said his wiener was a blowtorch at one time.
I did see that one.
4 a.m. in America.
Lawrence is missing out on some goodness here. He needs to be bringing some of these up on screen.
Yeah, maybe we should tell him when he comes back.
This is probably a good point. This is probably a good point to suggest to the chat while Lawrence is away. If you haven't donated, throw a couple of coins.
Yeah,
the kids
absolutely.
away. Excuse me, frog in my throat.
Yeah,
and if you have already donated, throw a couple more coins. The kids away.
Absolutely.
For a good cause.
I feel like I'm driving the Lamborghini
Oh,
right now.
Show me the money. We're just going through the comments in your absence, Lawrence.
While you were draining the big boa.
Yeah. That's right.
Yeah, while you're on Python patrol.
Oh my gosh.
And there is some gold. There is some gold in them hills,
There is some good
Lawrence.
stuff.
You might want to take a look.
Mr. Mad Gus, he used to call his his blowtorch. Kenzo says that he's had some experience with a buzzer in the shape of a butterfly.
That's saucy.
Yeah, absolutely. 3-star says copperheads are great, but they're a bit crazy. Yeah, absolutely.
I feel like I need a captain's hat on right now. This. There we go.
Cool. Okay, cool. Shall we continue?
It just seems fitting that, you know.
Yeah. All right.
Yes.
Shall we continue? Shall we continue? All right.
Yes.
Have you ever played Countdown?
No.
No. Oh, okay. All right. No. Cover Girl.
No, I don't.
No. What about Crankcase?
Oh yes. I've been single for almost 9 years. There's been a lot of casing.
Okay, fair enough.
Well, see, this is where the terminology "bat" comes back to the forefront, Lawrence.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
It's not just a battle android trooper, folks.
This has got to be one. Crazy Legs.
Oh yeah.
Create a cobra.
No.
What about a Crimson Guard?
Ooh, that doesn't sound good.
I mean, that's kind of like that time of the month. That's the guard.
Yeah.
Exactly. Oh my gosh. Crimson Guard Commander.
Well, there are some guys who do like that.
Yeah, not me though.
I'm not one of them, but I know they exist. That's the thing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Crimson
that
Guard
would be termed as a Crimson Guard commander. So I say that should go in.
Oh, okay. What about Crimson Guard Immortal?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's taking it to another level that you probably don't want to take it.
Crocmaster.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny. Like it's not quite a double entendre, but if you had a look at the figure, there's a bit going on there.
Maybe just be the cockmaster.
Fair enough. Drop the R. Okay. Cross country.
No.
Cross country.
Just to answer Gaz's question, I'm just looking at the chat while we're doing this. He's asked me, what am I drinking? I was drinking a glass of rosé, but it is now empty.
Yeah.
But I will probably get another one in the next 45 minutes or so. But carry on.
I'm on.
Lawrence, you're on. Super chat.
You say Gaz?
Yeah, I was answering. I was answering 3-star draw. Darren.
Well, I know you said you were answering Gaz.
No. Daz. But yeah.
Oh, okay.
Back to your more important.
Black Genghis. Yeah.
Here comes the money.
Black Genghis with the $5 super chat, a small contribution to the Stream-A-Thon courtesy of Trousers.
The old.
Good work, JJ. Good work, brother.
The old pants wiper. Okay, crystal ball.
Sure. No, what do you mean? That's definitely a thing. Absolutely, Lawrence. Have you ever heard of Benoit balls? That counts. We're going with that.
What?
Look it up after.
Remember, we don't get the same. We don't have the same slang as you guys.
No.
That's a thing. That's a world-renowned thing. That's not just an Aussie thing.
I'm a no on that one. Sorry, Adam.
Oh, come on.
The next one I could be convinced, though. The next one is...
If the chat backs me, I feel like it should go in. But anyway, go on.
What about cutter?
Yeah. If they have braces, total cutters.
We said smart, not filth.
See, I just want to say that Daz has just backed up what I've said. He's like, that's not Aussie slang.
Oh,
thank you. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Daz knows what I'm talking about.
What about Cyber Viper?
No.
Who?
The Cyber Viper.
I don't even.
It sounds like you said the Slobber Viper.
No, I didn't say that. Darklon.
Yeah.
Really?
Sadly, like, there's a dark hole back there.
Oh, all right. Decimator.
Oh, for sure. Decimated her. This is the double entendre you were talking about, right?
What about DJ?
No.
Deep Six.
Oh,
Just for some things you want to be able to hold your breath, don't you? Desert Scorpion.
No.
Destro.
Lawrence, pull up KJ's comment.
Dude, he's like a 6'8" black man. We know, all right?
Oh, KJ. Let's go. Oh, dear.
Anyway, Destro. Destro, yes? No?
No, I don't. Yeah.
Dial tone.
No.
Dice?
Nope.
What about Doc?
No, I don't know. I don't.
You're not into role play?
Doc?
Doctors and nurses? Have been doctors and nurses, Aaron?
I'm not saying that I have. Let's move on.
Sure.
Dodger. That's we've all had one.
Yeah, you
we've already experienced one of those. Yeah. What about dogfight? Are we going yes or no? I need to know.
No.
Dojo.
You said Dodger.
Dojo.
Dojo.
Yeah, dojo.
Well, you're gonna go on her dojo?
Possibly. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know about that one, but I know about this one. Downtown.
Yes.
That is a classic right there, that one.
Dr. Mindbender.
No, I don't want anything about that dentist.
Drop Zone.
We're gonna go with no on that one, but
I think you got to go yes.
So why, Adam?
Well, look, I feel like it's applicable to certain situations.
Jeez, you must be into some shit. What about Duke?
No.
Even if there was, Lawrence and I wouldn't let him in anyway because we hate the character.
Yeah.
Dusty.
Oh, this might be Dusty down there.
Yeah, knock the cobwebs off it, Lawrence.
Don't do this to me. I'm not going to be able to look at my little dog the same way. All right, Dusty. Eel.
Eels up inside ya! Eels up inside ya!
Just a bit of a moray, like woo!
Yeah, I'll give you.
Effects.
No,
that's a weird name for anything. Falcon.
Nope.
Fast draw.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Usually what happens when you've picked up a 10. What about ferret?
Oh, no.
No.
I don't mind a bit of a ferret around. Firefly.
It's too close to gerbil, Aaron.
No.
I'm sorry. It's too close to gerbil.
Okay. What about firefly?
Nope.
Firefly? No. Flak viper.
Black Viper?
Flak viper with an
Oh,
F.
Black Viper. I was like, who's Black Viper?
No.
No.
Flash.
Yes. That's...
Absolutely.
When you said Black Viper, I was like, well, KJ's right here, so maybe.
Crikey. Yeah. So Flash is in. What about Flint?
No.
Footloose?
No.
Frag Viper?
No. No.
No.
Not Frag Viper?
No.
Free Fall? Okay.
No.
What about Fridge?
Fridge? No, I don't think so.
Yes. Okay. Frostbite.
No.
Okay. Gears. There's another weird name for anything. Gears.
No.
Gears.
Crikey. They're drying up, aren't
What
they?
a lousy name for a character. Gears.
What is gear? Is he like a gearhead or anything?
I don't know. I don't know what. It's one of those 90s jobbies.
It's really devoid of creativity. I don't know that much.
What about General Flag?
Oh yeah.
Oh really?
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean, I could see someone naming it.
Pay attention, girl.
It's time to get the general out.
Oh shit.
Ghost Rider.
Yeah.
Norgahide.
No, I haven't.
What about Globulus? Grand Slam.
Absolutely.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that one.
A Gristle.
Gristle?
Yeah.
That was Gristle.
I don't know.
No, because I don't even know what that means in general.
He was one of the DEF bad guys, wasn't he?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But no.
Yeah. It's like a word for like things that sort of get caught in your teeth.
That's not gristle. Isn't gristle like the sinewy part of meat?
Yeah, it gets stuck in your teeth.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Now I'm with you.
Rooster says he was a headhunter.
Yeah, the headhunters. Yeah.
What about Grunt?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Gung
How
Ho.
do you get that name?
Oh yes, Gung Ho.
Gung Ho. All right, no worries. Gyro Viper.
Lawrence, I feel like this is the point where you need to do one of your traditional spins on the seat.
That's not the gyro that Viper would be doing.
What about Hardtop?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
You can get away from that one.
Hardball?
Yes.
Okay.
We've all been there. Let's not lie. We've all been there.
What about? And I've got to get this right. The next one. I've got to get this right. What about Hawk?
Hawk?
Yeah.
Feel that thing.
We're gonna go viral now.
That's it. Tick.
Unless there's a Tua figure that I don't know about.
All right, so that's a no. Headhunter. Someone said they wanted Headhunter in.
Someone wanted head.
Yeah.
Who said in the chat they wanted a headhunter?
Yeah, that's when we were talking about Gristle.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, Daz
We've all-
Hawk 2 was in there. Oh, Tony's back.
Yeah.
Tony?
We've all got a little bit of headhunting in us.
Oh, wow. I'm coming to visit you then, Daz. He just said that Hawk Tour lives about 45 minutes from him. I'm going to go stalk her. Did I just say that on the internet? Yes, I did.
Headhunter Stormtrooper. Headhunter Stormtrooper.
No.
No. Headman.
Oh yeah.
What about Heat Viper?
Yeah.
That's the first
Okay.
Viper you've went through, I think, Lawrence.
It's it?
No, there's been a couple.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah. Heat Viper in. What about Heavy Duty?
Yeah.
Heavy Metal? Probably
No.
not. No. Heli Viper?
Heliviper?
Yeah.
No.
All right. What about Hiss Driver?
We just need to make a stipulation here, Lawrence. What is the history of it driving? Because it's not a tank, right?
It's not a tank. We know that.
What about Hit and Run?
Oh, fuck yeah.
Okay, no worries.
Also known as Splash and Dash.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Hot Seat.
No.
Hydro Viper.
Yeah.
Have you ever done it in a swimming pool? I mean,
no.
Okay, all right, no worries. Ice Cream Soldier.
What was that one, Aaron? I missed that one.
I can't believe they didn't even figure that.
Ice Cream Soldier.
Yeah, no.
Shano.
I'm getting there, Tony. I am so fucking getting there.
What about Ice Viper?
No.
Iceberg?
No.
Incinerators.
Oh, you incinerate.
I don't know.
I
Interrogator.
think, Aaron, just pause for a second. I feel like this is the moment where we need to get Lawrence up and get him active. Maybe doing some star jumps or some stretches or something, because it can tell that he's flatlining here. And we need him present. We need him present. And a good way I think will also aid this if folks throw in some super chats right now.
Oh yeah.
That would definitely help.
Because then he's got to be on the ball. So throw some money at Lawrence and make him do something. If you maybe you could nominate in your super chat what Lawrence has to do. Like he has to jump on one foot, bark like a dog, coming to America.
I ain't doing that shit.
Or maybe you do his his spinny thing. Anything. Throw some money at him. You've thrown it at a good cause. Getting him up and active. Aaron, you know what we haven't had for a while as well?
What?
The sound effect.
Oh, what one would you like?
Come on, mate.
What one would you like?
Oh, it's one to get Lawrence, back in the spirit of things.
Here we go.
Oh,
Money talk.
yeah.
That's $5. 5 jumping jacks. I think that's fair, Lawrence.
I got a girl sleeping over here.
Well, what about if you just go in your seat?
You just did it. Look at that. You did all of them.
I'm not doing it for you.
No, you're doing it for the kids.
No, I don't have to do it. The money. You're the host.
You just did it for the kids.
All right, I've done 3. You can at least do 2. Put a bit more into it. This guy.
I can't tell you how bad my back hurts because I have a tendency to lean forward. So that's why I've been trying to lean back. It happens like on Monday nights and everything. So I've been trying to lean back more, but I still end up. So like my back feels like I've been working out. I'm just like, fuck. I'm gonna be so sore on Sunday.
Yeah, you spend a lot of time in that chair, Lawrence. A lot of time.
I did, and I set this up so I could stand up too, but I feel odd when I'm standing up.
Mm.
But I've gotten up and moved around enough.
Okay. Circulation. You want to keep the blood flowing.
Is it a little teapot?
The what?
Oh, I swear it is.
It's a little teapot.
Okay. Should we get back to the list?
How's Lawrence feeling first? Is Lawrence okay? Is Lawrence all right? Are we good to go?
Hey, listen, it's not like I'm driving. I can pass out here. It wouldn't matter.
Okay. Well, I think I'll take that. I will take that.
Take it. Take it.
Interrogator. Did we go interrogator? No.
I actually say yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. It's a different form of interrogation, but it has been done before. Iron Grenadiers.
No.
Jinx.
No.
It's another word for a dry spell, surely. Joseph B. Colton. That's like General Flag.
Just skip that one altogether.
What about? Look at that!
Oh, there it is. Yeah, Tony.
Here comes the money.
Tony's face with the $20 super chat. You gotta stay up, bro. I'm getting paid to sleep nighty night. Here's a dub for the kiddos. Well, I am awake.
Good work, Tony.
I hope that Matthew Matson is somewhere keeping count of all this, like, and staying up and burning.
Oh no, he's sick.
Shame on you, Matthew. Shame on you. What kind of admin are you, moderator?
The saddest thing is that he bounced out because he was going to go to sleep, and like he's in here an hour later, still like adding stuff up out of nowhere. Like,
all right, Keel Hall.
No.
Knockdown.
Yeah, I think that one
Right.
might work.
Well, if with Lady J.
Oh yeah, her little Lady J parts.
What about lampreys? What is a lamprey?
I think it's the pieces, the two little flaps of skin inside there, the lampreys.
Oh, really?
Wow.
Welcome to Anatomy with Lawrence. All right.
Thank God you guys went here at 6 p.m. because
lampreys. Oh, this is we got the horrible time slot. We're going to talk about the horrible stuff.
This is the champagne hour right here, my friends.
Yeah, this is where everyone that's still here is loosey goosey. Tony's just explained what a lampreys is. Okay, laser viper.
No.
Law.
Yeah, but I was waiting for order to come with it. So.
Law and Order.
Yeah, I'd say yes.
Okay. What about Leatherneck?
I actually say yes.
Lifeline. Lifeline.
No.
Lift ticket.
No.
Lightfoot.
No.
What about Lobotomax?
The bottle bags?
That's what you call when you take the top off it, right? You knock the top off it, Aaron?
Yeah. So I'm just going to say, Same Time Toys has come in late. He has no idea what we're doing. Same time, we're trying to decide whether these G.I. Joe names could be interpreted as double entendres. We promised, yeah, we promised 4 a.m. Red light time. It's exactly what we're doing, and it's been good so far.
Mendoza says Ram cycle. If we were doing vehicles, yes.
Well, we haven't got to Ram part yet. All right.
What about long arm?
What?
long arm.
Okay, I'm gonna say yes, but who the fuck is long arm? I think you're making some of these up, man.
It looks like a baby's arm holding an apple.
Same as a tripod. Got long arm.
Long range.
No.
Low light.
No.
I mean, oh no. Well, yeah. I'm sure we've all had to get one away in low light. Mace.
No.
Well, why not?
Mace?
Yeah, I'm not thinking of the spray mace. I'm thinking of the big, Bobby knocker mace.
Yeah, but I think a mace is with like big spikes and stuff at the end. So yeah, no, no.
That's what you call rig for your extra pleasure.
Yes, that's exactly right.
Main frame?
No.
All right, so I'm going to say the next one, and it's going to give away what the one after it is. All right, so don't get too carried away. The next one is major altitude.
No.
So do you know what the next one is now? You boys, come on.
Oh, yeah, major blood.
God damn.
Yeah.
What are you doing right now, Lawrence?
Yeah, talking about leathernecks.
Hold on. I'm just trying to.
You're giving us a closer look at your sloth Superman t-shirt. Hey, you guys!
Hey, Lawrence, did you notice my shirt?
It's like Chuckles.
See that? You see these things?
I can barely see.
What is it?
They're cricketers.
Hold on 1 second.
This is my cricket Hawaiian shirt.
Oh my god.
Yeah, see? And it's a bit leisure suit Larry as well, so, Oh, hello.
Oh, we've got 2 Lawrences. What the hell?
There's 2 Lawrences. I think I like that angle of you better.
Multi-Lawrence. We get multi-Lawrence now.
2 Lawrences.
Oh, he's gone. Ooh. Okay. Why'd you switch to this view?
Because I need to stand up.
Okay. Stand up. Fair enough.
There we go.
So is major blood?
Oh yeah, because we already talked about blocking the major blood orifice.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. I can't say I've ever experienced major storm? Probably not.
What the hell is that?
Yeah, Maverick.
Yeah, you could go Maverick.
Okay, all right. Okay. Get ready. Mega Viper.
Yes. But women, I'm 5'4", so don't expect the Mega Viper. Just saying.
Okay. Mercer?
No.
No. Metalhead?
No.
Mirage?
No.
Monkey Wrench?
Oh, yeah.
Monstro Viper.
Yeah, you're giving the Monstro Viper, all right.
What about Motor Viper?
Oh, I didn't think about that. Maybe
A motor viper is like the buzzer, isn't it?
A little bit, yeah.
Well, I was thinking more like motor oil, like when you said that. But once you did that, like motor boat, like okay.
What would you use motor oil for? Anyway, muskrat.
No.
Mutt.
No, I don't want to think.
I think that was one of the ones that we said we couldn't call a dog that name.
No,
we couldn't. A nemesis enforcer.
Yes.
All right.
Would you rather call it Nemesis Enforcer or Nemesis Immortal? Because the Enforcer is just saying we're doing this. The Immortal's going all night. All right.
Okay, have some fun with this one, boys. Night Creeper.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, I get.
Well, Lenny's not sold. I'm going yes. Night Creeper Leader.
No.
Night Vulture.
Night what?
Night Vulture.
Night Vulture.
Yeah.
What? Who the hell is Night Vulture?
But
No, I don't even know. Like,
we've all got one of those mates. We've all got a blocker and a Colonel Courage, and we've all
that's true.
Also got one of those mates. Night Vulture. Night Viper.
No, I don't like. Yeah, no.
Ninja Viper.
I kind of like that. My Viper sneaking in there.
Nitro Viper.
No.
Nope. Nullifier.
No.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, really?
Oh, she could really nullify you.
Nunchuck.
No, but.
All right. So we're into the O's, and can you guys think of any G.I. Joe figures that start with the letter O?
Not offhand.
Well, yeah, it's 4 a.m. for you, Lawrence. But Adam, you let me down, mate.
I'm trying to think. Not off the top of my head, no.
Well, of course. And this one is going to make the list. Outback.
Oh, of course.
Yes.
Of course. How did I not let that one go?
Okay, what about Overkill?
Oh, yeah.
Thrash it.
Overlord.
Yes.
Ozone.
No, like nope.
What about Pathfinder?
Yes, because sometimes you got to find that path.
Yeah. Payload.
Yes. It usually goes with Avalanche. That payload is.
Predacon.
What's Predacon? And yes. Like...
We've all got one of those mates too. Oh my gosh!
I think a lot of those ones deserve to be in prison, though. But...
Too much.
Psych out.
No.
Quick kick.
Yeah.
Rampage.
Yep.
Yeah.
Rampart.
No.
Range Viper.
No.
Rapid fire.
Yeah.
For sure.
What about Raptor?
Raptor or Rap?
Yeah. Raptor. Yeah.
No, I don't even want to think about that.
What about Recoil?
Yeah, you could recoil.
Recondo?
No.
Red Dog?
No.
Red Ninja?
No.
Red Star?
No. Red Star and Black Star.
Red Star's from the October Guard.
Okay, what was Black Star then?
I don't know who Black Star is. The only Black Star I know is like a rap group.
Black Star was like a yellow figure from the 90s. It was a Cobra figure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's called Black Star if it's a yellow figure.
I don't know.
Yellow Star?
Yeah. I'm not Hasbro, mate. Can't answer that. Repeater.
Yes.
Ripcord.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes.
So, do you really want me to tell you?
Yes, we do.
Go on, spit it out, Lauren.
Here comes the story.
I used to tell my ex, I'm like,
oh, we got him. We got him. He can't get it out.
What time is it? Who's on here? I used to always talk about doing stuff when she's on the rag, but obviously not in that orifice. Pulling out and just yanking the cord.
Oh, well.
This is for the kids. I need a donation for that, all right? That one needs a donation, all right?
You put it all out there on that one.
For the record, I never got to do it, but this was well before kids. I'm just going to say that. This was before kids.
Okay, so that was Ripcord. What about Ripper?
I don't like Ripper because that's just kind of...
We don't want to inflict that kind of pain, do we?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's why I don't like Buzzer. Like Buzzer, like that was pain.
Yeah. Road Pig.
Yes, definitely.
Oh, here comes the money.
Where is it at? Oh shit, I can't find it here.
I got my cha-ching if you want me
I got this one over here.
I'll do my cha-ching. Do you want me to hear my cha-ching? Oh.
Here comes the money.
Oh, yeah.
Money talk. Here comes the money.
The 3-star drop with the 277 super chat. Ripper that cord.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
With shark eyes, Ripcord would never get the same again.
Here comes the money.
Here we go.
Here comes the money.
It's Jay Gonzo with the $9.99 super chat. I thought you were going to say when you remove beads. Though I never thought about that. So that one, that one. Dude, I wish I could tell you why that even came up. But, yeah, there was I remember having the conversation too.
Right. Roadblock.
Oh fuck yeah!
All right, nice. Robo Joe.
Yes.
What about rock and roll?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Rock Viper.
Wall is hard as a rock, and
okay. Royal Guard.
No,
it's not really. Yeah. What? Rumbler.
Yeah.
Soul Viper.
No, see, I don't like that. Like you say, yeah, that's
Lorena Bobbitt. That's all that comes
yeah,
to mind.
yeah. That's
it's not good.
It's like Cutter. Salvo.
Sounds like a wrestler.
Scarlet. There. Honest, yeah. There's got to be a million ladies in the night called Scarlet, surely. I don't know. Adam, what do you reckon?
I don't know. I mean, I wasn't in the. I guess I didn't think we were going for like names of someone might be, even though I did say yes to Baroness.
Okay, all right. Yeah, no worries.
But there might be Scarlet down there.
Yeah.
I mean, it might be Scarlet in the eyebrows, and
well, does the carpet match the drapes? So that's the question.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, we went with Copperhead. So, sci-fi.
No.
Scoop.
Scooping it.
You don't want to be pooper scooping that.
Oh, Lawrence.
Scoop. Okay, Scoop is in.
I think it's all on you. If my channel gets shut down, it's your guys' fault.
Have we sworn? We haven't said a single swear word.
No. I mean, there've been a couple of little ones here and there, but not too many.
Did you swear at him? Did you?
I dropped one. I think Lawrence has dropped an F-bomb as well, but that's about it.
Oh, I swore.
I haven't sworn at all. Scrap iron.
No.
Sea slug.
God, I hope not. We're gonna go with no with the sea slug.
Secto viper.
God, no to that one.
Serpentor.
He did come with those snakes that got really hard, right?
Yeah. Okay. Sergeant Slaughter.
For sure.
All right, we'll stick it in. Oh, we'll stick it in.
Somewhere Zazel just went, oh?
Zazel's also going to pop in, huh?
Yeah. We said Sergeant Slaughter. I'm surprised he's not here already. Shipwreck.
No.
Shockwave.
Oh, yeah. Definitely send shockwaves through her.
Oh, jeez. Lawrence goes right at him. Short fuse.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to say yes.
I told you I'm 5'4".
Yeah. Yeah. In my case, my height's got nothing to do with it. I don't know what it is. Okay, now here's the moment you've been waiting for. Skid mark.
God, I hope not. But yeah, unfortunately.
Okay, all right, no
Hey, Aaron, shout out to Larry, who's not here, but we have another Larry here anyway. So
Yeah.
skid mark actually works. It's very fitting for this show.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, it's live because you guys aren't here, right? I mean, what did you expect?
Yeah, it's loosey goosey.
All the way live.
Torpedo. Sky creeper.
No, God, no.
Skydive.
What?
Skydive.
No.
Sky mate.
No.
Sky striker.
No.
Slice.
I don't think you want to slice anything.
Slipstream.
Yeah.
Yes.
You can. That's one. That wall, man. So many things there.
What about
Spit it out, mate.
Sludge viper?
Sludge viper. Absolutely.
As much as I want to say no, I gotta say yes.
Watch out for that snail trail, boys.
I think at this point in our lives, we've all been there, right?
Breathe.
Snake eyes.
Yeah, you could actually work that.
Yeah,
in.
that would. Yeah.
Sneak peek.
For
yeah.
sure.
Ooh la
All
la.
right.
We all want
so-
that sneak peek.
Yeah. So the opposite of beachhead is is obviously a snow job.
He's a little cold and he shrivels up a little bit. Oh, hey, you know.
That is an absolute layup of a code name. Absolute layup for this exercise.
What about snow serpent?
Yep. I think that's definitely.
Yep. Snowstorm?
No.
No. Space shot.
I think to differ. I feel like there's definitely scenarios
Snowstorm.
where a snowstorm could take place. Just think of a famous meme.
Really?
Oh yeah, yeah. Snowstorm could take place, Lawrence.
I don't know about you, but I reckon I only got about a teaspoon in me, mate.
But what about? Yeah. Now you've got it. Now you've got it, Lawrence.
I think it's called Bukake.
That's correct.
It was Bushido, not Bukaki. I'm pretty sure. Banzai.
What?
All right. Banzai. It was Banzai. Banzai Bukaki. Space shot.
No.
No. Spearhead.
Yes.
What about spirit?
Yeah, I think so.
Things can get quite spirited if you're young. Stalker.
Yep. Unfortunately, you don't want that, but
No.
What about Starduster?
I think yes.
Okay, fair enough. Star Viper.
No.
Static line.
Static line?
Yeah.
No.
Steamroller.
Steamroller? Yes.
Yes. All right. Steel Brigade.
No.
Stealer.
No.
Stinger driver.
No.
Storm Shadow.
Nope.
Strato Viper.
No.
Stretcher.
Yes.
Sub-Zero.
Oh yeah. There's a few of them out there that are Sub-Zero.
Super Trooper.
I was gonna say no, but it's a yes.
I think Lawrence is the true point of delirium right now, folks.
What?
You just hit the point of delirium right now. That was the moment you just broke up.
He's lost it. We're into the essence, so we're not far away. Target.
Yeah.
Target just.
Any hole's the goal, right?
There's 3 different holes to go for.
Taurus.
Stay on target, boys. Stay on target.
Did
Taurus?
you say Taurus?
Taurus, yeah.
Like
one of the
car? No.
Techno Viper.
No. I need some super chats, guys. I mean, for the kids here, I've been up.
Absolutely. And you've also had to listen to us for the last hour and a half. So, yeah. Telly Vipers.
No.
T-Ginzu.
No, but I think you pronounced that completely wrong. But
How do you pronounce it?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. All right. so why's the way I pronounced it wrong?
Can you please pronounce it again, Aaron? Say it again, because I know you've said this to me before, and I thought that, like this was how you. I wasn't sure how you pronounced it, but go say it again.
T-Ginzu.
T-Ginzu.
Yeah. T-Ginzu.
T-Ginzu.
Yeah.
It's not T-Ginzu.
T-Ginzu.
4 a.m. people. Hello. Thrasher.
Oh yeah.
Thunder.
Yes.
Shebang.
I think it's all in the name, right?
Yeah. The second jabang was the door.
Remember, it's a good name for a dog as well.
Clint Jorgensen's driving to the airport. Next stop, Detroit. Hopefully, we have on-flight Wi-Fi.
Nice.
I just hope you have headset.
Yeah, have a headset.
Well, let's do this here.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
Ostradamus with the $5 super chat for the Crotch Goblins.
That's it. I was getting into the spirit of things. Love to see it.
All right. What about Toll Booth?
No.
Who?
Toll Booth.
Oh, Toll Booth. Okay.
Tomax.
No.
Topside.
No.
Torch. Here we are back at the flashlights.
Yeah, that might be.
Torpedo.
Yes, for sure.
Toxo Viper.
No.
Toxo Zombie. Track Viper.
No.
Tracker.
No.
Tripwire.
No.
Tunnel Rat.
Yes, absolutely.
That Viper's going somewhere.
Undertow.
Yes.
Updraft.
Oh.
A bad night, but yes.
Vapor.
What?
Vapor.
Vapor?
Yeah.
Oh.
Vapor.
No, I don't even know what that is. I know what
Viper.
Vapor is, but
Viper. We're going Viper, yeah?
oh, Viper's a yes for
Yeah,
sure.
absolutely. Viper
Yeah.
Pilot. Viper Pilot.
Do you know how to fly this thing?
Yeah, I think yes.
Volta.
No.
Okay, so we've come to the one, we found it, the one that you couldn't name a dog, but I don't think it really. You can't name a dog Worms.
I'm with you on that.
Is Worms a double entendre though?
No, God, I hope not.
Wetsuit.
Yeah.
Everyone needs one of them.
That's how you prevent having kids.
Absolutely. Wild Bill.
Yep.
Yep. Wild Boar.
Oh God, no! If you got a wild boy, you're having a bad night for sure.
You blokes, you put in road pig. So
Lawrence put in road pig. I didn't agree with that.
All right, that's it. Wild Boar. Wild Weasel.
Yes.
Weasel.
Wild Card.
No.
Wind Chill.
No.
You know what comes after Wind Chill, don't you? Windmill.
There's a character called Windmill.
Yes.
I just took it back to the internet with that one.
Windmill is him. Zamot.
No.
Xander.
No.
Zanzibar.
No.
Zap.
Yes.
Zap. Zarana.
No.
Zarana. And we've come to the end of the list. Zartan.
No.
There we go. Well done. That was a journey.
Oh my gosh.
Do you want to hear what we put in? I'll read them off. From the top. All right. Here you go.
Wait, can you guys give me a few minutes?
What do you need right now, Lawrence? Tell us. We're your life support system right now. What do you need?
Listen, I need to let the Viper out right now. Right? So I need a couple minutes.
Okay.
I'm gonna make it quick. Make sure I wash my hands before I come back.
Yes. Do that. Do that. No skip up. We'll just hang here.
Yeah, obviously you can't bring up the chat, but super chats and we can go back and do them. But give me a few minutes. Yeah. Standing up sure didn't help any of this.
Well, you haven't just been standing up straight; you've been wobbling from side to side. So, see, this is why I suggested doing some some aerobics. You didn't listen to me. You should have listened to me. I know things.
Nothing to do with it.
I drink and I know things.
I've been on the stream since 12.
Yeah, we're trying to keep
a big thing of Thai food while I went downstairs.
Yeah, I heard you. I was watching when you ate the Thai food, and you were talking about how much you enjoyed the leftovers from last night.
Oh, it's so good. Anyway, all right, talk amongst yourself.
We will
send super chats. I'll be back.
Don't fall in. All right. Well, as Lauren said, we can't bring up the comments, but I'm just going to have a scroll through here.
3-star wants some sound effects. How about this one?
Hey, boys, I'm back here.
We need some supers. Yes, Ostradamus. We need some super chats.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, fire them away. I'm the damn host one of the hosts of this segment of the stream. I'm throwing super chats. Where's the rest of the super chats? Come on, you mugs.
Yeah,
what's wrong with you?
Yeah. 3-star says Crotch Goblin sounds like a Cobra operative. Absolutely, it does. Ostradamus says he's brewing some coffee and cleaning some dishes up. And nice. I will see you all soon. Menjoza definitely agrees. Wild Weasel. Wild Weasel is Ostradamus. Can you see that one? He says a wild boar is going to come at you with a road pig. Absolutely. Menjoza obviously talking about the windmill. He's gone whirly bird. Yeah, very good. The Viper is coming. That was 3-star draw. The Viper is coming. I need one of these ones.
Laughing.
Stanley Everhard says Doc Rock. Menjoza says how much for a Cobra? La 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 la. Oh no, I wasn't meant to do it.
Well, we probably need to ask Lawrence that. If Menjoza's asking that, like, do you want Lawrence to say it and then you'll throw a super chat at him? Because I think that's a fair question.
Maybe he does. Stanley Everhard says, "Let Punk poop in peace."
Daz, I think he does have the grumble duffs. that Thai food is gone. Toot, 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 toot. So yeah, anyway, just let it rip.
Kiwi wants more sound effects as well. What about this one? That works.
Yeah.
I can search for anything. Do you want to hear a sound effect? Any sound effect in particular?
While you're like throw something at me, or at us, I should say. But while we're here and you're looking for that, I should just remind the folks that this kind of champagne comedy content that you've seen tonight from Aaron and I, you can see on both our channels. Shark Eyes Toy View for me and Ruddy Trick Shot. That way. Yeah, that guy. Him. And you're going to get sound effects. You're going to get a whole bunch of baloney. And I can tell you what you're not going to get. You're not going to get any AI-made content. You're not going to get really any lists. We don't buy subs. We don't pay to promote our content. We just let it fly. We just put it out there and we just let it go. If it does good, it does good.
Hey, boys, don't pay for subs, you dickheads.
So yeah, this is the sort of thing. This is the sort of thing that we do. Lawrence, you really, really made a mistake leaving because the wheels are about to fall off this thing, as well as my chair if I keep rocking on it like this. Oh, the old headbutt. See,
I'd like to see a super chat before he comes back. That'd be.
I'm hoping for one. I've put it out there. It's up to the peoples now.
We definitely need
the peoples.
Definitely need super chat before he comes back.
Kenzo's creation. If you listen closely, Lawrence is yelling in the bathroom saying, "You must come out, poop. This I command."
It's touching cloth. It's touching cloth.
Oh dear. Oh dear. See, this is why Lawrence gave us the Oh wow.
We got a super chat while you were away.
Did you just get it when I sat down?
Yeah.
Well, on what?
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
Kiwi GI Customs. Awesome stuff, guys. Now, I feel like for this, I should get these super chats for this segment since I had to put up with this shit.
Speaking of this shit, would you like a recap? We were about to do a recap.
Well, you know what? Might as well. It's not like I'm going anywhere.
Okay, all right. So, G.I. Joe names.
Are you feeling better though, Lawrence? You seem
I'm so much better. Oh my god! Like, yes.
That's good. That's good. Aaron, I just want to draw your attention to Darren's most recent comment.
He said it's loud. Okay.
Oh yeah,
Go
that
more
was,
sound effects.
that was really loud.
Yeah. We'll let Lawrence do the sound effects.
My daughter is a princess, considering she hasn't woken up.
Yeah.
Hopefully, she won't be like, I mean, she knows what I'm doing, but hopefully it's not bothered.
But does she know what you're
Saturday
doing?
there now, right? So like, she's got the weekend off, right? She doesn't have to be up for school or anything.
No,
correct?
No, tomorrow's Saturday.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, so she's got nothing to complain about. It's fine.
Is there a
delay? But if you're trying to sleep and there's someone super loud, but I'm loud on Monday night, so if she has school, then
Does she even know who she lives with? Exactly.
Oh, you missed her earlier when she almost cut my hand off.
What happened there?
No, someone sent a tiger paw for a giveaway, and she comes in. I knew he sent it. I totally forgot that it might be coming today. And she walks in, and she's like, "You got a package?" And I was like, "I see a Target box. What the hell is that?" I'm trying to think. Oh, that's. She's like, "Can I open it?" I'm like, "Yeah." So she comes over, she grabs the razor blade, and she's like, and she goes to cut the last one, and the whole thing doesn't cut. So she turns it like this, and everyone's like, I didn't really have a chance to be like, that's not how you cut. You bring it in towards you, not like.
Nothing like a little bit of an arterial spray to liven up a live stream.
Yeah, that means all the super chats would be going to me for surgery. All right, quickly here.
Here comes the money.
Here we go.
Ooh, another one. Who's that?
Kenzo's creation of the $1.99 super chat. I love a good circus. Dude, there's 34 people that are still watching. Other than when we talked wrestling, which dropped down to about 21 or 22, we've had over 30 the whole time. 30 to 50 the whole time.
What can I
Yeah.
say? People love insanity. And that's what Aaron and I bring.
We do.
But you want to hear something funny too? I've lost 2 subscribers.
Oh no!
Since we started at 12.
Oh,
really? From the very start?
Yeah, isn't that crazy? Don't you think you would have gained some?
People like that are trash. Go away. Go jump in the bin, you hobos.
Well, come donate for the children and then go.
Yeah.
That's fair.
I just found that funny. Like,
yeah, it's just rubbish. Anyway,
recap.
Aaron, would you like to do your summary now?
Yeah, recap. All right, here we go. The only list you'll ever need of G.I. Joe names that could be interpreted as double entendres. From the top: Ace, Airtight, Ambush, Annihilator, Avalanche, Backblast, Backstop, Banzai, Baroness, Barricade, and Bat. That was an educational experience for Lawrence tonight. Of course, Bazooka, the one that got the best, one of the biggest laughs. Beach Head, Big Boa, Black Star. We agreed on, even though we didn't know what he was. Blaster and Blast Off, Blocker, Breaker, Captain Gridiron. What were we thinking? And Carcass. We put Carcass in there as well.
Did we?
Yeah, we did. Cesspool, Clean Sweep, Clutch.
The fact that Clean Sweep comes after Cesspool.
Cobra Commander. Cold Front, Colonel Courage. We've got one of those mates. Crankcase, Crazy Legs. Crimson Guard Commander, Crimson Guard Immortal. We ended up with all 3 in there. Crocmaster, because Lawrence pointed out that we're dropping the R from Croc. Cross Country we had in there for some reason. Cutter we had in there as well. Not sure why. Darklawn, Decimator, Deep Six. We had a bit of a chuckle about that one. Dodger, Downtown, Dusty, and I'm never going to look at my dog the same. Eel, Fast Draw, Flash. We found out what Lawrence likes to call General Flag. He's named it body part General Flag. Ghost Rider, Globulus. We went, yes, after all that. Grand Slam we did. Grunt, Gung-Ho, Gyro Viper, Hardtop, Hardball. We had a bit of an argument over Hawk because it's Hawk and not Hawk Tour. But I thought that was pretty good. So, yeah.
Argument over who?
Hawk.
Spit on that thing.
Hawk Tour. Headhunter, Headman, Heat Viper, Heavy Duty, Hiss Driver, Hit and Run, Interrogator. It's a bit rough. Knockdown, Lady J, Lampreys, Law and Order, Leatherneck, Long Arm, Maverick, Major Blood, Mega Viper, Monkey Wrench, Monstro Viper, Motor Viper, Nemesis Enforcer, Night Creeper, Night Vulture, and Ninja Viper. Nullifier, Outback. You'd never say it like that if you weren't trying to make it sound like a double entendre. You'd just go Outback, wouldn't you? But because we're doing this, it's Outback. Overlord, Pathfinder, Payload, Predacon. You guys are sick. Quick Kick, Rampage, Rapid Fire, Recoil, Repeater, Ripcord, and that obviously attracted some cash. So thank you for that, whoever did that super chat after the Ripcord story. Road Pig, Roadblock, Robo Joe, Rock and Roll, Rock Viper, Rumbler, Scarlet. We ummed and then went yes. Scoop. Still not quite sure where we put that in there, but we did. Serpentor, Sergeant Slaughter, shout out to Zazel. Shockwave, Short Fuse, Skidmark, Slipstream, Sludge Viper. I swear. I dropped. Snake Eyes, Sneak Peek, Snow Job, Snow Serpent, Spearhead, Stalker, Starduster. I'm trying to figure that out. Steamroller, Stretcher, Sub-Zero, Drooper Drooper, Target, Thrasher, Thunder, Shebang.
Poor Lawrence is yawning, Aaron.
Torch, Torpedo, Tunnel Rat, Undertow, Updraft, Viper, Viper Pilot. We dipped out on Worms, but we went Wetsuit, Wild Bill, Wild Boar, Wild Weasel, Windmill, and Zap. So there it is.
Did it. You made it, Lawrence. You made it.
We're done.
And we're still half an hour to go in the 2-hour time slot that you booked for us.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. You guys are here till Ed shows up and I can leave for I ain't gonna lie. I could easily put my head down right now and go to sleep.
Oh, man, I can tell.
I've been up 23 hours now.
That's a lot, man.
Your
circadian rhythm is just going right now.
Yeah, I probably should have had Susan take Olivia for the day, for yesterday, and I could have just picked her up from school or whatever, so I could have slept till like 10 or whatever. So I needed her here because she could take care of the dog. It's a lot easier than me.
Yeah.
But so far, I mean, I've had people in the whole time, other than right at the beginning. I think I was by myself at all.
Was Mark your first guest?
Yeah, it was like 15 minutes into it.
Okay. And how long did he stick around for?
A little over an hour, I think.
Okay.
So, it was a
and
good
what
talk.
did you talk about with him?
Talked about Gridiron. Talked about Monster Force.
Okay.
You know,
I'll have to go back and watch that then.
Monstro Vipers.
No, we missed the Monster Viper talk. We wanted to, but he ran out of time.
Did he drop any morsels of interest during the chat about Monster Force or anything?
Not really. Not really about Monster Force. At least not that I can remember. But we're also talking about a long time ago.
About what?
We're also talking that was a long time ago too.
Right. Yeah, true.
I don't remember if he said anything else about it. I don't think he said anything else about it.
What are you eating now?
No, I'm actually folding up the Fritos.
Okay.
I have like a little cut.
Yeah.
On my lip, so all the salt just really, really burns. It's like right there, it's just annoying as shit.
How did you get that cut, Lawrence? Shaving, was it?
No, it got chapped. You'd think with all the chapstick that I use that I'd never have chapped lips, but I think it got a little chapped.
Is it getting cold in Detroit now? Starting to get cold?
Oh yeah, it's 41 degrees right now. Although it's supposed to be in the 70s this week. It was in the 70s last week. You got down. It was like in the 30s at night, and then 70s during the day. And I think it's supposed to be in the 70s early week. So I think Monday, Tuesday, maybe Wednesday.
Okay.
But yeah, it's been a good stream so far, or a good event, I guess. I'm hoping.
What was the best part, Lawrence?
Wow, that's. I feel like that's a loaded question.
I thought Sludge Viper was pretty good.
This was pretty amusing. I'm glad you guys came in with something like this.
Yeah, we did think about it for a little while. We spitballed some ideas back and forth, and funnily enough, it came to me in the middle of the night the other night. I actually messaged Adam, He took a little while to come around to it.
I was at work. I couldn't respond.
Yeah. But late today, Adam sent me a message with a whole list of them and thought, this is going to be great. So,
well, I know it's hard. It's hard when you're just like, I want to have you on my show to try and raise money, but I want you to kind of showcase your show and what you guys do. And it's kind of like, well,
we did that.
You don't have the power to put slides in there or anything, And I had, Crow's like, here's some pictures. I'm like, man, I'm done, dude. I've done with all my slides. We are like, this is what we're, like, if you want to bring some. So Darren had, like the pictures, and he just brought it up on another screen. But Matthew's been in for quite longer than I had thought he was going to be. He has a lot going on with his daughter. So he actually came in during Frostbite segment, which I had a blast, like going through all the pictures and everything. And we actually ran all the way into Backyard Battlefield. Then he actually jumped out while I went, because I'm like, I gotta go grab something to eat, and Matthew was in there, so or it was Ed. I think it was Ed actually.
It was Ed and Matthew.
Yeah. Were they both there?
I think Matthew dipped at one point, but then he came back, didn't he?
Yeah. Because Matthew had to go leave for I don't know. It's fucking.
That's a long time ago.
Yeah, but either way, I mean, they've been here for the most part, other than with like during the day when they were both working. But I'm fresh, so that doesn't even matter, But all in all, I mean, there was a lot of super chats right at the beginning. So I know a lot of people were dropping. I think a lot of people just wanted to drop everything they had. There've been a few people that have dropped numerous ones. But I'm going to say this. I don't think that we got any from anyone that we didn't know. You know what I mean? And there's always tomorrow, because there's still a long time to go. And we've already raised over 1,000. But at the beginning, I was like, oh, man, we're going to hit like $5,000. I don't think we're going to come that close.
Well, you've got to be pushing close to 2K now, surely.
Well, you got to think after YouTube takes their cut, who knows? But I do have, over $700 in PayPal. So
I think you'll find it's like a HasLab. I think people will come in at the towards the end, and bring it up. Especially if you keep pushing it like you have. What was I going to say?
700 US is like $1 million Australian. So
maybe I'll just shut this down and move there.
Yeah, it definitely works that way. That's the way.
But I'm not unhappy. I'm not unhappy with whatever.
Oh man! And
I mean,
so far that's great. That's good.
So on Wednesday, someone had hit me up and they said, "Hey, did you get your PayPal set up?" And I said, "I'm just going to use my personal one because it seemed like a hassle. I don't have a bank account for this, for this brand." He was like, "Okay, cool." He sent me $400. The next day, I jumped on Backyard Battlefield, and someone sent me $200. So before we even started, it was $600, and that was the PayPal. So there's nothing being taken out. So to
those
me,
people anonymous people, you can't say who they are. Do we know?
Yeah,
them,
they don't want me to say. So anyone, if they send it to PayPal, I'm not saying who they are. So if they if they want to jump in and say who they are, that's fine.
Good on them.
But that was $600 before we even started. So it is one of those things where it's like, I was saying earlier that I go, if everyone's going to donate within the first fucking 6 hours, well, shit, I'm not going to sit here for 36 hours next year. I'll do fucking 10 hours. Why would I do 36 hours? The whole goal is that more people show up that maybe don't know the channel, but just hear it from someone's community tab, right?
Yeah.
Hey, if you didn't do 36 hours, you wouldn't have us on at 4 a.m. talking smut.
I could have. Well, I could have done 24 hours, and you would still be here.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I could be getting done at noon rather than midnight. But I'm definitely not unhappy with what I've seen, and I did mention how I've definitely seen people kind of pull back from super chats in the past few weeks that wanted to save, and I'm perfectly fine with that,
Yeah,
but it's not like I would have gotten this many super chats as I'm getting right now. Like this, and people are really shelling out. But it is disappointing so far that I'm not seeing new people come in.
I know, Lawrence. Like, where's Bobby Vella? Like during all this, someone like him, I feel like he could show up and show support for the kids. Drop some dimes in here. Where is he? Where is he, Lawrence?
Oh, I would say I burnt that bridge a long time ago.
Talking about double entendres. Where's Viper Island?
Yeah, where's Liam? Where's Liam? Liam could show up, because let's not forget Liam has millions of people watching his show. So
Shark, Retro Shark, he could have taken the money that he used to buy views on his new live stream, and he could have donated to the kids.
Buy toys.subs.
Yeah, I did see that, Lawrence, somewhere. Did you mention that on your Monday night show? Was it?
I did, and then I mentioned it on Thursday when I was on with Darren, Aaron, and
Aaron. See, this is what
Aaron and Ryan.
This is where I call myself Ronnie. Bugger that.
Yeah, I did. I think I saw it on Monday night, and I think did you show a graphic of
No. I just mentioned because again, I didn't even know because. So what happened was, I got messaged by the same person that he's back when I was literally outside in front of that tree posing figures where this all started, last week. And I'm like, oh God, I just can't believe the guy can't. I just can't believe after all that, but there's so many people in the community that have no idea what's going on. They just tune into content because they want to find out what's going on with G.I. Joe, and that is perfectly fine.
Yeah.
But I'm just blown away by that anyone would come back after, he was, let's be honest, completely embarrassed.
Is it perfectly fine, Lawrence, to enjoy his content? Is it? I mean, you've got a short man. Sure.
Well, people are getting the news that they want. That the full force.
Right. They're getting the recycled news, Lawrence.
Yeah, but it's still. I mean, but they don't care. They just want to know. And not everyone wants to watch the full force for 2 or 3 hours, and I understand that.
Yeah.
I just, after all that, the fact that somebody would, even again, he's done this twice since July. Since June. And it was one thing to do that, make everyone believe that your channel is shut down, and then and then you come back, and people don't really know. But then again, when he flat out finally said my name, and I opened everything up and showed everyone what a bunch of shit that was, like that really, and again, for him to shut down his YouTube and Instagram on the same day, that told me one thing. All those people that came after me that now look like fools turned and said, hey, where's your proof? Because we just went out on a limb for you. And he just couldn't even take it.
We got a name in Australia for people like him, Lawrence. We call them a gronk.
A gronk?
A gronk, yeah.
Yeah, see, Gronk is
You're a Gronk, mate. You're a total and utter Gronk.
See, Gronk here.
Gronk. Gronk.
Yeah, see, Gronk here was a tight end football player that won Super Bowls with Tom Brady. So.
Yeah, that was what was his first name?
Gronkowski.
Yeah.
Gronkowski. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, this is
Rob
Gronkowski. Yes.
Yeah.
So again, people are allowed to do, they're allowed to watch whoever they want. I don't give a shit.
No,
but you know,
and
when
most
you
people wouldn't watch your content or watch my content or watch Bobby B's content and so on and so forth, like because they've chosen for the most part, those people have chosen which side they want to sort of lean towards. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and Darren says you've already surpassed what you'd originally hoped for. It's more than successful. Yeah, it's more than I hoped for. Well, I hoped for more, but I was like, if I hit this, I'll accept it. And if I went over 1,000, I would accept it because I think that's pretty big. But when you start getting big, huge chunks at the beginning, you're like, wow, this is going to continue to roll in. And again, it's still rolling in $10, 99 cents. It all definitely helps and adds up, right?
Yeah.
But you know, when you start seeing the big lumps right at the beginning, you're like, "Oh, this is gonna be good." But it's like a Hazlet. It starts off really strong, then it slows down, and then it hopefully will pick up again. But go back to that asshole. I think what he did is way worse than what it's way worse than what Viper Island did. Because Viper Island,
both trash. They're both trash in their own ways.
No, well, I'm not disagreeing that. But what Viper Island did was he got tired of people doing the memes, and he himself just went after you, right? And he's like, "Hey, I found a loophole. I'm just gonna copyright strike over and over and over till he loses his channel because that guy's been a dick to me." And truthfully, I was. But the other guy, who he tried to rally people to go after me, obviously everyone, but then to truly go after me, and as I said. If I would have, that happened on Sunday during the day. I don't go live till 9 p.m. If I would have waited, I would have lost 200 active subs, I bet, at least. I get people like leaving comments on non-related videos saying, why are you going after Shark like this? If you copyright strike his channel, I'm gonna block. I'm like, I haven't done shit.
This is also the point where you've got to ask yourself the question: how many of those are also sock puppet accounts too? Because he is the sort of individual that you wouldn't put it past him to do that. Like he's clearly got issues, man. Like
no. Some of these were people I've interacted with.
Oh, okay.
I mean, these were people that I've seen interact. It doesn't disappear. So I do want to. I'll say this after I do this because Ronnie's gonna have a fucking stroke here.
Here comes the money.
Soda water juice, $4.99 super chat. So amazing what you're doing for the kids, Punk, and your friends. As a newer follower and also a skateboarder, it's awesome to see. Wish I could do more. Now you know what. That right there is enough. And I think people see $100 super chat, a $50 super chat, and they think like, oh, I wish I no. Like it's the little ones like this and the people that all I can give you is $2. Awesome. Right? That all adds up. Again, I have over 100 people watching almost every Monday. So if everyone donated $5, and again, I'm not saying everyone can afford $5. You're looking at 500 right there. So I'm more than happy with that. No. So what I was saying is, there's three star. One at a time.
Do we get to the bottom of why Darren is going with $2.77 every time?
Down south 77, and I called him out.
Now
that I called him out, I'm like, where did you come up with 277? And he was trying to be
when you said that, yeah.
It's like, but where'd the 2 come from?
I couldn't when I've donated, I can't choose a denomination other than like 10, 20, 30, 40, or 5, 10. Like it doesn't allow me to
Are you doing it on the phone or computer?
You got to do it on the PC. Gotcha.
So are you doing it on your phone?
Yeah, I was doing it on my phone. Yeah.
Do you have an Apple or an Android?
Android, baby.
Okay, so someone told me if you have an Apple, it's always 99 cents.
Yeah, I've heard that as well.
But,
Yeah,
but if it's an Android, then it's a straight solid dollar amount.
Yeah.
But I would assume on a computer you can say exactly what you want.
Ah, gotcha.
All in all, it's stupid. Why can't I? I mean, I have the right. I pay all my bills on my phone. Why can't I pay this?
Stupid.
And if I want to get $277, I should be able to.
Yeah, exactly.
Or $498. You know.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
I don't even know what was I talking about.
We were talking about Shark and blah blah blah. But I've got a totally unrelated question for you, Lauren. For the remainder of the stream, have you considered like doing like some intermittent fasting and not eating?
Well, I just did a 24-hour fast 2 days ago.
Ah, okay. Because I remember you were fasting, weren't you?
I thought about fasting, doing a whole fast is 36 hours, but then I'm like, I need caffeine.
Nah, that's too much, man. That's too much. Well, even with intermittent fasting, you can have black coffee, which is as long as there's no sugar.
I don't like black coffee.
Oh God, what kind of American are you?
I don't like coffee.
Get out of here, man.
I don't like coffee. I love the smell of coffee. I don't like the taste. I like cappuccinos, and Tim Hortons has this amazing ice cap. Basically,
I've never eaten at Tim Hortons. I want to go to a Tim Hortons.
Yeah, have you ever had like an iced cappuccino?
I've had like iced coffees and whatnot. Yeah.
It's not
iced
iced
coffees.
coffee.
Iced coffee's big here.
Yeah. So it's ice cap. It's I don't know. Someone found a way to make a chocolate shake for breakfast. That's the only way you can put it. Someone made a chocolate shake for breakfast, and it's like, thank you. It is.
Ooh, Eduardo, good morning.
Talking about Tim Hortons.
Yeah, you had ice caps then? I mean, you're close to the border.
We have lots of Tim Hortons.
Yeah, but have you ever had an iced cappuccino?
Oh yeah.
It's crap, right?
It's like a chocolate coffee slushy.
Yeah, someone found a way to make a chocolate shake for breakfast.
Yeah, I like them plain though. Some people put like caramel drizzle and
Nope.
whipped cream
Yeah,
and stuff on it.
I just get plain.
Yeah.
The Cobra Pit. How's it, guys? Who's this guy? You guys know?
Campbell.
That is
What?
Campbell's brother.
Well, you should
Campbell's
donate to the
Quinton.
kids. Why
His
do you
name
hate
is
the kids,
Quinton.
Cobra Pit? I haven't seen a donation. Why do you hate the kids?
He just got here. I have a question for you.
Listen, I am on.
Hey, he's been here for 3 seconds. That's long enough. Where's his freaking donation?
Funny, mate. Get into it. Ed.
I've been up almost 24 hours now.
Which is a perfect segue to my question for Ed, Lawrence. How'd you sleep, mate?
I got a full 2 hours and 15 minutes, brother. I'm good to go.
Yeah, you dipped out, but then you were still there. Matthew was leaving, and then he was still fucking counting super chats like an hour after.
Did you see any of us, Ed?
No,
What?
Ronnie, I was sleeping when you guys were on. I don't watch you guys. Yeah.
You're gonna want to go back and watch that.
I got to watch some of the streams that I missed, but yeah, I was on during the wrestling segment, and it got pretty boring because I'm not a big wrestling fan. So.
Do you want to know what we talked about?
What you talk about?
And let me just say this: you're gonna wish you would have slept during the wrestling and came in for this.
You're gonna have to rewind, mate. So we've got a list of all the G.I. Joe character names here. There's 300 or so of them, and we went through A to Z and decided whether these names could be interpreted as double entendres.
I like it. Great topic for this early in the morning.
Yeah, absolutely. It's 4 a.m. Red light stuff, mate. Yeah. Which one's got the biggest laughs, Adam? Trying to remember.
Well, we started off with a banger in Airtight, I think.
Yeah, Sludge Viper was a good one. I think at that point, yeah, we.
Avalanche was another one that Lawrence enjoyed.
No, the Flash.
And then you got the names that aren't even double entendres, right? Like Stalker. I mean, that's just
Hawk got knocked back, which wasn't real good, but plenty of big boa, mega viper, monstro viper. It's all in.
Cobra vipers.
Cobra commander.
Oz offered up his own one, which was, what was it? Oz, the Crotch Goblin? Is that what it was?
Yeah, the crotch.
It's just another name for kids. Crotch goblins.
Crotch goblin and trouser viper.
When I was in the service, we called kids fuck trophies. So.
Holy mackerel. So yeah, you have to rewind and have a look.
I'll definitely take a look at that for sure.
Yeah, ask Oz if it was funny. Oz, were we funny, mate?
Yes. I was having a little bit trouble trying to. Actually, it was just funnier watching Larry kind of rock back and forth.
I'm going to say, when Adam and I were discussing this topic, we thought, is it okay to do this? But the guy that came back with the most filth was Lawrence.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, that seems about right.
He embraced it. He very much embraced it.
I mean, you guys were doing it at the right hour, right? You know, it's that late night, you know.
But were you surprised that I came back with so much filth because you would worry about the channel, or that you didn't think that I talked like that?
No. I was more thinking like that, you know, how the fatigue would affect you in terms of like your quick-wittedness and, you know, punchiness.
Really, they have really high standard in their morals, and they didn't want to affect the Coronation show with their filth.
Well,
that's what
you guys must have missed. You must have missed the wrestling segment when I made my jokes about Chris Benoit. And...
Oh God! Yeah, I missed that. I was having dinner. I think.
Put it this way: Travis had to shut off his camera. All right, I made a joke. I don't even remember what Travis shut off his camera. You know, and you can see all their faces. All right,
boys, I've got to ask Ed. I've got to ask Ed a question.
Hold on 1 second.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
Nolan, $2 super chat. Morning, just woke. Figured I'd check in. Well, thank you very much. It is greatly appreciated. It sounds odd. What's it feel like to wake up? In 24 hours. Seems so long ago.
So let me ask the question.
All right, what's up?
Can I ask the question? Ed, have you ever enjoyed a spot of beach head?
Under the boardwalk. I mean, what?
Several times.
It's loosey goosey time.
At Fort Hood, and when I was in the Army at Fort Hood, there was a place called Brighton Beach, which was outside of Fort Hood, Texas, but it was actually just a lake, but they had a beach there. And because it was Texas, you were allowed to actually live on the beach for 7 days before you had to like move. You have to go find another beach or go back to the barracks or whatever. So there was plenty of beachhead roaming that park late at night. Yeah.
I have a question for Oz.
Yes, sir.
Are you like in the dark right now with a blunt in your hand? Like are you like the smoking man from the X-Files or something? Because I thought there was like no screen on, and then I'd see this like burning. I was like, what's going on there?
There it is.
There he is.
That's called Oz. That's Oz's infinite nothingness.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Love that.
Yeah, whenever it gets dark out, and you know, I'm a smoker, so I got to come outside to smoke. Nobody can see anything.
Are you in a black hole? It's like pitch black.
Well, where I sit, we have a carport, and so it's kind of like an Adirondack where it's got 3 sides to it, and there's a recliner in the back that I sit in while I smoke. But if I move out, we might be able to get some light on me because my neighbor's house is bright as hell. That you can kind of see the reflection on my glasses.
Oh yeah, there you go.
But
I'm actually enjoying just listening to your voice. It's like it's real.
Soothing, isn't it?
Made sure to get up bright and early so I could brew the coffee for Clubhouse Cafe.
You guys
Oz
really
has a
like-
radio face, so that's all you got to know.
Yeah, it's true. Face for
You
radio.
guys actually wake up this early to do this every Saturday now?
No, not every Saturday. And it's normally not quite this early. Like
Alright.
after the 24-hour stream, I think we kind of normalized it around like 9 a.m. typically.
Oh, all right. Well, I appreciate you guys jumping in because
Hey, you know what? You and I talked shortly after the 24-hour stream about, having the shows come on for this. And it's like, well, shoot, I can take up 2 slots for you if you need to fill time. Since right after that stream, we started doing this as a once a month kind of segment publicly. But yeah, there's a lot of Saturdays where we'll just pop in and have coffee together offline, just hanging out with friends.
Nice.
yeah, because I'm just like, again, this is way different than driving somewhere. Because if I fall asleep here, I would just fall asleep.
Yeah.
Like, worst I'm going to hurt myself is I fall on the ground or something, right?
That 2-foot drop to the floor.
But I was like, I was feeling good at 2. But, it's like, if you push it too far, then you're trying to make it through the end. And you're just going to be like, I don't think I'm going to fucking make it.
Can you put me next to Darren? I want to sit next to Darren.
Oh, I see how it is.
Yeah.
Here, let me give you a hug over here.
Oh, get a room.
Sludge Viper.
Sludge Viper.
Bid you all farewell.
So Darren, does anyone is your nickname Aaron? Because Darren is in there, and then by being Aaron, can you go by Ronnie?
I think it'd be Ren.
Yeah. But once you change Darren to Aaron, it's going to be spelled like Aaron, just like Lawrence somehow becomes Larry.
We have to put a U in there somewhere.
Hey, everyone, spot the guy that's been up for 24 hours.
Pretty much.
Well, I've been up for 22 and a half.
Why are you up? Why didn't you go to sleep?
Are you insane?
Because I've been listening to this shit.
And again, I'll ask the question again. Why the fuck did you go to sleep?
Because I've been having fun and sending you money.
Well, I appreciate your 277.
And Darren, because I know you drink coffee, how much caffeine have you actually consumed in the last 24 hours?
I actually just got up and made this cup at 1:30. I quit drinking coffee and swapped the Buffalo Trace bourbon. Now I'm going back to coffee.
Nice.
I was going to say, it's time to go back to coffee, man.
Yeah, I drank like a third of a bottle of Buffalo Trace sitting here listening to you guys.
That looks like a nice iced coffee in that cup. Am I right?
That is exactly what it is.
Oh, that looks delicious.
I just want to know why you don't have the bourbon mixed with the coffee.
Who said he didn't?
I have done that plenty of times, but this is good coffee and that is good bourbon, and they should be enjoyed separately.
Lawrence is almost asleep, guys.
Yeah, he's like, I don't care about none of this.
Rockabye Lawrence in the chair.
I'd actually seen a couple of channels with their merch have coffee roasts.
Yeah.
I was going to reach out to one of those channels since we do the Clubhouse Cafe and see what it takes to get a roast for one of these coffee companies. And I was thinking we might get some Clubhouse Cafe coffee.
That's cool.
That'd be nice.
Yeah. Then we'd all actually be drinking the same brand.
Buy some Clubhouse Cafe coffee.
Yeah, I gotta finish getting the merch store set back up, especially now that I can link it right to my page.
You always could.
No, before it wasn't an option to link it. Now it's an option. They're like, "Oh yeah, you can put your shop details here."
You should have always been able to, at least if you were using whichever ones that
YouTube uses. Right now I think it's more of like a personalized one. Like you can pretty much put whatever in there if you already have a shop. So I'll finish up setting that fourth wall BS that they put me through. Still mad about that.
All right, gang, I'm calling it on that note.
Me too, I reckon. Is that
all right,
all right?
thank you guys. I appreciate you guys keeping me up.
It was
Without
raucous.
nonsense. Utter nonsense.
It was nonsense. I'll give you that.
It was delicious.
Only 17 hours to go.
Yeah.
Only.
And on that note, open up your hearts and your wallets, people, and throw some money at the stream that Lawrence is doing. Don't be a tight ass. Don't be a gronk. And I love yous all, and I'm out of here.
Yep.
Bye.
Take care, guys.
There were so many G.I. Joe names you could have used during that, and you didn't.
See you, Aaron.
I gotta tell you, even for the short time, because I was on during the end of the alphabet, I was like, I don't remember that guy.
Oh, dude, there were a lot that I had no clue whatsoever.
I was just like, what? Who the hell is that?
No, Kenzo, he's not coming on.
Wait, who's coming on? Not coming on?
No, Kenzo asked the question, and no, he's not coming on. Not now, not ever. I'm just gonna leave it at that. Darren can try and figure it out. I'll tell Darren off, but I know you two know.
Yeah, I can figure it out from that. Nope.
I'm looking for the question.
No, he sent me
private message.
Yeah.
Oh,
He sent
okay.
me on Instagram.
Oh, okay.
Nope. That there's a certain person who's not allowed back on Clubhouse till conversation is had too.
Well, I think it needs to be had.
Oh yeah, because that was ridiculous. Like when it gets me to the point where I'm pissed off, that you hit a high level.
Yeah.
Here comes the money.
Here we go.
There we go.
Here comes the money.
Cobweb Collector with the $10 super chat for the little tater tots. You're talking about me at first. I ain't that fucking little.
See, it's funny. I thought
That's what I like. David R wakes up, $4.99 super chat. Good morning. He's not sending me $5. He's sending it to the kids.
Send it for the
Thank you very
kids.
much, David.
The crotch goblins.
Crotch viper.
Or
Yeah.
Buffy.
You know what's funny? So you guys don't see because I do have my shows at night. There's a big window right here.
Right.
And I'm like, yesterday I was like, shit, I got to cover that up. Because when I did the thing with Allison originally, I had to cover it up, right? Because the glare just washes me out. And I'm putting boxes up there. And Andrew comes in and he's like, I'm never going to ask. Like, I got to cover it. Like,
Is it, people don't get it. Like, you got to have good light sources, and, last year for Christmas, when I finally got my good light, but before that, like, there would be times if I streamed during the day, I might as well not even be on camera or like this because you couldn't see anything because I had the window behind me.
yeah,
Oh yeah.
you think
Silhouetted.
Mm-hmm.
the opposite way, like, oh shit,
So I did. I flipped the desk around, and now I've got a better light source behind it, so that helps immensely. But that is a factor. It's a big factor.
But I even I even noticed that when I'm doing reviews, which I'm not right by the window. I'm back there, but even then, I feel completely washed out in those, and it just feels awkward doing them. Like if I do them during the day, but
You got to record when you can record, right?
Yeah.
I've got a big window. I got a window right in front of me. I've got blackout curtains. curtains on it, but I know I'm washed out, but it's because of my monitors. I got my monitors right here, and I always feel like I'm washed out too. I got ring lights on as low as they'll go, but the monitors are right here.
All right, one day we'll all be big enough and famous enough. We'll have to think about doing makeup because we'll have like really big professional lights, and yeah, that'll happen.
So if I bolt for 2 to 3 hours to nap and shower, does it still count as me doing a full 36 hours?
Absolutely, Punk.
Yeah, Ed and I took we had each a 2-hour break during the 24, and I still say we get credit for doing the full 24. It's not like, we really went and slept or anything. We were still up. It was just we needed to get some stuff done. Ed needed to eat. I needed to eat.
Oh, I'm going to fucking sleep.
Well, take a cat nap. It's not like you're getting a full 8 hours rest and still claiming you did a 36-hour stream.
What's 8 hours?
Over to the next one at 10, though, right? Because you started this new one at 10, right?
Yeah, so
the next one's set for 9 a.m. I checked it before we went live because we will need the separate link to continue Clubhouse Cafe.
Which Ed has everything.
Yeah.
I
kind of figured he would.
Allison will be. I'll probably jump on.
Mm-hmm.
What time is it now? 6.
He's so straight edge. You can't even have coffee with us.
I know.
I don't like coffee. I love the smell of it. I don't like the taste of it.
Somebody make sure whenever that next one starts, y'all put that link in the stream for the in-between hours for us folks.
Oh, yeah.
Or in the chat, rather.
Everybody's here is in the chat, right? So we can just dump it in the chat.
Yeah, we're all in the chat.
Yeah.
Yeah, can't really give it to you right now.
And I sent the link over to Aaron. He's going to be joining us at around 7 a.m. our time, Eastern.
Yeah, you guys can have almost anyone you want on.
Almost. Believe me, I'm well aware.
They're going to send it to Liam.
There you go.
That guy doesn't know what hitting live means.
Yeah, I like he'd accept it anyway.
The other guy knows it means he go live. He just doesn't like to share his live with anybody.
So Eric Perrybid's in the chat saying he can't read the text for donating by PayPal. It must be like really tiny or something. Did you want to put the?
It's in this. It's in the scroll. Read the way for the come through the scroll.
Yeah, it's in the scroll or in the description.
Well, I think that's what he means. He can't read it through the scroll, probably because he's looking on a phone, so the screen's probably small.
It is LJFRONTERA. So ljfrontera@gmail.com.
There we go, guys.
So LJ Front Era. Hope that makes it easier.
Hopefully.
You'd be surprised how many people can slaughter that last name. Montana? Where'd the R go, asshole, and how'd the N come into it?
Yeah, where'd the N? Did the R grow an extra leg somewhere?
Frontier? You drop the A at the end?
Oh, see that Lawrence Frontier where he rocks a Daniel Boone hat.
Yeah. What's hilarious is Olivia gets pissed when someone fucks up the name. She gets pissed. Like it's not that big of a deal. How can they not? I'm like, oh my god.
You got to stop asking those kinds of questions because you drive yourself crazy.
Yeah, but I've heard people screw up way easier name. Not again, Frontera. It's literally front and era, or Frontera. No matter how you spell it. It's pretty simple, right?
Well, anybody who's got the Facebook, they'll know my actual last name. It's Geis. But everybody, Yeast, motherfucker, does that look like a goddamn multiple goose to you? But he just over the years you get over it real quick.
Yeah,
I can see people messing that one up.
Yeah, it happens.
Guys, I could
German last name.
I
So
could definitely see that.
yeah, you just got to let it ride.
When I was in the service, I was with a guy who was from the Philippines, and his last name was Phux. That's how you spelled his name.
Oh yeah, no fucks.
You want to talk about the poor guy getting beat to death by the drill sergeants because his last name, he didn't pronounce it fucks, but that's how.
No, but that's how we will.
Private fucks, get over here.
I heard it is punks. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Yeah, Kenny, I see you down there saying that shit.
What?
Yeah, Facebook has the government first name too that I never use.
Yeah.
Which is why don't you use that name again?
Too many. Just too many Chris's.
But that's your name. Like, where does Oz come from?
Just different shit I was into in high school, man. We went over this on the.
I know. I've been up 24
Thursday with friends, folks. If you hadn't caught it yet, go back to one of the earlier episodes where I'm on there.
Do you want me to tell you what I remember about that episode?
The darkness, and I'm not talking about the infinite nothingness.
Like, I mean, in all honesty, I mean that is what is obviously remembered from that.
Mm-hmm.
And
that's okay.
And to be honest, dude, you like the amount of people, and I've said this before, the amount of people that message me going, "You handle that so well." Like he wanted to talk about that, and you didn't try and cut him off. You didn't try and talk over him. You just let him talk, which is probably difficult for me because I talk a lot, not as much as some fucking people.
And Larry was not prepared to have me on right after you for next Thursday with a friend.
Hey, at least I had like a 2-week break because that's what I was doing every other week.
Right.
And Ed, you were just like, I almost didn't even want to do it because the story is so similar, and I didn't want people thinking like, oh wow, he's just trying to copy him. Like, I don't know why anyone would copy that story. You know,
yeah, that's not something you would strive to copy.
No.
But you know, there are people. I mean, there are people.
Oh yeah, there are attention seekers out there.
Yeah.
Some of us, do that, and other ones, they get their gallbladders taken out.
And I.
I broke Larry. Or as they say in Canada, Laurent.
With a U.
That's right.
Kenny says his was boring. Yours was not boring.
I am surprised that I even caught what you said, Ed, because I tried to just wash him out. But nobody remember. Now, as you always talk about wanting losing weight, have you thought about doing that?
There's been many times I've thought about selling random body parts. Not always mine, but
there's a guy that lived down the street from Punk that could probably help you out with that.
I don't know where he's living these days, right?
Yeah. Max, Super Max.
Yeah. I know he's not at the prison right by me because that's a minimum security one.
Right.
He's in federal prison.
They tend not to store, and not the federal cushy prisons either.
Oh no! You murder your girlfriend and mutilate her body. Yeah, you go to
There's special places for people like that.
Yes, you call them special. I call them awful.
Well, I am a little bit more morbid, so.
Well, you missed me talk about Chris Benoit, so.
That's true. I did miss that last night.
Well,
I was like, I better crash out so I can actually make sure I'll be up for coffee in the morning.
So the guy that did that mutilated his, he used to be my moderator. I talked about this before. He used to be my moderator for wrestling on the old sports forum that I had. And he went by Hitman because he like Bret the Hitman Hart.
That's fitting.
So yeah, I know. So I remember after we found out he did this, I went and I was scrolling through his Facebook to see his posts, and she was down there for 5 or 6 months. And I'm looking through it, and I'm like, he's talking about like what matches happened on Raw, and I'm like, just these guys fucking dead girlfriend down there. So I went to his Facebook. I went to my messages, and one of the last things he messaged me, and I don't know if this was before or after this happened, was Happy Benoit Day. Like, you can't make this up, right? I mean, and all that shit is awful, right? It's awful. I'm sorry that I laugh at it. I'm not really sorry because that's my sense of humor.
Yeah, but you know, how many times do you watch like those murder mystery shows and it's always
Oh.
the neighbors are like, "Oh, he was such a nice guy.
Yeah,
oh, he was such a good guy. He always very helpful."
Yeah, he
That's
come
what they
over and
always
help
say.
me. Come over and help me prune my hedges, or
Yeah.
you know, he took my trash out or something.
He
And
was
then
just
little
like-
do you know, it puts the lotion on the skin, or it gets the hose again.
Well, he was only pruning the hedges because he was trying to figure out how much pressure those pruning shears could withstand to take off a body part. Like,
Well, I got to tell you, the ones you get from Harbor Freight and Tool ain't doing it.
No.
You got to have Fiskars for that.
Fisters. What are you,
Fiskars.
Where you going to fucking Thanos to get that? Or what?
Thanos isn't here yet.
He normally doesn't come on for the Clubhouse Cafe because it's still 3 a.m. for him.
All right, so I got to be on with Allison at
11 a.m.
11. You're gonna. I have it set to start at 9, right?
Yep.
Yeah, 9
So
o'clock.
if you back out, Ed, you're good, right?
Yeah, we're good.
That's what you did before. You just backed out.
Yep.
All right.
We
And you
got
know-
this, punk.
Yeah, you know where the links are, right? Because you
Yep.
did it with Ed, or not? Yeah, with Ed. With Travis. I love that you bounced them out too. All right. Well,
He keeps running his mouth. He's just going to keep getting beat up. That's all there is to it.
well, if I wake up by 9, I'll jump on.
Yeah, go get some sleep, punk. Get a few hours.
We got you,
back.
brother. We're going to try to get some money.
Yeah, just to restart it. I would like to be there when it restarts, but I don't like. If
Yeah,
I'm
it's
cheating,
all
I don't care.
Look, man, if it's getting like closer to like 10:30 and we haven't heard from you yet, I'm going to light you up. I'm just calling you repeatedly.
Oh no, I'll have my alarm set for sure. Hopefully, I just don't sleep through it.
Exactly.
I set 2 different phones with 4 different alarms on them this morning to make sure I didn't.
I'm gonna tell Alexa to set the timer, and then so I do think I want to take a shower.
Do it. You feel grungy. Yeah, when you're sitting there all day like that, you
you'll
feel
better after
grungy.
a shower for sure.
Yeah, dude, it's
Like even after doing the 24-hour stream, when I took my break, I did a quick one just because I feel grungy just sitting there all day.
oh yeah, for sure. Like there's no doubt about
Oof.
it. And I took a nice shower in the morning, shaved my head, so everything was good to go. But honestly, thank you guys. Thank you guys for helping out.
No, brother, thank you for doing this. This is awesome. I mean, I know I was working and I tuned in right there at the very beginning, man, and it was great. Like, I was like, damn, I don't know when he's going to get to my super chat. I might not even be here still because I got to go back to work.
Well, in all honesty, I don't get enough super chats where like some of the guys where they just put them to the side and they get to them later on. So I don't
Right.
even answer all the super chats that I get right away. So when that happened, it's really like I'm trying to read them, but you're definitely getting behind. But then then it slowed down, then it kind of kicked up. So I'm just hoping that during today we'll see a little bit more kickback. There may have been 1 or 2 new faces that sent super chats. And
Yeah.
that's a disappointing thing. I've actually lost 2 subscribers since since noon.
Oh, jeez.
You're doing
Wow.
a good thing raising money for
Yeah.
children's, and he loses subscribers.
I hate this
I
prick.
don't just hate kids. I really hate kids.
I don't hate kids, but I hate people that try and raise money for kids to have toys.
Yeah.
What bullshit that
How
is.
dare they do that? Bah,
Man, those
humbug on
parents
that.
can't get their own kids their own damn toys.
I told him it
Fucking-
might be two of the 4 people that always dislike his videos.
They're like, you know what? I've had it up to here with
Yeah,
him. It
this-
wasn't a high
this
bar
is
to
enough.
set. Their hand was still kind of low, but
You're trying to help kids. That's the last straw.
That's right.
yeah, forget
I draw the
this.
line.
When the thumbs down isn't powerful enough.
This guy loves gridiron and you know, makes Benoit jokes. I'm out of here.
Fucking ball gobbler.
Well, no. They wouldn't care about that because he got rid of one of the kids.
Yeah, that's true. They probably praise him. Oh, damn. There we go, getting dark again. Shit.
All right. Thank you guys. Again, 9 o'clock.
Yep.
Started again.
You got it, punk.
I'm trying to. It doesn't really matter when I start the last one.
Yeah, we got you, brother. We got you.
Yeah, I'll see you later in the day. I'm gonna head out in a little bit and try and get a little sleep too. So I'll catch up later in the day. So get some rest. You doing good?
All right, man. Thank you guys so much, and thank you to everyone in the chat. 35 people watching. Hit like, hit subscribe, and fucking donate at least 99 cents if you haven't.
That's right. Or else you hate fucking
Chip
kids.
it a buck.
Why
Chip
do
it
you
a
hate
buck.
kids? Allison hates kids, but she still donated.
Right? I've been
Tony
pacing myself.
He donated.
$5 here, $5 there. Just piecemealing it throughout the day, reminding people we're doing this for a reason, not just to sit around and bullshit.
Not to line my pockets. But remember, come Monday, you're able to send as many super chats to donate to me as you
Yeah, then it'll be all direct.
He's not
There's like,
really going to sleep.
Remember all
He's going
those
to get
super
on
chats
the,
you sent for kids? I expect the same in return for me.
yeah, he's not really going to sleep.
I'm
He's
much more
going to get on
tolerable than those little bastards.
That's right.
going to get on the gridiron website.
I collect better toys than those bastards do.
They're not even going to keep all the accessories.
That's right.
All right, guys. Thank you very much.
All right,
I'll
we'll see you,
See you, Larry.
See you, man.
Well, Jeds, what brand of coffee we all drinking today?
Oh. Today I have Folgers Black Silk.
Ooh, very nice, very nice.
Oh,
I've got the typical 8 a.m. blend is what it's called. It's actually 8 o'clock in the morning coffee is what it's called.
oh yeah, I like 8 o'clock.
Oh, that stuff's good, man.
Yeah.
That's good coffee. This
I don't
is
have the sound clip, but we got a $4.99 super chat from Jay. It's Jay Gonzo. Thank you, man. That's awesome. And K Dog Broadcasting also gave us a $2 super chat, telling Punk to get his ass to bed and get some sleep.
Get some sleep. Yeah, we still got a whole nother day to get through. And
Here comes the money.
there we go. See, Darren, we need you here now just so you can do the sound effect.
I am drinking. I don't remember what it is called. It's a Hawaiian blend.
Ooh.
And they've got 3 or 4. It's like Island Gardenia or some shit.
Sounds
Really
exotic.
good.
I'm kind of digging it.
K-Pod.
It's something you bought cold, or you just make it and then make it cold?
Oh no, I just fill a cup full of ice and brew it and pour it into it. So nah, I don't brew it and brew it extra strength and put it in the fridge. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Yeah, I know. It doesn't
cup
last
full of
long
ice.
enough when you do that anyway, because then you end up just drinking the whole pot within like 2 minutes because it tastes so good. It's like
Yeah, I mean, I just like be fine throwing some ice cubes in the pitcher and bringing it in here. So, yeah, I drink. I don't like even in the winter. I don't even really drink my coffee hot. I've always drank it iced. Sometimes, like if I'm cold, I will drink it kind of lukewarm. But I always had the mentality that I drink it iced because I can drink it faster. So
okay, I get that.
I like hot chocolate in the winter. I like to mix coffee and hot chocolate.
Funny, I was just about to ask you if you like hot chocolate.
I do. I don't drink a ton of it, but I do like it. But I tell you what's good, and I know you don't drink, but take a little coffee and a little hot chocolate and throw some peppermint schnapps in there.
Oh, I've done that before.
Yeah,
I don't drink now. Doesn't mean I didn't used to. That's the reason I don't drink now.
Yeah, right. That's some good stuff. Is throwing all that together, or some cinnamon schnapps or something.
When you're not having the liquor in your hot coffee or hot chocolate, are you a marshmallow guy? Mini marshmallows?
I do like marshmallows in my hot chocolate. Little miniature ones. I do like it, but I drink when I do hot chocolate. Like I do it the same way I'll drink coffee, because if you mix it, if you do it in a K-Pod hot chocolate, it only does like a quarter or a third of what I drink. So I'll have to do 2 or 3 of them together, and then I'll just dump a handful of marshmallows in it and stir it up.
So I was working at PayPal. They loaded you up. They had coolers all around the building that were constantly filled with sodas or the LaCroix sparkling waters. And they had like 2 or 3 areas where they had like the big industrial coffee makers. Because, you're sitting there for 8 hours a day on a phone. They want to make sure you're awake. So they loaded you up with whatever kind of caffeine you liked. And they also had, for people who didn't drink coffee or soda, they had tea bags and teas, and then, hot chocolate. You make yourself hot chocolate. Mm-hmm. So I used to take the hot chocolate and put that in the bottom of the cup, and then I'd just brew the coffee right into the cup.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, man. Did that, I was like, this is the good life. And then one day it got snatched all away. Working for PayPal the job was not the best. Being a bill collector is like the worst thing ever. But, I got to tell you, though. Oh, man, I'll tell you. I think it was good for me because I was right off of being a smarmy salesman at GameStop. Even though I was not like one of those assholes, I did things a lot differently, which is why people really enjoyed my GameStop over the others. I wasn't the guy that was like pestering you the moment you walk through the door. You want to buy this game? You want to pre-order? You want to subscribe? All the usual stuff that GameStop tries to cram down your throat 2 seconds after you open the door.
Would you like a strategy guide?
Yeah, exactly. See, you got to pitch it right, though. Be like, when you buy the game, you're going to save 20% off the guide when you're a Power Up Rewards member. If you're not a Power Up Rewards member, let's sign you up because you'll get a buy 2 get 1 free coupon right away. And you get a $15 game for free. That paid for your subscription right there. See, I still remember the whole spiel.
The only reason I ever signed up for the membership is so when I traded in games, I could actually get some damn store credit. That was
right. Yeah, you get that additional 10% extra.
Yeah.
Oh, man. So when I started working there, I signed up for everything. Plus, I enjoyed getting the magazine. But then later, they would give us free subscriptions every year once you hit manager level.
Yeah, I forgot about the magazine they used to do. Do they still do the magazine?
Yeah, Game Informer.
You got digital magazines. They switched to digital when everybody started going green, which sucked because that was my pooping material.
Yeah, that was good. I like those.
And, they switched us up to digital first so that we could promote it. And I was like, but I don't want to promote it because I think it's stupid. I want my actual fucking magazine.
Yeah.
But they had us to convince my guys to ask every person every time if they needed to, re-up their Power Up Rewards card or anything like that. Yes, you can. I will give you the address where you need to send the money. If it's suspiciously the same as my address that you ship stuff to, don't question it.
He's a liaison. He's an agent.
That's right. I'm a Nintendo liaison.
Yep.
As a matter of fact, I know the current Nintendo rep in the DMV area because he used to be one of my managers at GameStop. So, but yeah, it's just one of those things I taught the guys to ask every time because I told them, I was like, okay, now only other managers can ring up other managers. You can't have like one of your game advisors do it. So if I was making an actual purchase, I'd have to go to one of my managers. But if I was just doing like a pre-order or something like that, I'd have anybody ring me up, and that would kind of help boost their numbers. But I told them every time, I said, ask me. If you ask me, I'm going to say yes. But if you don't ask me, you're going to miss the opportunity for a free subscription. So they went ahead and they got the idea and they started asking every time. And then at one point, my Power Up Reward subscription just ended in 2022, and I hadn't worked for the company since 2016. I did not renew all those years. That's just how many years of it I had because I renewed my card and it's stacked. I got to a point where I told them I can't renew mine anymore because they're going to start looking at it as padding numbers. But it got the guys in the habit of asking every time, which is why I had so many years subscribed that I never even bothered to use a damn thing it gave me. Not a single benefit. Because after I left GameStop, I just stopped going. There you go, Ed. Put on some smooth jazz for the cafe.
Yeah, I don't want to. I don't want to pick any kind of music that's.
No, you just pick one of the ones through StreamYard. Don't pick any music that'll get us kicked off.
When you've got the upgraded version of StreamYard, is there a bigger selection of the music that's built into it?
I don't know because I don't. Well, on my version, I don't think so. From the free, I don't think there's more songs.
Yeah, that's what I just used the free version, and there's like 8 songs or something, 10 songs or something. I just wondering if when you've got the fancier plans, if there's a bigger catalog of background music you can use.
No, that's they just have whatever 5 pre-selected sections.
Yeah.
I don't know. I never upgraded to whatever their bigger number is. Of course, at this point, for the price they're charging now, I might as well had for at least a year. But
yeah, it's insane, man, how much they went
up. It's a big jump.
I did that trick that Allison told us about, and it worked. So.
Oh shoot, that's right. I need to do that.
Yeah. I'm gonna try that out too. I just really hadn't.
I'm hoping that if they get enough people that do it, they'll realize that jumping up $20 is too much. I'd have paid $5.
It was ridiculous. And there's no benefit. There's if you are going to jump the price up that much, there needs to be some benefits to it. And there isn't a single damn one.
And for what you get, they went up that much and didn't really add.
No, all they gave you for the basic was 720 to 1080p. I don't give a shit about
that was it.
1080p.
Yeah.
And they took and if you're like me, I paid 2 years ago. They had an option where you could pay for extra seats. It was you get the basic, but you still only had 2 seats or whatever, and then you could pay $10 more.
Yep.
And they would give you an additional 2 seats. So that way you could have, for my channel, for StreamYard, there's 5 of us that can control it. It's all the guys from the Frenzy and then myself and Ed. So 6 guys total.
Yeah.
But that was just so that we could, Ed can help me out on Saturday nights because it's getting to a point where I'm struggling to do everything and still have fun opening up whatever toys I got. And I just needed help. So, I wanted to get somebody on that was with me every week that could do that. And now with the new pricing, they don't talk about that. But I've noticed I still have my seats. So I'm if I cancel this and I do the lower price, are they going to get rid of that extra perk?
Yeah, you're
I'll have to find out.
Grandfathered in.
Right, I'm grandfathered in as long as I stay signed up. But if I unsubscribe and then resubscribe, will I lose it?
Yeah,
and that's what I'm a little worried about.
When you do the thing that Allison said, you don't really unsubscribe. It stops you before you get to that point.
Okay, well that'll be good then, because I'm gonna do that. I can't.
Basically comes up with a window and says like, "Oh, well, especially for you, an extra, however long at this price." So
Yeah, and I cannot do what they're talking about.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. I mean, I don't really do enough streaming for me, and I'm not monetized.
Get him, Ed.
I'm not at that
I
level
wasn't
yet.
sure at first if he was being a troll. Then the last comment definitely put it over the edge. So
Yeah, I was wondering if he was going to do that. So I can't justify it. I don't stream enough to pay that, so.
Well, that's what my thought was, right? I'm not making any money off of this. I mean, so
Yeah.
I'm not going to spend an extra $20. I'll find an alternative for it.
Right? Yeah, it's just costing you money. When I first did when I first started doing this, at first I didn't need it, but then like later on because I didn't even do my own channel at the time. I was just doing Frenzy with Skelly on Thursdays. But then I started doing my own stuff and realized that sometimes we'd like to have bigger streams and you could only have like a max of 6 people on screen at a time. And I was like, that's just not enough. I didn't realize that would become the whole basis of my show. But, started paying for it shortly after that. And that's when I set up like the Patreon and stuff. Cause I was like, yeah, I'm going to need some help. Even at its original price, I was like, I'm paying out this much money a month between Canva and StreamYard. I need help.
Yeah.
Not rich.
It jumped way up.
Yeah.
Because it changed owners, right? They got bought out. They jacked the price up was what happened, right?
Yeah, basically the company that bought them out, this is their business practice. They go out, they buy businesses that have a really good following and working format. They buy the company and then just raise the price for like no fucking reason.
Well, that's just it, right? I mean, in the last 2 years, StreamYard has blown up as far as, people using it, right? Because
look at how many of us use it, right?
Yeah, because it's easy to use and everything else, right? So how many new shows just in the toy in our community popped up over the last year, right? I mean, so these companies just go out there and go, oh, well, we're getting all this business. We'll just buy this company and then raise prices. And people aren't going to leave because they, what else? What other options do they have? Oh, there's a lot of options out there. Just depends on how much work you want to do.
Exactly. Like a lot of people were asking about OBS for Clubhouse. And it's like, no, we're not doing OBS for Clubhouse. You can't do our format with OBS. Each person has with OBS, as you add participants, they have their own sounds that you got to loop in and everything else. There's a lot more technicalities to it. You can do a lot more with it, but because of that, there's a lot more technical stuff.
Yeah, I did some research on that Streamlabs, which we were all looking at, and
it
works, but I guess you got to download that program onto your computer and it just eats up your RAM. So
I don't know if the new computer would be good for that.
Pot Blender looked into it too when he was getting ready to launch his channel and was trying to pick which platform and all that, and he looked into it and he was like, I'm just going to stay with StreamYard, I think.
Yeah, StreamYard hands down is, I used to say for the price, the best. Now it's really the easiest and most familiar at this point.
Hold on a second, guys.
Here comes the money.
Money talk.
Here comes the money.
There we go.
What's up, Aaron?
Aaron, the toy enhancer, joining us again here in the chat. For the kids, you guys are doing great. Man, we're just mumbling. We had no idea what we're doing.
That's right.
We're professionals at this.
So I know you did
soundbite. Did you have it?
Yeah, I found it in soundbite. I thought it was on his computer, but he has it stuck in his brand. So
good.
Darren, did you end up getting Monster Force?
I got 2.
You got 2 of them?
Yeah, I only got 2 of them because they're $37 and because I did not have any Fresh Monkey Fiction figures aside from
experiment.
Aside from the Joe Fest ones, and you can't really judge on those with the
because it's specialized plastic.
Yeah, so and I I mean, I've done reviews on both of the ones I got.
I did see your review. That's right. I did see your review.
Who'd you get?
I got the I still got them right here because I can't put them anywhere because I like them so much. I got the heavy weapons division.
Heavy weapons Sleepwalker. Yeah.
Very nice.
So I picked him up,
That's
and I
cool.
picked up Declan.
Declan, yeah.
Declan is a good figure, man.
And I stripped him down. I like him better without the tack vest.
Yeah.
Even though he's got all the cool stuff you can stick on it.
Yeah.
So,
I have mine loaded up, but I put I got the Delta Red Nocturnal dude, and I only have I didn't put a shoulder pauldrons on or nothing because I like the way he looks.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I really like, like most of us, when I open this guy, I mean, it was frustrating. I was like, this dude needs instructions. And then you figure out that once you figure out what the pieces are, you don't need instructions. You can do what you want. But what they do need is a parts list.
Yeah.
To tell you what each piece that you can plug in different spots is, and then you know, and you can go, oh, okay, well, this removes, and I can put this fitting here and that fitting there and that hose there. But I love, this
a lot of people don't realize that this that dude's face mask canisters come off. Larry didn't the first couple of reviews he did till I told him.
Yeah, I was looking at the box art when I was trying to figure out how I was going to configure him.
Oh, I like
and
how
I was
you got
like,
it done. That's a good look.
I was like, well, wait a minute. He's got on the box, he has one of the L fittings with a hose in it. And I started messing with the canister. I'm like, holy shit, these come off.
Yep.
And so I just started kind of playing around with it. And I was a little bit not really disappointed, but because the stock on this weapon is so big, he can't shoulder it. It's just kind of sticking out there. And then I'm like, well, wait a minute. You can put the handle over here.
Yeah.
And
there you go.
You can support it from the side.
Yeah.
So
the
I'm
modularity that they've put into this figure line is absolutely.
So I'll be picking up Dracula as soon as I get a chance. Now, arguably, he doesn't come with much.
Yeah.
But ever since I got the translucent version, I was like, there's a lot of detail here you can't see with this translucent plastic.
Oh, the Dracula faces, dude.
Oh, man, I can't wait.
Faces,
I got to
the
get
one
them.
with his bare teeth and the ones that's like the stoic look. Both of them are
Right.
phenomenal.
So I'm holding off right now because, of course, Legion's Con.
Yeah, with the Dracula figure though, he's that guy. He's everybody does it that does waves, right? There's always that one figure that doesn't have as much stuff because they're just
well, he doesn't need a lot. He's got a lot of
they're
super
balancing out the stuff they get with everybody else. I mean, they come with a ton of stuff. The Forgotten King, I think, has 3 different sets of hands, not just individual hands. He's got human hands, gloved hands, and then translucent hands. So I mean, it's
Plus, Declan, he's got 8 sets of hands.
Right.
But I tell you what they really ought to do with these guys, and I can see them doing it because they've already got head pack plans, and we know they're going to do weapons. I'd like to see them release a pack with all the fittings, extra fittings, like the extra little L pegs and the connectors.
And all that. Yeah.
I'd like
You'll
to see
probably
them do
see it
that.
later on.
Yeah, I think they probably will do that. I think it'd be a great idea.
Well, yeah, because 4 Horsemen, they just started within the last couple of years doing the accessory. The first one that really had accessory packs was the Poxus Wave, where you could buy the different accessories. And now we've seen each and every wave. There's almost they do an additional heads pack. They'll do hand and feet packs. They'll do, they're coming out with belts packs, so I think it's something we'll probably see down the road, which is great, right?
Well,
Fresh Monkey Fiction comes out with an accessory pack, right? That is in a sense an homage to the old accessory packs we used to get for G.I. Joe back in the day.
Right.
They'll just kill it. especially with the stuff that gridiron. If it's the gridiron design stuff and all that, I mean, people be eating that stuff up.
Yeah, they're exactly what I was hoping for out of them. I mean, I've been telling people that I want G.I. Joe figures that are Mythic Legions aesthetic.
Yep.
That's exactly what they are.
The paint apps on these figures, like the weapons and the weathering and stuff they put on them, is absolutely incredible for a military figure.
Yeah. And I know, I know like Punk doesn't like the steampunk sci-fi kind of guns, and I mean, that's fine, but that's exactly what I want out of this line. Is I mean, that gun, that kind of shit is what I want out of these guys, and these are going to be the guys that I'm mostly buy because I love this Return to Castle Wolfenstein. Look.
Yeah, exactly. It's very Wolfenstein-esque feel, very almost League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, kind of like going after paranormal type, baddies.
What this guy needs, or maybe one of the other ones needs, instead of like those electrical looking gun, whatever they're called, I'm drawing a blank because I'm too tired.
Bolts or whatever.
Yeah, the ones that the blast effects. That's what they're called. Like the electric ones. It'd be cool to have like a cloud looking, like gas looking type of thing.
Right.
Well, that's what I said was, because this heavy weapons dude, his weapon has two barrels, and that was what I said. I assume one shoots the sleepwalker gas, and the other one is the charged electric bolts.
Yeah.
So I think they're fantastic.
Well, I will definitely post Legions Con. I will be grabbing Dracula for sure, and probably another one or two. Again, for science, right? As our good friend Brick would say, got to pick it up for science.
Right.
Monster Force was the first action figure line. My first shipment was 5 characters, and I got the other 3 coming. Every other line I bought 1 or 2, like Darren did, just to sample.
Cherry
When I did AWOC, when I did Mythic Legions, when I did the Classifieds, Valiverse, all of those. I was, I'll just get 1 to see what it's like. And then I was like, oh, these are all great. I'll get all of them. And then Monster Force everybody knows that I've loved Monster Force since they first debuted the damn thing. So
pull up Cobb's comment here. Is that going to be off the bed? What you getting on that truck, Cobb? What you getting on that truck? Hit me up.
Yeah, I don't know if he's just saying that's that guy's job or he's getting a whole Walmart truck delivered. I'm not sure what's going on.
I'm just,
Yeah.
If there's a Necrocondo on that truck, it needs to find its way to Maryland. I got 2 Snake Men left to collect, and that's it. But so I noticed yesterday, I spent a bunch of money yesterday. I didn't want to after I just got paid, but then I realized it's counting down to Legions Con and I need to get some more stuff. So Sticky Brand, the one that Lawrence used to get his stickers, I wasn't even signed up for them, and somehow they got recommended to me, but they had a deal for like $40 for 150 stickers.
Oh, that's not bad at all.
So I went ahead and just ordered some stickers. So there will be some Ostradamus Toys Clubhouse stickers coming my way.
At PowerCon, right? Last year, don't I?
PowerCon, I had Toy Frenzy stickers.
Oh, Toy Frenzy, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. Because Skelly had ordered those and shipped them out, but I also didn't have that many either. I only had like 25 because he had done like a big bulk order, and then we were handing them out. I could do a bulk order through Stream Elements. Or their fourth wall merch provider, but it wouldn't have gotten here in enough time. And I was looking at their timeline. If everything goes well, I should have them 2 days before I leave for Legions Con.
So
what extra games?
MOD extra. The show's going great. We're doing good. I don't know what the total is. I know it's well over $1,000.
It was over 1,000, I thought.
Yeah, I know it's over $1,000 already. So,
which is outstanding.
I think it should be around 16 or 17, I believe.
Okay.
Total.
100, not thousands. 100.
Yeah, right.
Yep. We still got 24, not 24, not a full 24, but a good 18 to 20 hours to go.
Yeah, basically, because we're closing out the show with the normal clubhouse tonight, and y'all know that'll just go till whenever, but we'll still be doing it from Punk's channel.
Yep.
And when we close shop, basically it'll stop.
So you know what? Let's run one of the Moss Man commercials. Which ones?
Let's do that real quick.
Moss Man.
Let's do the new one
good.
just for this stream with the money jacket.
Money jacket. All right, here we go.
Oh, hey guys, welcome to the 36-hour Punk with Toys for Tots Stream-A-Thon. Yeah! So we all know Lawrence, and sometimes he can be a little bit sassy. But for the next 36 hours, Lawrence, he's raising money for Toys for Tots. And so he's going to take all the money that this channel makes, so through your super chats and your super stickers or the memberships or all the monies, guys. And he's going to use that to go to Sarge Reds and buy toys and donate them directly to Toys for Tots. But don't worry, you don't have to just watch Lawrence for 36 hours. He's bringing actually a lot of friends to come help. A lot of great content creators like Allison Troy, Punks on Film, Osterdom's Toys Clubhouse, Helido Toys, and just a whole bunch more, guys. And you can support just by sending a super chat or becoming a channel member or even maybe just reaching out to Lawrence with a direct donation. There's also a note here from Lawrence. What does that say? It says, tell them I'm not just going to buy G.I. Joe figures and gridiron stuff with the money. So we got 36 hours, guys. So let's go ahead and grab our favorite can of spicy barbecue Pringle chips and just sit back and enjoy all the amazing content.
I love Moss Man impersonating Punk. That is
Mm-hmm.
best.
I like the Ted DiBiase jacket.
Oh yeah,
right.
That was great.
And it's a perfect fit too, because they did the Ted DiBiase in Superstars, which they used the Origins Bucks for.
Yeah.
And like early on with those, I was like, I like this one. I want to get those soft goods. I like this one. I want to get those soft goods. So I ended up buying like two of them. I got Bray Wyatt, and that was before he passed away. So now that just means even more to me. And then I got because I wanted the coat and I wanted the top hat.
Yeah.
And then I got the Mankind as well, just because it was Mankind. And I wish I'd grabbed them. If I'd grabbed them all at separate times, I would have been fine. But they had the Captain Lou Albano and the Natural Disasters, Typhoon, Earthquake. I wanted to have the three of those because that was like my favorite tag team when I was real young. It was them and the Road Warriors. Yeah. And oh man, I wish I'd grabbed all those guys. I'm waiting for them to do a Road Warriors and Superstars because I'll pick those up. Because again, the spiky shoulder pauldrons will just look cool on any Motu guy I put them on.
Those guys do not sell well here. The Superstars figures.
Well, if you come across those three, let me know, Derek.
I can. Who was it? Earthquake and who?
Earthquake, Typhoon, and Captain Lou Albano.
Yeah, I can probably hunt those down. None of them are on clearance or anything yet. But
sadly, no, they're all still like $20. But like I said, like growing up, that was also the fact that I recognized Captain Lou Albano as Mario too, from him doing the Nintendo show. That's right, Aaron. Get your butt on screen with us. Hey, Ron.
I love the British Bulldogs too.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they just got one of his guys. I think he is out in Superstars now. I think he's out.
Yeah, Davey Boy, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to get Tatanka too, just because I like seeing some Native American style stuff.
I'll say this now that
Piper.
I was a Hard Foundation fan, so
yeah. I'm waiting on the Piper to hit like Ollies or whatever because they got some of them, but they've all.
Ollie's don't have some of them. Ollie's has every Ric Flair figure from Superstars. I walked into an Ollie's and literally one entire aisle was just basically Ric Flair. I was like,
Yeah.
holy shit.
They got
And that was what they
faces.
had out on the pegs. They still had like 7 boxes of Ric Flair sitting over top. And I was like, you know, if I had more ideas for customizing, this would be the time to start grabbing these.
Yeah,
Hey, all be the
that's
basic
same
fuck.
here.
Hey, if you're making pancakes, you got to make pancakes for everybody.
That's
the
right.
rule.
And then you need to be jumping on with us. Come on, this it, guys. Remember, this is Clubhouse Cafe. It's kind of like the clubhouse. It's just in the morning.
Yeah.
You know, you guys are welcome to join. We'll get the
No,
link
he
out.
said he was about to go deer hunting. He said so.
What? What? Why would you do that when you could have? Oh, well, whatever.
Is it already deer hunting season down there?
There's deer hunting season here.
Bow hunting's been open.
Oh, it's bow. Yeah, it's bow.
Yeah.
Yep.
Been open for a while here. I mean, I'm in Tennessee. He's in Georgia, but it's been open for a while.
I forgot.
Payroll was asking if anybody slept. I slept just so I can make sure I'd be up for coffee. I went out last night with Christina. We went to dinner, and then we had to go to Spirit of Halloween. She's coming up to Legion's Con, so we needed to finish up getting stuff. She's going to be cosplaying Thrace Wraithhaler.
Oh,
so,
nice.
yeah. She's already got like the corset and stuff, but we need to pick up like the purple cloak, a staff with a jeweled ball at the top. It's not like an exact match, but you know, it's what we could find.
It'll get the point across. That's all that matters.
Exactly. Grabbed a white wig and, you know, some other stuff. So she'll be coming up to do that for Legion's Con. We'll get some pictures. And that was a nice chunk of change. I ordered the stickers, so I'll have those ready to go for Legion's Con. Any leftovers, of course, I'll be mailing out to fans. So anybody who wants the stickers, we will have those. I think this is an updated one, because didn't you buy a sticker, Darren?
Yeah, I got just the Ostradamus toys ones.
Okay. Well, I will send you out a Clubhouse one when I get those in. So we are
Decide for me before you go.
Oh yeah. You know you're getting one. I'll get you a couple.
Yeah.
And then they also had a limited edition through when Horsemen do their merch, like their shirts and stuff, it goes through Retro Rags Limited. So for that,
you're getting called out.
What am I getting called out?
Your sister.
Who is Christina? It's spelled with a K first. Christina is a friend of mine from high school. We've recently been going out like every 2 weeks for dinner and all like that. There's no actual anything there. It's friends going out. We'll see how it goes. But
They're just friends, K-Roll. No need for the big sister to step in yet.
Yeah, exactly. So in any case, though, they had a 25th anniversary metallic Four Horsemen logo shirt that's for pre-order, and then you pick up at Legion's Con. So I had to go ahead and do I had to get that pre-order in by 12 p.m. yesterday, which I didn't realize. I thought we were just going to be able to buy it at the con. Yeah, sitting in a tree. Yeah, see my fat ass climbing a tree.
It's not the climbing that's the problem, Oz. It's the actually getting back down from the tree.
Right. Yeah. Actually, yeah, I could definitely get up the tree. It's the getting back down portion. Well, I don't know, because as big as I am, if the tree branch doesn't hold, that trip down gets real quick.
I mean, getting down could be really quick, but it's not going to be pleasant.
It's not going to feel good. I'll have to go crawl into my desk and schedule my own X-ray appointment. Like, yeah, I gotta go figure out how many of these bones I just shattered.
Yeah.
There we go. You can use my hunting sticks and saddle if you need to get in the tree. Appreciate you, Aaron. But yeah, I'm pumped, man. Legion's Con, it's building, it's growing. The hype as we get closer is
But you
Definitely.
need to get your ass there after last year being not able to do it at the area.
Oh man, and I'm getting nervous. Right? So last year, we all know I put in for Legion's Con as soon as they announced the dates at the end of last Legion's Con. As of earlier this week, I checked the PTO schedule. Those dates are not approved. I checked. I've got 60 plus hours of PTO that I have not used. And I'm only taking the extra off for Friday and the Monday because we're going to be traveling up Friday. We're going to be traveling back Sunday night. And I just don't feel like having to deal with getting up, going to work
After
Monday
a con
morning.
all weekend, man, you're not going to want to go to work.
Yeah, that's what I did with Joe Fest.
Yeah, took those extra days off, and that was that. It's still not approved. And I'm like, you better get it. Yeah, okay, I'll remember.
I usually
if I
sit
can snag
down
anything good.
in January, and I'll sit down with the calendar, and I usually turn in most of my vacation time at the end of January, and I take my biggest chunk of vacation the week between Christmas and New Year's. That's like usually the only time I will take an actual whole week off. And as long as I've been where I'm at, I told them, like, look, if I put in for December in the 1st of January, it's not requesting, it's notice, because you're going to notice when my ass ain't there.
Yeah.
Right.
Turning in 11 months ahead of time. Yeah.
We'll see.
I'm
Like
lucky.
my big things.
My company is closed the week of Thanksgiving and the week between Christmas and New Year's.
That's amazing.
Yeah,
that's amazing.
Nice.
My company's never closed, but that's because I work for a hospital. So we never closed. But one of the things is like they can't just auto approve it. You got to have the time in the bank. So like I wasn't even checking on it up until recently, and I know I'd been saving my PTO just because I knew I needed to have time for these dates. I didn't realize I had 60 hours put aside. No wonder I'm feeling a little burnt out of work.
Are you guys able to roll your PTO
off.
over, Oz?
Some of it
So
rolls
a certain
over.
percentage of it, yeah.
Yeah. So like
You basically got to
just,
have enough to get the update, right? So that's how my last company was. Like,
Right.
if you're allowed to carry 72 hours, you had to be able to get that next chunk whenever it comes in. So
yeah, exactly. So I got the time. They need to hit that approval. They just switched our time off request system and how we clock in and clock out, which was a fiasco this week. I couldn't even punch in for 2 days. They handled the punches on their end, but like for 2 days, like our new system, I go to clock in, I don't even have a tile for it. Like it's got these little tiles you click. We didn't have a tile for clocking in. Yeah, the bird showed up to eat the cricket, Kenzo. That's what it is.
Yeah, they don't usually, like my manager, my direct manager, like he don't usually approve it till 2 or 3 weeks before, but yeah, he already knows. And see, this was the first year we've ever gotten to roll any time over, and we can only roll it over until the end of March. Like it doesn't keep going.
Right. You got to use it by the end of March, that first quarter next year, and then it starts over again.
Yeah,
right.
I don't get why March. I mean, I get the end of the quarter, but why? I mean, who's taking vacation in the first 3 months unless you're taking your kids on spring break?
A lot of people a lot of companies do that when your vacation renews on your anniversary date as opposed to like a fiscal year
The
or
fiscal year
calendar
date.
year. So they roll that over because a lot of people like to take that time off, but no one ever saves their time for January through March.
Right. Well, for me, I always do because my birthday is January 4th.
Yeah.
And even though now I don't go get plastered on my birthday like I used to, I still try to request off the day of my birthday and the day after. This year it happens on a weekend, so I'm extending my weekend.
That's what I usually do. Well, I don't work my birthday. I don't care what day it falls on. I'm not working my birthday.
Yeah, I'm not working
Generally,
on my day.
I do that too. I'll generally take the next day off too. Like this year, it was on a Thursday, I think, so I took Friday.
Yeah, I usually take my birthday and Veterans Day off every year for vacation day.
I used to tell my bosses before I became the boss at GameStop. I told them, I was like, guys, I'm taking off for my birthday. I know I don't have PTO or anything because this is when I was still like a part-time holiday hire. And I was like, I know I don't have any PTO, but I'm not working that day or the day after. And the only other day out of the year that I won't work is Halloween and the day after. Those 2 days are off limits, or 4 days technically altogether. And they were like, okay. I was like, do not expect me to come in, because if you expect me to come in, I will be here, but I will be drunk as hell.
Yep. This will be the first year in a decade or more that I've worked on Halloween. I always take it off too, and usually the first as well. But I didn't take it this year. I did take the first off, but that was like when I turn my vacation in, I always save days. You know, I don't turn all of it in. I keep a little cushion there for whatever. And I use some of those days for Joe Fest this year. So I didn't have the extra days to go ahead and take off Halloween, but I am going to take the first off, so at least I can stay up late.
You know what pissed me off, right? Now, Halloween is a sacred day for me. And I used to take off for it every year. Now, even now, I don't take off for it, like if it falls during a weekday, but that's because I'm always off by the time night rolls around. So I'm just not that worried about it anymore. I'll be able to chill and check out all costumes and watch scary movies all night anyway. But when I was working at GameStop, they used to be open normal hours on Halloween. And it was like 2021. Everything was starting to open back up. And Ziggy and I were out toy hunting. We stopped for lunch at this restaurant that was right next to where my GameStop was, because it's not mine anymore. But we stopped in there, and then I was like, you know what? GameStop carries a lot of toys now. Let's go over there and take a look real quick. I haven't been in that old store since basically the day I got fired. Walked over to it, and they had a sign on the door. It said, we will be closing at 6 p.m. on Halloween. I was like, what the hell kind of shit is this?
Yeah.
They never used to do that. I was like, you motherfuckers.
Well, it's just like Thanksgiving when I worked for Walmart. They never closed the 24-hour stores on Thanksgiving Day.
Yeah, dope.
And now they're closing all the stores on Thanksgiving Day.
I used to love GameStop. They go, we're committed to never having our employees work on Thanksgiving. That's why we open at midnight on, for Black Friday. We won't do that, sales start 8 p.m. Thanksgiving Day.
Yeah.
And I was like, that's bullshit. You all say you won't have employees work. And probably one of the reasons I eventually got fired, because my last year there, when they were promoting that we're not going to do that, and we never will have our employees work on Thanksgiving, I was like, it's bullshit. You all know that, right? You have us work Thanksgiving every fucking year. And they go, no, we don't. And I'm like, store being open on Thanksgiving does not equal employees not working on Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
We're in there until some of us till 4 a.m. Thanksgiving morning, setting the sale for Black Friday. And if our doors are opening at midnight, we need to be in the store by 10 p.m. to get the safe open, to get the registers ready, and everything else before we open the doors, because nobody's going to want to come rush in, buy all their shit, and have to wait like an hour and a half for everything else to get set up for us to open.
I love these companies that just because their stores aren't technically open, say, oh, well, no employees work on these holidays.
Yeah, that's a bunch of bullshit. Yeah, I remember I worked
Christmas Day, and they'd open up the overnight crew still came in Christmas,
right
after Christmas at like 11 p.m. on Christmas Day. Well,
exactly. Yeah,
because the door's not open. There's still people coming in there to,
That's right. There's still people working. Just because you're sitting at home in your PJs, don't fucking mean we're not.
Yeah, I worked nights when I worked at Walmart for most of the time I was there. I worked nights, and you went in at Thanksgiving at at 8 or 10, whatever the shift was, and had to do your normal shit. And then the next morning for that Black Friday thing, because it would start then, it started at
5
5 or 6.
Yep.
And we had to go, get all our shit done, start pulling everything out and getting it out on Broadway. And then we had to stand there and guard that shit. We had to stand there.
Yeah, just literally stand next to it so nobody touched it until.
Yep.
Man, I remember we'd be hauling the pallets out to the stores, to the floor, for holiday season and stuff like that. Because we'd unload the trucks and then we'd have to load up pallets and then drop them off in the departments and stuff. And man, people like right outside the back doors.
Yeah.
They'd be waiting for the pallets to start rolling out and they'd try to jump on them. I said, you know what? I know Walmart stopped selling guns, but can we start selling cattle prods? Because I need to store use a couple of them. So as I'm walking out the back, if somebody's trying to jump on my pallet, I can just, hit them with the cattle prod.
It's unbelievable. Like, people know that the store opens at 5 a.m. on Black Friday, right? And we were a 24-hour store, and you can still stop them at the entrance because they couldn't come in, because the store was technically closed. Because back then we closed from like 2 or 3 a.m. till 5 a.m. just to make sure Black Friday was set to go and the store was locked and people were outside. And people would stand out there and push each other and fight about how, well, this is a 24-hour store. Why aren't we allowed in? Because the sale doesn't start till 5 a.m. You could grab a box, but you ain't getting out the register with it anyway, dude. What are you talking about?
Yeah, what's the point? Just sit your ass out here and wait.
That's why we had to sit there and with the stuff, and they started letting people in, and we had to sit there with it to make sure nobody started trying to get shit off the pallet, even though, like you said, the registers weren't open yet. Hell, that ain't gonna stop nobody. They don't know or care about that part.
It's not as bad anymore because like the stuff that they get now, they try to get more of it. I remember my first Black Friday. This was back when they had like the 55-inch projection TVs were the big thing, It was like they had a big thing on Black Friday, and the Walmart I was at, and most of the Walmarts in the area or in the entire country only got like 2 or 3 of these TVs. They had 10 people deep in line waiting for this TV. It's like, why promote that as a special if you're just going to only have 3 in a store?
Right. If you're going to short stock it.
It's gotten better, but it still happens.
Now a lot of the deals you can get online too, so you don't necessarily have to be in store. I know.
The one thing that they've done that's better is like Walmart will start their like Black Friday week, basically, right? Where they do sales.
They all do it for the whole week.
I always thought it was stupid to start Black Friday actually in the store on Thanksgiving Day at noon or whatever the hell these places are trying to do. Because, it started with, our store is open at 7. Our store is open at 6. Our store is open at 5. Oh, we're going to beat y'all. We're going to open at midnight. Next thing you know, Black Friday is Thanksgiving Day. I mean, it's
There was finally enough pushback from people about being open on Thanksgiving that a lot of stores have quit. But there for a while, that's exactly how it was. Like,
it was an arms race. It was the whole Cold War thing again. It kept escalating to the point where it's like, well, why do you even have Black Friday anymore?
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's not a thing. And like I said, like GameStop made their announcement when all that was going on that they weren't going to have their employees working on Thanksgiving. I had to have my say about it right there in front of all the store managers because it was at a GameStop conference when they made the announcement. And I think that's what got me on their shit list to start. Because I wasn't going to be quiet about it because I hated it. And the very next year when I was working for PayPal, they used to give us off for Thanksgiving and we had a paid holiday for Black Friday. So the way that PayPal did it was Black Friday was a paid holiday. Your schedules were either Sunday to Thursday or Tuesday to Saturday. If you worked the Tuesday to Saturday shift, you were off, Sunday, Monday as your weekend. Or if you did the Sunday to Thursday, you were off Friday, Saturday. And that was my shift. So I'd be off for Thanksgiving. And then I'd still be off with a paid holiday for Black Friday. So I was getting paid to not work on a day that I was normally off anyway, which I always thought was great. I was like, man, not only do I not have to work, but I'm getting paid for it.
Yeah. I run into that a couple times too when I was there.
Well, yeah. And if you normally worked on that Friday, basically you just got double time because you were getting a paid holiday plus you were working. So I was like, this is beautiful. I love this. I got an extra day off this week, and then I'm getting paid for an extra day of work this week. It was a beautiful thing.
Yeah, but Walmart being Walmart, they're always going to find a way to get it back from you somewhere or another.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So I did notice Carol posted in the chat. Oh, go ahead.
I was just saying, when I was a manager at Walmart, I never really paid attention too much to, like, at the first year I was a manager, and they'd say, oh, it's January, we got to cut back and, make sure everybody's, down to take the full-time timers down to 34 hours and all that nonsense they always do. And the second year I was there, they started putting out this flyer at the end of the year of, like, the top salaries of the company. It was only for managers. And, all the Walmart news coming out, we're opening 18 million new stores back then. This was like, mid
during their
2000s.
expansion days.
And I'm looking at the top salaries, it's the CEO, the CFO, and all these people, right? And like the CEO's salary was like 1.9 million, and he got like a $6 million bonus. And I'm like, and you made me cut Jim Bob's hours from 36 to 34, so you didn't have to pay him 2 hours worth of pay every week. So
where'd you think you got that bonus from?
Salary? I'm like, come on.
Where'd you think they got the bonuses from?
Exactly.
I used to love when they would cut people back to 27 hours so they didn't have to pay their damn insurance.
Yep. Exactly. They'll have to get the benefits.
Yep.
So what are the dirtiest, underhanded things that Walmart loves to do? If you quit or they terminate you, because their payroll system and everything like that's all computerized, right? If you quit or they terminate you, they leave you as an employee still on the books. They just don't put you on the schedule anymore. Because the computer system recognizes a store as being fully staffed. And that's like, they're always hiring, right? But they're always understaffed is what they, claim. But they've got a fully staffed store according to the computer.
Yeah.
So they're like, I don't understand why we can't do this or that. And what it is because it inflates their payroll numbers. They've got X amount of employees, which means they get X amount of money for payroll. And then what they do, good morning, you bald, beautiful man.
Good morning.
Yeah, another trick Walmart did was, you had to be there till the end of January to get your yearly bonus as a salaried person.
Yep.
And they lay off and fire a ton of
start terminating all them salaries
at the beginning of January, so they don't have to pay that damn bonus out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I saw that a couple times too. They were always changing managers out in January after they work them to death for Christmas.
Yep.
Well, and then they put all these payroll budgets out, right? Well, if you save money on your payroll budget, meaning you don't use it all, you get a bonus.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So by inflating your payroll numbers, you got a bigger bonus at the end of the year, even though there was no way to make those payroll numbers because you didn't even have the employees. It just looked like you did.
Yep.
Bullshit. Absolute bullshit.
Adventures in retail.
Yeah.
How you doing, Payne?
Yeah, when you guys were talking about Thanksgiving, Kmart was open on Thanksgiving when I was a loss prevention manager. We had to be there. As a loss prevention manager, I was there at 4 a.m. I didn't go home till, I want to say 9 that night.
Yeah.
And then they were open 24 hours a day for like a week.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I'm like, so those were 14, 16-hour days plus 2 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. When I worked for Walmart during Christmas time from Black Friday on, well, probably the week of Black Friday, so the Thanksgiving week through Christmas, I was probably putting in 70 to 80 hours every week, easy.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
I'm not a fan of retail at Christmas time.
Yeah. Well, and Viper Scout put in there about how HR shows their employees how to work benefits, getting government assistance, so that they don't actually have to pay them a livable wage. And this is true. They do.
Yep, they do.
If you are working, you should not have to be on government assistance. Sadly, there's a lot of us that can.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is that if you're not willing to pay an employee a livable wage, I don't think you should have a business in this country.
I mean, you know, for a big retailer like that, absolutely.
In the richest country in the world. Sorry, that's my only political rant.
Yeah.
Yep.
No one should be homeless in the richest country in the world.
The company I work for now is run by a German family, and they believe that your benefits are part of your salary.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So my salary is X thousands of dollars per year, and they think I'm worth this much more, and then all my benefits are covered.
Not bad.
So they set your salary basically at, you know, if you're making, say, $60,000 a year and benefits cost $15,000 a year, you're technically a $75,000 employee to them.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
A lot of companies are doing that too, because that's how they get around sitting there saying that.
Yeah, but it
you
works
know,
out. I mean, I'd rather have, you know, set my salary at what you think I am, and then, you know, take it. Don't even make me pay for it. A lot of companies are like, well, we're, you know, the average is like the last company I worked for. Well, the average, you know, salary in the area is $60,000, but you're also going to pay, you know, $500 a month for your benefits out of that. So, you know, you're really only a $50,000 employee, not a $60,000.
Yeah, exactly. So
yeah, that's what they do where I'm at.
Payne, I want to thank you. I had a nice package show up yesterday. I still haven't actually opened it, but my cereal monster collection is now complete. I have the Frankenberry, which I'll be opening on the regular Clubhouse segment later tonight.
You know, I wonder if they're ever going to do a fruit root. I know that was more regional.
I wondered that too.
It is that it's got that same kind of time because it was around the same time, right?
Yeah.
Well, Fruit Brute and Yummy Mummy. And if they want to catch the new kids, you got to get the Carmella Creeper. I hope they do all of them. I know.
I really think they're just going to stick with the three that they've done because those are the most.
Those are the ones that stuck out through all the years, right?
Well, and then
those three like never took a break.
The thing is when Fruit Brute came out, it was more regional. It wasn't national. But those three were national. So I have a feeling we may not get them, but that would be cool to see them try.
Right. We had Fruit Brute, we had Yummy Mummy. And then Blueberry went away for a little while, but then they brought him back like mid-90s. He came back.
Yeah.
Is that General Mills or is that Kellogg's?
Yeah, it's General Mills.
General Mills.
Which is funny because I thought maybe they were just getting General Mills cereal.
Yeah, but then
now they got Frosted Flakes.
Flakes, yeah.
And they're doing Cocoa Pebbles and Fruity Pebbles.
Yeah,
that's Kellogg's.
Post in it Post.
We need Toucan Sam.
Yeah, Toucan.
Yeah.
The what is it? Honey Smacks.
Yep.
Frog.
The frog and the bear from the Sugar Smacks, right?
Yeah. People forget about all those fun little cartoon characters because they can't do them for cereals anymore, man. But I want them all. I think it'd be great to have that entire collection. Yeah. And don't stop there because we got to have a Trix Bunny. They've got since we have them also doing Chester Cheetah, right? So they're not just doing cereals; they're going to do other mascots. Man, you know, give me some Keebler elves because I want to go have the Plunderlings smash their little chocolate shop.
Keebler elves, the Noid.
Got to get the Noid.
Right?
Can't not do a Noid.
You can have a battle between the Keebler elves and Snap, Crackle, and Pop.
There you go.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
They can do the little Bobby from Cookie Crisp.
Oh yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Right?
Or the
Come
wolf
on, man.
from Cookie Crisp, right?
Yeah, the little Bobby and the little crook dude in the stripes.
Yep.
Two-pack.
And then they switched it up to that wolf thing later. That was weird.
Yeah.
Such a weird
that's
change. It's like, man, I want all that stuff. Bring
Captain
it to me.
Crunch. We need a Captain Crunch.
Well, you're gonna get Crunch Berry and peanut butter Captain Crunch. We can't forget about that. That was K-Roll's favorite cereal.
Peanut butter Captain Crunch was my favorite.
Peanut butter Captain Crunch.
Yeah.
Tasted so good going down, shredded the roof of your mouth.
Oh hell yeah! All Captain Crunch does, man.
Yeah.
Tasted so good, but your mouth was raw when you're done with that bowl.
Every time, man. But that also had like the best tasting milk too when you were done.
Oh yeah. But that never got soggy unless you left it sit in milk for way too long.
Yeah, the milk was curdled by the time that got soggy.
Yeah.
Right. You had cottage cheese with Captain Crunch in it by the time.
Cottage Crunch.
Yeah.
Well, fellas, I'm gonna get out of here and get a couple hours of sleep. So
all right,
Darren. Thank you for joining us this morning for the coffee. It was a pleasure to have you, brother.
Yes, sir.
We'll
Good
catch
to
you
see
later
y'all.
on, I'm sure, brother.
Yeah, I'll be back on here in a few hours. So I'll see everybody later. Have a good morning, everybody.
All right.
You know it. We're all going to be here throughout the day.
Right. Peace.
So, yeah. And again, anybody who's in the chat wants to come on, have a cup of coffee, come join us. Come join us. Have some fun. Well, I see Andrew Davis showed up. He's probably back at the beginning. He's about to get excited that Mark from Gridiron's about to start. Show up.
I didn't even think about it.
Oh yeah, Son of the Cuckoo Bird. Yeah. Yep.
Yes. Let's do it. All the mascot goodness.
I hope that now that Jada's got the Scooby-Doo license
mascot
with the Hanna-Barbera.
Oh, yes. Can we get some wacky races?
Yeah.
And they'd be perfect to do like the wacky races toys because they already do the cars.
Yep.
Die cast cars with a little cartoon racer.
I know the Herculoids was Hanna-Barbera.
No, Thundar was.
I can't remember if Thundar is.
Herculoids
was.
yeah.
Space Ghost was. Thundar, I think, was the other one. Filmation, wasn't it? I'd have to check. I don't remember.
Jada needs to get their hands on that Space Ghost. We need some Space Ghosts.
Yeah.
See, Brick would know that right off the top of it.
Well, he might still be asleep right now, but he does occasionally join us for the coffee. So I hope if he gets on, hopefully he checks us out and realizes we're up. I put the link in the clubhouse chat for the usuals.
I can't help that it sounds like I'm talking in mildly congested. So
yeah, that was a Ruby Spears production. That's what I thought.
Ruby Spears. There you go.
It fit right in there though with all those Hanna-Barbera's shows.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah, it did. Let me see if I can fix Kenny's audio issues here. Hang on.
We'll see. If not, we'll just start having you quoting Darth Vader lines like Tommy Boy.
Wacky Races. That was such a good show. I used to love the Wacky Races.
Oh man, I used to light up every time.
Yeah.
Every time it'd be coming on. Yes, sir, Andrew. I was just talking about it, man. Getting excited. I'm doing the last little prep this week for like things that I'm going to need. I've got boxes of, well, it's actually just like one box, but stuff that I have for people that are going to be at Legion's Con. I got some Jurassic Park stuff for our good friend Adam, highly articulated. And then for John Emerald Knight, I've got a figure coming his way. And I think that's it. I can't think of anybody else I'm supposed to be seeing that's going to be getting anything extra. But I did just find out news this week. Mega J will be coming to Legion's Con.
Yep. Ronnie Punk decided he needed a couple hours nap and a shower, so.
Yep, he needed to go refresh himself, redo the makeup.
Highly articulated, yep.
Highly articulated, I think. And it could be, Kenny, that you're hearing my congestion this morning. It's very possible.
Yeah,
Yours
there's a
sounded
little bit of
crackly.
roboticness to it, but I
Is it
think
really
it's just
bad?
it's just
It's
the
pretty
headset.
bad, but it comes and goes. It
Right.
gets bad, and then you're fine, and then
Okay.
you can definitely hear your congestion, but you're crackling.
It could just be the Wi-Fi.
It's definitely the Wi-Fi. It's a Wi-Fi.
Could be Wi-Fi.
Yeah, I know those issues. All right.
Yeah, we can send you over the link
Yeah, we got you, Kenny. We got you.
if you don't go toy hunting because priorities.
Well, Kenny's got to, this is how Kenny gets it done. This is why he gets so many of the stuff, because he gets out bright and early in the morning. And,
He does the
there's,
true toy hunts like they used to back in the day when there was worth going to the store at 7 a.m.
yeah, when you can find the stuff.
Yeah.
Problem is, it's just like, the only people out there toy hunting that early now are the scalpers.
Yep.
And then by the time I roll in, there ain't nothing left on the shelves but what's been there for the last year and a half.
My Walmart doesn't even have anything worth looking at. So
They haven't around here either. I go down the aisle and it's the same thing. It's the same, like, half the wall of Transformers that nobody's getting, and then the other half is Jurassic Park
and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. That's
and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, all the overstock from that.
There's like,
and it's just not moving right now.
Yeah, the ones here, it's like 3 pegs of Masters, 3 pegs of Joe, and it's just not.
We don't have Masters or Joe in our Walmart
Nope.
anymore.
Yeah, so it's just not worth it to go. I mean, I'll go if I'm in there grocery shopping. I'll just go look, but for 90% of the time, I'm not spending my time at a Walmart.
Oh, Viper Scout said he's got some good Ollie's finds. He had the Transformers Jurassic Park Jeep crossover. That's cool. And the 3-pack with Jubilee, Storm, and Forge at his Ollie's. That's good. That's good.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, that's a good score.
Yeah. I need to go run back by Ollie's. I haven't been by Ollie's in a couple months because their pegs have been full, but it's full of stuff that
Same stuff.
I don't want.
Yeah.
Yeah. Stuff
It's like I've already
We're all
picked
getting
through all
out
the
their
good
Christmas
stuff.
shit now.
Literally-
you'll see more coming in.
Yeah,
So-
literally, like, I don't know. I want to say like 8 or 9 months. It was the same
Yeah.
stuff every week.
I know Ollie's just started getting in this like big kind of train set. I want to get that for Connor because we took him to a train garden last year and he loved it and got him like one of those little starter train garden sets. So they had a big one at Ollie's and I was thinking about getting that for him.
Like an actual HO scale set, or
No, it looks smaller than that, but I mean, you could use it for that old train thing that they were going to come out with and never produced.
but it's not like the Christmas trains that you see that are just plastic garbage.
No, it's a Christmas train kind of thing, but it's a better version of one.
Yeah.
It's just some like leftover. It was probably somebody's big store sale last year that nobody bought, and then now Ollie's has them. But growing up, my dad had a bunch of like train garden stuff up in the attic, but he never set up the train garden. And Carol will remember, he had all this stuff sitting up there, and I always thought it was so cool, but he never ever set up anything. And he used to take us to the train gardens. And my grandfather loved trains. So like I always kind of liked trains, but never got into it. And I bought a couple of little train sets and stuff to put around the tree for Christmas time when I was with Connor's mom. And, her daughter Marissa and Connor used to play with it around Christmas time. And I don't know if she still does it or not. But with Connor getting into it a little bit last year, I was like, when I saw the box at Ollie's, I was like, I'll pick it up for Christmas and hopefully he'll take to it if he likes it. If he doesn't like it, that's fine too. I'll still get some enjoyment out of it either way.
Yeah, sadly, Braden's thing when he was really young was Thomas the Tank Engine.
Yep.
So I cannot tell you how many train tracks we got for Thomas the Tank Engine. It was a lot. And I don't mean I'm not talking a small amount. I'm talking like, one of those big oversized tubs.
Yeah.
Full of train tracks, trains.
Yeah, Luke was into trains when he was little. Probably
we used to do literally our whole living room was like one big train track.
Yep.
He used
Well,
to enjoy doing
if
that.
you guys ever look at what is he on IG? Empire Toy Works, but the guy did the Rot Gut Station. All that started on a Thomas the Train table, like one of those old wooden tables. Somebody was getting rid of it for free, and he picked it up and he started building Rot Gut Station on that table, and it eventually took over the entire room. But that's what got him started on making play sets. But he didn't want to make play sets out of like foam or stuff that could break down over time. So he, what he did is that, you know, he started building everything out of wood. So, yeah, Ronnie, I see what you're saying down there, man. It's a lot easier said than done, sadly. But
Well, I quit dipping in 2020. It just, and that's the nicotine in dipping is significantly higher. It's hard, but it takes you gotta be in the right place.
Yeah,
there's no way to quit any of that type of habit, smoking, chewing, unless you're ready to. Unless you're fully ready to in your mind, and you just got to put it down and walk.
Yep. Yeah, like when I gave up drinking,
the high blood pressure.
That was bad.
Was enough to do it.
You know, it's a funny thing. I went into the hospital.
Not feeling my fingers.
I went into the hospital with hypertension, you know, the high blood pressure. I used to hear my pulse all the time in my ears. That's how high my blood pressure was. And then, like, I started taking my medications, and suddenly, and mind you, I'm not on blood pressure medication, but I started taking my medications, and suddenly all of that went away.
It's amazing how that works.
Yeah, yeah. But definitely, Ronnie, you know, really sorry to hear that about your uncle, brother.
Oh man, I swear I'm literally getting old every time I play with Flo. Last week it was a dislocated finger.
That's the sign that he's getting older.
Yeah, this week it feels like I pulled a muscle in my forearm. I'm just like, God. He's like, yeah.
Like I didn't even know I could pull that muscle.
Your mileage is now you're out of your warranty period, sir.
Yep. That's really what it is. You know, we get older.
You think with my Wi-Fi I would be like good because literally the router is sitting about 20 feet from me.
Are you Bluetoothed?
So I give up. The headset's connected and it's.
Oh, you got the wire.
Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
I know I have a pair of headphones that's a
in.
Bluetooth issue. I thought it was a Wi-Fi issue, but it's a Bluetooth issue. But
You know what the funny part is? I had all these wired headsets and earbuds for my phone, right? My old phone. I got the new phone. Doesn't have an auxiliary port for it anymore.
Yep.
I'm like, what kind of crap is this? Now I can only do Bluetooth. And I had a pair, but they were cheap and they broke. So I just use the standard mic. You know, this is what you get.
Let me see if I can adjust one other setting. Oh.
So with so many people coming to Legion's Con, Aaron, I'm still trying to figure out the logistics. We're going to get a van and it's going to be blacked out. And we're going to come down there and we're going to snatch you up. And then we're going to make you drive up to New Jersey. But we'll play it like that. So that way, you know, everybody just thinks you were kidnapped. And then you come enjoy yourself. Guilt-free weekend because we kidnapped you.
when you see the van that says free candy on the side, just lay down. That way it's easier to get you in the van.
Stop resisting.
So, just approach me with the needle. Can't say that
I'm sorry. Could you check this for me, sir? Does this smell like chloroform to you?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Ace Ventura when he's on the track trying to get he had to chloroform that dude because he couldn't catch up to him.
Yeah, there was this video last night that I sent her. It was like, and it's called nap time. Spray nap time into the glove.
For the parrots, I see that one. That's awesome.
Yeah, I was just chuckling my ass off. I was like, I was thinking about in a panda's flare, so he's been really aggressive and very OCD. That's the clue that the pandas is flaring. Is the OCD goes from 0 to 100 and it doesn't stop.
Yeah.
So
when I first saw that nap time, I died laughing.
I was just thinking to myself, you know what? I could use that yesterday, earlier in the morning. I didn't see it till
there isn't a parent in the world that hasn't thought that would be a good idea. So,
you know what?
I was like, that would have worked. That would.
Connor's mom may have felt that way about him, but I've never had issues with Connor. He's always been really good with me. He never gives me any. There were a couple times when he was a toddler where, that Rugrat stage where we'd have some timeouts, but we would sit in timeout together. And when he would finally calm down enough to stop crying and all like that and fussing, and then we'd talk it out and just be like, look, the only reason we're in timeout is because of the way you acted. You changed the way your behavior, and then we won't have timeout, and you just keep playing.
My oldest daughter, who is 25,
and there's the repair at the end of those things too. Saying a big, emotional episode for a child, you're not teaching them how to regulate their emotions.
Hold on a second, guys.
Here comes the money.
That's right.
Okay.
Here comes the money.
Thanks, you Kenzo.
We got Kenny here with the $5 super chat. I'm rounding up, saying, "Hey, Jerry, these kids."
My oldest daughter was absolutely fine, but Luke and his sister, who's only like a year and a half older than him, when they were both like in that 1.5 to 4.5 frame.
Yeah.
It wasn't that they were naughty; they were just wild. It wasn't that they were bad; they were just,
Well, they're pushing all the boundaries.
Go around the furniture. It was just go through the furniture. Every toy in the house was on the floor. It was just crazy insaneness. That's all.
But yeah, they at those ages really, they push every boundary there is, because they don't know what the limits are, and we got to teach them.
I mean, Braden and Logan they're just under 2 years apart.
Mm-hmm.
So about the time Braden got to that stage is when Logan's decline. Yeah, that was a fun time.
I was going to say that had to be really challenging as a parent.
It was different, but you know what? They were still fun. I like that age, but I don't like the talking back. But now I'm regretting it. I think I would trade the teenagers in a heartbeat for the little mouthy 3-year-old looking at me like.
Yeah, we never know how good we have it when they're little, and the sassiness is just sassiness.
Yeah.
It's cute.
Right.
And teenagers, and it's like a totally different thing.
Exactly.
Yeah, Connor's.
Nobody's actually been on the entire whole stream yet. So
no, I got here a little bit before the Clubhouse Cafe start.
Yeah.
Finishing out things with Shark Eyes and Ronnie Trickshot, and then Ed was here, and we rolled into the Clubhouse Cafe. None of us have been on the whole time.
No, Punk was on
Not even
noon until about 6 this morning. He bounced off to take a quick break and get refreshed and everything else, and so he's been on the longest consistently. I did 4.5 hours with him yesterday after dinner, and then bounced back on at like 2 a.m. for wrestling for a little while, and then back on here at 5:45 this morning. So
Right. Getting
But he's
started.
doing good, man. It's all about the kids. We're raising money for the kids, so just keep
That's right.
throwing those bills at it.
If you're watching and you can, please, even if it's just 99 cents, donate for the kids. Even if the kid shows up with a mustache and a skateboard to collect his toys in Christmas. No, we joke. Definitely, donate even 99 cents if you can. And look, if we know times are tight and it's hard. Even if you can't donate money, share the stream, share the word, let people know what it's about.
That's right.
We've posted the poster all over our social medias. If you need it, reach out. I'll send you a copy of the picture. You post it, let people know what's going on here, send them the links. The more eyes on this, the more people we get rolling in, the more chances we get for other donations. And we want to make sure that a bunch of less fortunate kids that may not have such a good Christmas are going to have a better Christmas. I mean, that's what it's all about.
So when
remember,
Larry
everything
leaves
that
at
Punk
midnight
Flex,
tonight
Sarge
on the
Red is going to
clubhouse,
match.
you give him some shit for going to bed.
Yeah.
No, we discussed this before he hopped off. We're not going to give him shit for dipping out for a little bit and coming back.
No, I'm talking about tonight. Tonight at the clubhouse at midnight, because technically that should be the end of the 36 hours, right?
That'll be the end of the 36 hours. We'll just take our overtime chunk because
by
we don't
midnight
stop
tonight, Punk will be in full effect. I guarantee it. His blood pressure will be up.
No.
He's going to be all tired and cranky. It'll be fun to follow.
Probably about midday today, to be honest with you.
I mean, things will go smoothly as long as
It'll be about
nobody.
midday today when it hits.
Yeah, as long as nobody decides to talk nonstop tonight for the clubhouse, I think we'll be okay.
Yeah, we'll be all right.
That was something, man. What a celebration last weekend.
They just need social interaction. Need some social interaction. It's okay.
Right.
It's okay. So so you guys did wrestling, you did
Oh, there was talks about wrestling.
I didn't.
So Roddy and Shark Eyes they went through a list of all the G.I. Joe names to see which ones could be used as a double entendre.
There's a lot.
Yeah. And before that was wrestling talk. There was wrestling talk for several hours. And before that, they did Punks on Film, where Punk actually watched Raiders of the Lost Ark finally after 40 or 50 years, however old that movie.
40 years.
Yeah. And
before
that, we were on with
81. So
yeah, we were on with Aaron and Toy Enhancer and Crow for their backyard
Battleground. Backyard
battlegrounds.
Battleground. I tuned in for that for a while.
Yeah. And before that, it was Frostbite doing his G.I. Joe box covers, making fun of the box covers, pictures that they used for that.
I'm never going to get it out of my head now either.
Scott the Stark was on for the
And right after us, Allison and Punk will be coloring Stitch and
color
possibly with Olivia. I'm not sure if she's decided to join or not.
She should. It's for the kids, and despite what teenagers
She
think,
loves
they're still
Stitch.
kids.
Man, what more could you ask for? Yeah, and Kenny has probably been with this the longest because he's been here every time I've been in. He's popped in, so I don't know. What
Kenny definitely has been along for the ride the longest, I think.
Yesterday, and then, I did the first 3 hours yesterday, and then took a break, and then because my son had homebound services.
Sludge Viper.
Sludge Viper.
Sludge Viper. Oh yeah. I don't know. Your Van Viper's pretty good. I just don't think that's a legitimate Joe yet.
Yeah.
I have to wait until we get the bread van from Ramen, and then we'll get some Van Vipers.
There is Headman, so let's just leave it.
I got to tell you, there was a lot of Joes that they were listing off, and I'm like, I don't remember that guy at all. They're making this up.
Likely, You get to the point where a lot of them are probably 90s, where they late 80s, early 90s. That's when the
You know, and I was around for most of the 90s ones, and you're right. I don't remember half the names from the 90s ones, but the 80s ones,
Yeah,
it's like, I remember this guy. I remember this guy.
Well, after a while, you just got a couple. They're just throwing words at the wall and hoping it sticks. It's like,
yeah,
Let's put this animal up there and this thing, and yep, that's it. That's the next one. That's the moneymaker right there.
Hey, now that this guy's here, you guys want to premiere a new Teledope Toys commercial?
Yeah, let's get a Helidope Toys commercial.
All right, let's do it. I will bring that up.
I just placed an order from them this week. So
awesome.
Awesome. Just find the damn videos because there's so many of them here. All right.
And good morning to you, Ted. If you want to have some coffee with us, let us know.
Now won't let me use my Pulse won't let me use the PayPal and only be keeping the thing exclusives at Pulse.
Yeah, stop ordering from Pulse for that.
Else, yeah. So I can use the shop pay with Helidope. So
yep.
I like being able to pay slowly over time with no interest, mind you.
Well, Helidope also announced that they will be getting their retailer exclusive wave starting next month in November.
Next week.
So if you wanted that Fisher Rice, if you missed out on Sun Wukong or Jacob Marley,
I will be
this
getting
Jacob Marley blows.
The Fisher Price one is definitely one that I'll probably pick up at some point.
Oh yeah, I got that one coming.
Yeah, buddy.
Got to pay this one off first.
All
Got to
right.
pay this one off first, and then I'll get the next one.
That's how you do it. That's what I do.
Are we ready?
Yep, we're ready.
Let's roll.
Christmas shopping can be hard.
All right.
But with Helidope Toys, it doesn't have to be. This Christmas, give the collector in your life a gift they will never forget. Helidope is guaranteed to bring the magic to your family's Christmas. They have many franchises, including Action Force, Marvel Legends, and G.I. Joe, and many more. Helidope Toys. Give Santa a break.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah. The only thing missing is a picture of Mariah Carey somewhere.
Yep.
That's the thought, people.
And if that's not exclusively to Punk, I would love
that's
to be
everybody.
able to.
That's everybody. Yeah.
I need a copy of that so that I can play that on the regular clubhouses. I know I've got that ad for Skydro, good friend of the channel, got his ad to play now. Get you a discount at some extreme sets for all you wonderful photographers.
That commercial was made based on the old 80s toy commercials.
Yeah.
Those fun little heartwarming Christmas ads we all used to watch. I'll tell you which, it's not even really Christmas, it's just for winter.
Yeah.
But the one that still always gets me, man, that I love watching is that kid coming in, eating the Campbell's soup and the snowman just melting this kid underneath.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. It's a classic. I love it. And the Hershey's bells. Those are fun too.
I was watching like they have, on YouTube you can find like the compilations of all those things. And
yep.
I was watching and I was like, there were some commercials that were like Christmas based that were just like, I couldn't believe, I can't remember any of the products off the top of my head right now, but like some of the products that had like Christmas commercials, I was just like, wow, I can't believe that had like, get this for your husband for Christmas. I'm like, it's just so bizarre. It was like,
you had stuff like that, man. I used to love, and I watch them every time around this time of the year. I go back and watch all the Halloween ones.
Yeah.
Because they don't do Halloween commercials really anymore. And it's funny, in the age of the satanic panic of the 80s, there were tons of Halloween commercials.
Yeah. Well, there's also that whole, I think commercials in and of themselves. If you go back and you look at from the 80s and the 90s, they still had the charm, but now because of everything switching over to that less I don't think it has the charm anymore. Now, occasionally M&M's will come out with a cute commercial, but I mean, if you think about it, I can't think of any commercials that I've seen in the last maybe 5 years that are memorable. 10 years maybe.
Right.
That's the thing, right?
But before that,
that's it, right?
I can remember the BC Clark Jewelers
Mm-hmm.
commercials. I can remember all of those commercials from when I was a kid.
Oh, yeah.
Occasionally I'll get something that'll come through my Facebook feed and it's like an old commercial for a toy or an old commercial for this. And I was like, yeah, I remember that commercial. But
I mean, like the
I
Maxwell
can't
House
think
and the Folgers commercials were always standout commercials.
Oh
right?
yeah, man. I mean, it's part of my morning
That's
ritual
'cause
with the coffee. That waking up and having that smell. You know, it was great.
Yeah, I think that Aaron hit it on the head,
there.
right? The commercials nowadays. The commercials nowadays just have no memorable pieces to them, right? It's just garbage. It's
Yeah.
like
I think it's
they were selling
partially
the product, but they weren't actually like, it wasn't like most of the commercial had nothing to do with the product. It was like revolving around the product, right? Now the product like front and center in your face. You know, this is a razor, buy it because it's the best out there, whatever it is.
it's all based on how we consume our media now, right? And with the way that most of us, we're watching like the streaming and stuff like that with no commercials and all like that. And so, it's just one of those things, like, because when I do watch commercial TV now, it's rare. And like all I keep seeing are ads for different pills I should be taking for this or for that. And if I have an allergic reaction to it, or if I have an allergy to it, I shouldn't take it.
Right.
But I'm not going to know if I have an allergic reaction until I take it.
Yeah.
So
funny thing is we're one of the only countries where that's okay.
Yep.
Yeah. Like
now,
this is something
nowadays,
you should be discussing with your doctor, not getting told by mass media that you should probably take this pill.
every commercial nowadays is either for some kind of pill.
It is. I think 2/3 of the commercials. Yeah. It seems like it's 2/3 to me. It's either pills, lawyers, or people trying to sell you food, prepackaged food. Factor. I'm like, I don't need that commercial 15 times.
That's the other thing.
But yeah, the way we consume
now, it's like the same commercial will play right back to back. It's like they don't care that you're not saying something different. It's just,
Yeah.
Boy, and I tell you, YouTube, man.
MCR has a good point.
Yep. And that too. Yep.
Hey, and pull up MCR's catchy jingle. It was like snap, crackle, pop for Rice Krispies. There's little catchy phrases, little catchy jingles.
Yep. Heart, stars, and horseshoes, clovers and blue moons, pots of gold and rainbows, and the red balloons. Yep. Come on now.
I mean,
right?
You would never have 2 all beef patty, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles, onions on a sesame seed bun. Now it wouldn't work, right?
Yeah. The best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup.
Right.
I changed that one around, but I don't think we can say that on this stream.
We are so programmed.
Valid. That's a valid point. But.
Yeah.
But it worked. But it got you. I mean, it does more than the mere exposure effect, which is what they're trying to do with.
Yeah, but how many of us
now is just put it in your face?
I was going to say, how many of us, even when we were watching cartoons on Saturday morning, like we all sat there and did, right? That morning we were telling our parents, I need that toy, or I need that cereal, or I need, whatever it was we saw, because we didn't flip off the commercials. We just sat there and watched those right along with the cartoons we were watching.
Well, most of them were worth watching too, man. Like the Micro Machines commercials.
Yeah.
Seeing the giant battlefields of kids with their like hundreds of Micro Machines, and then trying to get my mom convincing me why I needed 30 of that one tank. Well, like, I gotta have the whole battalion, Mom.
Yep.
You already got one. Yeah, but that's not a whole battalion.
Mm-hmm.
Dad knows.
How many versions of Luke Skywalker do you need, kid? All of them.
Every last one of them, because this one has this lightsaber, this one has a backpack, this one has a different lightsaber. This one, he's buff as hell, and he's wearing the tank top. You know, Mark Hamill was never that buff, but I need
Tony Mack is trying to give you a battalion of Batman.
Yeah.
That was the worst one when it was supposed to be the singular figure, right? The non-army builder, and you got multiples of it. And it wasn't even like the alternate versions of that one.
Yeah.
You just got multiples of that one. And then it was like the army builder guy, the one you're supposed to have 100 of, nobody wants to buy you a second one. It's like, no, you don't
Well, back in the
understand.
day, right?
Lone
Like,
Dragon is talking.
getting a stormtrooper was cool back in the 80s for Star Wars. Getting one of the rebel troopers from the from the
Man,
Cantive
the
Four,
guy.
nobody wanted that thing,
And that guy with his weird domed helmet, what the hell is that protecting? What's his armor? He's got a leather vest on. Not even leather.
Yeah.
Lone Dragon brought up a good thing about. Here's the other thing about modern commercials.
Yeah.
Your cookies in your computer will determine what ads you get. Kids, if you didn't.
Yep.
I went up to where he gets a lot of commercials from BBT.
Tell me about it, man.
Like, I need encouragement to shop there. The reason why is because
Oh my God.
cookies in your computer determine the ads you get. That's what cookies are for.
So to cut some of my expenses, I cut YouTube Premium, and now I'm almost about to pay for it again just because of the ads. If I have to see another BBTS freaking commercial before I watch anything, oh man, it's like,
I
look,
see
guys.
ads on YouTube because I
I get a bunch of political commercials before mine, so I'm just like, just wait 5 seconds to skip. Or meds, like Ed was saying.
The meds. I mean, apparently this one person that's running for office is the most god-awful person at all because they took tax breaks. And it's like, yeah, and the candidate that you're putting this up for probably used all the money they got from their tax breaks to pay for this ad. So, like they all take tax breaks and kickbacks. Get out of here with your crap.
Anybody that's rich takes all the tax breaks that they can because they hire lawyers and accountants to make sure they get every single tax break they could possibly.
Right. Like,
Doesn't matter who
that's
it is.
what they do. That's what they do. And yes,
Or they start a foundation, donate money to the foundation, take the tax break for donating to the foundation, but the money still stays with them.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah,
That's how
K-Roll says no politics. Well, that's why I'm not mentioning which side it's leaning.
Yeah.
It's just that
It's all of it. It's both sides.
Yeah,
They
it's
all
both
do.
sides. You're only going to get the one side of whichever one you want. And chances are, I'm definitely not even seeing ads for the other one. So,
Yep.
See now we need to figure out how to get mobile space. We need to do that.
Right. Exactly.
So that way Lone Dragon can now be bombarded by BTS and Helidope.
here's the thing, though, right? I'll watch a Helidope Toys commercial because I'm entertained.
Yeah, I like the ones that are stop motion. The stop motion ones are pretty good.
I like the BBTS stop motion ones. Those are good.
My best friend sent me one the other day. I was like, yeah, I've seen that one. Only 50 or 60.
Right. Like, do you know the amount of YouTube that I watch? Believe me, I've seen that one.
Yeah, exactly.
So I saw Brick jumped in.
Yeah,
Brick,
here.
come on and hang out. You know where that link is. Go grab it. Join us. Join us for some coffee, Brick.
His in-laws in this week. Yeah, we would have needed your expertise 45 minutes.
Yeah,
We always need Brick's expertise. I don't want to hear it. That's all right. I got dates mixed up. I was telling people I was going to be on the Brick Something News this weekend, and completely forgot. Not this weekend. It's the weekend before we all leave for Legion's Con because I was getting dates mixed up. So this weekend after tonight's clubhouse, technically, at least till what? We got this till
11 a.m.
11 a.m.
So
Well, it's
probably like 10 minutes till 11.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's gonna cut in an hour because he's got the next stream set up to go at 9 a.m. Eastern, which is in an hour. Well, so we'll cut and then we'll come back again immediately.
Yeah,
because we'll have to switch
a little bit before
StreamYards.
9, we got to switch streams. Like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Before 9, we got to switch over to the new stream. So
We learned from the 24-hour stream. So Punk scheduled 4 different lives to do this one, so that way we can make sure it's accessible for the replay. But yeah, if anybody else is in the chat and wants to jump in for a bit and enjoy some coffee, let us know. No bagel. How many people got that reference?
I didn't get that reference.
I did not get
Oh, that's a Seinfeld reference.
No idea. Oh, that's why. Not my favorite.
Yeah. Hey man, I used to enjoy Seinfeld back in the day. I thought it was pretty funny. There are certain episodes I still enjoy watching today, but most of it I could probably do without. You know, I had that whole lineup, like, because you had the after school cartoons on Fox, right? And then it would start like their little sitcom times where you'd get like a couple episodes of like Friends and then Seinfeld. And then you'd get the primetime animation. So it would go to like Simpsons and then whatever. Actually, I think Simpsons was on earlier than some of the other ones because I'd watch Simpsons and then it would roll into whatever it was. But basically kind of how I do my YouTube schedule now with what I watch, one rolls to the other to the other. YouTube is running on my phone like almost nonstop throughout the day. But that's because I'm trying to watch everybody that I can.
It's hard nowadays.
I can't do that. That would, yeah. There's some. It's just like I don't need to hear about toys for about a day. That's good. Just one day, no toys. Don't need
Usually
to hear
on
about it.
Sundays, I don't watch ToyTube until I actually go on to Helidope because I just take that day. And if I do watch YouTube, it's about metal detecting or something along.
Sundays is a bit of a decompression.
Well, I'll watch Brick. I usually try to catch Brick's show that time for a little bit. So
I usually catch Bricks on Monday. I watch it during work.
Right. When Ken would do TKO in the mornings, watch TKO, roll it into Allison, roll it into Adam, and then if I'm not doing anything at that point, roll it into Brick Something News. And then once Brick wraps up, it's like switching, trying to catch either Helidope Toys or Jesse's Shooting the Shelf, Just Shelve It, and then also GDL. So I don't watch GDL as much as I used to. Again, it's normally like a replay later in the week.
I don't think I've watched GDLs in, if not longer.
Yeah.
It's not that it's bad. It's just I just got tired.
No, it's not bad. It's just there's so many content creators. I can only support so many. So me missing from GDL for a week or two, it's not impacting his views or anything like that. And then it's
he's fine. He doesn't need my view.
I got so many replays going though all the time too, because then I'm watching again, like I'm trying to catch Backyard Battleground. I'm watching Aaron the Toy Enhancer. Like there's always something playing, on YouTube. Like again, replay wise. But that really occupies quite a bit of my time. Always got the phone
it's
going.
Incredible. Like 2 years ago, I started watching ToyTube.
Yeah.
More regularly, I should say. Like I always watch Robo and caught a couple things here.
Right. You watched the Foosh back then.
But like ToyTube, I really started watching like 2 years ago more regularly. And then over the last year, holy geez, the amount of stuff that's on. I mean, it's not even funny how many people have shows. And, I know most of them. So it's like I want to support them, but I don't even have time in my life to watch all the shows that are on.
Right? Right?
Let's catch all the regular content that Lawrence puts out. I mean, that motherfucker's putting out 7 videos.
He's pumping out multiple videos a day, it seems.
Hey,
Joe.
Joe, what's up, my man? Good morning to you.
Good to see you, my brother.
Joe's working today.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hopefully we make your work a little bit less awful.
Right. Hopefully this will help and make it a little bit more entertaining, at least. I always just, because Joe.
Tots, did you see Tots' comment about that? Ed?
No. Let me pull that up.
Could have called this Toy A to be recorded.
We are the world.
There we go. I mean, that's kind of what we're doing, right?
Yeah.
We're doing the same thing.
Yeah.
We're here to raise money for the kiddos.
Raising money for the kiddos.
So that somebody has presents under their tree.
That's
Or at
right.
least presents for Christmas.
And if you're not donating and you're not sharing,
99-cent donation makes a difference.
The nice
That's
thing
right.
about Toys for Tots is they, like Salvation Army.
They actually use the money for the actual.
Yeah, and it goes to the kids because they're buying. They're actually buying
not
the
one of
toys,
those-
right?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
And
it.
they get the toys and they distribute them.
Yep.
My son's school does a fill the bucket. Know about it for the first
Yeah.
2 Christmases because the school wasn't really communicating that, and of course, he has ADHD, so I'm not getting that information from him if I tried. So this last year, I donated quite a few toys that are fodder, but it's a Marvel Legend, it's a McFarlane figure, it's a Masters of the Universe figure. So I didn't have a problem donating a bunch. It's like
When I was still married, we used to do
be
they used to do the
piecemeal
Christmas
for
tree
me.
thing where you like pick a family name off a Christmas tree and you have
Yeah,
a list of
the angel
stuff.
tree.
Yeah, angel trees. That's what they're called. We did that.
Love doing that. Because again, that's even more than just the toys too, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's getting them some clothes and everything else. So I love doing stuff like that.
The one year we got it, I was looking at the list, and it's like it's like a boy 6 or whatever his age was, and a girl or whatever, and it's like the whole list was like they need toothbrushes and clothes and all this.
Yeah.
Stuff. What toys do they want? Because no kid wants to sit there on Christmas Day and just open up sweaters.
No. I want to get them that, but I want to get them some fun toys too.
Yeah, exactly.
I can speak from true experience on that. She only gave us 1 present. Now my cousin got 40 presents, but me and my brother, we'd get 1 present because we were the bastards of the house, I guess. I asked her to get me an Optimus Prime. You know what I got?
Which
Penn State sweatpants. Penn State sweatpants.
Man, nothing
What kid
drives my
wants Penn
excitement
State
like
sweatpants?
Penn State. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, we've all
Especially
had
knowing
those
what I know
kids.
now, because I know who was there coaching at the time. And I'm just like, oh.
My dad's mom, my grandma on his side was that way. It was always 1 present is all you got under the tree, and up until I hit about 10, maybe 12, and she was too old where she couldn't do it anymore. Every single gift was like some crocheted, sweater or coat or hat, scarf set. It was always something
I would-
homemade.
But that's sweet.
Yeah.
That's effort.
Yeah, but
Going
when
out
you're a
and just
kid and it's
randomly
Christmas morning
picking-
and you want toys, and all you're
Yeah.
thinking about is, I told Grandma
I mean,
I wanted
as
to.
an adult, yes.
Yeah.
I can see that as a sweet thing.
Yeah, exactly.
I would take a homemade present because that means they took the time, they took the effort. But
I was going to say, Brick's got a couple of good comments right here. So, new ramen, great white picks in the clubhouse. There we go. Ed, if you want to bring those up, we'll take a look at those. He's also mentioning to donate and support the kids because kids with toys are easier to support in the classroom because they are happier. Brick's, teachers got a hard enough job. Brick knows. Teachers have a hard enough job as it is. Anything we could do.
Professional, Brick can confirm. Professional, Brick can
Yeah.
confirm.
Let's try to help our friends who are teachers have a bit of an easier life. And I like the idea that Brick had for tearing up those sweatpants and turning them into soft goods. Tin of cookies.
Like, I know I'm fat, but come on.
I'll take a tin of butter cookies as long as it's not the sewing kit inside. My son. We went to
I was gonna say, who wrapped up the sewing kit and gave it to me as a gift?
Yeah, well, he literally looked at me. He goes, he found one of those, the blue tins with butter cookies. He goes, we got, because I might want to put a sewing kit in it. And I'm just like, oh, my child, I love you to death.
I just saw a commercial. I don't know what the company was for, but it was actually a guy who went into a store and saw like a bunch of the blue tins, on the shelf. And he's like, oh, I found the cookies. He takes it home. He opens it up and it's a sewing kit inside, right? And it was something about like, make sure you get the gift you're really looking for or something like that. I was like, oh, man.
You know what makes that funny too is, again, how many of all of us remember that was the sewing kit? We all of our families, the butter tin cookie, and it was normally Christmas themed.
Yep.
Had the freaking sewing kits in it. And it's like, is that a lost age? Like, do you currently have a sewing kit and a butter cookie tin right now?
That's just like my cousin and my brother and I are all right around the same age. And we were talking probably like over the summer sometime about how, we all have our like now I have my one bowl, my one spoon is my cereal bowl and my cereal spoon. We're talking about how when you used to go to grandma's house, it could be a Cool Whip container. It could be, a
Country
whole butter
Crock,
thing. You didn't know what you're going to get.
You didn't know what was in the actual butter container. Nope. It could be left over from yesterday.
Yeah.
Well, it depended because normally the oldest one, you've washed it so many times that the printing started to wear off.
Yeah, you can tell then, but if they're all within like the last couple,
the last year or so.
Going through the fridge after Thanksgiving, you didn't know which one was the butter and which one was the leftover mashed potatoes. You're like,
that's right.
That's the mashed potatoes. Nope, that's the sweet potatoes.
Yeah.
And then if you're sleepy and you're tired, you wake up with a spoon and you want to eat those mashed potatoes. You dip it in, you get a mouthful of butter. You're not really upset, but you're also not really.
Like, this is
all right. Let's go and check out this Great White.
And my sister mentioned in the chat too that I did get her cookies one year for Christmas, but those are special cookies. They're locally, they're known as burger cookies. They're from a company called the Buffy Baking Co. It's local here to the Maryland, Virginia, and up into PA, the DMV area. For years growing up, my mom would get these cookies, and they were her cookies. Okay, it's just this little cookie, but it's got like a ton of fudge on top of it. Those were her cookies. Like, you didn't take one without asking permission, even though we always snuck one or two. And they were good. Like, they were just good. And in high school, I was going and I befriended this guy named Corey. And comes to find out his family is the one that owns the bakery, the Buffy Baking Co. And so then I was able to start getting free cookies, which I used to bribe myself through many a classes I had a bad grade on, and bribe many people with those cookies throughout, because anybody from the area knows those are like the best cookies. And there have been people who've tried to make similar cookies. They're just not as good. But once you get out of the local area, like my sister who moved to Indiana, you can't get those cookies. You can order them from the website and you can get them delivered. But they're so heavy, shipping's pretty damn expensive. So the one year I did make sure to get her sent over a bunch of cookies in a tin for Christmas. And probably be doing something similar soon. Because again, you can't get those anywhere else but here, really. Just because they don't have they're not a big national chain. They can't get the distribution for national. I mean, they're still the ones going around delivering the product themselves. Like, actually 2 years ago for Christmas, Corey hurt his back and I was not working yet. And Corey needed some help and I needed some Christmas money. So they hired me on for a little bit to do Corey's deliveries while he drove the truck, but I was the one that, did all the cookie deliveries.
It's so funny when you got like that regional type of food, because like up here we have this hot dog that's made by a local company. And when my grandparents were still alive, every year right after Christmas, the day after New Year's, they would leave and go to Florida for 3 months. And, down in Florida, the home they lived in was basically all Western New Yorkers, that lived in this trailer park that they lived in. And they would take like 2 coolers worth of these hot dogs down with them just because all their neighbors were like, oh, don't forget to bring us these hot dogs. It's just
those special hot dogs. Because I'm sorry, there are hot dogs that are a better grade quality than what you just get going into the supermarket.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, let's bring up the Great White and see what's going on.
Yeah, let's take a look at this beast. I know Ace been working his butt off getting the engineering for this thing, so I'm ready to see what we got.
Looks good, man. Looks good. So there's the Great White with the driver.
Oh man, look at that sleek. Nice. Look at them curves. Woo.
Yeah. What kind of car is that supposed to be?
Almost looks like a Porsche.
I was thinking a Porsche, but it kind of looks like a new Tesla.
Yeah, it's a Porsche.
Yeah.
No, it's supposed to be a Porsche.
That's sweet, right there.
Look at that with them. Oh man,
that's a great pick. Got the periscope and everything.
Right? Yeah, it's definitely. And again, oh man, almost a little Aston Martin-y, and then you could use it with James Bond.
Oh yeah, yeah. You could still definitely pull this one off with a James Bond car for sure.
Oh yeah, yeah. The wheels to the turbines. Look at that. Oh, man.
Gorgeous.
And again, this is just one of those cool things with Mask. The amount of engineering that goes into these. Because you got to have every part work for the transformation. Same thing with like Transformers, man. The engineering behind these is a marvel.
Yeah, modern Transformers, I can't transform. I resigned myself to that.
Well, at least they come with instruction sheets.
It wasn't like the Transformers. Not helpful.
They were a little bit more simplistic, easier to figure out. Well, you could always get the little kid ones where it's like the one button push transforming.
Yeah, no, that's not the same.
Connor had a bunch of those. He loves them.
I got to be able to transform a little bit.
It's a good looking driver too.
Yeah, it is. Yep. I like the colors on it. Definitely have very nautical themes.
It'll be interesting to see what the loyal subjects do with it.
Yeah.
Mask, since they got the license. Isn't that who got it?
We'll see.
And
I would be interested to see what they do. It'll be interesting. Hopefully it's not just the figure.
Is Robin's Machina the same scale as the original Mask, where the figures are like 2 1/2, 2 3/4 inch? Or whatever?
I think it's a little bit.
Yes, I think it's really close.
Yeah, I think it's
a little bit bigger.
Little bigger,
but it's really close.
Yeah, they are right there though. They're still not quite full GI Joe size, like that 3.75.
Yeah.
But they're not as small as like
because there's photos of him showing an original
one next to
Mask figure next to the figures, and they're really close.
Yeah.
Yeah. I do like his tank and his bridge layer and his.
Yeah.
I like the Cobra tank though.
This one.
Right.
Yeah, the Amphibian.
I saw that at Joe Fest, man. That thing looks so good in person. The colors,
but it's
that red just pops.
I'll be right back. I gotta get my.
It's not a tank. Those are energy cannons. It's not a tank.
That's right.
Got to make that clear. It's not a tank. Okay, Viper Scout says 124. Yeah, it says Manta and Vanessa was one of his favorites, and Shame didn't have a rival. He didn't have a rival.
Maz was coming out right when I was not really. I mean, I still always had toys, but like it was, I wasn't at that age where I was buying a ton of toys and playing with them. But I got the was it Condor that was the helicopter and the motorcycle together.
Yeah,
and I had Miles Mayhem in his jet helicopter, which is kind of an odd thing to turn in from a jet to a helicopter because you're still flying. But
right, different mode of propulsion.
Yeah,
but hey, at least the helicopter can hover, right? Because it wasn't like it was a Harrier jet.
Yeah, and then I had the Gator, which was the orange Jeep that had like the boat inside of it.
Yeah, it was
I had
cool.
a couple. I had Piranha too, which was the bad guy's motorcycle. They had the submarine as the sidecar. That was sweet. The play features with Mask was just phenomenal. I mean, that was just such a great toy line to play.
I never owned any, and a couple of my friends had them. And the first time I came across one, and like I went to go do it, I could tell there was something about this car that wasn't quite just a car.
Yeah.
And then I was like, oh, it's a transformer. And it didn't turn into a robot. And I was like, well, what the hell is this? And then like he didn't even know because he'd just gotten it for like Christmas or whatever, didn't have any of the other ones. But then I found out about the cartoon and started watching. I was like, oh, these are neat. Yeah. These are really cool.
Yeah.
But again, didn't get many of those myself because again, I had my He-Man, I had Ghostbusters. And then I started to get like, again, as I was getting into the older ages, there was like less deep toy lines that were around for like multiple years. Ninja Turtles was still like a big thing, but I never had a whole lot of Ninja Turtles. X-Men Toy Biz started getting a bunch of those, and Spider-Man. And then got what else in that time? Kenner, Aliens, Predators, started getting those, started to get the Terminator ones, and then like Star Wars hit. And with Power of the Force 2. And then after that, that was the only toys I was getting was Power of the Force 2. I wanted my Star Wars. It's like I didn't even look at other toys really after that.
I agree with Kenny, man. It was 32 this morning. It's like 40 something now, but it was 30.
Wasn't quite that bad here, as you guys know, because I've been sitting out here the whole time. Yeah. But earlier this week, we had a couple of those mornings. Like I'm coming outside and the frost is thick over the grass and everything, and I'm just like, ooh.
Yeah.
Let's face it, I'm not waking up in my shorts and coming right out anymore.
Yeah, I looked out the window yesterday morning. It was 34 degrees, and it was like just a blanket of white on the ground. And there's a big field right next to where my house was.
And is that just the frost, or have you guys gotten an actual snow yet?
Frost. It was just frost, but it was thick frost.
Man, I used to hate that as a kid. I'd wake up, look out my window. Grass would all be white, and I'm thinking it's like snow, but then I realize it's frost, and I'm like, man, we ain't getting off of school for this.
No.
Now they don't get off of school for anything because when it snows, all right, we're doing a virtual learning day.
Hey, 51 degrees in California is not that bad.
No, that's not that bad at all. Good shorts weather.
Yes. Brick snooze. This concludes the weather report. Thank you, Brick.
Right. Appreciate
Brick. Brick will be the special guest on Tuesday night for the Toilet Takeover, as I will be down in Texas. So Brick will be,
and we're going to be rolling into I guess Toyvember starts next Friday.
Next Friday is Toyvember.
Yep. Got to make sure.
Speaking of the end of October, hella dope right now. If you buy any 4 Horsemen in stock, you can be entered to win one of 5 $25 gift cards to Hella Dope from now until the 31st of October.
There you go, folks.
And all you have to do is buy one Mythic Legions figure or Cosmic Legions figure, whatever.
Cosmic Legions, Mythic Legions. I still think they got some of the retail appreciation.
Hagnon still, and Lee J,
And Lee J's a great figure. I need to pick one of those up.
Yep. It's got to be in
I already
stock.
blew through my budget for spending this week.
Yeah, good stuff, man.
So now for sports ball with Brick something news.
Yes.
I want to see Brick in like the old 70s 3-piece suit doing the broadcast.
Yeah, like
one
he
time.
could stand in for Brick on Anchorman, right?
There we go. Yeah, right. Ron Burgundy.
Yeah.
Fuck you, San Diego.
Yeah. That's a good Halloween costume for Brick. He needs to dress up as Brick that Steve Carell played from Anchorman for Halloween.
There we go. There you go. Holding the grenade. Like, where did you get a grenade? Just standing there yelling, holding it. It's like when they were going through the freaking the card arts for the GI Joes with the mobile command base, just pointing out things that you don't really look at as a kid. And yeah, the snake eyes on the mobile command base holding up the Uzi is the only one not firing, so he's got to be the one leading the charge, right? Yep. Mind you, they're not charging; they're just sitting behind this mobile defense wall. Holding it up, leading the charge. What's he screaming? He was the silent guy. What's going on? Oh man, that was a fun segment. That was really
that was
fun.
Good stuff.
There you go. That's right. Undead Builder Pack is coming. I have a sneaking suspicion Necronominus is hitting while we're at Legion's Con. They're still saying it's delayed, but at the same time, they've been showing, I don't know, we might be getting it.
What is
especially with the retail appreciation wave from this beginning of this year is showing up, next month. Got to get those orders in. Got to get your alternate figure obscuras. Got to get, who else? That was actually a pretty big one.
Let's
Fisher Rice.
I'll bring it up. Let's go through it.
Yeah, let's go through it.
Fisher Rice
It's
is
coming
definitely
soon,
top
folks.
on my list.
I know, Fisher Rice, you've been counting that down.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Counting that down, which is exciting. Again, this guy, if you had your little, adventure people as a kid, this was one of those ones. Like, everybody seemed to have this guy in their toy box.
All right. Let me get my screen shared because I got to do that, I guess.
Nice. Rick will join us once he gets back.
What are we at, 8:30?
Yeah, we're at 8:30, so we'll have a half hour more here, and then we'll restart it.
Yep, we'll restart.
And we'll still have another good hour and a half.
Yep. All right, so first we'll hit the...
look at that. The glow-in-the-dark Jacob Marley.
Still has all the awesome accessories with the chains and all
the
double heads. I know, I love the glow-in-the-dark feature on this, but man, I still love...
That translucent?
That translucent fade to regular plastic on the original one.
It was good.
Just done so well.
And that's the thing with these, too, because, even if you get the original, the way they do the alternates, again, I'd say Mask of the Red Death is probably the most lacking when it comes to the alternates. It's
Logan is up, but I'm going to try to stay, but I'll be on mute most of the time.
Okay, brother.
All right, currently, he is watching Madagascar in a town. He's watching Madagascar in a
He likes to move it.
He likes to move it like King Julius.
We start getting in some super chats to see how Oz moves it.
You understand that it's in Italian.
Oh,
nothing wrong with that. Multilingual.
I
thought you said in a tablet, meaning like he was watching it on his tablet.
Watching on his tablet, but no, it's in Italian. Yesterday was French.
Hey.
Oh man.
Today it's Italian.
When he starts speaking to you in all these different languages.
Not sure what language my child actually speaks at this point.
Good skill to have.
The last 14 years.
And real quick, Brick says when he gets back from the airport drop off, he'll get a cup of Joe and jump on for a bit. All right, Brick.
We dig it, Brick. Thank you.
All right, so this is everything you get. And yes, this figure is all glow-in-the-dark blue.
So what I'm going to wonder is, right, because we have seen in the past, so with the Christmas-themed figure obscuras, they tend to like to give you a little extra.
Mm-hmm.
With Krampus, they had some extra hands and some skulls in the basket that people didn't know about. With Father Christmas, the initial wave, you had 2 silver knight helmets.
Yep.
They were calling them the silver bells for Christmas. But when the retail version came out, It was a gold and a black that worked with the new Gold Knight and then the new Vampire Phalanx.
Yeah.
With this one, is it going to be a different colored head in the safe?
Yeah, they show it here, but that's definitely the same color as it is now.
Oh, is it? I didn't realize it was in the background on that one.
Yeah, it's in the background, but I mean that doesn't mean that it's not going to be a different color when it does, finally.
True. Yeah. Exactly. And we were joking in the clubhouse chat earlier this week, man. You put that head and you put that harness on your Frankenstein's creature with all those chains and locks. You don't have to have the extras on there. You can take those off. You can take off the toolbox lids and the safe. But, then you got a really fun, like demented friggin' monster creature. You put that head on and you put the harness on with all the chains and stuff. It's a really cool, neat looking custom.
Build a little base where all the chains are locked down to eyelets in the floor. That'd be awesome.
There you go, man. Like old Roman gladiator stuff. Got to keep them chained up.
Hell yeah. All right. Who's next in line? Oh, it is the man himself next.
The Fisher Price.
This guy just looks so good. I mean, outside of the fact that he's homage to the old Fisher Price Adventure People Firestar pilot. I mean,
it is again,
just such a good looking figure.
The black tusk armor, you get the guns with the greenish highlights. And then this look right here for him, of course, is that classic homage.
Oh yeah.
Which again, it's amazing. Shadow Circle is definitely going to be cool. I hope we get more Shadow Circle figures.
Well, I really like the fact that they gave I like the alien heads they gave with the Cosmic Legion so far, but getting like a humanoid type head is awesome.
Even
this
though
is the one I want,
right?
Yep.
Yeah, this is a good one.
This is the one I want.
Yep, this is the one.
Love the black. Love the blue head.
Yeah, these little like teal blue, teal green, whatever color that is, highlights. Are awesome.
They make the black pop so much more, even though it's like a darker teal.
Like that head, I like that head.
Right.
Good looking head.
Yep.
This helmet
And
looks
then
good. It's kind of alien. It's got an alien effect,
It's almost very xenomorph looking.
Yep. Yeah, exactly.
That's the regular head for that body.
Yeah.
That's the one that comes with the top. Yeah.
The usual tusk mask helmet combo.
I like the black and
this guy
Ed
comes
is
with a
pointing
ton of-
out that they are doing a giveaway. A in-stock Forestman figure, you're entered into a win for a $25 gift card for Hella Toys.
Yeah.
Yep.
We just promoted that, Ted. You just missed it. We just talked about you buy any in-stock 4 Horsemen figure between now and October 31st, you get entered to win a $25 gift card.
Which then you take that $25 and put your deposit on these because they will be in November.
That's right.
Or get you a free Joe figure or a free Jada Toys figure.
Very
1/10 of a payment for a joy. 1/10 of a payment for a Joy toy.
Well, if you're a member of the YouTube and they have one of their deals where you get free shipping or an extra 15% off or something, that $25 card could get you a figure shipped.
Yep. There you go. There you go.
The cool thing about this dude is he's got the different neck post. He's got, 4 different heads, so many different weapons, different arms, right? Those are different arm attachments for the forearms. I mean, what a loadout.
A lot of great pieces here. And again, it's just one of their standard figures too. It's not like insanely, it's not one of their big, huge deluxe figures. This is a standard figure.
And the next one we have, I know, is one that Brick is getting.
This one is already paid off. I'm just waiting for him to come in.
This is a good looking skeleton, dude, man. I like
Undead of Viking Fell. Again, you get a lot of great options, a lot of really cool stuff. I like
this
the
look
unique
right here. I
skull.
love this look. I love this look right here. With the big wings on the helmet. Man, what a good look.
Yep. Hang on here. I'm getting a text from Ziggy.
Got a bearskin rug to wear.
Yes, he does. Pulled it right off the shelf from Bed Bath & Beyond.
Still grandma's shower mat.
But I absolutely love this figure. You guys know me. I'm all about the skeletons, and this one is just really, really awesome.
Yeah.
I love the helmet on it.
Yeah. Had to send a message out there real quick.
And next we have the Black Death.
Right? Yep. Got to get the Black Death in.
The cool thing about this figure is, like you said, Oz, they didn't really change too much of it up, but just the fact that they reversed the colors is just...
Yeah. Completely reversed the colors on it. It's a little bit brighter red than the red that we got with the initial figure for the mask and stuff. Just to change it up a little bit. You can take that mask off. You can put it on other figures, which is pretty cool. I think that was their basis for like on the Graveyard 4-pack, being able to take those skull masks off and put them on others. Again, another just outstanding, sculpt of this figure. It's got like a zombie-esque body. This came out last year around this time, and this is another very appropriate for this time of year, especially. Now, what really comes in, again, like this just seems like, they didn't do as much, but when you get down to that last image where we see the clock.
I like this clock better than the other one with the gold highlights. That looks so cool.
Yes, the detailing on this one really makes the clock stand out, because in the first release one, you didn't get all that detail painted in. This one's got a lot higher detail in the clock. And I told a lot of people, that clock is a great prop piece. John Emerald Knight uses it in the backgrounds of a lot of his shots. And it's just, again, it's a great piece. And there's a couple of different places in there where you can pop it open and you can put your weed in there.
Yeah. And that clock is worth half the price of this figure, at least. You know what I mean?
A load. Yeah. If you do toy photography, that clock is an amazing prop. You're not getting anyone anywhere else that looks as good and is appropriately scaled for a true 112.
Yep.
We did not show what was inside on the mask. And you know what? Hang on here. You got to play the sound, Ed. You got to play the sound. We got a super chat.
Oh, did we get a super chat? Hold on.
We got a super chat.
Let me go to that and do it up.
Yeah.
Thanks for catching that, Oz.
Yes, sir. I'm trying to keep up with the chat when I can. That's why my camera keeps shaking.
And we have... Where'd it go? Why isn't you showing up? Brick something with a $19.99 super chat for the kids.
Yep. So we got the Who taught me that the kids are all right, and a wise wizard once said, age is foolish and forgetful when it underestimates youth. Let's help make sure all the young folks feel joy and love each season. No sweatpants.
Especially Penn State sweatpants.
Especially Penn State sweatpants.
Damn right.
Get that. Thank you, Brick, for the super chat. We are here to raise money for the kids, folks, in case you forgot.
That's right.
Make a donation. If you can't make a donation, share the stream with people. Let them know. Get more eyes on it.
That's right. And D from Sarge Reds stopping in. Thank you,
D. Thank you for being here and tuning in, catching us in the morning. Punk's having his little siesta, freshening up. Be back soon. He's got to get himself all cleaned up so he can get paint and wax and color and stuff all on his hands for the rest of the streams.
He needs his beauty sleep, and he was getting really, really ugly there at the end. So
yeah, it's true.
Apparently, every one of the dogs has to come sit in my lap now because I gave one dog attention.
I see.
Let's see.
Donate money.
Oh,
we got puppies.
got puppies.
This is my baby. This is my baby.
Whoa.
This is Mr. Comet. Sir Comet the Third, troublemaker, resident snob.
I love him looking right at the camera like, you bet your ass, Dad, I am your baby.
That is right. Right.
I want to leave a like, but I did already yesterday. Well, this is a different stream than yesterday, brother.
I was going to say this is a different stream. So unless you went ahead and you liked all 4 streams, it depends on when he
Cameron was
tuned
on
in
at
and
2
left
o'clock
that.
in the morning, so I don't know if he left a like then or not.
He probably left a like on this one already then too. We got another one coming around in a couple of hours. You can leave a like on that one.
Actually, Fat Red only has to wait 15 minutes, and we'll be on to the next stream. So
There we go. That's when I'll probably switch it up and head to the actual desk cam.
all right,
So we got one last one, the Golden Sun Wukong, or Super Saiyan Sun Wukong.
Yeah,
those Dragon Ball fans. This is what I love right here, man. Just like, as a masterpiece as the first one was.
Yeah.
This version just really, again, all the different highlights, the gold, gorgeous, gorgeous figure. Comes with a lot of fun accessories. And it was
I really
the
like
first
the
time we
shoes
saw
on this
it.
version.
Right?
So they look better on this golden version than they did on the standard version. I like the monkey feet on standard version, but these shoes
Yeah.
on this gold version look really, really good.
You know what else I want to say too? I want to pop the blue feathers on this version.
Yeah.
Because even with the red and everything like that, right? Like I still think those blue feathers are going to pop with the yellow golden hair.
Yep.
It's going to look amazing.
Yeah, because he's
Yeah,
got
another
the
one I
touch
can't
green
wait
down
to get.
here. He's got the touch of silver. Definitely, the blue feathers would look amazing.
These guys just, again, 4 Horsemen sculpts are some of the best in the market today. Paint apps they get are just, again,
Top notch soft goods. You can't beat a soft goods from the Mythic.
see Jessam soft goods, like outstanding overall.
And you get 2 heads and 4 faceplates. So
That's right, 4 faceplates total. You get the golden peach. I'm not showing his because he got the drinking gourd attached to him up there. Okay, that was the first time we saw that piece as well.
yeah.
Yeah.
Got the scrolls. Good looking.
Yes. Scrolls as well. I mean, it's really, really good. Fat Red Foo is asking if they are reissuing the figure obscura for the Egyptian gods. Yes, that we'll probably see after the first of the year.
Yep.
Because they do a retail appreciation at the beginning of the year. And that normally has the alternate versions of figure obscura, because those are, again, not regularly issued to their retailers. Like when the figure obscura drops, it's a Store Horseman exclusive. And when they do the retail appreciation, we get the variants of the figure obscuras. So those will be reissued after the first of the year. We'll do our pre-orders. And then around this time next year will probably be when they come in. So we'll see that. We'll see their color variant of the creature. And then we'll also see whatever it is that we're going to get for Christmas. Because towards the end of November, we're going to get another figure obscura drop. And that's going to be their Christmas one. And we're all kind of speculating it's going to be something again along the lines from the Christmas story, or Christmas Carol rather, since last year with Jacob Marley. They left that book very open-ended to revisit, but you never know.
We could do gnome, or we could do elves.
Could get elves. We don't have elves yet.
What if they took
for Santa?
What if they took the moose body and put a reindeer head on it?
Hey, there you go. There you go. We could see that. Is something that is definitely on the table. I mean, I'm still getting them naughty and nice reindeer because they are good.
Oh, yeah. That's going to be a chunk of change right there. Then when they release the sleigh, Jesus.
Yeah. Adam with his little tease of the one clubhouse. Like, you guys want to see the sleigh? Like, you damn right we do. And he goes, me too.
Yep. Throwing up those pictures of the Zombie from Mars t-shirts and stuff. I'm like, you bastard.
Message him. You can get one at message him what size you are. Send him $25. I'll pick it up for you at Legion's Con. Then we'll send it up to you.
Oh, they're gonna have him at Legion's Con. I didn't even see that.
Yeah. What he's doing is he just posted it yesterday.
Oh.
So if you send him like he's got to order this weekend to get it in time for Legion's Con. But if you send him $25, just reach out to him. Send him $25. He'll get you the Zombies from Mars t-shirt or a highly articulated shirt. And then all you got to do, he'll do pick up at Legion's Con. I'm going to be there. I'll pick it up for you. Send it up to you. If I hadn't just got the damn 4 Horsemen shirt, like I saw that post after I ordered the 4 Horsemen shirt. And I was like, damn it, do I got another 25? Spending a lot of money at Legion's Con before I even get there.
Yeah.
It's feeling like Joe Fest all over again.
All right, guys, we got 10 minutes. In like 5 minutes, we're going to end this stream, go back out, jump on to part 3.
I think it's time for another Helidope commercial before we close this out.
We want a Helidope or a Moss Man?
Well, let's see. What do we got? I've seen the Moss Man one again. What do we got? Well,
There's 3 other Moss Man commercials outside.
3 other Moss Man? Play another Moss Man.
We'll do part 2 of the Moss Man.
Oh, hey guys, it's Moss Man again.
And Dopey.
No, you're not part of this one.
Okay.
Anyway, welcome back to the Punk with Toys for Tots Stream-A-Thon. So this is going on from October 25th through October 27th, which is streaming non-stop. So we've made a whole bunch of money so far to donate for Toys for Tots, but we can still keep going. We still got some time left. So if you want to participate, you can send a super chat or a super sticker, or maybe even consider becoming a channel member. And all that money, Lawrence is going to take that and go to this really cool toy store, Sarge Reds. He's going to buy toys, and all that's going to get donated for Toys for Tots. But anyway, we still got a whole bunch of really awesome content coming from a lot of great content creators. So let's get back to the show.
Freaking love it.
Good stuff, Ted, if you're still out there.
Yes, Ted, if you are still watching, we appreciate you so much. Hey, there we go. New order of Sergeant Reds shirts in Grunt Style brand. Anyone is interested, let D know. There you go, guys. Reach out if you want them Sergeant Red shirts. Come on now. We all like we like having a closet full of print tees.
Oh yeah. Absolutely.
All right. It's our age. We love it. Jeans and t-shirts still the main apparel of our age.
Yeah, I just went to Walmart a couple weeks ago and they had a bunch of like their printed t-shirts, that they have in the racks. They were getting the new ones in, so they had a bunch of them marked down to like $2.95 or something like that. I was like, damn, I'll take a couple of those. I got a Punisher one, a Godzilla one.
Nice.
Something else. I can't remember the third one.
All good stuff, man. All good.
Can't beat a t-shirt for $3, man.
No, you can't. No, you can't. Especially, again, having set up a merch store and looked at the pricing for those.
Oh,
like the amount that they want me to set.
Yeah.
Because like I remember when I was setting up the original merch store, it was like they want me to charge $30 for a t-shirt. Who the hell's paying for a $30 Ostradamus Toys t-shirt?
No.
So it's like, but that's for you to be able to make like $5-6 in profit. I'm like, that's ridiculous. Let me lower that price because I could set the price. So I was like making $2 per t-shirt, but I was still like, I can't see people paying that much for a t-shirt.
I had a TeePublic store for a while that I was doing some t-shirts on and things, and they wanted it to set at like $27 or $30 for the t-shirt. I'm like, yeah, I'm going to drop that to $20. I might only make $1.50 off each t-shirt, but I'm going to make just as much money per month selling them at $20 as I'm going to make selling them at $30. So
right, and you're going to get eyes on it, more eyes on it because more people are going to buy it. That was basically my idea too, like. Because again, I was looking up the prices for t-shirts because it's been a while since I bought one that wasn't like extremely discounted somewhere. I was like looking at the prices of t-shirts and I'm like, yeah, maybe they are kind of going for that much these days.
Yeah.
I was like, shit.
Some of those companies, man, like for a nice hoodie, they want like $75. I'm like, ain't no way.
Yeah. That was another one that was killing me. I made the hoodie design and had to mark down the hoodie drastically because I was like, I want people to buy the stuff.
Yeah.
The only thing
when we back out of here, I'm going to jump into the new stream. I will send you the new link if you can distribute it around to make sure everybody's got it.
Will do, brother. I'll send it in the usual spots.
Yep.
Reach out to me, people, if you want to join us live. I will shoot you that link. You find me on IG if you don't already know.
Yeah, we're going to be switching over to the next link for the show because we got to flip over so we don't go past the 12 hours. And we'll be continuing on for the next 11, 12 hours until we jump onto the last part 4 of this.
The last part. See you guys in a minute.
Yes.
Back out of here now.
Still says live.
Oh, shit.